Chapter 1. The Ancient Epoch. The Cemetery of Gods and Demons is situated in the central region of Tianyuan continent. This hallowed ground not only serves as the final resting place for humanity's greatest champions and the supreme cultivators among the otherworldly, but each tomb also cradles the remains of an ancient deity or demon, making it a sanctuary for the divine and the demonic. Within the cemetery, lush greenery blankets the earth, and fragrant blossoms adorn the landscape were it not for the expansive grove of tombstones. One might easily mistake it for a garden. Towering snow maple trees encircle the perimeter, a unique feature of this sacred site, believed to be manifestations of the ethereal essence of the departed gods and demo. The emerald leaves of the snow maples sway gently in the breeze, seemingly reminiscing about a glorious past. Their pristine white petals, like delicate snowflakes, drift gracefully through the air, resembling the tears of the divine, whispering tales of bygone sorrow. The cemetery reveals a stark contrast between day and night. By day, an enchanting aura envelopes the grounds, with sacred light bathing every inch of the cemetery. One can witness the indomitable spirits of ancient deities taking form, and even behold the graceful dances of Western angels, accompanied by the melodious songs of Eastern fairies, all within an atmosphere steeped in sanctity. If the day embodies a paradise for the divine, the night transforms into a realm for the malevolent. As the sun sets and twilight descends, dark energies surge forth from the graves, casting a shadow over the stars and dimming the heavens. At this hour, one may behold the terrifying apparitions of legendary fiends and demonic phantoms wreaking havoc throughout the cemetery, while the chilling wails of ancient Maleval NT spirits reverberate, sending shivers down the spine. The sacred yet terrifying demon and god cemetery stands as a revered sanctuary for cultivators from both the eastern and west RN realms of the Tianyuan continent. During the day, it is common to witness individuals paying their respects, while at night, certain unique practitioners, such as the Eastern COR, PSE drivers, and the Western necromancers, come to mourn. The cemetery finds its most profound tranquility at sunset, when the entire expanse falls into a hushed stillness, devoid of any sound. As another sunset approaches, the time for the convergence of divine and demonic phenomena draws near, casting an eerie yet solemn glow upon the cemetery. Each grave within the hallowed ground has been meticulously tended to, adorned with an abundance of fresh flowers. Beside the towering graves of gods and demons lies a modest little mound, unremarkable and overlooked. It bears no headstone, no flowers, merely a simple earthen hill that almost blends seamlessly with the ground. As time has passed and the elements have eroded it, this nameless grave has faded into obscurity, forgotten in the shadows. Amidst the crimson twilight, the grandiose graves appear even more imposing, while the nameless mound seems to dwindle further into insignificance. Yet, in that very moment, a transformation occurs. The small grave begins to crack, and clumps of earth from its summit start to tumble downward. A pale hand emerges from the grave, followed by another, both grasping firmly at the edges. A bewildered young man slowly pulls himself from the depths, his disheveled hair caked with dirt, and tattered garments clinging tightly to his frame. Aside from his unnaturally pallid complexion, he appears strikingly ordinary, the kind of individual who would go unnoticed in a crowd. "What is this place, and how did I end up here?" the young man murmured, gazing at the expanse of graves before him, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. Suddenly, he was captivated by the inscription on a nearby tombstone. If anyone had observed the young man intently studying the ancient script upon that gravestone, they would have been astounded, for such archaic text left even the most seasoned scholars of the Ancient Cultural Research Alliance shaking their heads in despair. In an instant after deciphering the inscription, the young man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "The tomb of the Eastern war god, Jian Wujia. Is this truly real? Could this be the legendary figure who once traversed the 3 realms and 6 paths, commanding the winds and waves of his era? Even the divine cannot escape death." The sight of another grand tomb nearby struck him with awe. The tomb of the Western war god, Caesar. Is this the very deity clad in golden battle armor, wielding the golden holy sword? Seemingly struck by a revelation, he turned to survey his surroundings. Towering tombs dedicated to gods and demons stood resolutely against the backdrop of the setting sun, a Piri. In particularly striking, the tomb of the Eastern Immortal, Peony Fairy the tomb of the Western Goddess of Wisdom, Naz the tomb of the Eastern Martial Immortal, Li Chongfeng the tomb of the Eastern Demon. Practitioner, Ao, Santian the tomb of the Western Demon King, Lucifer. My heavens, what has become of this world? Have all the deities of your perished, entombed here? The young man's face paled, disbelief etched across his features. But how could the deities of the Eastern immortal fantasy continent and the Western magical continent lie buried together? Suddenly, the young man noticed a small grave beneath his feet, and he froze in place, cold sweat soaking his tattered garments, as a chilling dread enveloped him like ice. I crawled out from the grave, he uttered, his eyes vacant and his expression dazed, as if his very soul had been wrenched from his body. He collapsed weakly to the ground. I am Chen Nan, I have perished, yet I have returned to life. After what felt like an eternity, the hollow gaze of Chen Nan began to flicker with a semblance of vitality, ultimately revealing a look of astonishment. Heavens, what has transpired? If I am indeed dead, why have I emerged from the tomb? Is it the will of the heavens that this worthless being should continue a life of mediocrity? After the initial shock, Chen Nan's face reflected not only bewilderment, but a deeper anguish. He closed his eyes tightly, clutching his head in despair. He vividly recalled falling in battle, his life extinguished in a duel. Yet now, memories surged forth, scenes of the past, those once cherished, those lost, those eternal, left him with an abundance of regret. The world remained vast, the flowers and grasses still fragrant, yet within him lay a profound emptiness, devoid of any solace. Eventually, after a considerable time, Chen Nan slowly rose from the ground, his gaze wandering amidst the cemetery. At last, he discerned that he was in a necropolis belonging to deities and demons. After the initial shock, he gradually found a sense of tranquility. The most resilient gravestones of adamantine rock bear the unmistakable marks of time's passage. Surely, this has taken millennia. The tides of time have swept through the ages, a fleeting dream of eternity, Chen Nan reflected wistfully. Gazing upon the forest of tombstones, he was engulfed by a sea of questions. The tombs of the celestial tiger, Xiao Zhen, the three-headed demon dragon, Gai Rui, the martial saint El, Yang Feng, and the divine knight, Otto Li, suggest that beyond the divine and demonic, this place also harbors some of humanity's mightiest and a few rare practitioners of the extraordinary. What transpired a millennium ago that even the so-called immortal deities perished? Why are the divine beings of the celestial illusion continent and the magical continent interred together? Why have I been laid to rest here? A gentle breeze caressed his disheveled hair, stirring the solitude within his heart. Chen Nan raised his voice to the heavens. Who can enlighten me on what has truly occurred? In the distance, the towering snow maple trees shed a cascade of petals, drifting gracefully through the air, with fallen blossoms resembling tears of rain, mourning the departed. Deities, the gods have died, the demons have perished, yet I remain. O heavens, why do you compel me to rise from the grave? Where am I to go? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson, gilding the clouds with golden edges. Chen Nan gathered his scattered emotions, aware that some matters were beyond his control, and he could only forge ahead, step by step. He meticulously filled in the small grave beneath his feet with earth before making his way out of the cemetery. As he traversed the spirit-laden snow maple grove, he was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered trees imbued with such profound spiritual essence. A thought crossed his mind: could this be a new species that emerged during his long slumber? He recalled the figure of her in his heart. Time changes all, and the world ebbs and flows. Chen Nan sighed, shaking his head as he strode confidently toward the edge of the forest. As he emerged from the snow maple forest, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the once tranquil demon and god cemetery was no longer serene. Dark, malevolent energy surged forth from the graves, an endless shadow beginning to envelop the entire burial ground. Chen Nan faintly heard a series of low growls emanating from behind him, but he paid it no mind, assuming that the wild beasts stirred after sunset. Stretching his limbs, he mused aloud, It has been 10,000 years. Surely my body has not succumbed to rust. He was aware that his martial skills were not particularly formidable, yet he believed he could handle ordinary feral creatures without issue. Not far ahead of the snow maple forest stood 3 thatched cottages, where a gaunt old man stood at the entrance. His hair and beard were white as snow, and his face bore the deep wrinkles of a life weathered by time. A surge of inexplicable emotion washed over Chen Nan. This was the first person he had encountered since his rebirth. He felt a tinge of familiarity, a hint of loss, and a wave of confusion. 10,000 years ago, he had been born before his parents, and now, 10 millennia later, he found himself facing this elderly figure. How could I possibly connect my parents with this old man? He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. The old man, leaning on a cane, approached him unsteadily, evoking a sense of alarm as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Chen Nan hurried forward to support him, but the old man waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to let go, and spoke a few words in a tone of reproach, though Chen Nan could not comprehend a single syllable. The obscure and cryptic language sent a chill through his heart as he abruptly realized that 10,000 years had elapsed, and the language of his era had long been consigned taught. The annals of history that he had originally hoped to glean insights about the contemporary world through the elder, yet the barrier of language shattered his hopes. Noticing the dazed expression upon his face, the elder's demeanor softened, and his tone became gentler. However, observing the continued look of confusion, the elder furrowed his brow and took his hand, guiding him toward the thatched cottage. Chen Nan followed the elder in a daze, his intuition assuring him that the elder harbored no ill intentions, yet the language barrier compelled him to remain silent and unresponsive. Upon arriving at the cottage, the elder gestured towards a wooden bucket on the ground and then indicated the nearby well before stepping inside the dwelling. Is he asking me to fetch water? Does he expect me to serve as a laborer here? Chen Nan mused silently. When the elder reappeared, he realized he had misjudged the elder's intentions. The frail hands extended a set of slightly worn garments, evidently meant for him to change into. Feeling a flush creep across his cheeks at the elder's gentle smile, he became acutely aware of his disheveled appearance, tattered clothes, unkempt hair, and a body covered in grime. A wave of melancholy washed over Chen Nan. Never before had he found himself in such a state of disgrace. Silently, he lifted the bucket and made his way to the well. Channeling his internal energy, he exerted a slight force, causing his tattered garments to disintegrate and fall to the ground. Those had once been the divine garments of a celestial silkworm. How cruelly time had passed. The once indomitable attire, impervious to fire and water, could not withstand the ravages of countless years. The icy water from the well washed away the dirt from his body, yet could not cleanse the turmoil within his heart. What am I to do? Without understanding the language of this land, how can I communicate with others? How shall I survive in this world? Chen Nan donned the garments prepared for him by the elderly man and approached the humble abode, offering a grateful smile. A waft of fragrant rice permeated the air as the elder ambled towards the adjacent stove, gesturing for him to follow. Chen Nan lifted the bowl of congee handed to him by the elder, reflecting in his heart, after 10,000 years, I never imagined I would once again find myself seated at a dining table. The whims of fate are truly unpredictable. His stomach was completely empty, making rich foods unsuitable. A bowl of congee was perfectly fitting. After the evening meal, the sky had darkened considerably. Chen Nan accompanied the elder into the dwelling, where the elder lit a candle, casting a gentle warm glow throughout the small room. The interior was modestly furnished: a wooden bed, a rocking chair, and a writing desk. The desk was immaculate, displaying a neat array of a dozen books. Yet Chen Nan recognized none of the titles on their covers. After millennia, the written characters of the continent had transformed beyond recognition, leaving him with a sense of disheartenment. When the elder retired to another room, Chen Nan reclined in the rocking chair, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, yet devoid of any joy. Though he had once belonged to a prestigious lineage a millennium ago, he himself had been unremarkable. Living within such a circle, he bore an immense burden, perpetually tormented by suffering. He had long grown weary of such a life. Had it not been for the lingering attachments in his heart, death might have offered him a sense of liberation. Fate is indeed capricious. After 10,000 years, he found himself alive once more. Although he had shed the heavy weight of his previous existence, everything had irrevocably changed. Chen Nan felt an overwhelming bitterness. His relatives and friends had long since departed to the netherworld, and his beloved confidant had returned to the embrace of the earth. Now, he remained alone, solitary in this world, feeling utterly devoid of purpose. He self-mockingly pondered, have I truly liberated myself from history, or has history forsaken me? As the candle wax dried up, the last flicker of light extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Outside, the stars twinkled in the serene night. Yet Chen Nan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. He compelled himself to calm his mind and practice the ancestral martial arts, curious to ascertain whether his abilities had endured through the millennia. Vital energy flowed within him like a gentle stream. After countless years, his prowess remained unaltered. As he deliberately channeled his energy, his senses sharpened dramatically, and he faintly heard ominous, mournful howls emanating from the direction of the cemetery, sending chills down his spine. With so many ferocious beasts, it is truly perilous for an elderly man to guard a tomb alone at such an advanced age, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the elderly man had entered the divine and demonic cemetery, carrying a floral basket filled with fragrant snow maple blossoms. The old man appeared utterly oblivious to the menacing apparitions and demonic illusions around him, placing several pure, white petals before each tomb with an expression of profound reverence. Chen Nan's former residence, the lowly grave that had sunk into the earth due to erosion, had nearly vanished, now only slightly elevated above the ground. Having spoken, the elderly man slowly crouched down, extending his hands to delicately scatter the mounded earth to another place, causing the small grave to vanish entirely. A dozen flower petals drifted down from the sky, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. As the morning sun's rays streamed through the window, Chen Nan opened his hazy eyes and murmured to himself, how strange, why has my father not sent someone to urge me to practice today? He is rapidly entering the realm of celestial martial prowess and has little time to concern himself with me. Suddenly, he noticed the simple furnishings of the room. He sat up abruptly, and after a long pause, he whispered, so this is all true, countless years have swiftly passed by. Gently, he pushed open the small door of the thatched cottage and stepped into the courtyard, where the fresh air, imbued with the scent of flowers and grass, enveloped him in vigor. Aiding his spirit, a light mist danced through the woods, flowing gracefully, while birds flitted about, unperturbed by his presence, chirping melodiously from the trees. Chen Nan closed his eyes, allowing himself to savor this harmonious poetic realm. You are awake, came the elderly man's voice from behind him. Unable to comprehend the elder's words, Chen Nan could only respond with a smile. After having breakfast, Chen Nan rose, pointed toward the small road leading into the distance, and waved farewell to the elder, bowing deeply before departing. An hour later, he arrived at a quaint town. Given his ordinary appearance and the contemporary attire he wore, no one paid him any heed. At that moment, Chen Nan felt both joy and sorrow, joy for the new life about to commence, and sorrow for his inability to understand the language spoken on this vast continent. Chen Nan was astonished to discover that in the town, besides the common folk with dark hair and eyes like his, there were also residents with golden hair and azure eyes, as well as those with crimson hair and sapphire eyes, and even some with blue hair and dark eyes. It seems that in these 10,000 years, an abundance of events has transpired. I must swiftly assimilate into this society, he mused. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and an unsettling sensation gripped his heart instinctively. He sensed the watchful gaze of a formidable presence upon him. Not far behind, an elderly Taoist priest shook his head and sighed. Strange, just moments ago, I distinctly felt an unusual aura emanating from this young man. Upon closer inspection, how could it have vanished? Chen Nan recalled his father's words. Chen Nan, remember this. Those who can perceive the intricate flow of our family's esoteric energy are not to be trifled with. They are either true martial masters or transcendent cultivators. Exercise utmost caution. Are there not many such cultivators who walk among mortals? Chen Nan was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these individuals. Even the most skilled martial artists dared not confront them. His father's voice echoed in his mind. To reshape the physical body, solidify the primordial spirit, and achieve longevity equal to that of heaven and earth, to shine alongside the sun and moon. This is the ultimate goal of cultivation, the realm of immortality. In contrast, the path of martial artists is one of defiance against fate, striving to attain the legendary realm of martial immortals. To most, the path of a martial artist appears inferior to that of a cultivator. However, his father did not elaborate further, yet Chen Nan understood. Martial practitioners were not incapable of contending with cultivators, for his father himself was the finest example, as even those who had successfully cultivated would regard him as an equal. As he pondered, Chen Nan felt a stir in his heart. I wonder if my father has finally stepped into the realm of immortal martial arts. If so, perhaps there will still be a day when father and son can meet again. Yet, the thought of the grave markers in that cemetery, resembling a forest of divine demons, sent a wave of panic through him. If my father has indeed entered the immortal martial realm, he may find it difficult to escape. A sense of despondency enveloped him. The street bustled with people coming and going, the sounds of haggling and shouting intertwining in a lively cacophony. Yet, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming solitude, as if he were a forsaken child of this world, heartlessly abandoned by history. I was once ordinary since I have perished. Why must I crawl out from the divine tomb after such an extensive passage of time? A thick cloud drifted across the sky, casting a shadow that dimmed the daylight. With a resounding thunderclap, the shops on either side of the street hastily shuttered their doors, and the pedestrians hurried away. In no time, the once bustling thoroughfare became desolate, leaving him standing alone in the middle of the road. After the flashes of lightning and thunder, torrential rain poured down, drenching Chen Nan's garments in icy water. He felt a chill spreading through him, yet more frigid was his heart, which bore an indescribable sorrow. Though the world is vast, where's my home? Amidst the curtain of rain, a solitary figure wandered aimlessly down the street, allowing the raindrops to pelt him relentlessly. Where shall I go? Even if I was once unremarkable, I was still a scion of a noble family, enjoying a reverence beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Yet now, I have lost everything. Am I to live a life of mediocrity among the vast sea of humanity? I cannot accept this fate. What if I am unwilling? Can you truly alter this reality? A millennium ago, I was mediocre, and a millennium hence, I remain unremarkable. Chen Nan posed a rhetorical question to himself, his visage etched with anguish. Indeed, I am but an ordinary individual. The ancestral martial arts, instead of advancing, have regressed, causing me to plummet from the second tier's great transcendence to the RST tier's mid-level. Is my aptitude genuinely so lacking? They say a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, yet here I stand. My father ascended to the third tier's great transcendence of our family's martial arts at the tender age of 19, gaining renown throughout the realms. By 40, he had already attained the pinnacle of martial prowess. I am his biological son, yet at 20, I am still ensnared at the first tier. I understand. My father has never blamed me, but I simply cannot reconcile myself with this reality. A tiger's cub is but a dog. Surely, all our family friends must have whispered such behind my back. Perhaps only she believes that I shall one day shine brightly. Contemplating the she in his heart, Chen Nan was engulfed by a profound sorrow, an ineffable ache swelling within him. Yusin, do you know, my greatest regret is that I never uttered those 3 words to you. I love you. Time ebbs away, and beauty fades. Yusin remains an eternal ache within Chen Nan's heart, a lifelong lament. Lost and disoriented, he staggered into a narrow alley, an unbearable discomfort gripping his chest as a metallic taste surged from his abdomen. He gasped, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing into the muddy ground. Yusin, I love you, he murmured before darkness enveloped him, and consciousness slipped away. From this, it is evident that this small grave is distinct from others. The divine and demonic cemetery not only houses the most formidable human warriors and the elite cultivators among the non-humans, but every other grave is the resting place of an ancient deity or demon. Yet, before his demise, the protagonist had possessed only mediocre abilities, raising questions about the circumstances surrounding his burial. Chapter 2. Astonishment. When Chen Nan opened his eyes once more, he found himself reclined upon a wooden bed, the soft bedding enveloping him in warmth and comfort. The sky had long since darkened, yet the rain continued to fall. A lone oil lamp flickered within the room, casting a gentle glow. The door creaked open softly, revealing a kindly elderly woman who entered, her face radiating warmth as she remarked, "You are awake. Young man, you truly do not know your limits, running about in the rain." Chen Nan could not comprehend the language spoken on this continent, but understood the woman's good intentions. He hastily rose from the bed and bowed in respect. It was only then that he realized he had been clothed in a fresh and clean outfit. "Thank you, dear lady," he expressed. The elderly woman paused, clearly unable to understand Chen Nan's words, yet she did not dwell on it, for the continent was home to many races, and it was certain that some ALS would not be familiar with the common tongue. Accompanying the woman to the outer room, a young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, entered at that moment. He was robustly built, and after placing the dishes from the tray onto the table, he smiled amiably at Chen Nan. Chen Nan returned the gesture with a smile of his own. In his dreams, a beautiful figure emerged from a sea of blossoms, only to fade away amidst the floral rain, leaving behind an ethereal whisper, "I await your return." Subsequently, in his dreams, Chen Nan once again encountered his father, Chen Jian. The gaze of Chen Jian was imbued with wisdom and depth, as if it could see through all the illusions of the world. He spoke softly, "Those who aspire to heights must first embrace humility. Those who wish to journey far must take small steps. In this world, what truly matters is not where you currently stand, but the direction in which you are moving." As Chen Jian's figure gradually faded, the visage of Chen Nan's mother emerged once more. When the superficial fades, the essence returns. Familiar figures approached Chen Nan one by one, only to slowly vanish again. At dawn, Chen Nan rose early and stepped outside. The rain had long ceased, and a rainbow arched gracefully across the horizon, adding a vibrant touch to the landscape. "It has been 10,000 years. What is it that I cannot let go of? I shall start anew," Chen Nan proclaimed with conviction. He resolved to confront reality and embark on a new chapter in his life. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Moreover, Chen Nan continuously adjusted his mindset, embracing reality. No longer did he wander aimlessly, he had gradually integrated into society. Since he had learned to comprehend the language of the present continent, Chen Nan finally understood that this world had undergone monumental changes over the past 10 millennia. What was once merely separated by a strait, the realms of the celestial illusion and the magical fantasy, had been united in the wake of a cataclysmic earthquake. The eastern land of enchantment and the western realm of magic each possessed their own splendid and unique civilizations. Upon their convergence, cultural disparities and differing beliefs frequently led to friction among the various races. As tensions escalated, profound ethnic conflicts emerged, ultimately culminating in a devastating war between the two dominant races. This catastrophic war left the battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers flowing with blood. Countless able-bodied men were forcibly conscripted, never to return. Millions of innocent civilians perished, and tens of millions were displaced, casting a pall of sorrow over the continent. As the war intensified, the Western Church deployed its magicians and paladins. Just when the balance of conflict seemed poised to tip, the Eastern martial arts masters and reclusive practitioners organized to join the fray. Thus commenced a grand confrontation between the cultivators of the East and West, with true energy clashing against fighting spirit, and flying swords and artifacts pitted against magic. The battlefield erupted with the fierce interplay of sword energy and fighting spirit, while artifacts and spells dazzled in a magnificent display. The ultimate outcome of the war was mutual devastation. In the aftermath, the ground was littered with countless remains, and the continent echoed with mourning and despair. Enlightened individuals from both sides recognized the colossal dangers of war and eventually signed a comprehensive ceasefire agreement. Time has the power to soften all wounds. After millennia of gradual reconciliation, the ethnic tensions finally dissipated, leading to a nascent fusion of cultures. The distinction between the land of enchantment and the realm of magic vanished, and the newly unified continent was named Tianyuan. Now I understand why there's so many races in town. This is the very juncture between the land of enchantment and the realm of magic. It is no wonder that I encountered a fire-breathing wolf. While hunting, it must be a beast from the west. Upon learning all of this, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming shock in his heart, while simultaneously experiencing a profound clarity regarding many matters. 6 months passed, and Chen Nan finally mastered the language commonly spoken across the continent. His understanding of the Tianyuan continent deepened, and he had completely integrated into this society. Of course, certain aspects still eluded his comprehension. Remaining shrouded in mystery, he could never grasp what had transpired among the gods, nor why so many powerful deities had met their demise. Eventually, an elderly man in the town remarked to him, "Child, this question is not solely on your mind. Many across the continent seek its answer, yet it remains an enigma." Chen Nan inquired, could it be that the full-scale war between the two continents triggered the involvement of the gods? As he spoke, he felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. The sheer magnitude of this possibility astonished him. The old man shook his head and smiled, saying, "Child, your imagination is quite rich, but in truth, the god and demon cemetery had long existed, even a millennium before the war bet. When the two continents erupted, no one knows precisely when it was constructed, nor who was responsible for its creation." Chen Nan exclaimed, "What? The deities of the two continents had already before they were even connected?" The old man nodded, indeed. The discovery of numerous tombs of gods and demons astonished the world. Countless practitioners flocked there, and even those from a magical continent braved the strait to pay their respects. Since then, the god and demon cemetery has been revered as a sacred ground, where some of history's most formidable figures were interred as a mark of respect. Yet, the god and demon cemetery is situated at the juncture of two continents. Why did the cataclysmic earthquake, which occurred when the two lands were once connected, fail to iterate it? The old man sighed. The god and demon cemetery remains an enigma. Throughout the year, Chen Nan contemplated visiting the gravekeeper, yet he never acted upon it. Since I have embarked on a new life, I should cast aside all remnants of the past. Let the god and demon cemetery and the gravekeeper remain in my memories. A year may not seem particularly long or short, yet for Chen Nan, it held profound significance. He mastered the commonly spoken language of the current continent, his mindset gradually becoming more serene. He liberated himself from the past, shedding feelings of desolation and sorrow, and rejuvenated his youthful spirit. He resolved to bid farewell to the small town and embark on a journey across the world. When the fairyland and demonland were conjoined, an unbroken range of towering mountains arose at their boundary. The small town lies at the edge of the fairyland, perched at the intersection of the two lands, with the endless mountains merely 20 miles to the west. No one dares to venture deep into the mountains, for they are home not only to ferocious beasts but also to the legendary ancient giants. To ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a place of great peril. Even the most seasoned hunters in the town only dare to hunt at the periphery of the mountains, never daring to tread further within. The tales of soaring dragons and towering ancient giants deeply captivated Chen Nan. When he resolved to leave the town and explore the continent, his first destination was the foreboding land of great peril. At the moment of parting, Chen Nan bestowed his dwelling upon the mother and son who had once sheltered him, and thereafter strode away from the quaint little town. Thus, the wheels of history began to turn, and the legends commenced from this very point. Alone, Chen Nan ventured deep into the mountains. He traversed the undulating ranges for 3 days, encountering countless fierce birds and beasts. He evaded those he could, and fought against those he could not. These beasts are not particularly remarkable, he mused. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept swiftly past, stirring a fierce gust of wind. Chen Nan was taken aback, gazing upward, where he beheld a gigantic monster bird soaring overhead, measuring an astonishing 30 zhang in length. The creature was adorned in a vibrant emerald hue, emanating a shimmering glow, with a tail trailing 10 zhang behind. My heavens, a featherless monster bird, no. It is a creature entirely cloaked in scales. And that tail is rather unsightly, he exclaimed in astonishment. Were anyone to pass by at that moment, they would undoubtedly mock Chen Nan's ignorance for failing to recognize one of the mightiest beings of the continent, the dragon. Yet, they would also admire his audacity, as he dared to critique such a formidable creature in its presence. The green dragon, however, appeared oblivious to the diminutive being below, entirely unperturbed by the idle chatter. Had it been aware, it surely would have descended upon him, rending apart this audacious critic. As the green dragon receded into the distance, Chen Nan emerged from his stupor, realizing, could that colossal being truly be the fabled dragon? This is utterly preposterous. It resembles nothing more than a winged, rotund, lizarda, grotesque dragon of the enchanted continent. Compared to the divine dragons of the celestial fantasy continent, it is simply, Chen Nan had, of course, never laid eyes upon the legendary divine beast of the fairy illusion continent, the dragon. Yet, the myriad tales surrounding these majestic creatures offered glimpses into their essence. Furthermore, the exquisite reliefs revealed the perfection of such formidable beings. The Western dragon that had just soared past him left him utterly disheartened. Perhaps that green dragon was equally powerful, but he felt an undeniable conviction that the Western dragons could never rival the divine dragons of the East. Chen Nan mused to himself, how I long for the day when I might behold an Eastern divine dragon with mine own eyes. Alas, that dragon I just witnessed was truly unsightly. Little did he know how the green dragon might react to his words. It would likely not require an explanation of racial discrimination before swiftly administering its own justice. The mountains were replete with countless wonder peaks shrouded in swirling clouds, rocky forests adorned with peculiar stones, and serene waters cascading in sparkling waterfalls. Standing atop a lofty peak, Chen Nan gazed up at the azure sky, immaculate and boundless, while beneath him, white clouds billowed like ethereal mist. His heart surged with exhilaration. 10,000 years who could lament the passage of time? I, Chen Nan, can. As his fervent emotions gradually subsided, he turned his gaze to the cerulean heavens, experiencing a profound sense of tranquility within his soul. A crystal-clear stream meanders through the mountains, and as Chen Nan descends from the peak, an overwhelming heat envelopes him. Without hesitation, he plunges into the cool waters, utilizing his ancestral techniques to hold his breath, allowing the current to carry him downstream. After an indeterminate period, he senses the flow of the water gradually slowing, eventually coming to a halt. Upon opening his eyes, he discovers that the stream continues its serpentine course through the mountains, while he has been swept into a pristine pool at the riverbank. Suddenly, a splash erupts from the pool, revealing a breathtaking scene before Chen Nan's eyes. A young girl rises from the water, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets glistening on her jade-like cheeks, resembling a lotus emerging from the depths. Perhaps she should not merely be referred to as a woman, she is a girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17. Her enchanting visage is complemented by lively eyes, long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and a rosy mouth, rendering her as beautiful as a fairy, pure as an angel. As Chen Nan gazes further, he nearly succumbs to a nosebleed. The girl's alluring figure barely breaks the surface, radiating an enticing sheen that stirs primal instincts within that moment. The girl catches sight of Chen Nan, and her expressive eyes instantly reflect a look of terror. A piercing scream escapes her lips. A rogue! In an instant, a surge of strength emanates from the girl, propelling Chen Nan away forcefully. Simultaneously, her graceful form ascends from the pool like a swift swallow, landing on the shore, where she hastily dons the garments that lay beside her. When that tremendous force surged towards Chen Nan, he sensed that calamity was imminent. This girl, seemingly beautiful and pure, was in fact a formidable martial artist. He felt her cultivation far surpassed his own. Had he not silently drifted to her side in the water, he would never have encountered her. A dozen figures darted from the nearby woods, accompanied by a disturbance in the air, as radiant light emanated from that thicket, forming a pale blue barrier that enveloped the GI. The arriving individuals swiftly encircled her, protecting her at the center. At this point, Chen Nan had become a competent resident of the Tianyuan continent. He immediately recognized that the earlier radiance was magic cast by a sorcerer, and he noted that the group before him comprised skilled martial artists. A headache began to throb in his temples. Such a display indicated that this girl was no ordinary woman. She was either a noblewoman or a prominent heiress. He had unwittingly entangled himself with someone he ought not to have provoked. Three young sorcerers approached from a distance, one of whom muttered something before waving his hand, causing the protective barrier around the girl to vanish. As soon as the magical shield dissipated, the girl angrily shouted, "Kill that person immediately! Hurry!" Chen Nan quickly interjected, "Please, esteemed lady, allow me to explain." "Shut your mouth. Why are you all still standing there? Get to it." In that moment, the stunningly beautiful girl was consumed by a murderous intent, eager to see Chen Nan torn to pieces without delay. "It's a misunderstanding." Once again, the three sorcerers took the initiative to act, one of whom proclaimed, "O water spirit, adrift between heaven and earth, heed my summons, water dr." Agon wave, a ripple surged through the air, and with a resounding splash, a water dragon ascended from the surface, hurtling towards Chen Nan. Initially, Chen Nan paid little heed, but as the dragon approached, he sensed the immense force concealed within it and swiftly darted aside. Thud! The water dragon collided with the surface, sending forth towering waves that propelled Chen Nan towards the shore, where the girl stood. "Should I lose consciousness, I may well be torn apart by that girl," he thought, hastily swimming in the opposite direction. At that moment, the sorcerer who had conjured the water dragon wave began to chant another incantation, causing the recently calmed waters to ripple once more. Layers of waves surged towards Chen Nan, inexorably pushing him onto the shore. The individuals guarding the girl immediately surged forward, encircling him. As Chen Nan rose from the water, he managed a rather unappealing smile and exclaimed, "This is truly a misunderstanding." "Silence, you lot! Seize him and bring him down." The girl commanded that a dozen or so young men and women, though youthful, were no weaklings. Each pair of eyes bore a look of pity as they regarded Chen Nan, as if he were already a hapless victim on the chopping block. Chen Nan understood that this battle was unavoidable. He initiated the attack, thrusting his palms outward to unleash layers of palm shadows, then leaped into the air, intending to vault over the heads of the crowd and break free. Clearly, the group offered him no opportunity to, among them, effortlessly neutralize his palm shadows, and then bow. Soared into the air, forcing him to descend abruptly. With a resounding thud, Chen Nan staggered forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. His complexion flushed, a mouthful of blood surged toward his throat, yet he forcibly swallowed it back down. The group of over a dozen seemed to have discerned his capabilities, encircling him in a tight formation. A woman, seemingly the leader of the guards, approached him. She possessed a striking beauty, appearing delicate and fragile. However, Chen Nan was far from complacent. He recognized that she was anything but weak. A sharp beam of sword light sliced toward Chen Nan, akin to a flash of lightning, arriving before him in an instant. He hastily dodged to the side, a strand of his long hair severed by her blade, cascading to the ground. He inhaled sharply, realizing that her swordplay was as swift as lightning, beyond his capacity to withstand, unless he attained the first level of his family's ancestral martial art. In his moment of astonishment, the graceful woman launched another assault, her sword striking with blinding speed, each thrust aimed at his vital points. After exchanging over 30 blows, Chen Nan finally succumbed to the woman's prowess. She struck him on the back, sending him crashing to the earth, where he expelled 3 large mouthfuls of blood. The group seized Chen Nan and brought him before the girl. "Umph, you wretched scoundrel. Is this all you are capable of?" "I expected something far more impressive," the girl scoffed coldly. A chill surged through Chen Nan's heart. The expression of the girl before him was a stark contrast to the angelic visage he had encountered earlier in the water. Now, she appeared as a beautiful little devil standing right before him. Dear little sister, I truly did not intend to offend you. I was merely concerned that your loud cries would attract unnecessary trouble. Hence, I rushed to embrace you," he explained. "Ned, silence," the girl retorted, her eyes ablaze with fury as she delivered a sharp kick to Chen Nan's body. In an instant, he found himself immobilized, unable to utter a single word. The guards tasked with protecting the young princess had always maintained an air of composure. Yet upon hearing Chen Nan's words, their expressions shifted dramatically. They exclaimed in unison, "What? This despicable rogue dares to insult Her Highness, the princess? He deserves nothing less than 1,000 cuts." They hurriedly knelt, trembling as they proclaimed, "We are to blame for failing to safeguard the princess." Cold sweat broke out on their brows. At that moment, the little princess was engulfed in regret. She lamented having granted Chen Nan any opportunity to speak. His outrageous words filled her with indignation and left her at a loss on how to confront her subordinates. In a fit of exasperation, the young princess commanded, "All of you rise. This scoundrel speaks nothing but nonsense. How could you believe him? I had already noticed his presence from afar. Had I not wished to give you a chance to prove yourselves, I would have dealt with him myself long ago." She cast a fierce glare at the prostrate Chen Nan and declared, "Humph! How dare he slander and insult this princess? Beat him mercilessly." Though Chen Nan was immobile and unable to speak, he heard her words clearly, astonished to discover that this girl was a princess. The group of more than 10 evidently disregarded the young prince's command, harboring a deep resentment towards Chen Nan's shamelessness. They executed their assault with meticulous technique, leaving him feeling as though he were being pierced by needles and bitten by ants, tormenting him incessantly. Before long, his body was a canvas of bruises. "Enough! If you continue, he shall perish," the princess exclaimed, her delight evident as she surveyed Chen Nan's battered form, clearly satisfied with the outcome. The young guards ceased their brutalization, stepping aside as the princess approached Chen Nan with a playful smile. Having inadvertently offended a princess and not subjected to the imagined tortures, Chen Nan felt a sense of relief, believing the punishment had come to an end. The prince's sweet voice echoed in his ears. "You wretch, how audacious you are to cast your lecherous gaze upon me. Fortunately, I, your princess, am wise and formidable, having discerned your intentions before they could unfold. Had you succeeded in your peeping, I would have been left with no face to show the world, becoming a laughingstock." Chen Nan was taken aback. "Wait, what does this mean? Was she not just smiling at me?" Yet now her tone carries an ominous undertone. As he gazed into the princess' eyes once more, a wave of unease washed over him. Her smile, though sweet, harbored a hint of malice, sending a chill through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The little princess sweetly smiled and said, "Bring someone to administer the punishment." A buzzing sound echoed in Chen Nan's mind, and he nearly fainted from fright. In his eyes, the prince's smile was undeniably filled with malevolence. He fully comprehended that she was a little devil clad in an angelic facade. Chapter 3. The little demon princess. Beholding the sweet smile of the little demon, he felt a shiver coursing through his body. He yearned to struggle, yet found himself utterly immobilized. He longed to cry out, but no sound escaped his lips. In the blink of an eye, cold sweat drenched his garments. "I am but a fish on the chopping block, and fate has conspired against me. Having just embarked on my journey, I am to endure such a dismal fate. Surely, heaven cannot be jesting with me," Chen Nan thought, consumed by a terror that reached its zenith. To suffer such a fate as castration would plunge him into a living hell. After issuing her command, the little demon princess turned and sauntered to the side, followed closely by her blushing maidens. One of the male guards brandished a long sword, deliberately waving it before Chen Nan, causing him to hastily shut his eyes in fright. The cold, unyielding blade pressed against his skin, eliciting goosebumps to rise all over his body. The guard flashed a malicious grin at Chen Nan, slowly lowering the sword towards his most vulnerable parts. The agonizing anticipation inflicted upon Chen Nan was unbearable. Within moments, he felt utterly drained, his body convulsing in spasms. The little demon princess, having waited a considerable time without hearing Chen Nan's anguished cries, grew curious. Boldly, she turned around to witness her subordinates tormenting him psychologically, finding the scene immensely amusing. The sight of Chen Nan's face, etched with fear, brought her unbridled joy. She gently traced the sword's edge near his ear, severing a lock of his long hair. As the hair tumbled onto his neck, Chen Nan's expression shifted dramatically. The guards exchanged knowing glances, a hint of amusement gracing their faces, for they were all too familiar with the little princess's whims. Though the young princess has reached the age of 16, she remains an incessant source of exasperation. She is both astute and mischievous, at times behaving like a playful child, her antics leaving others utterly bewildered. The little demon princess, seemingly bored with her games, brandished her longsword and aimed a strike at Chen Nan's feet, causing the guards to gasp in shock and urgently exclaim, "Your Highness, you must not." The guards were as terrified as Chen Nan himself. If the emperor were to discover that his precious daughter had engaged in behavior that tarnished the royal dignity, their lives would be forfeit. The young princess, her face contorted with displeasure, retorted, "What are you doing? Do you intend to meddle in my affairs?" One female guard stepped forward and declared, "Your Highness, you are of immeasurable worth. Such actions are unacceptable." With a haughty snort, the princess discarded the sword onto the ground, her expression returning to a mask of indifference as she turned away. "Take him away. I shall deal with him at my leisure." In that moment, Chen Nan felt as if he had heard celestial music from the depths of despair, and amidst his fear, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He exhaled deeply, silently lamenting that she was indeed a little demon. Beside the young princess stood a total of 12 guards, 3 sorcerers, with an equal division of 6 male and 6 female warriors among the guards, while the sorcerers were all men. Though youthful, each possessed formidable skills. The sorcerers effortlessly compelled Chen Nan from the water, and the female warriors swiftly subdued him in a mere 30 moves, revealing the prowess of this formidable entourage. Chen Nan had regained his physical freedom. However, the mute acupoint remained unloosed by the little demon princess. How true it is that the prevention of the people's mouths is more stringent than the prevention of rivers. He mused silently. These individuals all possess black hair and eyes, evidently of Eastern descent, yet among them exists one who wields magic. Surely, since the merging of the 2 continents into the Tianyuan continent, various cultivation methods have begun to circulate throughout the land, enabling the Easterners to acquire some Western sorcery, while the Westerners must have also grasped some Eastern martial arts. As Chen Nan observed the little demon frolicking through the woods, he inwardly cursed, twisting her waist, spraining her ankle, falling down. Yet, to his repeated dismay, the little demon princess bounded about joyously like a fledgling bird just released from its cage, occasionally darting over to deliver a playful thump on his head or tug at his ear with vigor. Chen Nan found himself in a predicament, for although he had secretly employed his family's ancestral skills to stealthily unravel the specialized acupoint technique described by the little demon, he was compelled to remain obediently silent. During the nights of rest, he had contemplated a stealthy escape, but the moment he shifted his position, the vigilant guard cast a cold glance in his direction, forcing him to abandon his plans of flight. Who would have thought that I, Chen Nan, would sink to such depths? Little demon, do not let yourself fall into my grasp. Their entourage had traversed the mountains for 3 days, having witnessed majestic dragons soaring through the skies and the colossal footprints of ancient giants, sights that thrilled the little demon princess immensely. Each time, she would seek Chen Nan to express her bubbling joy, resulting in him becoming so overjoyed that he would foam at the mouth and collapse to the ground. For Chen Nan, this journey was one of immense suffering. He felt a mixture of hatred and anger towards the little princess, yet found himself utterly powerless. 2 days later, Chen Nan finally unraveled the identities of this group and comprehended the purpose of their expedition. The mischievous little princess was none other than Chu Yu, the youngest daughter of the Emperor of the Chu Kingdom, who basked in the favor of both the Emperor and the Empress. The guards surrounding her were elite warriors specifically trained by the Emperor, unwaveringly loyal to her, while the 3 sorcerers were not yet true practitioners of magic, merely apprentices at this stage. In a few months, the Emperor of Chu would celebrate his 60th birthday, and the little princess, wishing to demonstrate her filial piety, had stealthily departed from the palace to gather the legendary fire immortal lotus from the western borders of the kingdom as a birthday gift. Her entourage had been coerced and intimidated into accompanying her. What do you think my father's expression will be when I present him with the fire immortal lotus? I bet he will smile from ear to ear and allow me to come and go freely in the imperial city. How wonderful it would be. I could play wherever I wished, and no one would stop me, she mused with a giggle. Chen Nan sighed inwardly, reflecting on how adorable she appeared at that moment, resembling an innocent little angel, a devilish nature cloaked in angelic guise. The guards wore grim expressions, despite being coerced by the little princess. They knew the emperor would not entertain such excuses and would undoubtedly punish them. You all have had your share of bitterness. I've warned you countless times. The emperor will surely not spare you from his wrath. The little princess appeared somewhat displeased as she glanced at Chen Nan, remarking, "Umph! How dare you, you scoundrel, chuckle in such a manner? Come here and accompany me in my training." Just a few days prior, she had referred to Chen Nan as a lecherous thief, but after a discreet conversation with a female guard, the little princess quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Initially, she furiously punished Chen Nan, delivering a severe thrashing, but henceforth, she ceased her derogatory name-calling, opting instead for terms like scoundrel and rascal. With great reluctance, Chen Nan trudged over, gritting his teeth. In his heart, he prayed, "O God, Buddha, and dear angelic sister, though I am aware that you have all ascended to the divine realm to bask in eternal bliss, do you not possess even a distant relative to send forth to vanquish this torment? Demons, specters, lords of the underworld, please hasten to take away this mischievous little princess." For the past few days, he had endured countless training sessions with this minuscule tyrant, whose martial prowess was astonishingly formidable, leaving him battered and bruised in a most pitiable state. The little princess flashed a mischievous grin at Chen Nan and said, "Why do you wear such a gloomy expression? Is it truly so unbearable to train alongside me, the princess? Huh, you've made some progress. Very well, let us see how you handle this move. Oh, now you understand the severity of the situation. How amusing," she cackled with delight, her laughter echoing through the woods, heralding yet another nightmare for Chen Nan. On the 6th day, the little princess and her entourage finally reached their destination. A volcano loomed before them, its crater shrouded in swirling smoke, with flames seemingly on the verge of eruption. Chen Nan's heart raced with trepidation. This terrifying little demon had truly lost her mind, daring to approach the volcano in search of the fire lotus. The young princess's guards were exceedingly tense. One of the apprentice sorcerers inquired, "Your Highness, is it true that the volcanic crater harbors the fire lotus?" The young princess, somewhat displeased, huffed and replied, "Of course it does. Are you all afraid?" The apprentice sorcerer hurriedly asserted, "No, certainly not. We are determined to procure the fire lotus for you, Your Highness." The princess continued, "When my master stumbled upon the lotus, it was still unripe. If we calculate the days, this moment is indeed the prime period for harvesting." A female guard interjected, "Your Highness, I have heard that all rare treasures of heaven and earth are guarded by spirit beasts. I wonder about this lotus. Oh, had you not mentioned it? I might have forgotten. My master once said there is a small snake there. Surely, you won't struggle against a mere snake, will you? Just exercise a bit of caution." The princess remarked nonchalantly. In his heart, Chen Nan secretly mused, "Is it really so easy to dismiss the spirit beasts that guard precious treasures? This little imp certainly has a reckless disposition." He resolved not to lead the way and opted to keep his distance at the back. As the group ascended the mountain, Chen Nan gradually slowed his pace, finally settling into a rear position. "Scoundrel, you move to the front." The princess's melodious voice thwarted Chen Nan's plans. He inwardly cursed, "Little imp," as he reluctantly made his way to the forefront of the procession. "Ah, you scoundrel, what kind of gaze is that? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to engage in a duel atop some lofty peak like those skilled masters? Splendid. If not, let us have a battle at the summit of the volcano," exclaimed the little princess with excitement. Chen Nan sighed internally. The demon princess grew more exuberant as they approached the volcano's mouth, where the air grew increasingly oppressive and the rocks beneath their feet became unbearably hot. A sense of unease began to creep into Chen Nan's heart as he remained vigilant against the lurking serpent concealed in the shadows. At long last, they reached the volcano's mouth, where billowing clouds of smoke ascended, and the air was almost unbearably scorching. The crater resembled a furnace, with sweat evaporating instantly upon touching the deep brown volcanic rocks. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted from the smoke, instantly revitalizing the weary group. On the inner cliff of the crater, a vivid crimson light pierced through the smoke, revealing the source of the enchanting scent. The little princess exclaimed, "Indeed, there exists the flame lotus. My master did not deceive me. How wonderful." The group quickly donned their protective masks, and the little princess, glancing at Chen Nan, tossed him a scarf, saying, "Hurry, wear this. The smoke is highly toxic." A flicker of gratitude surged within Chen Nan, though it dissipated just as swiftly. The little princess urged, "Hurry and wear it. We must lure that serpent out." He thought to himself, "A demon will always be a demon." The crater was shrouded in swirling smoke, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Peering down, one could only glimpse a faint glow, undoubtedly the churn of molten lava. With trepidation, Chen Nan cautiously advanced along the rim of the circular volcano, silently praying that the small serpent was indulging in slumber. The fragrance of the fire lotus intensified, and a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the mist that enveloped the crater, rendering the scene before Chen Nan strikingly clear. The fire lotus was rooted in the cliff 3 zhang beneath the volcano's edge, standing approximately half a meter tall, its entire form radiating a fiery crimson glow. 9 translucent red leaves adorned its stem, and at its apex blossomed a flower resembling a lotus, yet 100-fold more resplendent. The scarlet petals glistened with an allure akin to jade, dazzling the eye. As the mist swirled, the fire lotus gradually became obscured, leaving only a flickering crimson light visible. Suddenly, a profound sense of peril surged within Chen Nan, as if he were the prey of a watchful predator. A dark cavern materialized on the cliffside near the fire lotus, within which 2 blood-red orbs glimmered ominously. Amidst a thunderous roar, countless boulders tumbled from the cavern into the depths of the volcano, and an immense creature began to emerge. Chen Nan was seized by an overwhelming dread, nearly losing his wits. The colossal entity was revealed to be a gigantic serpent's head, as large as a room, with the glimmering red orbs being the serpent's eyes, each the size of a basin. With another resounding crash, more debris fell into the volcano's abyss as the colossal serpent gradually slithered out, revealing a vividly colored body, its scales resembling enormous fans, gleaming with an eerie brilliance. Cursed be it! Is this the so-called small serpent spoken of by that little demon? This is utterly preposterous, Chen Nan muttered, his voice trembling with fear. The colossal serpent ceased its movement, its blood-red eyes fixated upon Chen Nan. Simultaneously, it unfurled its massive jaws, revealing a set of ivory fangs as sharp as swords, each extending nearly half a meter, menacing and terrifying. A chilling sensation swiftly coursed from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, raising a multitude of goosebumps upon his skin. Suddenly, a blood-red forked tongue, spanning 2 zhang, darted towards him from the serpent's maw, exuding a nauseating stench. "Ah!" Chen Nan cried out, pivoting to flee, reaching an unprecedented speed. In his frantic escape, he shouted, "Demon stench princess! Ixx, are you trying to kill me?" The little princess, who had always believed that Chen Nan's ability to speak had been silenced by her, was initially taken aback by his loud exclamations, followed by a surge of anger and resentment. However, upon catching sight of the vividly colored giant serpent behind Chen Nan, her expression paled, though she quickly regained her composure, ultimately uttering a remark that nearly caused Chen Nan to faint. "This snake is so beautiful." Like the wind, Chen Nan sprinted towards the volcano. As he passed by the little princess, he hurled insults: pervert, lunatic, demon. The guards accompanying the princess, battle-hardened and unwavering, quickly recovered from their shock, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing for confrontation. Meanwhile, 3 apprentice mages began to chant incantations, and the air thrummed with waves of magical energy. In an unexpected turn of events, however, the gigantic serpent, after revealing a substantial portion of its body at the volcano's mouth, remained still, its cold gaze fixed intently upon the group. The little princess exhibited remarkable composure, urging, "Fear not, everyone. The flame lotus is on the verge of ripening, and that foul serpent has guarded it for millennia. At this critical juncture, it shall not stray from the lotus's side. We will launch our assault from a distance." She then commanded, "Quickly, douse that vile serpent with the yellow powder." A dozen bags were hurled towards the colossal serpent, and simultaneously, the apprentice mage completed the incantation, unleashing a barrage of glistening wind blades. The wind blades sliced through the bags, releasing a cascade of yellow powder that rained down upon the serpent. The massive creature shuddered and recoiled. The crowd's spirits soared as they launched another wave of bags filled with yellow powder and a fresh flurry of wind blades. The serpent, now adorned with the powder, shimmered ominously, the acrid scent permeating the volcanic air. Soon, the serpent lay motionless upon the ground, having shriveled in defeat. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Chen Nan sprinted halfway up the mountainside, halting to glance back at the jubilant crowd. "I never anticipated this little imp possessed such prowess, managing to subdue such a monstrous beast. Truly, she is worthy of being the devil's sister." Recalling the serpent's venomous fangs and menacing crimson tongue sent a chill down his spine, yet there was an undeniable thrill in the experience. As he gazed toward the volcano, he felt a strong desire to escape the influence of that little demon and embark on his own adventures across the world. However, the allure of witnessing the rare spectacle of the human-serpent battle kept him torn. Ultimately, unable to resist temptation, he stealthily approached the volcano, concealing himself behind a massive boulder. Just a few dozen paces from the fiery maw, the little princess scrutinized the withered giant serpent nestled within the volcanic crater and remarked with a smile. Who would have thought this foul creature so cunningly feigns weakness to deceive us? Everyone, refrain from advancing. Let us strike it from here. The guards unslung their formidable bows and crossbows, directing their arrows towards the colossal serpent, while 3 apprentice sorcerers began chanting incantations in preparation for magical assault. A barrage of feathered arrows surged forth like a swarm of locusts, yet astonishingly, upon making contact with the serpent's scales, the steel-tipped arrows merely sparked and fell to the ground. The massive gusts of wind conjured by the apprentice sorcerers barely caused the serpent to shudder, leaving no trace of their impact. The little princess resolutely commanded, "Cease all other attacks. Concentrate our efforts solely on its eyes." A deluge of arrows rained down upon the serpent's blood-red eyes, yet the creature, as if mocking its assailants, closed its eyelids, warding off the onslaught. At that moment, the 3 apprentice sorcerers amassed a considerable amount of magical energy, coalescing it into 3 chilling ice spears that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling radiant rainbows as they hurtled towards the serpent's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spears shattered before the serpent's gaze, scattering into countless fragments, their brilliance extinguished. However, these 3 potent magical assaults were not without effect, as the serpent's eyelids revealed faint traces of blood. Concurrently, the massive serpent's head lifted, shedding its previous listlessness. Its terrifying forked tongue flickered ominously, sharp fangs glistening with a chilling light, and its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the gathered crowd. Chen Nan concealed himself behind a rocky outcrop, ever ready to make his escape. Suddenly, a colossal serpent opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, a searing blaze sweeping towards the crowd. The 3 apprentice mages hurriedly recited their incantations, conjuring a faint blue magical barrier that enveloped them. Chen Nan stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Surely this terrifying creature has transformed into a monster. My heavens, a serpent demon." With that realization, he distanced himself from the battlefield by several paces. At that moment, the 3 apprentice mages gathered sufficient magical energy, opening a gap in their barrier and directing a sweeping wave of light towards the giant serpent. The pale blue luminescence morphed into cascading waves of water, extinguishing the flames that threatened them and drenching the massive serpent. Steam billowed from the volcano's mouth, providing the group with an opportunity to retreat several paces. The serpent, seemingly incensed, thundered as it emerged from its lair, revealing a sinuous body that extended an additional 4 to 5 yards. Debris tumbled into the depths of the volcano, and the serpent now loomed in the air, its length reaching an imposing 7 or 8 yards, its fearsome head appearing particularly menacing. The serpent gazed down upon them, its eyes glinting with malice, as if contemplating a dive towards the group. However, it ultimately retreated, begrudgingly taking refuge beside the fiery lotus, its entire form pressed against the volcanic rock. The young princess and her companions exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, a female guard stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, this serpent demon has attained formidable power, beyond our capacity to confront. It would be prudent for us to withdraw at once." A novice magician remarked, "Indeed, this is no mere snake, it is a serpent spirit. We should." The young princess cast him a fierce glare, causing the apprentice to promptly silence himself, concealed behind a volcanic rock. Chen Nan mused that the princess was fiercer than the great serpent itself. The princess declared, "Did I not provide you with 36 powerful magic arrows? If not now, then when? Fire at will." The attendants swiftly retrieved the magic arrows, knocking them onto their bows, and aimed collectively at the serpent's crimson eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows soared forth like bolts of lightning, leaving ripples in the air, causing the magical elements to oscillate irregularly. The colossal serpent seemed to sense the impending danger. Swiftly darting its menacing head aside, the arrows grazed its jaws, igniting a shower of sparks, before suddenly detonating, blasting away a substantial portion of the scales on the left side of its mouth. The subsequent arrows struck the same area, reducing the serpent's mouth to a gory mess, revealing its menacing white teeth. Infuriated, the massive serpent reared up, its blood-red tongue flickering ominously. Meanwhile, its concealed body in the cave writhed outward, causing the volcanic crater to tremor violently. All stood in stunned silence, until the princess solemnly declared, "It appears we must resort to our final gambit." From a weathered longbox behind her, she produced a longbow that shimmered with a deep, dark luster. Observing her movements, Chen Nan's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the bow with unwavering intensity. The Hui bow. He never anticipated that after countless years, he would once again behold the divine bow from the mystical realm of Xianhuan. The Hui bow had changed hands innumerable times, with its final master a millennium ago being Chen Nan's father, Chen Jian. In that era, Chen Jian achieved fame by using this bow to slay 3 unparalleled warriors who besieged him in a single day, thus establishing his formidable reputation across the entire Xianhuan continent. Chen Nan's lips quivered as he murmured, "Oh, Hui Bao, I never imagined that after 10,000 years, I would reunite with you." At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as numerous colossal boulders tumbled down from the volcanic crater, and a gigantic serpent ascended skyward, its 100-foot-long body fully exposed in the open air. Chapter 4. The Hui slays the dragon. The serpent's tail struck the ground, its massive form rearing upright in the atmosphere, exuding an awe-inspiring presence as if it were about to transform into a dragon. The little princess casually took a carved feather arrow and knocked it onto the bowstring, then summoned all her strength to draw the Hui bow back just slightly. The dark bow began to emanate a faint golden light, which flowed like a delicate mist towards the carved feather arrow on the string. The ordinary iron arrow transformed into golden essence, its entire body turning a resplendent gold before it shot forth as a beam of golden light. With the fury of wind and thunder, the world dimmed, and the golden light seemed to tear through the void, reaching the giant serpent in the blink of an eye. The serpent was engulfed in terror, sensing the immense energy contained within the golden arrow. It swiftly descended towards the ground, its massive body narrowly evading the radiant golden beam that dimmed the very heavens. The serpent coiled around the volcanic crater, trembling incessantly. A surge of blood erupted from the gaping wound of the colossal serpent, as a volcanic plume illuminated the sky with a crimson glow. The immense serpent writhed at the mouth of the volcano, sending massive boulders flying in all directions, forcing the young princess and her entourage to hastily evade the chaos. After several minutes, the serpent ceased its thrashing, rearing up once more, its fearsome head towering several dozen feet above the ground, casting a menacing glare at the princess. Yet, upon catching sight of the legendary Hui Bao, an instinctive fear flickered across its features. The serpent's body had been grievously torn open by a radiant arrow, creating a gaping wound through which light streamed, blood gushing forth in torrents. A novice mage suggested, "Your Highness, draw the divine bow once more. If you aim at that wound, you could vanquish the beast in a single shot." "I cannot," the princess replied, fatigue evident in her voice. "I lack the strength to draw the divine bow. You must try." One by one, the guards stepped forward to attempt the feat, but none possessed the strength to pull the bowstring. Hidden behind a rock, Chen Nan observed everything with acute clarity. No one present understood the Hui bow better than he did. Without exceptional prowess, drawing the divine bow was an insurmountable challenge. Had the princess possessed sufficient strength to pull the bow slightly more, even a dragon would have been unable to escape its fate. According to ancient legends, the Hui bow had once felled celestial beings, standing as one of the most formidable treasures of the immortal fantasy continent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Nan swiftly descended the mountain. It was only then that the princess truly revealed her panic, exclaiming, "I have greatly overestimated my capabilities." The guards shouted in unison, "Your Highness, flee at once." The young princess, having secured the bow of Hui, cast a penetrating glance at the crowd before her and swiftly descended the mountain. At that moment, the colossal serpent descended with a roar, stirring a tempestuous wind. Its massive head loomed before the onlookers, the blood-red forked tongue and menacingly white fangs perilously close to their bodies. 3 apprentice mages quickly conjured a faint blue barrier. The serpent's head collided violently with the magical shield, shattering it instantaneously. The apprentices spewed blood, while the guards were hurled far away by the force, tumbling down the slope. The serpent moved with lightning speed, swiftly catching up to the tumbling guards. In a horrifying instant, 2 individuals were crushed beneath the serpent's immense body. their screams stifled before they could escape, reduced to mere pulp. The guards watched in terror, their hearts nearly bursting from fear. The serpent, however, did not pursue any more guards. Its eyes gleamed with malevolence as it pursued the young princess ahead. In this perilous moment, Chen Nan's heart raced, with the little demon trailing closely behind, relentlessly chased by the serpent. The young princess cried out in panic. "Huh?" Chen Nan shouted back, "Little demon, cease your wailing and stop following me like a pesky shadow. Wretch, you dare speak to me so insolently? I shall capture you and make you a eunuch in the palace," she retorted, her composure completely shattered, replaced by overwhelming fear. Upon hearing the princess's cries, the guards, despite their excruciating pain, rose from the ground and drew their swords, aiming to strike at the serpent. Yet the ordinary iron sword could not harm the colossal serpent in the slightest. The serpent twisted its massive body, ruthlessly crashing into the guards, who were sent flying like mere straw figures. The monstrous creature had already pursued the young princess, opening its blood-red maw to unleash a torrent of flames that surged towards her. The princess, overwhelmed with terror, emitted a piercing scream. "Ah!" Just as the flames threatened to engulf her, the bow of Ho-i suddenly radiated a soft golden light, repelling the inferno and causing the serpent to halt in its tracks, startled. Simultaneously, a long howl echoed from afar, resonating like the rumble of thunder, reverberating through the air. "Yuer, do not be afraid, your master has arrived." The voice was so powerful that it sent loose stones tumbling down the volcanic slope. Chen Nan felt his ears ringing, nearly toppling over. Before long, a middle-aged man, clad in loose garments, emerged over 100 feet away. "Old man, why did you arrive so late? If you had delayed even a moment longer, I would have been devoured by this wretched serpent," the young princess exclaimed. Chen Nan, overwhelmed by the shock and the tension that had just transpired, collapsed onto the ground. Such formidable sound techniques. Could this be the legendary sound-killing skill that Songlong Xiao? And this old man, could he be a youthful spirit trapped in an elderly form? He fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged figure, who, in the blink of an eye, had drawn 50 feet closer. A master of spatial compression, this old fellow is indeed remarkable. His prowess must surely be at least at the level of a grandmaster, Chen Nan mused inwardly, filled with astonishment. In an instant, the middle-aged man had arrived before the little princess, while the enormous serpent lurked nearby, its gaze fixated on this unwelcome visitor. The middle-aged man appeared utterly unfazed by the colossal creature, affectionately ruffling the little princess's hair, chuckling. "Ha ha, my dear girl, it seems you have endured quite the ordeal. Stop it, don't pat my head." The mischievous little princess pushed his hand away, pouting. "Humph, old man, were you lurking about all along, waiting to witness my embarrassment? If I had arrived earlier, would I have simply stood by and watched as you were chased and bitten by that little snake?" Fainted. Chen Nan was truly exasperated by this master-student duo, who had the audacity to refer to that colossal creature as little. "Humph, who knows if what you say is true or false?" At that moment, the surviving guards, having narrowly escaped, stumbled over to them, avoiding the giant serpent. The middle-aged man commanded in a grave tone, "You must distance yourselves from this volcano. Retreat as far as you can." The little princess, no longer inclined to speak, led the injured guards down the mountain. Of course, Chen Nan had already made his escape, unwilling to confront that terrifying little demon. "Hey, you scoundrel, stop right there, or I shall flay your skin if I catch you," the little princess shouted fiercely. The surviving guards longed to rush forward and seize him, but their injuries left them powerless, forcing them to shout angrily from a distance. The little princess had never endured such humiliation, her silver teeth clenched in fury. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Had she not exhausted her powers, she would have undoubtedly pursued Chen Nan and dispatched him 1,000 times over. With a few swift movements, Chen Nan had descended to the foot of the mountain, disregarding the angry shouts behind him, and plunged into the depths of the nearby forest. He did not leave at that moment. Instead, he wished to witness the struggle between the recently arrived middle-aged man and the colossal serpent. Concealing himself in a corner of the dense thicket, the bow of Ho-i, which had instilled fear in the giant serpent, had already been taken away by the young princess. Yet the serpent hesitated to launch an attack on her master. Possessing a spiritual awareness, the serpent sensed the immense power residing within the seemingly frail body before it, causing its massive form to writhe uneasily. At that moment, facing the serpent alone, the master's demeanor transformed instantaneously. He appeared as a giant standing tall amidst the heavens and earth, his countenance devoid of fear, brimming with formidable confidence. The serpent, known as the king of beasts in the vicinity, had instilled such dread that no creature dared to step foot within its territory. However, in just half a day's time, its authority faced a challenge. Now, under the oppressive force emanating from the middle-aged man, it became utterly enraged, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged towards him. The middle-aged man moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he instantaneously shifted 5 paces to the side. Subsequently, he leaped high, striking the serpent's previously wounded spot with a single palm, causing blood to erupt anew from the gash. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, the serpent's upright form collapsed to the ground, its blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. A fierce gale suddenly arose, and a colossal serpent's tail swept through the air, striking towards the middle-aged man. This tail strike, akin to a sweeping assault on the battlefield, unleashed a thunderous roar, sending debris flying and dust obscuring the sky. The serpent's formidable swipe left a massive gash on the mountainside. As the dust settled, the middle-aged man stood atop the volcano, where the serpent reared up once more, its enormous head level with the volcano's crater, its fearsome jaws lunging at him. Undeterred and unwavering, the man advanced, thrusting both fists forward, conjuring a radiant expanse of white light before him. This luminous force collided with the serpent's gaping maw, resulting in a resounding explosion. The serpent plummeted to the ground, dislodging stones that scattered in all directions. The middle-aged man was also hurled to the opposite side by the tremendous recoil, landing unceremoniously on the ground. In his heart, Chen Nan silently marveled at the man's extraordinary prowess. He could single-handedly contend with the 100-foot serpent, truly a figure of transcendent mastery. Hidden within the foliage, the young princess and her companions rejoiced at the sight of the middle-aged man battling the serpent valiantly. The struggle continued as the man, leveraging his lightning-fast speed and exceptional skills, targeted the serpent's vulnerable eyes, while the serpent relied on its physical might to strike back. The two danced upon the volcano, massive boulders cascading down the mountainside. As they moved further from the volcano's mouth, descending the slope, Chen Nan sensed impending danger and quickly made his escape. The young princess and her companions shared his unease and promptly retreated a mile back. As the crowd dispersed, their former refuge transformed into a new battleground. The middle-aged man and the colossal serpent descended the mountain, engaging in a fierce confrontation. With each swing of his fist, a radiant burst of white light erupted, reducing rocks and trees to mere fragments. The serpent's destructive force surpassed that of the man, with every breath of flame it unleashed. Vast expanses of forest were reduced to smoldering ashes, and each sweeping attack felled rows of trees. Within mere moments, the entire forest lay in ruins. Chen Nan, watching in trepidation, had encountered unparalleled masters before. His father was indeed among the finest, but he had seldom witnessed such a ferocious clash. The little princess silently rejoiced, contemplating that had the serpent displayed such ferocity earlier, she might have already met her demise. Yet, this was merely her fanciful notion. Chen Nan believed she would more likely seek out demons in hell. At that moment, the middle-aged man appeared to gain the upper hand. His lightning-fast form repeatedly struck near the serpent's earlier wounds, his fists, radiating brilliant light, pummeling the same spot. The serpent writhed in agony, its massive body thrashing about. The little princess cheered, "Master, keep going. Quickly vanquish that foul serpent and avenge my guards." "Oh dear old man, how clumsy you are. Why do you let the foul serpent gain the advantage again? Is it because I praised you that you grew arrogant? Old man, you truly are pathetic. How could you allow that vile serpent to singe your hair?" The middle-aged man, with a swift motion, severed the singed lock of hair and retreated several paces. "Master, you truly are a coward. How could you possibly escape?" Chen Nan chuckled darkly, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the middle-aged man burdened with such a demonic disciple. "I was merely encouraging you," the middle-aged man retorted silently. After being stimulated, he unleashed his might, striking the colossal serpent into a state of disarray. Just as onlookers believed he had secured victory, the serpent's tail swiftly coiled around his waist like lightning, hoisting him into the air. Even the slenderest segment of the serpent's tail encircled his torso with a single wrap, ensnaring him from the chest down. The young princess gasped in horror, breaking through the guard's obstruction to rush forward. The middle-aged man struggled valiantly, a faint white light emanating from his being, intensifying with each moment. The constricting tail of the serpent began to loosen, and he was on the verge of breaking free. However, just then, the monstrous serpent's head opened its gaping, crimson maw to strike. He swiftly swung his fists outward, a brilliant white radiance repelling the fearsome head, yet the now loosened tail once again ensnared him tightly. The young princess dashed to within 10 paces of the serpent, her voice choked with emotion. "Master, no. You err. Do not weep. I am unharmed. This little serpent cannot claim my life. Master, catch the Hui bow." As she spoke, the princess hurled the bow and a carved feather arrow into the air. "Oh, master, I am so sorry. I wanted to witness your true strength, which is why I did not present the Hui bow to you earlier. Woe is me." The young princess began to weep anew. "You err. Fear not. This serpent truly poses no threat to me. With the Hui bow in hand, its demise is assured." As the middle-aged man spoke, he forcefully struck the enormous serpent's head with 2 punches, a blazing white light momentarily driving the creature back 3 paces. He extended his hands, emitting a gentle radiance that summoned the Hui bow and the feathered arrows into his grasp. "You err. Retreat quickly. Be cautious not to injure yourself." The young princess felt a sense of relief upon seeing the man secure the bow, and she turned to flee. The giant serpent, upon catching sight of the Hui bow, displayed a clear sign of trepidation, recoiling 7 or 8 paces. The man radiated an intensified glow. Once he nocked an arrow. He strained with all his might to draw the bowstring, shouting, "Release." To his astonishment, the string remained immovable. "Where has anyone else wielded the Hui bow?" he called out. "Indeed, old man. The blood hole on that vile serpent was shot by me. Are you pleased now? I have finally drawn the divine bow." "What a foolish child you are. The Hui bow can only be used once within a year. You have truly jeopardized us." "Ah, master." The giant serpent, sensing the man's inability to wield the divine bow, lunged viciously at him. The middle-aged man swung the Hui bow in defense, the darkened back of the bow colliding with the serpent's menacing white fangs, shattering 4 or 5 venomous teeth that scattered amidst a cloud of blood mist. In agony, the serpent lashed its tail, sending the man hurtling through the air. He landed clumsily on the ground, taking a deep breath before charging at the serpent, bow in hand. Chen Nan watched in disbelief. The young princess's master was using the Hui bow like a mere cudgel, causing him great anguish. "The audacity of this twisted man is truly a waste of talent," the young princess exclaimed, her face alight with delight. "Ha ha, the old man is indeed amusing." The middle-aged man leaped high, a dark flash cutting through the air as the giant serpent's steel-like scales were shattered by the arrows of Hui, causing a rain of blood to fall from the heavens. The colossal serpent, enraged, writhed violently, its massive tail sweeping horizontally and vertically, shaking the very earth beneath. Yet, the princess's master moved like lightning, evading wave after wave of lethal assaults. With the Hui bow firmly in hand, he launched a relentless barrage, leaving the serpent drenched in its own blood. Suddenly, the giant serpent halted, its body rising upright, emanating a faint golden glow. An astonishing transformation began to unfold. Its multicolored scales morphed into shimmering gold, for protrusions appeared on its abdomen, and a pair of radiant antlers sprouted from its head. A dragon's roar erupted from the serpent's mouth, reverberating through the skies. A powerful aura emanated from the creature, causing all animals within a 100-mile radius to prostrate in reverence. Everyone stood in stunned silence. "A dragon. I have seen the legendary dragon," Chen Nan shouted with exhilaration. The young princess gasped, "Oh my, we are battling a dragon." Amidst the collective excitement, however, the princess's master wore a solemn expression. Only he understood that the serpent's transformation into a dragon had not been successful. The dragon claws on its belly had not emerged, signifying that failure would lead only to death. He murmured softly, "My apologies, brother serpent. I believed you to be a mere snake demon who had failed in your cultivation. I never imagined you had spent countless years striving for the true form of a dragon. Had you not reached this critical juncture in your transformation, I fear we would have long since met our demise." At that moment, the golden scales of the colossal serpent began to shed, revealing gory flesh beneath. The serpent let out a mournful dragon's roar, expelling a glimmering golden essence from its mouth. This essence suddenly shattered in midair, transforming into a shower of golden rain that vanished into the ether. The serpent, having failed in its transformation, surged forth as a beam of golden light. plunging into the mouth of the volcano in the blink of an eye. The young princess's master felt a profound sense of loss. Had he vanquished a mere demonic serpent, he would not have been so deeply affected. However, having slain a sacred serpent with the potential to become a dragon weighed heavily on his heart. Perhaps this world is devoid of absolute right and wrong. He sighed deeply. With a heavy heart, the middle-aged man approached the volcano's edge. He soared to the location of the fire lotus, plucking a single petal before uprooting the entire plant and casting it into the volcanic depths. Brother serpent, this may be the will of fate. Had the fire lotus ripened half an hour earlier, you might have ascended as a dragon. That lotus would surely have ensured the immortality of your spirit. May you attain true dragonhood in your next life, he murmured. The young princess interjected, you are mistaken. It was indeed a dragon. I distinctly saw a dragon, didn't you all? She addressed the guards. It was a dragon. Absolutely a dragon. I saw it clearly. The guards affirmed. The middle-aged man replied coolly. One tends to experience illusions during moments of extreme tension. You were all too anxious just now. The young princess retorted, Old man, you seem rather peculiar today. You must be hiding something from me. The middle-aged man chuckled. Oh, you mischievous little girl, always letting your imagination run wild. Behold, this is the flame lotus you are to harvest. Ah, why is there only a single petal? You, indeed, are quite greedy. Securing even a single petal of such a celestial herb is a remarkable feat. The remaining petals have already fallen into the volcano, having ripened. Alas, what a pity. The young princess sighed. By the way, master, what of that serpent? Did you slay it? It has perished beneath the bow of Hoi. Oh, old man, you are quite peculiar today. You have vanquished a dragon. No, a colossal serpent. And yet you appear so lackluster, the princess remarked, her large eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed at the middle-aged man. He pinched her nose and deftly changed the subject, chuckling, you little rascal. How could you sneak out of the palace? Do you not realize how worried your father must be? How annoying. The princess swatted his hand away. I ventured out to find the flame lotus not merely for my father. On his 60th birthday, I shall present him with this lotus, and he will be utterly delighted. You little imp, do you not comprehend the dangers of your actions? How can you be so reckless? All right, I understand. You are even more loquacious than my grandmother. Master, I have heard that you harbored a secret affection for my grandmother in your youth. Is that true? The princess teased with a sly smile. Do not divert the topic. Is that not the legendary divine beast? Do Qilins truly exist in this world? The princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I wish to go as well. The middle-aged man returned the Hoi bow to the little princess, saying, how did you manage to steal the Hoi bow? You must understand that this is a national treasure of the Chu kingdom, primarily used to intimidate unparalleled masters from other nations. You truly do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. The divine bow has previously been sealed. It can only be used once within a year. How could you so carelessly take it for use? Fortunately, the Chu kingdom currently faces no formidable enemies, rendering it largely unnecessary. I understand now. The little princess replied with a prolonged tone. Chapter 5. Covert battle. The great serpent's transformation into a dragon was thwarted, and at the moment its inner core shattered. A rain of golden sparks erupted in all directions, yet no one noticed a single beam of golden light soaring into the distance. This golden light pierced through countless trees before descending to the ground, where a resplendent golden orb rolled to the feet of Chen Nan. Observing everything clearly, he excitedly crouched down to pick up the golden orb. The orb shimmered with a flowing brilliance, emanating a serene glow that brought him great tranquility. Well versed in the legends of dragons, Chen Nan found no secrets in the golden orb before him. Although the great serpent had failed in its transformation, it had nonetheless reached the semi-dragon realm, possessing a power that was half serpentine and half draconic. The shattered inner core was a manifestation of its internal essence, encapsulating its entire vitality, half serpent essence and half dragon essence. When the inner core exploded, the serpent essence dissipated into the air, yet the dragon essence remained intact, coalescing into what became the dragon orb. The dragon orb. This is truly the dragon orb, Chen Nan exclaimed in awe. Though small in size, the dragon orb harbored an essence of pure and formidable dragon power, making it an invaluable treasure. Chen Nan was acutely aware of the function of this orb. Within a single hour, the dragon pearl remains activated. Should one ingest it during this time and withstand the overwhelming surge of dragon power, the individual would be able to absorb a substantial essence of the pearl, approximately 30 to 40%, thus achieving unparalleled strength. However, if the dragon pearl is not consumed by any person or creature within this hour, it swiftly loses its luster. The formidable dragon power retracts entirely into the core of the pearl, rendering its outer layer extraordinarily hard, impervious to any weapon below the divine artifact level. This signifies that the immense dragon power contained within can no longer be easily harnessed. A millennium ago, Chen Nan's lineage dictated that he must ascend to greatness. Yet his cultivation remained stagnant, the insignificance of his powers the source of his anguish. He had longed for formidable strength, and now the opportunity lay before him. Yet he hesitated. It was not the fear of being overwhelmed by the dragon power that troubled him. Rather, he recalled a conversation with his father. Chen Nan remarked, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures may grant an individual immense power in an instant, transforming them into an unparalleled master. However, every gain comes with a loss. To attain the coveted strength means relinquishing the qualification to strive for supremacy among the strongest. Power acquired from external sources shackles the development of one's innate abilities, an immutable chain that one can never break free from." Chen Nan replied, "Even if I cannot become the strongest, the chance to become an extraordinary master is still a worthy pursuit. To withstand the formidable surge of spiritual energy emanating from rare, celestial treasures, one must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Beyond possessing an exceptional physique, one must harbor an indomitable spirit. How could such a person endure the relentless torment of eternal hopelessness? Ultimately, self-destruction would be inevitable." Chen Nan replied, "Surely, it cannot be so extreme." Chen Nan countered, "The powerful fear not solitude. Rather, they dread stagnation on the path to strength." Although Chen Nan did not wholly concur with his father's perspective, he acknowledged a kernel of truth within it. To consume it may instantly elevate me to greatness, or perhaps lead to my immediate demise. Regardless of the outcome, I would forfeit my qualifications to become the strongest. Chen Nan remarked with self-deprecation, "For someone like me, whose martial prowess has stagnated, perhaps swallowing the dragon pearl is the wisest choice, as it presents an opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Is this perhaps a divine blessing?" He pondered, gazing at the shimmering dragon pearl in his hand. After a prolonged hesitation, he sighed, "Yet, I truly refuse to accept such a gift. I, Chen Nan, seek no favors." Reflecting on his past, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Before the age of 16, he was hailed as a prodigy in martial arts, his skills advancing at an astonishing pace, earning him the title of the foremost among peers. However, that marked the onset of his nightmares. No matter his efforts, he could no longer elevate his cultivation. Even witnessing his family's ancestral technique plummet from the pinnacle of the second heaven to the mid-tier of the first heaven. As he observed his contemporaries surmounting him one by one, despair and bitterness took root in his heart. Although he vaguely suspected that the significant decline in his martial arts prowess was related to certain external factors, he found himself unable to uncover the truth. Once the halo of genius faded, a torrent of derision cascaded upon him from behind, yet he could utter no words in response. The weight of public opinion and the immense pressure of his family's expectations bore down upon him like a colossal mountain, leading him to feel utterly inadequate, as though he were unworthy of being born into such a prestigious lineage. After a millennium of rebirth, Chen Nan's martial arts cultivation remained stagnant. However, the oppressive burden from his family had completely vanished. After a year of adjustment, he had seamlessly integrated into the current society, freeing himself from the shackles of past suffering and restoring his true nature. Perhaps today I have missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but I have no regrets. The once resplendent dragon pearl gradually dimmed, ultimately retreating into a subdued brilliance, its hue transforming from golden to emerald, resembling an ordinary pearl. A wisp of light smoke rose gracefully from the distant mountains, igniting a spark of joy in Chen Nan as he ventured forth. Stopping at a distance of 100 paces from the smoke, he hesitated, cautious of acting recklessly. If it were the group of the little princess, he would find himself without a burial place. After meticulous observation, he concluded that this was a party of strangers, seemingly searching for a way out of the mountains. For the next 2 days, he trailed silently behind them. Yet, fortune seemed to evade Chen Nan. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as he leisurely followed the group, 7 or 8 shadowy figures suddenly lunged from his surroundings, encircling him completely. From their piercing gazes, it is evident that each individual is a master in their own right. The chilling aura of death that emanates from them suggests that they have all faced the trials of life and death. Chen Nan explained, I am a lost hunter, seeking to follow in your footsteps to escape this vast mountain. A hunter dares to venture into the depths of this mountain range? The young noble pointed at a burly man beside him, commanding, You, step forward. His authoritative tone indicated he was accustomed to issuing orders, leading Chen Nan to surmise that this young noble was indeed a person of considerable significance. The burly man wielded a large sword, broad and long, and as he approached, he swung it down towards Chen Nan. Reacting swiftly, Chen Nan dodged to the side, causing the man's strike to miss. Yet, the second swing followed, the blade shimmering with a faint azure light, aimed at Chen Nan's midsection. In his heart, Chen Nan exclaimed, Could it be? A solidified sword energy. This must be the skill of a master. How could such a person willingly serve another? Despite his astonishment, he managed to evade the attack in the nick of time. The azure blade cleaved the ground, leaving a shallow groove. Chen Nan found it perplexing. The power of the solidified sword energy could not possibly be so feeble. Even an ordinary sword strike would surpass this one in strength. Could it be the Western martial energy? After closely observing the burly man's stance, he confirmed his suspicions. The man's fierce slashes continued, forcing Chen Nan into a confrontation, with layers of martial energy crashing down upon him. The faint azure light plunged Chen Nan into a perilous predicament. The young gentleman standing beside coldly scoffed. Do ordinary hunters possess such formidable martial skills? If you do not speak the truth, you shall find yourself without a grave after 10 strikes. Chen Nan hurriedly exclaimed, Stop. I will speak. The young gentleman clapped his hands and instructed, Cease. The burly man sheathed his sword and addressed Chen Nan, Impressive, lad. You managed to withstand over 20 of my strikes. In a low voice, Chen Nan lamented in the ancient tongue of the continent. In every era, the strong are revered. After my martial arts cultivation regressed, it is inevitable that I must endure various misfortunes. A tiger fallen on hard times is bullied by dogs. Quickly pondering his predicament, he said, Esteemed sir, if I claim to be an ordinary hunter trained in martial arts, you would surely not believe me. However, I can prove it to you. The young gentleman inquired, How will you prove it? I am a hunter, and thus, I shall demonstrate my abilities as one. Chen Nan bent down, scooped up a handful of soil, brought it to his nose, and declared, I am certain that within a 3-mile radius, there is no other large beast besides a female tiger. Oh, are you truly certain? The young gentleman asked. I am indeed certain. Very well, Yang Chong. Take a few men and investigate the area. A young man responded promptly, Understood. He led several individuals into the depths of the forest to search. The young man cast a glance at the deceased tiger, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, It seems you truly are a hunter. However, I have some lingering doubts. Given the distance, it would take at least 3 days to traverse these mountains. Did you truly pursue that white deer for 3 days and nights? Upon finishing his words, the young man's tone shifted to one of cold authority as he commanded, Find him. A few skilled warriors surged forward, their sharp blades poised at various vital points on Chen Nan's body. Faced with such overwhelming prowess, he knew any attempt to resist would be as futile as an ant shaking a tree, thus he refrained from fighting back. A bitter smile curled upon his lips. Having just escaped the clutches of the little princess, he now found himself ensnared once more. One of the young master's subordinates queried, Young Master San, why not simply kill him instead of binding him? From the disjointed phrase Young Master San, Chen Nan gleaned a hint of significance, further affirming that this individual was far from ordinary. The young master replied, Let us secure him for now. I sense he is no ordinary man. Before anyone attempted to strike him, I failed to discern that he was a martial artist. Thus began Chen Nan's second experience of captivity. Yet this time his treatment was markedly improved. At the very least, he was not regarded as mere property, nor were there any unwarranted displays of excitement directed towards him. This group exhibited remarkable discipline, exchanging only the occasional hushed words between the young master and his companions. 2 days later, Chen Nan could not help but marvel at the whims of fate, for he found himself once again in the presence of the little princess. Now, only 10 individuals remained in her retinue, for guards and 2 apprentice mages had perished in the struggle against the colossal serpent, and those who survived bore grievous wounds that had yet to heal. Upon encountering the young prince and his entourage, the little princess was momentarily taken aback. her brow slightly furrowing. Yet she quickly unveiled a radiant smile. How astonishing that the vast Tianyuan continent is so small, to encounter His Highness the Third Prince here. The young prince reciprocated her joy with a beaming expression. Indeed, I too did not anticipate meeting Princess Yu here. The little princess playfully remarked, why would the third prince, instead of enjoying the luxuries in the royal city of Baiwa, venture to the borders of our Chu kingdom? Surely, a diplomatic mission does not necessitate a journey into the deep mountains. Not far away, Chen Nan listened intently, feeling a sense of wonder. Within just a few days in the vast mountains, he had stumbled upon a princess and a prince. The third prince responded, Princess Yu's words remain as incisive as ever. I cannot bear the weight of such an accusation as trespassing into another's territory. If my memory serves me right, this mountain range in the central region of the Tianyuan continent does not belong to any nation. The little princess retorted, Your Highness, with your myriad responsibilities. How could you find yourself here without reason? After all, we are nearing the borders of our Chu kingdom, which naturally raises suspicions. The third prince chuckled, Ah, Princess Yu, you worry unnecessarily. The true reason for my visit is that I have heard tales of a divine Qilan beast appearing in the Luofeng mountain range. And I wish to tempt fate and catch a glimpse of this legendary creature. The little princess replied, Oh, I see. I did not expect the news to travel so swiftly that even His Highness the Third Prince, far away in Baiwa, has heard of it. The third prince remarked, It is said that the appearance of a unicorn heralds the emergence of a saintly figure. The manifestation of this divine beast has already stirred the entire continent. The young princess sighed, Alas, I truly wish to behold what this unicorn looks like, but regrettably, I have no opportunity to do so. The third prince, intrigued, inquired, Why does your highness speak in such a manner? A glint of insight flashed in his eyes as he added, Could it be that Zhuge Qingfeng is involved? Indeed. That old man, she replied. Zhuge is renowned throughout the realm, his martial prowess transcending the ordinary. He is one of the esteemed masters I hold in great reverence. Is that so? If that old fellow were to hear of this, he would surely be delighted. Perhaps he might even take you as his apprentice. If such were the case, I would consider myself fortunate indeed. The young princess laughed. Perhaps that old man has already heard and is now contemplating whether to indeed accept you as a disciple. A fleeting look of doubt crossed the third prince's face as he chuckled. Huh, how could that be? Hasn't Master Zhuge already departed for the Falling Wind Mountains? Even if his skills are divine, it is improbable he could hear words spoken hundreds of kilometers away. Oh, it seems the elder truly cares for you. Fearing you might encounter some misfortune, the third prince jested. It is evident he does not trust me. The third prince then observed the young princess's guards and remarked, Princess Yu, have your attendants been injured? Their faces are all remarkably pale. Indeed, we encountered an ancient giant on our way to the Falling Wind Mountains. Fortunately, the old man arrived just in time, or we would have been in grave danger, the young princess replied, her expression reflecting her lingering fear. How fortunate we are. This mountain range is often plagued by monsters, and it is imperative that you have skilled protectors. Allow me to escort you out of the mountains. The third prince declared earnestly. A flicker of cold light passed through the little princess's eyes as she smiled and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. But there is no need for your trouble. My old master will take good care of us. Princess Yu, you need not be so courteous. In such circumstances, it is both my duty and my sentiment to ensure your safe passage. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Elder Zhuge has truly followed us. I appreciate your goodwill, third prince, but we truly do not require your escort. We are already at the edge of the mountain range, where monsters rarely appear. That is out of the question. I must escort you out, or my heart will remain restless. Seeing that she could no longer decline, the little princess displayed a look of gratitude and said, Then I shall rely on you, third prince. You are too kind, Princess Yu. Chen Nan observed everything clearly, quietly marveling at how the two, born into a world of intrigue and scheming, had swiftly engaged in a battle of wits within mere moments. The little princess, leading her group of severely injured guards, felt a sense of unease upon encountering the third prince of the Baiwa kingdom. She could not shake the suspicion that this was no mere coincidence. It was highly likely that he had been waiting here for them. To protect herself, she initially took a bold and aggressive stance, leaving the third prince uncertain of her true intentions, and then inadvertently mentioned Zhuge Qingfeng, which instilled a sense of caution in him. Yet, the third prince was no ordinary individual. Despite his doubts, he did not retreat, but rather sought to accompany them further to ascertain the truth. The two individuals could be described as masters of deceit and nonsense. The third prince and the little princess, accompanied by their respective entourages, ventured forth from the mountains. Chen Nan, trailing at the rear of the group, silently rejoiced that the third prince had ensnared the little princess's attention, preventing her from noticing his concealed presence. However, this fleeting respite was short-lived, as a guard under the little demon quickly identified him as a bound captive. One of the guards approached the little demon and whispered a few words. In that moment, Chen Nan felt as though darkness had enveloped the earth and the sky had lost its hue. The little princess approached Chen Nan, her face alight with excitement, undoubtedly displaying the most genuine expression she had worn since encountering the third prince. Yet, Chen Nan would have preferred to see her insincere smile rather than her heartfelt joy at that moment. He silently cried out, "May the demons of hell take away your progeny." Initially, the third prince could not fathom why the little princess of Chu was suddenly so elated. He speculated whether Zhuge Chengfeng had arrived nearby. However, following the direction of the little princess's gaze, he finally discerned the source of her excitement, the captive they had apprehended the previous day. The third prince was taken aback, and doubts regarding Chen Nan's identity began to swirl in his mind. He cleared his throat and said, "This person has been stealthily following us on the road, and was subsequently captured by my subordinates. Your Highness, do you recognize this individual?" "Indeed, I do," the little princess replied through gritted teeth. "He is a young eunuch I had brought from my palace to serve me, but when we encountered the ancient giant, he was the first to flee. You didn't expect to see me so soon, did you?" Chen Nan felt utterly dizzy, being referred to as a eunuch. The little princess glared at him fiercely, her intentions unmistakable. The threat and intimidation compelled him to comply. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Chen Nan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Please punish me, Your Highness." The third prince chuckled. "Since you are the servant of Princess Chu, you may deal with him as you see fit." With that, he turned and left. He. The little princess looked at Chen Nan, her face brimming with delight. A chill ran through Chen Nan's body as he lowered his voice. "Your Highness, let us make a deal." Recalling Chen Nan's earlier vile words, the little princess trembled with anger and retorted sharply, "What makes you think you can make a deal with me? Dream on. Zhuge Chengfeng is actually absent. The third prince intends to deal with you." Chen Nan hastily blurted out before the little devil's hand could strike. The little princess lowered her raised hand and scrutinized him closely, saying, "It seems I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect this scoundrel to possess some wit. However, I am currently quite displeased, so the deal is postponed. I need to vent my frustrations now." "Ah!" The forest echoed with Chen Nan's miserable cries, interspersed with the little devil princess's triumphant laughter. In the distance, the third prince and others exchanged glances, gaining further insight into the rumored little witch. A luminous full moon hangs high in the sky, casting its silvery light like pure white feathers upon the forest floor. The gentle night breeze carries with it the subtle fragrance of flowers and grass, enveloping the entire woodland in a tranquil, watery glow. From a distance, the scene appears soft, hazy, harmonious, and serene. The bruised and battered Chen Nan is quietly conferring with the little demon princess within a tent. They have concluded that their unexpected encounter with the third prince and his companions in the forest was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated affair, with these individuals having lain in wait along the mountain path. The little princess remarked, "I had an instinct from the very beginning that they intended harm against me, yet I could not comprehend their motives." Chen Nan inquired, "What is the current state of relations between the kingdom of Baiwei and the state of Chu?" The princess replied, "The two nations have maintained a relatively amicable relationship in recent years, with no significant grievances arising. That is indeed peculiar. If that is the case, why would they wish ill upon the princess?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nan chuckled and said, "I believe I understand. They seek to commit an abduction." "Go to hell," the little princess exclaimed, delivering a sharp punch to Chen Nan's head. He winced in pain and muttered, "I am merely assisting your highness in analysis. How can you react so strongly? Besides, is it not a possibility? You need not concern yourself with that. Everyone knows that this third prince is not a man of debauchery." Chen Nan responded, "Perhaps he intends to present the princess as a gift to another." Listening to Chen Nan compare her to a mere gift, the little devil princess's eyes widened in fury, and she coldly retorted, "You scoundrel, your words are utterly distasteful. Do you not realize to whom you are speaking?" However, she quickly regained her composure, pondering for a moment before stating, The likelihood is nearly zero. How peculiar. What, apart from Her Highness, could possibly compel the third prince to take such a reckless risk? Wait a moment, the Hui Bao. Both Chen Nan and the little princess exclaimed simultaneously, their realizations dawning upon them. On that fateful day when Her Highness used the Hui Bao to slay the giant serpent, the golden arrow must have soared through the sky, undoubtedly witnessed by the third prince. No wonder this wretch constantly casts glances at the box behind me. He is coveting our national treasure, the Hui Bao. How infuriating. The little princess clenched her tiny fists and said, "You scoundrel, have you yet devised a single countermeasure? It is not entirely my fault. A skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. The guards of Her Highness are grievously injured, leaving us without soldiers to deploy. What can I do? Perhaps it would be best to simply present the Hui Bao to the third prince. After all, those who recognize the times are wise." Noticing a cold smile creeping onto the little devil princess's lips, Chen Nan hastily curtailed his words and forced a chuckle. "You scoundrel! Just the other day you brazenly proclaimed your intent to strike a bargain with me, yet now you are of no assistance whatsoever. This works in my favor. I can deal with you without hesitation. You have no idea how arduous it has been for me to seek you these past few days. I could hardly wait to peel your skin off." As he beheld the malevolent smile of the little princess, Chen Nan could not help but shiver. "Your Highness, I did not intend to spy on you as you emerged from your bath," he uttered. Upon hearing this, the princess's eyes nearly ignited with fury. You wretched scoundrel. How dare you mention that? I ought to slay you." Chapter 6. A blood-soaked battle wait. Chen Nan hastily retreated, saying, "Your Highness, your heart is rather unyielding. During the day, I was fully aware of your faction's precarious position, yet I boldly chose to ally with you. How can you treat me thus? You slippery thief. You have clearly discerned that the third prince would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you after striking. Otherwise, you would not have risked your life to negotiate with me," she retorted. "Cough. Then you cannot kill me now. Your guards are severely injured, and I still possess some strength to fight." The little princess pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile as she looked at him. "Very well, for the time being, I shall spare you. Here, take this." As she handed over the box containing the Hui Bao, Chen Nan exclaimed, "No, please, just kill me instead." He realized that the little princess had resolutely made a decision. She would sacrifice the Hui Bao to redirect everyone's attention and then seize an opportunity to escape. "Fine, I shall kill you." The princess drew her sword. "No, please, I will carry it." On this tranquil night, hidden dangers lurked within the forest. At the third prince's tent, shadows danced with the glint of blades as he conspired quietly with his subordinates. The commander of the guards under the third prince, Yang Chong, remarked, "That old man Zhuge Chengfeng is certainly not nearby. We were all deceived during the day. Your Highness, it is time to act, lest prolonged waiting lead to unforeseen complications." The third prince pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us not be hasty. We have already encircled them. Let us closely monitor their movements without acting recklessly. We shall allow them to remain tense through the night, and when dawn breaks and they let their guard down, we will strike." Yang Chong responded, "Is it truly necessary to regard them with such gravity? Every one of them is gravely injured. That little witch, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly surpass your Highness." The third prince replied coolly, "Yang Chong, you lack the necessary experience. Your recklessness makes it difficult for me to trust you to act independently. Indeed, they are all wounded. But a cornered tiger can still be dangerous. Never underestimate your adversary. If we can dishearten them and diminish their strength over the course of a night, why should we not take advantage of that? The art of defeating an enemy lies in creating advantageous conditions by any means necessary. You must learn this well." Yang Chong felt a sheen of sweat on his brow. He held both respect and trepidation for the third prince, sensing an elusive aura of dominance that cast a heavy pressure upon him. "Yes, I acknowledge my error. Your Highness, are you not departing?" "I cannot leave just yet. I have yet to visit the Mount Luofeng to see the Jian," the third prince replied with a smile. Yang Chong remarked, "Your Highness, this course of action is exceedingly perilous. Your Highness exhibits remarkable wisdom. Very well, go and make the necessary arrangements. Inform them that when dawn arrives, they must act decisively, leaving no survivors." The third prince's face was etched with an icy demeanor. "Yes, I understand," replied his subordinate. Despite having endured countless trials of life and death, Yang Chong could not suppress a shiver at that moment. The little princess, Chu Yu, summoned all her followers. Her countenance transformed from one of playful mirth to an expression of grave solemnity, resembling a steadfast general. The scoundrel Chen Nan has undoubtedly informed you of the impending events. Innocent men suffer for the sins of others. The third prince of the Baiwei kingdom harbors sinister ambitions, coveting our cherished treasure, the Hou Yi Bao. The disparity in strength between our factions is stark. Even if I were to present the Hou Yi Bao to them now, their hearts would remain devoid of mercy, and they would still resort to murder to silence us. Yet, death can manifest in two forms: the disgraceful surrender without a fight, or a noble demise in battle. Which path do you choose? A chorus of hushed yet fervent voices erupted from the guards. A noble demise in battle. Indeed, though we find ourselves cornered, we shall never yield. We must fight with unwavering resolve, ensuring they pay the most excruciating price for their transgressions. Are you willing to defend the dignity of our Chu kingdom with your blood? We are willing. We pledge to fight for our princess. We are prepared to shed the last drop of blood for the Chu kingdom. Excellent. Let us commence our preparations. The little princess assigned each guard a specific location, instructing them to stealthily take their positions under the cover of night. Turning to Chen Nan, she added, "Scoundrel, given your limited martial prowess, I shall not demand you to slay foes. Your task is merely to safeguard the Hou Yi Bao." Chen Nan, do you have anything to add? A female guard stood and said, "Your Highness, why don't we take advantage of the night to break through?" The young princess shook her head and sighed. "Come closer." She lifted a corner of the tent and picked up a small stone, tossing it into the distance, where it landed softly in the grass. At that moment, a faint twang of bowstrings filled the air, and dozens of arrows shot towards the spot where the stone had fallen. Did you all see that? They had already prepared and laid an ambush for us. Since that is the case, we shall wait here for them to fall into our trap. The guards could not help but express their admiration for the young princess. She continued, "I suspect that if they do not attack within the hour, they may delay until dawn. You must be extremely cautious and never let your guard down. Now go prepare." Chen Nan sighed inwardly, surprised by the little demon's meticulous thoughts. It was a pity that she lacked the means to fight back. If she possessed strength comparable to that of the third prince, the outcome would be uncertain. This little girl was indeed formidable. As everyone was about to leave, one guard suddenly knelt down, vowing, "I will do everything in my power to protect the princess and ensure her escape." Seeing this, the other guards also knelt. "We pledge to protect the princess with our lives. I would give my last drop of blood for the princess." Everyone present solemnly vowed to safeguard the young princess with their lives. Certainly, there exists an exception, namely the scoundrel and rascal in the eyes of the little princess. Chen Nan, he mused to himself, what a jest. This little demon has long been prepared to flee, while I am tasked with bearing the burden of the Hou Yi Bao to face demise. How infuriating it is that this wretched fellow would thrust me into such peril. Alas, had the Hou Yi Bao not been sealed, who could have obstructed me? Once the guards vacated the tent, they immediately concealed themselves nearby. Just as Chen Nan intended to approach the adjacent tent, a female swordsman suddenly drew her blade and rested it against his throat, declaring, "You must remain here to protect the princess. Stay put and behave yourself." Chen Nan felt more wrong than Do-Yi from ancient myths, inexplicably ensnared in this whirlpool and ensconced in danger. Death is not inherently painful, it is but a fleeting moment. The true agony lies in the anticipation of death. Each passing minute is a torment, the strings of his heart tightening with time, until they can no longer bear the immense strain and ultimately snap, leading to collapse. Despite the exceptional skills of the princess's guards, they too could not evade the cold sweat that emerged during this protracted wait. In contrast, the enigmatic figure of Chen Nan appeared relatively at ease. He was diligently surveying the escape route, continuously refining his strategy for flight. First, I shall hurl the Hou Yi Bao at that unfortunate soul. Then, I should dash to that location. Should I feign death beneath that tree during the nth step? I shall contemplate this further. Finally, I shall make my escape amidst their utmost chaos. Were these individuals to uncover Chen Nan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly eliminate him on the spot. As the radiant morning star lingered on the eastern horizon, Chen Nan sensed that the moment of life and death was imminent. He retrieved the ebony Hou Yi Bao from its case and gently caressed it. In the ancient tongue of the continent, he murmured, "Old friend, do you still remember me? I am Chen Nan. Who would have thought that we would reunite after a millennium?" At that moment, a nearby guard nudged him, inquiring, "What are you muttering about?" "Oh, nothing," he replied. Just then, A circle of over 20 figures began to encroach upon their position. The guards under the little princess exhaled deeply, as the torment of their prolonged wait reached its climax. Regardless of whether they would survive, they could no longer endure such anguish. As the protracted night drew to a close, a palpable aura of death filled the forest, and the assailants charged forth like ravenous wolves. Simultaneously, the guards of the little princess had already aimed their bows at the intruders. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew forth in unison, and a chorus of anguished cries erupted as 6 men succumbed to their wounds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yang Chong, the commander of the guards under the third prince, cursed softly, "Damn it, this devilish princess is still on guard even as dawn breaks." As the 9th assailant fell to the ground, struck by the arrows, the guards under the third prince surged forward, rendering the bows ineffective. The guards accompanying the little princess gripped their weapons and advanced to meet the threat, while 2 individuals remained stationary, Chen Nan and a novice sorcerer who had survived the battle against the colossal serpent. Chen Nan was searching for an opportunity to flee, while the novice sorcerer began to chant a spell, preparing to unleash his magic. A wave of magical energy rippled through the air as a colossal ice spear swiftly materialized. The spear transformed into a streak of white light, piercing through the ranks of enemies, and in the blink of an eye, it struck down 2 foes before shattering after claiming a third victim. The apprentice mage, delighted by his successful ambush, was soon dismayed to discover that his reserves of magic had been completely depleted. Severely wounded, he had already achieved the remarkable feat of casting a spell once. However, the inability to wield magic again at that moment signified his impending demise. A steel sword was hurled towards him, finding its mark in the apprentice mage's heart, and with a look of unwillingness, he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Nan remained motionless, lying in the grass as he awaited the opportune moment to escape. The combatants on both sides suffered casualties. The princess's guards, despite sustaining numerous injuries, persevered, embodying a desperate struggle for survival. Suddenly, the young princess burst forth from her tent like a flash of lightning, plunging into the throng of enemies with a slender sword in hand. Wherever she passed, foes fell lifelessly, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms in her wake. Chen Nan was taken aback. He had anticipated that the princess would seize the chaos to flee, yet she had chosen to charge into the fray. It seemed she had undergone a painful inner conflict before altering her decision, for otherwise, she would not have forcibly bestowed the Ho Yi Bao upon him earlier. Who would have thought that the little demon has yet to evolve into a true embodiment of malevolence? Alas, she is still but a young girl, her heart not entirely hardened. She cannot bear to abandon her subordinates to flee alone. Perhaps in a few years, that may no longer be the case. As chaos erupted among the enemy ranks, Chen Nan rose, brandishing the obsidian Ho Yi Bao with both hands, instantly becoming the focal point of attention. A surge of murderous intent converged upon him from multiple directions. The young princess, witnessing Chen Nan successfully divert the enemy's gaze, briefly displayed a glimmer of compassion in her eyes. However, it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. Chen Nan called out to the guards of the third prince, "Brothers, I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. Is it not this Ho Yi Bao that you desire?" With that, he tossed the bow, deliberately miscalculating its trajectory, causing it to land beside the young princess. "Attack!" commanded the guards of the third prince, surging forward, while the princess's guards, fiercely protective of their mistress, charged as well. The encirclement immediately disintegrated, and all rushed towards the princess, or rather, the Ho Yi Bao, resulting in a tumultuous melee between the 2 factions. The young princess glared at Chen Nan with a fierce intensity, her eyes ablaze with rage. Had her gaze possessed the power to kill, Chen Nan would have been reduced to ashes. Reluctantly, she shifted her focus to the approaching adversaries, drawing her sword to confront them. Chen Nan smirked and declared, "Do not blame me. I do not provoke others unless provoked. It was you who compelled me to carry the Ho Yi Bao to my demise. I merely act in self-defense." He bent down to retrieve a long sword from the ground, securing it at his side. Just as he turned to flee deeper into the woods, the Ho Yi Bao suddenly plummeted from above, landing at his feet. The third prince emerged from the depths of the forest, accompanied by 4 guards. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "How intriguing, how captivating, truly splendid. To my astonishment, even Princess Yu has moments of miscalculation, allowing you to exploit an opportunity. I truly underestimated you." as I did not anticipate your remarkable quick wit. I was originally here awaiting the arrival of Her Highness, Princess Yu, yet unexpectedly, you were the first to escape. Your Highness, the third prince, I have never considered you an adversary. I did not emerge from the palace alongside them, nor am I some mere eunuch. That little demon, oh, the Princess Yu, her incessant pursuit of me stems from my knowledge of a monumental secret, one she has long sought to extract from me. Yet she has failed in her endeavors. You dare to call her a little demon? Huh, you are indeed amusing, laughed the third prince. However, his countenance soon darkened as he remarked, you are nothing more than a clever trickster in my presence. Do not attempt any deceit in front of me, nor harbor the delusion that you can bargain for your freedom with some grand secret. A chill gripped Chen Nan's heart, and beads of cold sweat formed upon him as he replied, it is the truth. I stumbled upon a map within an ancient cavern. Although I am not well versed in ancient culture, I can recognize a few characters, including the 3 archaic characters for Xuanwu armor. What? The third prince exclaimed in surprise. But his expression quickly hardened, his voice turning icy as he said, you possess audacity indeed, to speak such nonsense before me. Your Highness, every word I utter is factual and irrefutable. Otherwise, I would not be relentlessly pursued by that little demon, Chen Nan insisted. The third prince's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he stared intently at Chen Nan, and after a prolonged silence, he inquired, where is the map? I have concealed it in a secret location. The celestial treasure, the Xuanwu armor, which had never been possessed by anyone, indeed possessed an immense allure. Although the third prince did not fully believe Chen Nan's words, he chose to spare his life for the time being, intending to verify the claims later. With a sigh of relief, Chen Nan presented the Hui Bao, cradling it in his hands, to the third prince, who exhibited a look of exhilaration as he eagerly caressed the darkened Bao's surface. The legendary Hui Bao has finally come into my possession. Haha. His eyes gleamed with fervent intensity. At this moment, daylight broke forth, casting a soft glow upon the forest, where a delicate mist lingered. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, and scattered throughout the depths of the woods lay numerous corpses in disarray. The little princess, clad in white, had blossomed with several crimson stains upon her garments. Her eyes burned with fury, and every strike of her sword drew blood, having claimed the lives of the majority of the third prince's guards. Yet, her own retinue had suffered nearly complete annihilation, with only 1 or 2 remaining, intermittently groaning weakly on the ground. Stop, the third prince declared loudly. It is indeed impressive, Princess Yu. My guards are skilled fighters, capable of facing 10 foes each. Yet they have still endured such heavy casualties. The captain of the guards, Yang Chong, along with 3 others, retreated from their assault on the little princess. She leaned heavily on her sword, gasping for breath, her long black hair soaked with sweat, clinging together in strands. Exhausted, she felt the profound sting of her guards' tragic fates. Yet it was the fire of her wrath that sustained her until this moment. The little princess glared fiercely at the third prince, reproaching him, Jian. Do you not fear that your actions will incite a war between the kingdom of Chu and the kingdom of Baiwa? Haha, Princess Yu. You should know full well that today's incident will eternally remain a peculiar case. No one will ever learn of the mishap involving the little princess of Chu here. There is no wall that does not allow sound to pass through. This matter will eventually spread across the continent. There are neither walls nor eavesdroppers here. The little princess pointed at Chen Nan, declaring, is he not one? Haha. It amuses me to think that the illustrious little princess of Chu, the renowned little witch, has been outmaneuvered by such a trivial character. The little princess fixed a menacing gaze upon Chen Nan. Had she the ability to move, she would have charged at him with her sword. Chen Nan felt a surge of indignation. The little demon was still attempting to frame him at such a moment. The third prince cast a cold glance at Chen Nan, then turned his attention back to the little princess, saying, Princess Yu, how do you suggest I deal with you? A beauty such as yourself makes it difficult for me to contemplate your demise, yet keeping you close would require constant vigilance against your potential assassination attempts. Alas, it is truly a headache. After much deliberation, the only course seems to be to discreetly bestow you upon another. I am certain that princes from other nations would be more than willing to accept such a gift. The little princess seemed to arrive at a difficult decision, a hint of anguish crossing her face. The third prince coldly remarked, do not harbor illusions of avenging yourself by leveraging the power of those princes, nor expect them to show mercy and release you. You shall be given away as a favored possession. You are merely a gift in the alliance between myself and others. Heh, I know you would never choose to end your own life. You would seize every opportunity for survival, for only by living can you seek revenge. The little princess sank weakly to the ground. Not far away, Chen Nan felt a chill in his heart. The third prince was truly a terrifying individual. Undoubtedly a formidable figure. Suddenly, the little princess lifted her head and shot a fierce glare at Chen Nan before turning to the third prince and asking, Jian, why did you not kill him? The third prince replied with a smile. Oh, I forgot to mention. This fellow has decided to hand over the treasure map concerning the Xuanwu armor to me. Although he did not entirely believe that Chen Nan possessed knowledge of the Xuanwu armor's secrets, he assumed that the enmity between Chen Nan and the little princess had arisen from the treasure map, and he sought to exploit this opportunity to undermine her. Haha. The little princess suddenly burst into an unrefined laugh, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jian, you big fool. Haha. You truly make me laugh. You actually believe that this guy has the Xuanwu armor. How ridiculous. The third prince Jian's expression darkened, casting a cold glance at Chen Nan. Haha, how amusing, well done. Scoundrel, the little princess exclaimed gleefully. Kill him. Jian roared. The two other guards brandished their steel blades, charging toward Chen Nan. With no choice but to defend himself, he raised the Ho-E bow to face them. Although he initially managed to shatter one guard's steel blade with the bow, he ultimately could not endure more than 20 exchanges before one guard struck him forcefully on the back, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. As Chen Nan's blood cascaded onto the Ho-E bow, a warm current surged from the back of the bow towards his hands. The ebony bow began to emit a faint golden light, and the bowstring quivered gently. Is this not how the Ho-E bow appeared eons ago? Whenever I grasped it, it would sing joyfully, radiating golden brilliance. Could it be that its seal has been broken? This all transpired in an instant, as a guard raised his blade to strike down the fallen Chen Nan. Swiftly, Chen Nan snatched a withered branch from the ground and placed it upon the bowstring. With a vigorous pull, he drew the string back slightly, and golden light surged forth like a fine mist towards the branch. A faint golden beam shot forth like a bolt of lightning, and as it pierced through the air, a tempest arose in the forest, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The golden light collided with the steel blade, erupting into a cascade of luminescent rain, and the blade was shattered into fragments, raining down from above. Amidst this luminous downpour, the withered branch, akin to the spear of death, pierced through the guard's chest in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a raging spring from the wound, and the guard met his demise with unblinking eyes. Chapter 7. Teasing the princess. This astonishing turn of events left the onlookers in utter shock. The young princess's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, How is this possible? Did the old man not say that the Ho-E bow could only be drawn once a year? I have already used it once. Even the old man cannot draw it again. How could the scoundrel? The third prince, Jian, was engulfed by a profound sense of unease, utterly astonished that this prisoner had managed to unleash the sealed Ho-E bow. At that moment, Chen Nan released his second arrow, accompanied by the resounding thunder and dazzling light. Another guard, relentlessly pursuing him, collapsed into a pool of blood, his face etched with disbelief and terror. The arrow erupted upon impact, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, crimson blood gushing forth and a mist of blood hovering ominously above his lifeless body. Chen Nan once again notched a withered branch onto his bowstring, causing the onlookers to blanch in fear. None could predict whose life this arrow would claim. A seemingly inconsequential figure had transformed into the arbiter of their fates. Having unleashed 2 arrows in rapid succession, Chen Nan was nearly drained of his strength. While these shots had averted his immediate peril, they did not resolve the crisis that loomed before him. With his prowess, he could barely muster the strength for one more shot, yet there remained 6 others present besides himself. Each shift of the branch sent palpable waves of anxiety through the crowd. That mere twig had grown unbearably heavy in their eyes. Ultimately, Chen Nan aimed the branch at the third prince, Jian. Jian's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Chen Nan, you must consider your actions carefully. You are about to slay a prince of the realm. Should you kill me, you will incur the wrath of the entire Baiwei kingdom. Can you truly contend against a nation alone? Though the world is vast, you may find no refuge thereafter. The third prince's tone softened as he continued. If you would but yield to me, I would not only overlook your disrespect today, but also ensure your rise to prominence, granting you wealth and high office. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? If I spare you today, Do not expect to retain even your corpse in the future. I loathe being threatened by others, and today I shall shoot this contemptible prince down." The little princess chuckled. "Ha ha, Ren Jian, you scoundrel." Chen Nan took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, released a third arrow. A faint golden light, reminiscent of divine retribution from the heavens, surged forth with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards Ren Jian. The third prince, Ren Jian, paled in an instant and yanked a nearby guard in front of him. Blood splattered as the guard, with a face etched in unwillingness, collapsed into a pool of crimson. Although the golden light dimmed significantly after piercing through the guard's chest, its speed remained unabated as it pursued the third prince. A dazzling brilliance flashed from Ren Jian's waist, where a short sword, a foot in length, gleamed brilliantly as it charged towards the golden arrow. "Is he a practitioner of the Tao?" Chen Nan exclaimed in astonishment. Every accomplished cultivator possesses a few treasured artifacts intimately linked to their life, predominantly in the form of flying swords. Not only can they manipulate these swords from hundreds of paces away to vanquish foes, but at the pinnacle of their cultivation, they can ride the swords themselves, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. However, true practitioners are a rare sight, and those who reach the ultimate realm are even scarcer. In his youth, Chen Nan was deeply enamored with the idea of cultivation. Yet, a profound remark from his father, Chen Nan, extinguished that aspiration. Chen Nan said, "The path of martial arts is not necessarily inferior to that of the Tao. If you delve into the true martial realm and comprehend the essence of martial arts, you will discover that both paths ultimately converge. The utmost pinnacle of martial prowess and the supreme zenith of the Tao coincide at a singular point." Although Chen Nan's words were left unfinished, their meaning was clear. Henceforth, Chen Nan devoted himself to relentless training, and by the age of 16, he had become the first among his peers. Alas, after that age, his cultivation stagnated, and he found himself in a profound low point in life. Chen Nan comprehended the profound connection between the flying sword and the cultivator. Should the sword be damaged, the cultivator would not perish but would inevitably suffer grave injuries. Despite the golden arrow having dimmed considerably, it still relentlessly pursued the third prince. At that moment, two figures obstructed the path before the third prince, both of whom had been immobilized and subsequently hurled by the captain of the guards, Yang Chong. Yang Chong exclaimed, "Your Highness, my master has taught me that an arrow shot from a divine bow shall not cease its descent until it has tasted the blood of its target. You have incurred great offense." As the luminous arrow pierced through the two guards, Yang Chong rushed to the side of the third prince, lifting the severely wounded royal into his arms. Simultaneously, the nearly devoid of golden aura withered branch swiftly merged into the hilt of the Ren's sword, shattering upon contact. "Ah!" The third prince let out a piercing cry, followed by an outburst of furious reproach. "Yang Chong, you fool! I have spilled so much blood. My garments are still drenched in it. Could you not have torn off a piece instead?" In his fury, the third prince spat another mouthful of blood, causing Yang Chong to break into a cold sweat. The little princess erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! You are killing me. The shameless prince has stained his backside. Ha ha!" Chen Nan, having exhausted all his energy, found himself too feeble to release a fourth arrow and was engulfed by a sense of trepidation. Drawing a deep breath, he mustered a fragment of strength, feigning a movement to retrieve the withered branch a few paces away. The trio comprising the third prince, Yang Chong, and the little princess watched in heightened agitation. Yang Chong hoisted the third prince, Ren Jian, onto his back and swiftly turned to flee. In that instant, his agility rivaled that of a master, and he vanished into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. The little princess, having exhausted her energy in the recent fierce battle, felt her waist ache and her legs weaken. She had barely managed to rise and run a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the third prince and Yang Chong successfully escape, tears of frustration brimmed in her eyes. Chen Nan had not anticipated that his theatrical antics would yield such an effect. The third prince of the Baiyue kingdom fled like a frightened dog, while the little devil princess of the Chu kingdom appeared as delicate and pitiful as a flower drenched in rain. He refrained from indulging in triumph, instead placing a withered branch upon the bowstring, laboriously approaching the little princess with the Hoi bow, intent on sealing her acupoints before she discerned the truth of his situation. As she watched Chen Nan advance step by step, the little princess's face paled with fear, her tear-filled eyes reflecting her memories of how she had treated him earlier. "You despicable scoundrel, don't come any closer." Chen Nan nearly burst into laughter, surprised to discover this vulnerable side of the little devil. Yet, a thought nagged at him. She had shown no sign of fear when confronting the third prince Jian. Was I truly more terrifying than Jian? No, that can't be. Little devil, produce what you have hidden in your sleeve, or I shall shoot. With a resigned sigh, the little princess threw a short sword, concealed in her sleeve, onto the ground. Humph, such keen eyes, Chen Nan remarked as he finally reached her, swiftly using the withered branch to seal several of her major acupoints. Haha, mission accomplished, he proclaimed with a triumphant laugh, only to feel his own legs give way beneath him. Ah, scoundrel! Despicable thief, get away. Quickly depart. The little princess cried out in alarm. Chen Nan reclined on the lap of the little princess, exhaling a sigh, and remarked, I am utterly exhausted. Do you truly believe you have the authority to command me? You little demon? You shameless scoundrel. Just go away, you disgraceful thief. Your incessant noise is unbearable. If you continue to prattle on like this, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take. Chen Nan cast a glance at the princess's ample bosom. Ah, you disgraceful thief, you rogue. The little princess exclaimed in fright, her voice gradually diminishing. At that moment, she was gripped by an overwhelming fear that Chen Nan might harbor wicked thoughts. Chen Nan, utterly fatigued, rested his head upon the little princess's lap, casually uttering provocative remarks. How delightful it is. The legs of a royal princess must possess extraordinary qualities for tranquility and health. Perhaps they even cure hypertension. Oh, I seem to have misspoken. The little princess, both embarrassed and incensed, welled up with tears. You rogue, please let me go. If you release me, I will persuade my father to grant you a high office. I am rather indolent by nature and have no desire for official duties. Besides, I do not trust your words. Just moments ago, the third prince attempted to ensnare me in a cunning plot and received an arrow to his rear. I assume you would prefer to avoid a similar fate. Chen Nan playfully slapped the princess's curvaceous backside, feeling a sense of vindication after previously enduring her torment. Ah, you. The little princess was overwhelmed with shame and fury, tears streaming down her cheeks. You scoundrel, if you spare me, I assure you I will bestow upon you numerous rewards. Alas, even now, you continue to call me a rogue and a scoundrel. I cannot discern whether you are pleading with me or merely provoking my ire. Please, Master Chen Nan, have mercy on me. The young princess wept bitterly. As the most cherished daughter of the Emperor of Chu, she had never before found herself in such a humbling position. With each sob, her heart ached more profoundly, and her tears flowed like a string of pearls severed from their thread, uncontrollable and abundant. Do not cry, please, he pleaded. Yet, the princess ignored him, her cries escalating in volume. If you continue to weep, I shall immediately strip you of your garments, Chen Nan warned, grasping the sleeve of her dress. Startled, the princess ceased her tears, a single crystalline droplet clinging to her long lashes, her cheeks streaked with tears, rendering her an image of utmost vulnerability, akin to a delicate angel. Chen Nan sighed inwardly. She was still but a child. Alas, do not cry any longer, he murmured. However, he inadvertently noticed a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes and suddenly realized her intent. With a firm slap on her thigh, he declared, You nearly deceived me. Ah, you. The princess exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected shift in his demeanor. Little demon, cease your charade. How could a demon transform into an angel? Throughout this journey, your true nature has been laid bare. The memories of your misdeeds haunt me like a nightmare. Surely you do not forget what you have done. It is too late to feign innocence. I have long seen through your facade. Master Chen, you have misunderstood me. I am truly kind, not fierce at all. After all, who was it that spied on me while I bathed? As a princess, I must uphold my dignity, and my actions were unavoidable. Chen Nandao remarked, You are not fierce. Rather, you are quite benevolent. You nearly subjected me to castration, and every day, in your exuberance, you seek me out to express your inner joy, often leaving me incapacitated. Is all this truly unavoidable? The little princess, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, Master Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me and let me go, sob. You little demon, cease your theatrics. I must confess, from the moment I captured you, I never intended to release you, he replied. Brother Chen, please spare me. Whatever you desire. I shall request my father to bestow upon you wealth in gold and silver, as well as countless exquisite beauties, she declared, her face filled with hope. Gold and silver are but trivial possessions. What use have I for them? As for beauties, Why seek distant allure when I have you at hand? Chen Nan chuckled with mischievous intent, determined to play the villain to the end. Please, I beg you. Let me go, she implored. You might as well abandon all hope. I shall never release you. The little princess, her tone shifting to one of desperation, exhausted all her sweet words. Upon seeing Chen Nan's unwavering resolve, her expression turned icy, and her voice sharpened as she exclaimed, How dare you? Do you know who you are speaking to? I am the little princess of the Chu kingdom, and you are but a commoner. Are you not afraid of incurring a death sentence? Do you not fear my father's wrath that could obliterate your entire lineage? Her face, once soft, now brimmed with fury. If I were afraid, I would not act so. The little demon has finally revealed her true nature, he retorted, observing the coldness in her countenance. The little princess, her demeanor now frosty, stated, Chen Nan, consider this carefully. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the realm, all subjects belong to the king. Today, you have already offended the third prince of the moonlit kingdom. Should you continue to show me disrespect, you will have also angered a second nation, leaving you nowhere to seek refuge in this world. Upon hearing this, the young princess turned pale, her voice trembling as she retorted, You are shameless, vile, and despicable. Chen Nan patiently allowed her to vent her anger before responding. In 10 or 8 years, when we bring a multitude of children to meet your father, I trust he will not seek to harm me then. The princess, nearly driven to madness by rage, cursed, You devil. Ha ha, I am indeed a devil, and you are a little imp. Are we not a match made in heaven? It is truly fate that brings us together from afar. Chen Nan chuckled, grasping the princess's delicate right hand and playing with her slender fingers. Let go of me, she demanded. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and fury. It is quite the oddity that even a devil can feel bashful. I recall that you once intended to personally administer punishment upon me. How is it that you have suddenly transformed into a shy little girl? Chen Nan laughed. Very well. If that is the case, you might as well sleep with the cockroaches. With that, he sat up from the ground and embraced the princess, reclining together in the grass. Ah, release me. Remove your filthy hands. You rogue, you scoundrel. The princess was filled with indignation, glaring fiercely at Chen Nan, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing she could take a bite out of him immediately. As Chen Nan held the soft form of the princess, he gazed upon her exquisite beauty, akin to that of jade. Feeling his heart race, it was undeniable that the princess possessed an unparalleled allure that could captivate a nation. He had exhausted all his energy after 3 consecutive encounters with Ho Yi, and with a night of sleeplessness weighing upon him, waves of fatigue washed over him. The enchanting fragrance of the young princess enveloped him, causing his body to feel weightless as he gradually drifted into slumber. Initially, the princess incessantly cursed Chen Nan, but upon realizing that he had fallen asleep while holding her, she swiftly ceased her vitriol. After all, a sleeping adversary posed far less threat than one who was awake. The young princess found herself grappling with an unfamiliar emotion. She had never envisioned lying in the embrace of a stranger. Typically, she was the one orchestrating schemes against others. Yet today she found herself at the mercy of an unremarkable yet insufferable rogue. She pondered a myriad of strategies, ranging from seduction to intimidation. But each plan crumbled before her, as this man seemed impervious to both allure and menace. While contemplating her next move, she incessantly summoned the remnants of her internal energy to assault the sealed acupoints. Yet despite her repeated attempts, the blocks remained as steadfast as ever, leaving her disheartened in the end. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Chen Nan, the princess felt an intense loathing. His arms encircled her delicate waist, pressing her bosom tightly against his chest. Such intimate contact drove her to the brink of madness. Feeling his warmth, she muttered curses under her breath. Let the winds rise. Let the clouds surge, topple the trees and crush him. Let it rain. Let thunder roar, strike him down with lightning. Let darkness fall. Let the stars emerge. Let a meteor collide with him. Yet the winds did not stir, the rain did not fall, and darkness did not descend. While Chen Nan enjoyed a series of pleasant dreams, a faint smile gracing his lips. That damned fellow, even in sleep, he dares to smile. Scoundrel, vile thief, shameless wretch. The princess silently cursed once more. Gradually, she could no longer endure. After a relentless series of battles and a sleepless night, she felt even more fatigued than Chen Nan. Slowly, she closed her eyes and nestled against Chen Nan's chest, surrendering to slumber. By midday, Chen Nan awoke from his deep sleep. a ray of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the trees, warming him and bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. At that moment, the little princess was still deeply asleep, her chin resting on his shoulder, causing him some discomfort, yet he remained still, quietly admiring her serene sleeping posture. Suddenly, the little princess mumbled, "You scoundrel! Don't run away, I will kill you." Chen Nan murmured, "You even wish to slay me in your dreams. You truly are fierce." Shortly thereafter, the princess's long eyelashes fluttered, and she awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep and a hint of confusion. Chen Nan remarked, "Little demon, you sleep so soundly." The princess blinked, fully awakening, and the intimate position between them made her feel exceedingly embarrassed, though her expression soon hardened. "What I do is none of your business," she retorted. "How is it not my concern? You drooled so much on my chest that I nearly drowned," he replied. "Nonsense, that was merely dew." She blushed and awkwardly defended herself. "Ha ha, your innocence is utterly charming. If you didn't reveal your demonic nature and always remained this way, anyone would treasure you dearly." The little princess shot back, "Scoundrel, you have no right to critique my behavior. You are soon to become my wife. Is it not permissible for a husband to point out his wife's shortcomings? Furthermore, cease your princess demeanor. I shall refrain from calling you little demon and instead refer to you as Yuer. How dare you? It is utterly repugnant for a commoner like you to call me Yuer." The little princess retorted, "What will you do about my audacity?" With that, Chen Nan rose and effortlessly lifted the little princess into his arms. "You insolent scoundrel! You wretched thief! Put me down!" she exclaimed, as he hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode purposefully toward the forest's edge, wielding the Hui bow. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the heat was oppressive. The little princess, feeling utterly uncomfortable, fumed, "You madman! Where are you taking me? Release me at once. I seek a serene and picturesque spot for us to seclude ourselves, where we may wed in matrimony." Chen Nan replied with a smile, "You shameless rogue, let me down this instant. I am dying of discomfort." Just then, the beasts of the forest suddenly erupted in panic. Various small creatures scurrying forth to flee in all directions, followed by larger carnivorous animals that stirred up a palpable scent of blood. Chen Nan hastily set the little princess down, then swept her up again, soaring to the boughs of a tall tree. The little princess exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed in the direction from which the beasts were fleeing. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the forest began to sway. In the distance, a towering figure approached. "My heavens! It's incredible! I have encountered an ancient giant. The chances of witnessing such a colossal being in this mountain range must be 1 in 10,000. Chen Nan lamented, his head throbbing with disbelief. The little princess was filled with excitement, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had lost her freedom. "Wow, an ancient giant. Not only have I encountered a flying dragon, but I've also seen an ancient giant. This journey has been truly worthwhile. Indeed, it has been worthwhile for you. The most important thing is that you have found a good husband." Chen Nan's words brought the little princess back to reality. "You scoundrel, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute," she retorted angrily. Chen Nan replied, "Let us remain silent here until he passes by." He gazed into the little princess's mischievous eyes and added casually, "Should you wish to provoke that behemoth, feel free to shout later. But I will be ready to toss you at his feet without hesitation. Why don't you simply seal my voice?" She shot back, "To teach you to obey gradually." He answered, "Dream on, you despicable wretch." The little princess cursed furiously. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient giant approached step by step, causing the entire forest to tremble, and the violent vibrations sent leaves scattering across the ground. Chen Nan reached out and pulled the little princess close, his arm securing her waist as he whispered, "He is almost upon us. If you wish to scream, be prepared. I am ready to hurl you out at a moment's notice." The little princess hissed, "Remove your filthy hands, or I will truly scream." "Don't think I won't. I do not hold you tightly. It would indeed be strange if you did not fall. At that moment, should you tumble and injure yourself, you would have to compete with the third prince for favor." The towering ancient giant approached them from a distance, coming within mere meters of their presence. Standing at an astonishing height of 30 meters, the giant's body was covered in dense, long hair resembling that of a beast. Apart from its extraordinary stature and abundant fur, the giant appeared remarkably human-like. A potent stench emanated from the giant, nearly provoking a wave of nausea in Chen Nan and the little princess. Hastily, Chen Nan covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Noticing the princess's pained yet hopeful gaze, he freed one hand from her waist and wrapped it around her neck, shielding her mouth and nose. The giant, previously wandering in the open, suddenly flared its nostrils and headed directly towards their forested area. It seems he has indeed detected us. Chen Nan swiftly lifted the little sorceress and leaped down from the tree, darting through the woods. The giant's roar reverberated through the air like thunder, and with only 3 strides, it closed the distance between them. Trees, 6 to 7 meters high, fell like mere straw beneath the giant's feet. As one massive tree toppled towards them, the little princess screamed, "You foolish brute! Hurry and run, he is catching up. Quickly, you dimwit." Chapter 8. From heaven to hell the little princess cried out, "How foolish! Quickly hide ahead. Oh, you imbecile, why have you stopped? Run." Suddenly, Chen Nan came to a halt, abruptly dropping the little princess onto the ground. The petite princess's ample form made immediate contact with the ground, and she cried out in pain, "You scoundrel! You've hurt me terribly, you wretched brute." However, Chen Nan paid her no heed. He deftly unshouldered the Hui bow, stepping forward with his left foot while positioning a dry twig on the bowstring with his right hand. In that moment, Chen Nan's expression was one of unwavering concentration. His gaze fixated solely on the towering giant ahead. With a powerful pull, he drew back the bowstring, and the dark wood of the Hui bow shimmered with a faint golden light as the essence of heaven and earth surged toward it. Chen Nan and the bow seemed to merge as if they were flesh and blood, a radiant golden aura emanating from them, sending forth a formidable wave of energy that radiated outward. The giant sensed the immense force in the air, a flicker of fear crossing his visage as he halted his advance. At that moment, the vast and boundless essence of heaven and earth surged toward Chen Nan and the bow like tumultuous waves, enveloping him in a dazzling golden glow that outshone the very sun above. The giant instinctively took a step back, the fear in his expression deepening. The petite princess was utterly astonished. She could not reconcile the man before her with the scoundrel Chen Nan she had known. There was an insurmountable chasm between the two. The man before her stood as an imposing mountain, his powerful aura akin to that of a divine being descending upon the world, inspiring an irresistible impulse to revere him. In the face of such overwhelming presence, the ancient giant appeared diminished, while this man seemed like a titan capable of commanding the heavens and the earth. Is this truly the scoundrel Chen Nan? Is this indeed the wretched thief? Suddenly, the heavens roared with tempestuous winds and ominous thunder. The bow of Hui shimmered with an ethereal mist, as golden light surged forth like a flowing river towards the gnarled wood of the bowstring. In mere moments, the once desolate wood transformed into a resplendent spectacle of golden brilliance, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Under the weight of this golden radiance, the giant could not help but tremble. Chen Nan gently released the bowstring, yet at the critical moment, he swiftly redirected the bow of Hui. A tempest roared and thunder rumbled as a beam of golden light, akin to a bolt of lightning, streaked past the giant, vanishing into the roots of the tallest tree in the forest. The towering tree, over 30 meters high, was instantly shattered, its splinters dancing through the air. The ancient giant let out a primal roar and fled, trampling down swathes of forest in his wake, causing the mountains to tremble. At last, the colossal figure of the ancient giant disappeared, and the once tumultuous energies of the world gradually settled into tranquility, leaving the forest in profound silence. The dazzling golden light surrounding Chen Nan slowly dimmed and ultimately vanished, yet his formidable presence lingered, still exuding an aura reminiscent of a mountain. The young princess stammered, "Scoundrel Chen Nan, how is it that your archery is so lacking? You couldn't even hit such a large target." As the powerful aura around Chen Nan gradually receded, he appeared once again ordinary. The princess sighed in relief, having been somewhat intimidated by the godlike stature Chen Nan had just displayed. Chen Nan let out a wistful breath and remarked, "I wonder if I shall ever have the opportunity in this lifetime to once again experience the sensation of the true martial realm. Do not flatter yourself. Even my master can only linger on the brink of the legendary true martial realm. You, on the other hand, are merely indulging in wishful thinking." The little princess seized every opportunity to belittle Chen Nan. He gazed at the drifting powder from the tree king, seemingly speaking to himself yet addressing the princess. The arrow shot with conviction. At that moment, my heart soared to the true martial realm. Had I possessed sufficient power then, I could have struck down the deities above. How preposterous! You couldn't even hit a target as immense as a giant, and now you aspire to shoot down the heavens? Who do you think you are? At this moment, Chen Nan fully reverted to his original demeanor and replied with a smile, I am your husband. Humph, how shameless. She retorted. Ignoring her, Chen Nan continued, the divine arrow, once released, does not cease until it tastes the blood of its target. Do you truly believe my previous shot was off the mark? I merely refrained from ensuring a fatal blow, for I feared a repeat of your earlier clumsy encounter with the giant serpent, which could have led to dire consequences. Thus, I chose to wield the power of the divine arrow as a deterrent. If I had sufficient strength, even a slight pull on the bowstring would compel me to release that arrow without hesitation. I have come to realize that you are not only outrageously shameless, but also an insufferably narcissistic fool, the little princess remarked. Though her harsh words belied the impression left by his earlier display, the power of that single arrow had etched itself into her memory, forcing her to concede that, in that moment, Chen Nan's heart was undeniably in harmony with the divine bow. The little princess was seething with indignation, thinking to herself, how could such an ordinary fellow gain the recognition of the divine bow? How infuriating. Damn you, let me go at once. She cursed incessantly. Just as Chen Nan was about to hoist her onto his shoulder, the little princess seized the opportunity, opening her mouth to bite down hard on his shoulder. Ah! Chen Nan cried out in pain. You little devil, stop biting. He extended a hand to grasp her chin, exerting considerable effort to pry her mouth open. With a thud, Chen Nan unceremoniously tossed the little princess to the ground once more, her posterior making intimate contact with the earth for the second time, leaving her pale with pain. You scoundrel! Ouch! You've nearly killed me. Damn you! Upon examining his shoulder, Chen Nan discovered a row of neat bite marks, bruised and purple. You truly are a little demon, he remarked, as the princess teared up from the pain. Serves you right. May it hurt you. Ha. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh, saying, So, how does that feel? If I toss you again, your lovely behind might just rival that of the third prince. The little princess glared at him with venomous eyes, retorting, You despicable wretch dare treat me this way. I will kill you one day, you wretched creature. Dear wife, I understand that I cannot entirely blame you. I know you are hungry. But remember, next time, a husband's shoulder is not for biting. All right, let us find a comfortable place to eat something, Chen Nan said with a smile. This time, he carefully lifted the little princess, and despite her continued curses, he placed her upon his shoulder. Chen Nan, how dare you treat me this way? After all, I am a princess of a nation. How could you carry me like prey upon your shoulder? You have sealed my powers entirely. Why can't you simply allow me to walk? Indeed not. For that would be far too slow. After traversing two majestic peaks, a delicate blue ribbon of water emerged at the foot of the mountains. A small river formed by the convergence of crystal-clear springs, meandering gracefully through the landscape. The sound of rushing water could be heard from a distance. An exquisite melody amidst the blazing sun. The young princess's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed to Chen Nan, Rogue, there is a river ahead. Hurry, for I am parched. Very well, let us rest there and partake in some sustenance. The small river was remarkably clear, its bed adorned with vibrant pebbles, while fish swam about, undisturbed by their presence. After washing his face, Chen Nan removed his shoes and socks, immersing his feet in the refreshing waters, the oppressive heat dissipating instantly. Once the princess was set down by the riverbank, she observed the contentment on Chen Nan's face and, feeling displeased, exclaimed, How can you leave me under the scorching sun while you indulge in the coolness? You are utterly selfish. Having donned his footwear once more, Chen Nan rose and made his way towards the nearby woods. After a brief moment, Chen Nan emerged from the forest, holding two plump snow chickens in his hands. He called out to the young princess, Demonic wife, now you have something to savor. Behold, these are the epitome of delicacies. The princess, gazing at the two pristine white chickens with their glossy wings, reproached Chen Nan, How could you be so cruel? These delightful birds have been so mercilessly slain by you. You butcher. Chen Nan remained silent. The princess continued, You executioner. Again, Chen Nan said nothing. You fiend. Silence lingered once more. You heartless wretch. Finally, Chen Nan interjected, Enough? Please, they are merely two snow chickens meant to stave off hunger. Do not elevate their existence to that of humanity. If you truly possess compassion, you would not have treated me as you did in the past. It seems you are the one who is intimately acquainted with the devil. Chen Nan then patted the princess a few times, saying, I grant you a moment of freedom, but do not harbor any illusions of escape. In your current state, with your powers sealed, you are no different from an ordinary person. Should you wander aimlessly, you might inadvertently become a snack for some wild beast. The princess gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing him under her breath once more. Ignoring her, Chen Nan drew his sword and began to pluck the feathers from the snow chickens. The princess glanced towards the distant mountains and then at Chen Nan, a look of resignation crossing her face as she turned and walked towards the riverbank. Yet, at the very moment she turned her back, a hint of a triumphant smile graced her lips, a sight that would surely send chills down Chen Nan's spine. It was the signature devilish smile of the little princess. She stepped delicately upon the cobblestones, making her way to the small river, where the cool water soaked through her garments. With both hands, she cupped some water to moisten her lips, then removed her hairpin, allowing her lustrous black hair to cascade down like a waterfall. The river's water dampened her long tresses, and she swam joyfully in the water like a carefree fish. Chen Nan skewered the clean snow chicken on 2 sharpened sticks and began to roast it. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air as the snow chicken transformed from a vibrant red to a rich, golden hue, glistening with oil. Drops of fat sizzled as they fell onto the fire, creating a delightful crackling sound, and the riverside was filled with an intoxicating fragrance that made Chen Nan swallow hard. Suddenly, the little princess submerged herself in the water, only to resurface after about half a minute, her wet hair adorned with glistening droplets. Her stunning visage was refreshingly ethereal, akin to a lotus emerging from the rippling waves. He gazed at the little princess in the water, lost in reverie, and couldn't help but recall the moment they first met days ago. At that time, the little princess was bare, pure as an angel, and beautiful like a fairy, resembling a little sprite. Chen Nan planted the skewers of roasting snow chicken into the ground and slowly approached the river, sitting at the water's edge, his gaze fixed on the little princess. The dream had faded, and his heart lay shattered. He understood that Yuexin could never return. Millennia ago, after suffering a devastating defeat in battle against the formidable master of the Dark Path, Dongfang Fenghuang, and his father, Chen Jian, they launched a night raid on the Chun residence. To save him, Yusin endured the unparalleled dark art, the 10 strikes of cracking the heavens, resulting in the severing of her 100 meridians. In the end, she sealed herself away in the 100-Flower Valley, entering a state of eternal slumber. Even in your final moments, you comforted me, urging me to live on. Chen Nan closed his eyes, warm tears flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks. Can you truly comprehend life and death, breaking through to emerge again? Will we ever meet once more? I know this is impossible. That farewell was our eternal parting, Yusin. Yusin remains an everlasting ache in Chen Nan's heart, a profound regret throughout his life. After a long while, his emotions gradually calmed. He washed away the tears on his face with river water and softly said, I thought I had put the events of 1,000 years ago behind me. Alas, some things can never be forgotten. The profound sincerity of true feelings can never be extinguished. Yusin, a millennium ago, I failed to fulfill your wishes. Shortly after your departure, I succumbed to despair, secretly engaging in a fateful duel that was destined for death. Who would have imagined that after 10,000 years, I would be reborn? Life is but a dream. In this lifetime, I shall live well. I know I will never forget you, but I must still say, let the past take flight. Suddenly, a thick mist began to rise from the small river, the waters around the young princess seeming to boil, with bubbles surging forth and bursting, splashing and rolling in waves. Enveloped in a haze of warmth, fish darted about in a panic, fleeing in all directions. The young princess stood motionless in the water, her skin a vivid crimson, shimmering with an ethereal glow, while the white mist accentuated her otherworldly beauty. Chen Nan was taken aback, realizing that at this moment, the little princess's blood was boiling, and her vital energy was circulating at an astonishing speed, 100-fold of its usual pace. He cursed under his breath, foolish me. How could I forget the fire immortal lotus? He hurriedly dashed toward the river, and upon reaching the little princess, he extended his palms to incessantly strike her vital points. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Nan's brow, not due to the boiling river water, but out of urgency. He had delivered dozens of strikes. Yet his palm energy was thwarted just half an inch from the princess's body by a formidable force, unable to seal even a single vital point. The points that had previously been sealed were not only completely unblocked, but her internal vital energy was circulating vigorously through her meridians, forming a protective layer of energy around her body, rendering all of Chen Nan's power utterly ineffective. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from the little princess, sending Chen Nan tumbling backward, landing on his back in the water. A colossal wave erupted around the little princess. As the medicinal power of the fire immortal lotus was finally exhausted, Chen Nan rose from the water and hurriedly ran toward the shore. The little princess shouted, "Thinking of escaping? It's not that easy." A massive wave surged from the center of the river, crashing into Chen Nan's back and nearly causing him to stumble. The little princess leaped out of the water like a fairy, swiftly positioning herself behind Chen Nan, gritting her teeth with a cold sneer. "Heh, traitor, vile thief. I have endured you for so long, and now I can finally take my revenge." With that, she struck out with her palm. Chen Nan hurriedly turned to confront her, and thus began a fierce battle between them. As they twisted and turned in the water, their fists and feet intertwining, the air crackling with energy. The waters of the brook surged tumultuously, the vibrant energy causing splashes that danced and scattered in every direction. Occasionally, fish and shrimp were swept ashore by the waves, flopping energetically on the bank. Despite Chen Nan's utmost efforts, his cultivation was no match for that of the little princess. After exchanging a series of blows, she landed a kick on his left rib, sending him crashing into the water with a resounding splash. The little princess swiftly approached, deftly sealing his acupoints, and then seized his collar, hauling him back to the shore. Once ashore, she first focused her energy to dry her drenched garments, then turned to Chen Nan with a cold smirk, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, did you ever think this moment would arrive so swiftly?" Recalling the various indignities Chen Nan had inflicted upon her, the little princess felt a surge of rage, unable to contain herself any longer. She began to scream, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. "You vile thief, how dare you treat me so? I will strike, I will kick, I will claw at you." In that instant, the little princess had shed her regal demeanor, revealing herself as merely an enraged young girl. Chen Nan cried out in agony, his head swelling to the size of a pig's head in no time. "You little demon, I have shown you nothing but kindness," he protested. But it was unwise to mention the past. Hearing him bring it up, the little princess's perfectly arched brows shot up, her exquisite features clouded with frost. "You dare to speak of the past? You despicable scoundrel, how could you treat me so insolently? I will end your life." The memory of this insufferable wretch having once disrespected her, a princess of high standing, filled her with indignation. She picked up a nearby longsword, her murderous intent palpable as she advanced towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan's complexion turned ghastly. Mere moments ago, he had silently vowed to reign Xian to live well. Yet in an instant, he was faced with the specter of death. The swiftness of this reversal was astonishing. Suddenly, the little princess smiled. Her smile enchanting enough to captivate a city, yet to Chen Nan, it undoubtedly resembled the smile of a demon, brimming with malevolence in his eyes. Initially, the princess intended to end his life with a single stroke of her sword, but upon noticing the Ho-Yi bow on Chen Nan's person, she recalled the moment in the woods when this seemingly useless individual had turned the tide with 3 arrows, emerging as the ultimate victor. Clearly, this seemingly ordinary individual was far more complex than he appeared. Otherwise, he would not have been capable of wielding the legendary bow. Reflecting on the arrow that had dimmed the brilliance of the ancient giants and the blinding radiance he emitted when he and the divine bow became one, the princess found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Weighing the pros and cons, reason triumphed over impulse. She resolved to spare Chen Nan's life, intending for him to serve the kingdom of Chu. However, she harbored a deep-seated resentment, secretly loathing the disrespect he had shown her previously. With a fierce glare fixed upon Chen Nan, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Do you wish to live?" "Yes, of course," he replied. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance. Swear that you will never speak of the matters between us to anyone, and keep it locked within your heart forever. Can you do that?" In that fleeting moment, Chen Nan comprehended the princess's intentions. She had clearly taken a liking to his ability to draw the Ho-Yi bow, wishing to keep him for her own purposes, while simultaneously fearing that his previous disrespectful actions could tarnish her reputation if they were to be divulged. Having discerned the crux of the matter, Chen Nan readily acquiesced. "Very well, I assure you that I shall not speak of the events that transpired previously. In fact, nothing occurred between us. Where should I even begin?" It was evident that the young princess was quite pleased with Chen Nan's response. Sneering, Consider yourself clever. I hope you remain so. I shall certainly not disappoint your highness. I trust you will act in accordance with your words. The princess lifted Chen Nan's collar with her sword, deftly slicing off a piece over a foot long, then aimed the blade at his fingertips. Ah, what are you doing? Are you having second thoughts? She mocked, humph, cowardly as a mouse. At this moment, Chen Nan was engulfed in a myriad of emotions. He never anticipated that within a mere half-day, he would once again fall into the clutches of this little demon. Escaping her grasp this time would be akin to scaling a mountain. Observing the fear etched on Chen Nan's face, the princess erupted into laughter. She made a cut on his right middle finger with her sword, and then playfully tapped him several times, commanding, "You scoundrel, hurry and write an indenture of servitude." Oh, an indenture of servitude? Indeed. Today you shall sell yourself into slavery to save your life. From now on, you shall be my personal property. What? Did I not already swear to never speak recklessly? What more do you need to be assured of? Must you be so ruthless? Humph. What trust can be placed in a shameless scoundrel like you? Only a fool would believe your oaths. Now right. Chen Nan was utterly disheartened. Just moments ago, the little princess had been his captive, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself reduced to her servant. If he possessed the ability, he would have relished the thought of silencing this little demon once and for all. He silently lamented his earlier inaction, regretting not having resorted to despicable tactics against her. The mischievous princess chuckled coldly, remarking, "To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. You, shameless fool, deserve your fate." Chen Nan felt an overwhelming urge to retort against himself, wishing he could slap his own face in frustration. "You wretched thief, write it." "What? You dare not write?" The little princess was furious. "Not at all. I simply cannot read," Chen Nan admitted, feeling a mixture of regret and embarrassment. In the year since his rebirth, he had only managed to grasp the common tongue of the Tianyuan continent, and had yet to learn its written form. "You cannot read? Huh." The princess erupted into laughter. "From your demeanor, it's evident you are no good. You cannot even be bothered to learn how to write. Truly a disgrace." Chen Nan found himself at a loss for words. The princess began to inscribe characters on the ground with her sword, and before long, a line of elegant script appeared. "Now, write according to what you see on the ground." Under the pressure of the situation, Chen Nan was compelled to sign a contract of servitude. Pressing his thumbprint onto the document, he sighed internally, reflecting on how he had plummeted from the heights of paradise to the depths of despair. Chapter 9. Returned. The little princess held Chen Nan's contract of servitude in her hands, furrowing her brow as she exclaimed, "This is utterly hideous. What wretched handwriting! It looks worse than a spider's web. You scoundrel, how could you not even learn to write? It is truly lamentable that our state of Chu has individuals like you, a disgrace to our nation and a bane to our people." Chen Nan, dazed and unable to express his anger, sat silently on the ground. He gazed at the thick, gnarled log that was disproportionate to the petite form of the little princess, nearly fainting from fright. "Your Highness." The little princess aggressively pressed Chen Nan down, wielding the hefty log and striking him thrice upon his posterior. "Ah!" Chen Nan could not suppress a cry of agony. "Your Highness, you have injured me. How am I to be carried out of this wilderness?" Hearing this, the little princess realized the truth in his words. She could not possibly hoist this fellow onto her shoulder. She struck him twice more, and, just as she intended to discard the log, Chen Nan yelped in pain once again. "Little demon, I merely tapped you gently. It is not warranted." Upon hearing his words, the little princess nearly lost her composure, retorting with fury, "You wretched creature, dare to bring that up. I shall strike you again." After a series of lamentable cries from Chen Nan, the little princess finally tossed the hefty log aside. "Humph, let us consider this matter settled for now. I shall find an opportunity to thoroughly teach you a lesson. You filthy rogue." Suddenly, the little princess caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of roasted snow chicken and could not help but exclaim, "How delightful." As she approached the fire, she retrieved the skewer holding the roasted snow chicken, gazing at its golden brown hue. Upon taking a gentle bite of the succulent, fragrant meat, she marveled, "The texture is tender, the flavor rich and satisfying, indulgent yet not greasy. Indeed, it is a delicacy." Perhaps having been famished for an extended period, the little princess, disregarding her royal demeanor, thrust a wooden stick into the ground. With one hand, she tore off a chicken leg, and with the other, she snatched a chicken wing, devouring them with unabashed enthusiasm. Chen Nan, grimacing, rose from the ground and, observing the princess's voracious appetite, swallowed hard and inched closer. Why do you come near me? Just seeing you, the despicable thief, irks me, the little princess exclaimed with displeasure. I merely wish to retrieve my snow chicken, he replied, reaching for another snow chicken. Do not touch that snow chicken. Why not? You wretched scoundrel, after the way you treated me earlier and the mischief you caused, HMPF. I shall impose a 3-day fasting upon you. If that is the case, I would lack the strength to walk, and in this vast mountain wilderness, I would become a burden to your highness. The little princess's eyes twinkled with mischief as a sly smile crept upon her face. Here, take this, and this as well. The head and tail of the chicken, presented by her small, oil-stained hands, were thrust before Chen Nan. The sight of her insufferable grin made him yearn to disregard all restraint and pinch her cheek fiercely. Will you eat it or not? If you refuse, I shall toss it away, and you shall forfeit this meal. The little princess teased with a wicked smile. I shall eat, Chen Nan replied, chewing vigorously on the chicken head and tail, as if he were savagely biting into the little princess herself. Slow down, you scoundrel. No one is competing with you, look. There's more, the little princess cheerfully said, tearing off the head and tail of another snow chicken and offering it to him. Oh, how fragrant. The taste is simply exquisite. You are such a brute. Even if it is delicious, there is no need to chew with such ferocity, the little princess remarked, indulging in her meal while uttering irksome comments. Chen Nan murmured, Oh, the demon, a princess no less. Just look at you. With a chicken leg in your left hand and a chicken wing in your right, your cheeks flushed and grease dripping from your mouth. Truly, what are you muttering about, you scoundrel? Oh, nothing, Chen Nan replied, opting not to engage further with her. In the end, the little princess offered the remaining snow chicken to Chen Nan, declaring, Out of my great benevolence, I bestow this upon you. Remember to repay me well and diligently execute my every command. Chen Nan felt vexed, but could only vent his frustrations inwardly. How infuriating. It was I who caught this snow chicken. Is the heavens mocking me, allowing this little demon to claim it? Wow, you truly are a mess, scoundrel. How could your clothes be so filthy? It's utterly disgusting. With that, she dashed to the riverbank to wash her hands. Chen Nan was left in a state of bemusement. Turn around, scoundrel, the little princess commanded imperiously, and then she removed her shoes and socks, revealing her smooth, jade-like feet, splashing in the water and skipping stones. Eventually, wearied from play, she settled on the riverbank. But as soon as she sat down, she yelped, Ouch, that hurts. She sprang up from the bank, her small hands busily rubbing her rear. Previously, she had been thrown to the ground by Chen Nan on 2 occasions, during which her entire strength had been sealed. Consequently, her behind had made firm contact with the ground, and even now, the pain lingered intensely. The little princess was both embarrassed and furious, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at Chen Nan. You despicable wretch, still indulging in your meal. How insatiable you are. As the little princess stormed toward him with an air of menace, Chen Nan hastily shoved the last morsel of chicken into his mouth. In an attempt to vent her pent-up rage, she seized him and forcefully pinned him to the ground. The moment Chen Nan's rear, recently battered by a large piece of wood, made contact with the earth, a chilling scream echoed through the forest. You scoundrel dared to treat me thus. You deserve this. A fusion of angel and demon, beauty and malevolence coexisted within the little princess. Though she possessed an angelic exterior, her essence was decidedly diabolical. Anyone beholding such a delicate creature would scarcely imagine her to be a troublesome little sorceress. After once again falling into the clutches of this mischievous imp, Chen Nan endured a relentless barrage of torment as she exacted her wild vengeance for his prior transgressions. 2 days later, the little princess and Chen Nan finally emerged from the mountains. Upon entering, the princess and her entourage had been clad in respectable attire. But after the battle with the colossal serpent and the skirmishes within the woods, nearly all their possessions had been lost. As they exited, the two appeared in tatters, their garments shredded by the thorns of the mountain, with no change of clothing in sight. You filthy thief, what are you staring at? Turn your head away. The little princess, with her body scarcely concealed and large swathes of alabaster skin exposed, walked ahead. And if Chen Nan were to inadvertently tilt his head or shift his body, he would be met with a sharp reprimand. Gazing at the distant, nameless town, the two seemed to be separated by time itself, having finally departed the desolate mountains devoid of human presence and entered a settlement of civilization. As they stepped into the town and observed the ebb and flow of pedestrians, an inexplicable warmth surged within them, making each individual appear remarkably endearing. Although neither could ever perceive the other in such a light, the townsfolk regarded the pair of ragged young travelers with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Chen Nan, with his unremarkable appearance, attracted only a handful of glances, whereas the young princess, born with innate beauty, could hardly conceal her exquisite features even in tattered clothing, drawing the attention of the majority. The royal princess's jeweled adornments were indeed treasures of exceptional quality, with pearls that radiated a luster and size befitting the finest in existence. Noticing the glint of avarice in the innkeeper's eyes, Chen Nan discerned the merchant's intention to profit handsomely from their presence. However, since the belongings were the property of the little demon, he felt no obligation to intervene. The princess's naturally noble demeanor emanated effortlessly, her every gesture exuding royal grace. Yet, whenever she turned her attention to Chen Nan, the grandeur of her celestial essence seemed to dissipate. To outsiders, she appeared as a mischievous little sprite, while to Chen Nan, she resembled a capricious little demon. Once a lavish banquet was laid before them, the two indulged ravenously, momentarily forgetting their respective identities, wholly absorbed in the delectable feast before them. Though the mountains offered an abundance of wild delicacies, they paled in comparison to the exquisite culinary artistry presented before them. For no matter how fresh the game, it could not rival the sophistication of the dishes now set upon the table. After savoring her delightful meal, the little princess cast a fierce glare at Chen Nan, contemplating a retribution for his transgressions. Yet, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her. The harrowing adventures in the mountains had left her utterly exhausted, compelling her to relent. Ultimately, she meticulously sealed over 20 vital points on Chen Nan's body before contentedly casting him into another chamber. Weary and drained, the little princess lay upon her bed, quickly succumbing to a sweet slumber, her rosy cheeks adorned with a satisfied smile. The gentle moonlight spilled into the room, enveloping her in an ethereal glow. Exuding an air of purity, she resembled a celestial angel, extraordinarily tranquil and irresistibly adorable. Meanwhile, Chen Nan lay stiffly upon the bed, his body rigid and unyielding. He tirelessly employed his ancestral techniques to strike at the 20 sealed acupoints, yet they only yielded the slightest degree of release. At this rate, even with the dawn of the next day, he would struggle to unseal the points himself. His family's martial arts were indeed profound, but the sheer number of sealed acupoints on his body was overwhelming, leading him to ultimately abandon the endeavor. As the silvery moonlight cascaded into the room, Chen Nan found himself lost in thought. Millennia ago, his lineage was illustrious, his status revered, yet, 1,000 years later, he had inexplicably become a captive beneath another's dominion. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he reflected on his once exalted lineage, now overshadowed by a stark and colorless existence. He mused, perhaps things shall be vastly different now, yet the notion of the little princess being exceedingly formidable lingered in his mind. In contemplating her, he felt an unusual chill enveloping his head, discomfort gnawing at him. It was then he realized the peculiarity of his sleeping position. Chen Nan mentally exclaimed, "This wretched little demon has actually allowed my head to rest upon the iron bars at the head of the bed." A surge of indignation welled within him, tempting him to unleash a torrent of invective. In the early morning, the small town was engulfed in chaos as a vast army surged towards it, instilling a sense of dread among the residents, who feared the onset of war. After all, the continent had enjoyed years of tranquility. Such a remote town would not attract military attention without cause. Clouds of dust billowed as 300 cavalrymen galloped into the town, followed by 2,000 infantry. The clamor of voices and the whinnying of horses filled the air, prompting the townsfolk to seek refuge. The army sealed off all the town's entrances, and an officer inquired about the local pawnshop. Instantly, the cavalry, like ravenous wolves, charged towards it, encircling the establishment. The pawnbroker and his 2 assistants rushed out. But upon seeing the chilling sight of hundreds of armored riders and their glinting swords, they quaked in fear, collapsing to the ground. A general, dismounting with several cavalrymen, approached the kneeling trio. The general bellowed, "Who is the proprietor here?" The pawnbroker hastily bowed his head, stammering, "It is I, it is I." The pawnbroker and his assistants scrambled to their feet. "I have come to inquire if anyone has pawned a superb pearl flower here yesterday," the general demanded. "Indeed, indeed. Someone did pawn a superb pearl flower, but I dispatched it to the main shop overnight," the pawnbroker replied. Who was it that pawned it?" The general pressed. It was the owner of the Longxing Inn in our town, though it appeared he was acting on someone else's behalf, the pawnbroker explained. The general's eyes brightened. Oh, how do you know this? Because he instructed me to appraise it, but then requested that I issue a low-value fake receipt, the pawnbroker clarified. Very well. Take me to the Longxing Inn at once. 300 ironclad cavalry galloped towards the Longxing Inn, accompanied by a throng of infantry, effectively encircling the establishment to the point of impenetrability. The innkeeper, thoroughly frightened, stumbled out in a frantic rush, hastily approaching and inquiring, "What orders do you have, my lord?" The general, seated upon his steed, bore a visage as somber as the depths of the sea, and coldly replied, "Yesterday, you played the role of a rare and exquisite pearl flower." "Indeed, I did serve as a rare pearl flower for someone yesterday," the innkeeper stammered. "For whom did you serve in that capacity?" "It was for a pair of young individuals." "What were their appearances?" "They were a young couple. The man appeared to be around 20 years of age, unremarkable in looks, while the young lady, approximately 16 or 17, was strikingly beautiful." The general's eyes gleamed with intensity as he seized a scroll from one of his subordinates and unfurled it, asking, "Is this the likeness of the young lady?" "Yes, that is indeed her," the innkeeper affirmed. The general exclaimed urgently, "Where are they? Have they departed?" Upon witnessing the general's fervent demeanor, the innkeeper was taken aback, stammering, "And no, they have not left. They are resting in the courtyard, possibly still asleep." Upon hearing this, the general swiftly dismounted and strode purposefully into the inn, flanked closely by dozens of soldiers. The innkeeper, trembling, followed closely behind this formidable group. Initially, a few guests within the inn peeked out, but upon seeing such a battalion clad in heavy armor, they immediately bolted their doors and windows, retreating in fear. The innkeeper pointed, saying, "The man is in that room, and the girl is in the adjacent one." The general, upon hearing this, strode directly towards the girl's chamber, halting 3 paces from the door. He then knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Zhao Sheng, the lord of Fengning City, humbly welcomes your highness, Princess Yu, back to the court." The soldiers behind Zhao Sheng also knelt in unison. The owner of the Longxing Inn was utterly taken aback, collapsing onto the ground in shock. He could scarcely believe that the beautiful girl was indeed the princess of the realm. In a flurry, he hastily knelt as well. After days of exposure to the elements, the little princess was utterly exhausted. Finally settled upon a soft bed, she remained blissfully asleep. It was only after Zhao Sheng had called out 3 times that she groggily opened her eyes. It was then that she became aware of the commotion outside, the sounds of horses and voices. By the time she fully comprehended Zhao Sheng's calls, he had already prostrated himself for the 4th time, dressed in her garments. The little princess, still irritable from her slumber, flung open the door and exclaimed, I know, how terribly noisy." Observing the bleary-eyed princess adorned with a frown, Zhao Sheng realized that he had disturbed the dreams of this exalted maiden, prompting a cold sweat to trickle down his back. "Your servant, Zhao Sheng, has come at the behest of Princess Yu to welcome your highness back to the court." "My sister? Has she come as well?" Zhao Sheng, unable to lift his gaze, remained kneeling and replied, "Yes, Princess Yu is waiting just outside the town." "Ah, truly?" The little princess, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, swiftly shut the door, muttering to herself, oh no, father and mother must be frantic, otherwise they would not have sent my sister to fetch me in person." Zhao Sheng and the others dared not utter another word, silently awaiting outside. After a considerable interval, the young princess gradually opened the door to her chamber, having regained the regal poise befitting her status. With a tone of indifference, she addressed the assembly, "Please rise." As she observed the guests departing the courtyard, her demeanor transformed, and she dashed into Chen Nan's room, energetically unfastening his acupoints with a flurry of playful slaps. Grasping his ear, she exclaimed, "You sluggard, rise at once." "Ah!" Chen Nan let out a cry, springing up from his bed and rubbing his crimson left ear incessantly. He thought, chagrined by the mischievous grin of the princess. After a restless night spent on an iron railing, he had barely succumbed to slumber before being roused by her antics. Once they had completed their morning routines, the two managed to partake in a modest meal, courtesy of the innkeeper, who was both eager and apprehensive in his service. Zhao Sheng had initially arranged a palanquin for the princess, but she waved her delicate hand dismissively, stating, "No, I wish to ride a horse." Chen Nan mused to himself, pondering how such a terrifying little imp could possibly remain composed within a sedan chair. Zhao Sheng personally led forth a warhorse for the princess, while a soldier brought another steed for Chen Nan. The princess mounted her horse with grace and galloped ahead, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Chen Nan, along with the lord of Fengning City, Zhao Sheng, followed closely behind, accompanied by 300 cavalry, with infantry bringing up the rear. This grand procession departed the small town, finally allowing the residents to exhale in relief. However, the innkeeper of Longxing lamented his fate, for Zhao Sheng had imposed a hefty fine upon him, demanding payment to the lord's office within 3 days as punishment for his avarice. Beyond the quaint town lies a vast expanse of wilderness, where 200 knights stand vigil to ensure the safety of Princess Chu Yu. When the young princess and her companions approach, the knights respectfully clasp their hands and salute. In the distance, a slender figure stands alone amidst the morning glow. Clad in garments as white as snow, bathed in the light of the rising sun, she appears to be adorned with a delicate golden hue, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, her flowing attire suggesting she might take flight at any moment. The little princess calls out, "Sister," and, abandoning her companions, dashes forward to leap into Chu Yu's embrace. Clinging to her sister's waist, the young princess exclaims, "Sister, I have missed you so much." Chu Yu, with a tender smile, gently pats her head and replies, "Oh, you mischievous one, sneaking out of the palace for so long. Father and mother have been quite worried." The little princess, with a hint of anxiety, asks, "Is mother's health improving?" "Why do you ask? Mother has always been in good health." "Humph, that old man dared to deceive me." The little princess protests, her dissatisfaction evident. "Who could have possibly tricked our little rascal?" Chu Yu inquires with a playful smile. "Do not speak disrespectfully of the esteemed Zhuge, for he is a person whom both father and mother hold in high regard." Then perhaps I shall refrain from plucking too many of his beard hairs. By the way, how did you manage to find me? Have you forgotten? Yesterday, you transformed into a pearl flower and were mistaken for a treasure by the pawnshop owner, who promptly sent you to the main store in Fengning City overnight. The proprietor of the general store discerned the royal insignia on the ornament and was immediately taken aback. He hastily reported the matter to Zhao Sheng, the lord of Fengning City. Zhao Sheng, who had been receiving my directives these past few days, quickly became aware of the situation and traced it back to you, my little rascal. Chu Yu gently cupped the little princess's face and spoke softly. "You must have endured quite a few hardships out there. Allow your sister to examine you closely. Your skin has tanned a bit, and you appear slimmer than before. Promise me you won't wander off recklessly again, do you understand?" "Yes, sister, I will never run off again. My guards." At this point, the little princess's voice faltered, choked with emotion. "Be good, do not be sad," Chu Yu reassured her. "How annoying. I am already 16, yet you still treat me like a child." The little princess swiftly transformed her expression into a smile. "Sister, let me show you something wonderful." With that, she carefully retrieved a jade box from her bosom and gently opened it. Instantly, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted through the air, revealing a cluster of translucent crimson lotus petals nestled within the box. "Ah, what is this?" Chu Yu exclaimed, taken aback. The little princess beamed with pride. "This is the legendary fire immortal lotus, which I specially prepared for Father Emperor's 60th birthday." Chu Yu, filled with excitement, cradled the jade box and remarked, "Truly deserving of its title as an immortal lotus. Even just inhaling its fragrance invigorates the spirit and lightens the body." The radiant lotus petals sparkled under the sunlight, their enchanting scent wafting far and wide to reach Chen Nan and the others, leaving the soldiers and officers in awe. "Oh, it appears as though someone has taken a small bite out of the lotus petal," Chu Yu chuckled, playfully pinching the little princess's delicate nose. "It must have been you, my little glutton, who couldn't resist taking a bite, right?" "Hee." "Sister," the little princess pouted, wriggling her body in a playful manner, "please don't pinch my nose, or I won't be as beautiful as you." "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey," Chu Yu remarked. The little princess glared at the blazing celestial lotus, indignantly exclaiming, "It was a perfect petal. It's all that scoundrel Chen Nan's fault. That despicable, shameless, and vile thief used deceit to capture me and immobilized my acupoints. I had no choice but to take a small bite of the lotus in order to break free." "What?" Chu Yu gasped in surprise. "That wretched thief? I have already captured him." The little princess pointed toward the distance where Chen Nan stood. "Scoundrel Chen Nan, come here." Upon hearing the little princess call for him, Chen Nan felt a surge of reluctance as he approached. As he neared Chu Yu and the little princess, he found himself momentarily dazed. From afar, he had only caught a glimpse of Chu Yu's unparalleled beauty, but now, standing so close, her exquisite visage left him breathless. Dressed in flowing white garments, her slender figure and graceful curves appeared flawless. With no makeup to mask her features, her phoenix eyes, delicate nose, and cherry lips formed a perfect combination, embodying the essence of an unparalleled beauty. With autumn waters for her spirit and jade for her bones, Chu Yu truly epitomized the word perfection. Chapter 10. The celestial maiden. The young princess is undeniably beautiful, deserving of the title of a rare beauty in the mortal realm. However, given her tender age, she appears somewhat naïve when compared to the radiant Chu Yu. She resembles a lively little sprite, imbued with an enchanting spirit, as she closely nestles beside Chu Yu, her affectionate demeanor revealing her dependence on her sister. Such a stunning pair of sisters indeed captivates the world. Humph, you audacious scoundrel. How dare you gaze upon my sister so brazenly? Chen Nan quickly bowed and said, I pay my respects to your highness. Chu Yu replied coolly, no need for formalities. Sister, did you see? It's this fellow right here. Don't be fooled by his foolish appearance. His heart is as wicked as they come. The most shameless of rogues, a despicable thief. Chen Nan felt utterly vexed. This wretch is rotten to the core. The little princess suddenly blushed, fidgeting as she said, if it weren't for the fact that he has some use, I would have long since put an end to him. Chu Yu smiled at her, asking, what is wrong with him? Sister, the little princess's face turned crimson as she shook Chu Yu's arm incessantly. Chen Nan observed the two sisters intently, never having imagined that the little princess could exhibit such a pure and endearing side, playfully clinging to Chu Yu's arm. He could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly the same little princess who had engaged in a battle of wits against Prince Jian, displaying such depth and cunning? Was this the same little demoness who had tormented him mercilessly? Sister, look, he's leering at you. The little princess raised her tiny fist and began to strike at Chen Nan in a flurry of playful punches. Chu Yu gently pulled the little princess closer, her face adorned with a smile, and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, all right, tell me, dear sister, what adventures have you experienced these past few days? Instantly, the little princess's expression brightened, resembling a joyful little sparrow as she chirped about her thrilling escapades in the mountains. From the rare and exquisite flowers and plants to the extraordinary creatures, even to the majestic dragons soaring through the skies, her vivid descriptions painted a lively picture. However, when she inadvertently mentioned encountering Chen Nan while bathing in the pond, she abruptly snapped to attention, halting her words. From the fragments of the little princess's narrative, Chu Yu swiftly pieced together the events that transpired. Her eyes sparkled with a chilling light, instilling a sense of dread in Chen Nan. In his heart, he marveled at her prowess. Her aura was restrained, unfathomably profound, imbued with an ethereal quality that suggested she was indeed a cultivator. The Taoist essence emanating from Chu Yu only solidified Chen Nan's belief in her otherworldly nature. As he beheld the piercing gaze in her eyes, he felt a surge of alarm, pondering whether she might resort to silencing him for the sake of her sister's honor. The little princess, feeling bashful, stammered, "And nothing much, really." Chu Yu spoke softly. "What is there to be shy about with your elder sister? I would never harm you. Please, share with me how we should deal with that scoundrel, Chen Nan." With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, the little princess hesitantly recounted the incident by the pond. Chu Yu's expression darkened, her face turning a shade of iron as she nearly drew her sword to strike down Chen Nan, who stood not far away. "Why did you not kill him?" As the little princess and Zhuge Chengfeng battled the giant serpent, Chu Yu felt as though she were in the midst of the fray, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Her astonishment peaked when she heard of the giant serpent's failed transformation into a golden dragon, her eyes widening in disbelief. The little princess recounted, "In the end, we only obtained a petal of the blazing fire fairy lotus, and that scoundrel Chen Nan fled. We encountered the third prince of Baiwei Kingdom, Ren Jian, and that despicable wretch was unfortunately captured by them later on." With each revelation, Chu Yu's alarm grew, her expression turning icy as she coldly remarked, "Ren Jian is indeed audacious, daring to covet our Chu Kingdom's treasured Hoi Bao. And to bully my sister, he truly deserves to die." The little princess, indignant, retorted, "Had my subordinates not been gravely injured, the outcome would have been uncertain. Even so, he fell into my ambush, suffering heavy losses among his ranks." Chu Yu chuckled. "Ah, I knew our little rascal was the most formidable. What happened next? At this point, the little princess became incensed. Sister, do you know that useless wretch Chen Nan actually managed to draw the sealed Hui Bao? Chu Yu's countenance grew increasingly grave as she inquired, are you speaking the truth? He truly drew the Hui Bao 3 times? Of course it's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The most infuriating part is that this rascal, having exhausted his strength on the 4th attempt, resorted to trickery and deceived us all. The 3rd prince and his servant fled like frightened dogs, and I was captured by him. As the conversation progressed, the little princess became increasingly disheartened and finally exclaimed in frustration, this scoundrel is truly despicable. I cannot believe I was deceived by him. This useless fellow has ended up as the ultimate victor. Chu Yu chuckled softly. Well, it seems our little rascal was outsmarted, which is quite an achievement in itself. Then, her expression turned serious as she inquired, and what happened next? The little princess hesitated once more. Please, do tell. I assure you, sister, I will not mock you. Steadying herself, the little princess recounted the subsequent events in their entirety. Chu Yu furrowed her brow and said solemnly, the fact that you did not slay him in that moment of indignation shows your growth. You handled the situation wisely. Had you subdued him, our Chu kingdom would undoubtedly have gained an unparalleled master. However, you ought not to continue humiliating him. Since you spared his life, he should be made to feel gratitude, not resentment. Am I to greet that scoundrel with joy and laughter? The mere sight of him makes my teeth clench with rage. He treated me so poorly before. Not killing him was the greatest mercy I could bestow, the little princess replied, her displeasure evident. Chu Yu suggested, you are usually quite clever. To elicit his gratitude does not necessitate joviality. You may employ both kindness and authority. Only then will he remain steadfastly loyal. With a frown, the little princess lamented, I truly regret not having killed him. The thought of frequently encountering that vile creature fills me with exasperation. It is infuriating. Chu Yu laughed gently and said, fear not. You can easily avoid him. Ah, how infuriating it is that such a seemingly useless fellow dares to act with bravado. Can you still call him useless? Is it not remarkable that an ordinary person can draw the legendary Hui Bao? Even the illustrious Zhuge, with his unparalleled martial prowess, could scarcely budge the divine Bao. Yet he, with his modest skills, has managed to do so. Is this not an extraordinary feat? Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish all accomplished practitioners. The little princess pondered, recalling the brilliant golden radiance that enveloped Chen Nan when he faced the ancient giant, thus conceding to Chu Yu's words. Very well. I shall refrain from tapping his head, pinching his arms, or twisting his ears in the future. Chu Yu was both amused and perplexed, never anticipating that her whimsical sister would choose to retaliate against Chen Nan in such a manner. Chen Nan, not far away, felt a pang of guilt, uncertain of how Chu Yu would deal with him, the villain who had tarnished the princess's reputation. Soon, Chu Yu, taking the little princess's hand, approached him gracefully, her steps elegant and her demeanor enchanting, exuding an air of unparalleled grace. Young Master Chen, present, humble citizen. Chu Yu smiled, saying, Young Master Chen need not be overly formal. In our Chu kingdom, those of exceptional talent need not bow deeply even before the sovereign. They are treated as national heroes. Your ability to draw our treasured Hui Bao places you among such esteemed company, earning you respect both in public and private. Chen Nan exhaled deeply, relieved that the misfortune he had imagined did not come to pass. It seemed that fortune was beginning to turn in his favor. Chu Yu remarked, however, the fact that young Master Chen can draw the Bao of Hui must remain confidential, for it is indeed astonishing. To prevent any unnecessary troubles, we must impose upon young Master Chen to remain an anonymous national hero. Chen Nan hurriedly feigned gratitude, saying, I shall comply with the princess's arrangements, but what? The 3rd prince of the Baiwei kingdom is already aware of my ability to draw the Bao of Hui. Will he? Chu Yu interjected. He will not dare to speak of it. As long as we do not provoke him, he will be content with his fortune. In truth, what Chen Nan wished to express was his concern about whether the prince would send assassins after him. However, upon hearing Chu Yu's words, he refrained from voicing his thoughts further. The little princess stood by, pouting in displeasure. Chen Nan stole a glance at her, only to be met with her fierce glare, prompting him to quickly turn his gaze elsewhere to avoid aggravating the little imp. Chu Yu said, Very well, let us be on our way. The cavalry mounted their steeds, and the infantry regrouped, as the grand procession set forth towards Fengning City. Chu Yu and the little princess rode side by side at the forefront, with Chen Nan and Zhao Shang, the lord of Fengning City, closely following. While on horseback, the little princess's eyes darted around, and she inquired, "Sister, did father and mother send you to find me?" The little princess sighed in relief, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought you had come solely for my sake. You are only now aware of the fear you instilled when you slipped away silently? You cannot fathom how worried we were for you. Fortunately, Senior Zhuge had predicted your destination and followed your trail. All right, I acknowledge my mistake." Chu Yu gazed at the young princess and inquired, "You err? Have you experienced any discomfort in your body these past few days?" "Not at all, merely a sensation of warmth," the princess replied. Chu Yu continued, "I once read in an ancient tome that herbs born from the ethereal energies of heaven and earth are treasures that are seldom encountered by ordinary people. Consuming such herbs can significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, they are a grave taboo for those who ardently seek power. Those who partake of the immortal-grade herbs often find it exceedingly difficult to fully dispel their medicinal energy. While some of the power may elevate one's cultivation temporarily, the subsequent journey of training becomes fraught with challenges, particularly once one reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, where the effects become even more pronounced." Why is that? The spiritual energy of the celestial herbs clashes with your innate power, shackling your own potential for growth, an unbreakable chain that you will forever be bound by. Oh, how can this be? No wonder I have felt a pervasive heat these past few days. It seems I have yet to fully dissolve the herb's power. What should I do? Chu Yu chuckled, "You little lazy cat, always seeking shortcuts. Remember, only through diligent practice can you attain the purest form of power." Chen Nan, listening intently from behind, nodded in agreement. The insights Chu Yu had gleaned from the ancient text resonated with his father's beliefs. He could not help but ponder. It appears that throughout the millennia, there have indeed been individuals of extraordinary prowess, akin to my father. I wonder if they have ascended to immortality, eternally wandering this realm. "Sister, where are you going?" "I shall be surveying the vicinity for the next few days. Be patient and await my return here." After ensuring the little princess was settled in the lord's mansion, Chu Yu hurriedly departed. Although Chen Nan was free to move, his powers were sealed. And with the lord's mansion heavily guarded, escaping was akin to scaling the heavens. The little princess, feeling exceedingly bored, wandered aimlessly within the mansion, causing a ruckus that disturbed the peace. Eventually, she recalled Chu Yu's words, unless she completely refined the spiritual power of the fire lotus within her, her future cultivation would be fraught with challenges. In her boredom, she began to attempt the refinement on her own. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, a soft white light enveloped her form, and a faint fragrance wafted through the room. At that moment, the little imp appeared both solemn and sacred, devoid of any mischievousness. Before long, beads of sweat began to trickle down her face. Her skin flushed a vibrant red as she forcibly dissolved the fire lotus's spiritual power. However, the fiery essence scorched her body, causing sweat to pour forth incessantly. After a while, the gentle white light around her gradually expanded, forming a thin veil of luminescence. The little princess became shrouded in an ethereal mist, while the room's temperature rose steadily, and flickers of flame began to dance about her. Ultimately, unable to withstand the heat any longer, the little princess cried out and burst from the room. The guards in the courtyard merely caught a glimpse of a figure darting towards the garden. Once in the garden, the little princess leaped into the small lake with a splash. As the daughter of the city lord strolled through the garden, she was the first to discover the little princess who had fallen into the water. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, "Oh no, the princess has fallen in. Someone, come quickly, the princess is drowning." A multitude of guards rushed towards the scene, and Chen Nan, hearing the commotion, hurried to the location, only to witness the little princess awkwardly climbing out of the lake, soaked to the skin and thoroughly embarrassed. The little princess glared at the guards who had come to her aid and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? I was simply too hot and decided to take a bath. Why don't you disperse at once?" Observing the little princess's mortified expression, Chen Nan could hardly suppress a laugh. His gaze wandered over her delicate form concealed beneath her drenched clothing, and mischief danced in his eyes. Just as he intended to leave with the crowd, the princess's icy glare locked onto his teasing gaze. Chen Nan sighed, feeling unfortunate, and reluctantly approached her. The little princess, infuriated, felt an overwhelming urge to give him a sound thrashing, but as she contemplated, her expression shifted suddenly. "Follow me," she commanded. Chen Nan adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a hero embarking on a perilous journey as he trailed the little princess into her chamber. Hee, the little princess chuckled mischievously, sending a chill down his spine. With a flurry of movements, she struck various pressure points on his body, rendering him momentarily immobile. Before bringing him to the edge of her bed, Chen Nan's thoughts raced. Surely not, could it be? You vile rogue. Your mind is filled with such sordid thoughts. How utterly detestable. The little princess asserted, forcing Chen Nan to sit upon the bed while she settled cross-legged behind him, placing her hands firmly on his back. Her delicate hands gradually transformed into a crystalline whiteness akin to jade, eventually emanating a faint luminescence. A wave of terror washed over Chen Nan as he sensed a swift depletion of his internal energy. The true chi coursing through his 100 meridians surged towards the little princess's demonic grasp like a relentless stream. The princess, growing increasingly exhilarated, reveled in her inaugural attempt at the transformative technique of blending heaven and earth, utilizing Chen Nan's strength to incessantly refine the spiritual essence of the fire immortal lotus. True to its name, the blending heaven and earth technique, when mastered to its pinnacle, possesses the formidable ability to dissolve all things, exhibiting unmatched power and unfathomable mysteries. Another enigmatic aspect of this technique lies in its capacity to temporarily absorb another's power for one's own use. However, this borrowed strength would inevitably vanish after just a fleeting moment. The little princess, born of noble lineage, had never endured a hint of hardship. Previously, when Chen Nan had captured her and subjected her to relentless mockery, she regarded it as a profound humiliation, prompting her to torment him throughout their journey. Now, witnessing the distinct mockery reflected in Chen Nan's expression reminded her of past grievances, filling her with a mix of shame and fury. An exhilarating scheme of retribution formed in her mind. She resolved to employ the untested blending heaven and earth to siphon a portion of Chen Nan's power, aiding her in refining the spiritual essence of the fire immortal lotus. Imagining the contorted expression on Chen Nan's face upon losing some of his power brought forth an uncontrollable smile. Initially, the princess was indeed overjoyed, as an unceasing flow of energy surged from Chen Nan, causing her internal true chi to swell with vigor, alleviating the oppressive heat brought by the fire immortal lotus's essence, and replacing it with a refreshing sensation of exhilaration. However, the little princess gradually sensed something amiss. When she attempted to halt the process, the heavenly transformation technique seemed to spiral out of control, relentlessly continuing its cycle. The technique she practiced was a fragment she had stumbled upon in the royal archives, yet it remained merely an incomplete manuscript. Furthermore, her limited experience rendered her incapable of mastering its operation. She felt a surge of anxiety. If this continued, it would surely drain Chen Nan of all his martial prowess. Despite her deep-seated resentment for this rogue, she had never contemplated stripping him of his abilities. At that moment, Chen Nan experienced an unbearable sensation as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at him. His entire strength was being forcibly extracted. Years of arduous training were dissolving in an instant, leaving him despondent and hopeless, as if his very soul were drifting away with the flowing essence. Once hailed as a prodigy in martial arts, he had become the subject of scorn after losing his innate spiritual perception at the age of 16. The 4 years between 16 and 20 were an unforgettable nightmare, where no amount of effort could advance his martial skills. Mockery and derision rained down upon him, casting the once promising genius from the fragrant blossoms of paradise into the depths of unending darkness. Chen Nan's vision blurred gradually, tears streaming down his face as he smiled through his sorrow, grappling with his unfulfilled ambitions and dreams that would irrevocably change from this moment forth. As his spiritual perception returned, he turned his gaze inward, observing the flow of essence within his meridians. Watching the liquid-like energy surge forth, he bore no trace of regret. He vaguely sensed that the little princess's malicious actions inadvertently facilitated the awakening of his spiritual perception. What is a mere modicum of power? As long as my 6 senses are sharpened and my spiritual awareness restored, I can surpass my previous cultivation several-fold in the shortest span of time. Entering the true martial realm and competing with the cultivators of the East and the magicians of the West will no longer be a distant dream. Stepping into the immortal martial realm will no longer be an unattainable illusion. As time passed, the golden true chi within Chen Nan began to dissipate, becoming increasingly sparse and dim. Yet, At that moment, he detected an unusual phenomenon in his true qi, a faint, unremarkable pale yellow intermingled within the resplendent golden essence. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although the pale yellow true qi was scarce, it was distributed throughout his 100 meridians. Had it not been for the diminishing true qi within him, he would have found it nearly impossible to discern this peculiar pale yellow essence. Could it be her? A chill ran down Chen Nan's spine, and a layer of cold sweat broke out upon him. There once existed a mysterious woman, akin to a comet slicing through the sky, illuminating the entire realm of immortal fantasy. She was a paragon of beauty and wisdom, shrouded in enigma. No one knew her lineage or her past. She traversed among the major factions, her presence flickering in many significant events across the continent. Mysterious, beautiful, and wise. She drove countless young men to madness. She was Dan Taixian. At the age of 16, Chen Nan had just reached the second tier of his family's profound skill. Achieving the great completion stage, his cultivation unmatched among peers of similar age, and it was the pinnacle of his youthful exuberance. In that year, the 18-year-old Dan Taixian sought out Chen Nan, who had long been familiar with her name. Upon their first encounter, he was immediately struck by her extraordinary beauty. The two engaged in discussions of martial arts and philosophy. Dan Taixian's extensive and profound knowledge left Chen Nan in awe. Subsequently, they engaged in a fierce battle, which ended without a decisive victor. From that moment onward, Chen Nan found himself hopelessly ensnared in the whirlpool of affection, harboring an unexpressed obsession for Dan Taixian deep within his heart. During her stay at Chen Nan's residence, he observed her daily practice of a peculiar cultivation technique. The energy produced by this method was unremarkable and dull, a pale yellow in hue, and possessed minimal potency. Out of curiosity, Chen Nan once inquired about the purpose of such a technique. At that time, Dan Taixian merely smiled in silence. When pressed repeatedly, she finally replied with a hint of profundity. This is an ancient and extraordinary skill. No matter how powerful one may become, without personal experience, its intricacies remain elusive. Soon after, Dan Taixian gracefully departed. It was later rumored that she had taken on a new master, a practitioner on the verge of transcending to the heavens, embarking on a journey of cultivation. 3 months later, Chen Nan's nightmare began. His martial prowess dwindled, and he plummeted from the heights to the depths of despair. He felt himself drifting further away from Dan Taixian, and under the weight of his own inadequacy, he no longer harbored a shred of hope. In his heart, Dan Taixian had become an unattainable goddess, and he could only silently bless her, enduring the loneliness and bitterness of despair. It was not until 2 years later, when he encountered the joyful girl Yu Exine, who resembled an ethereal sprite, that a glimmer of light pierced through his gloomy sky. As the little princess extracted the last trace of true energy from Chen Nan, his consciousness began to fade, eventually succumbing to complete oblivion. 2 days later, Chen Nan awoke languidly, his eyes opening to find the little princess resting her chin in her hands, idly gazing out the window. As he stirred slightly, he caught her attention. "Ah, you wretched thief, you're awake," the little princess exclaimed, rushing to the bedside, only to quickly adopt a stern expression. "You rascal. When my sister inquires, you must tell her it was you who provoked me first. Do you hear?" Chen Nan found himself both amused and exasperated by this little imp. She had rendered him powerless, yet demanded that he speak well of her. Nevertheless, he bore no ill will towards the little princess, for it was she who had revived the long-dormant instincts within him. Chu Yu gently pushed open the door and addressed Chen Nan. "Young Master Chen, you are awake. I appreciate your concern, Princess," he replied. Seeing that Chu Yu did not chastise her, the little princess brightened once more. Chu Yu shot her a disapproving glance and remarked, "You always seem to be causing trouble." The little princess playfully wrinkled her nose in response. Days later, the little princess and her entourage arrived at an ancient city. Upon hearing that this city was named Dan Tai, Chen Nan felt a sudden flutter in his heart. The ancient city walls are etched with the passage of time, their scars and arrow slits bearing witness to the tribulations of countless battles. Dan Tai City is modest in scale, with a population of fewer than 100,000. The residents within its confines, akin to the ancient city itself, possess a simplicity of spirit, greeting the arrival of the two princesses with an array of quaint arts along the streets. As Chen Nan traversed the square of Dan Tai City, he was momentarily breathless. A statue of white jade stood majestically upon a high platform, its unparalleled beauty and extraordinary grace unmistakably that of Dan Taixian. How can this be? How is it possible that it is her? Chen Nan found himself momentarily lost, for just days prior. The ethereal goddess who had occupied his thoughts so deeply had seemingly vanished, and now he stood before her likeness. The unpredictability of fate seemed to guide him inexorably toward a predetermined path. At that moment, the cheerful laughter of the young princess roused him from his reverie. Wow, the fairy of Dan Tai is so beautiful, but we are just as lovely as she is, hee. Chu Yu's delicate features were adorned with a faint smile. Her bright eyes shimmering like the rippling surface of water, and the dimples on her jade-like cheeks were utterly enchanting. How shameless, to compare oneself to a fairy, she teased. The little princess chimed in. I compared my sister to her as well. Besides, we are indeed as beautiful as she is. Suddenly, Chen Nan grasped the hand of the nearby mage, his excitement palpable. Is she truly Dan Tai Xian? The little princess laughed at his ignorance. You foolish rascal. How could you not know that the fairy of Dan Tai is called Dan Tai Xian? Oh, I remember now. You can't even write. Alas, you are such an unlearned fellow, she exclaimed, feigning a look of deep dismay. Chen Nan's voice trembled as he remarked, Isn't she a figure from 10,000 years ago? How do people still remember her? The little princess was about to mock him again, but was halted by Chu Yu, who discerned that Chen Nan truly lacked understanding of the fairy of Dan Tai. With patience, she elucidated, indeed, after the passage of countless years, the fairy of Dan Tai has long been forgotten. However, a millennium ago, she graced our city, and this event stands as one of the rare celestial traces in our Chu kingdom. From that moment, the memory of the fairy of Dan Tai was rekindled, and thus, Dan Tai City was named. She has become an immortal, Chen Nan murmured, his heart a tumult of emotions. By now, the others had moved ahead. Yet he remained rooted in place. I believed I had liberated myself from the past. Yet why do the fragments of yesteryears continually manifest before my eyes? Dan Tai Xian, UXN? Memories fade like smoke. Why do they incessantly linger in my heart? Past events blow like the wind. Why is the direction so unpredictable, always swirling within me? As she walked towards the room, she remarked, Look at yourself now. Do you still possess even a hint of the princess's grace? You appear like an unkempt wild child. If your father and mother were to see you, wouldn't they scold you mercilessly? She added, always protecting him. Isn't this fellow merely capable of drawing the bow of Hui? Yet he was still captured by me. Humph, I will make him pay one day. Chu Yu shot her a disapproving glance and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, You, dear girl. The little girl cannot snatch my candied hawthorn. There are none. Those cultivators from various nations have all ventured into the falling Wind Mountain range, not lingering long in our Chu territory. It seems they are all drawn by the legendary Jian, with no ill intentions towards the borders of our Chu kingdom. Oh, that is reassuring. However, the sudden appearance of the divine beast Jian in the Luofeng Mountains is indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Could it be that a sage is destined to emerge? Chu Yu remarked with a smile, The most illustrious sage is none other than you, father. There is no need for concern. Chu Han chuckled, You little rascal. How come you've become as glib-tongued as your sister? In truth, I am not overly worried. Our Chu kingdom has enjoyed peace and prosperity in recent years, so I anticipate no significant troubles ahead. By the way, father, during our journey to the Western Territories, I discovered a remarkable talent. Well, to be precise, it was my sister who found and captured him, Chu Yu continued. Oh, who is this individual? The young princess interjected eagerly. He is a scoundrel, a wretched thief, utterly uneducated, incapable of even writing his own name. Observing Chu Yu's anxious demeanor, Chu Han pondered for a moment before stating, Let us keep him. Chu Yu concurred. I believe we should indeed retain him, as talents are rare to come by. The Empress added, Then we must ensure he is silenced, preventing him from speaking recklessly. Chu Yu replied, From my observations over the past few days, I have discerned that he is not the type to speak indiscriminately. He should understand his predicament. That is good to hear, the Empress responded. Meanwhile, Chen Nan had been waiting outside for quite some time, feeling increasingly anxious. Unaware that he had already traversed the brink of death. Just as his impatience peaked, a palace maid approached him and quietly inquired, Are you Master Chen? Yes, he affirmed. The palace maid said, The Grand Princess has commanded me to escort you into the palace and instructed me to assure you not to feel anxious. When you meet His Majesty the Emperor, simply speak with the utmost respect. Understood, I shall remember, Chen Nan replied. His nervousness stemmed from having once acted disrespectfully towards the young princess, and he feared the emperor's wrath. Upon hearing the maid's words, he exhaled deeply. Within the palace, the crimson walls and golden tiles, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted ceilings, exuded opulence. The grand halls and towers, varying in height, were truly magnificent. The Emperor of Chu summoned him to the study. As he beheld the imposing figure of the elder before him, Chen Nan knelt, his forehead touching the ground, and respectfully proclaimed, "I humbly greet your majesty." "Rise," commanded the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty," Chen Nan replied, standing with his head bowed to one side. The expression on Chu Han's face was as cold as water as he stated, "You have behaved disrespectfully towards my youngest daughter. Is this true?" Chen Nan's forehead broke into a sweat as he admitted, "It is true. I acted thoughtlessly." Chu Han's voice turned stern. "Do you realize that your actions deserve death 1,000 times over?" At this moment, Chen Nan felt the cold sweat soak through his garments. "However, the Grand Princess has fervently pleaded for your clemency, arguing that you hail from humble origins and are unfamiliar with proper etiquette, urging me to spare your life. I had no intention of letting you go, but Yuer has also interceded on your behalf, stating that you possess talent and could atone for your past misdeeds. For these reasons, I have chosen not to execute you. Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy." Chu Han's tone softened. "Do not be afraid. I have promised to spare you, and I assure you, I will not take your life. Moreover, I have been informed of your true abilities. As long as you serve the great Chu diligently in the future, I will not treat you unjustly. Thank you, your majesty." "Oh, there is no need for such formality in the future. Even when you see me, there is no requirement for grand gestures. From this moment onward, you are one of the esteemed members of my Chu kingdom, albeit a covert one. You must not disclose your ability to draw the bow of Ho-E to anyone." A smile graced Chu Han's face as he remarked, "Hee, with talents like you in our nation, I am truly gratified. You need not dwell on past matters. Focus on your efforts, and I shall ensure you receive promotions and honors in the future." Dazed, Chen Nan exited the palace, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That was close. I nearly bid farewell to this world." Phew. He exhaled deeply. However, as he continued walking, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. "Damn it. I almost let that old man intimidate me. He first showered me with flattery, then offered me a sweet treat. With both kindness and severity, he intends for me to serve him loyally. This cunning old fox truly excels in the art of manipulation. No wonder he has sat upon the emperor's throne for decades." "Young Master Chen, what are you muttering about?" Chu Yu, adorned in flowing white garments, appeared radiant and graceful. "Oh, it is nothing. I was merely reflecting on the vastness of the palace. I feel as though I am about to lose my way. Hee, follow me, and I shall guide you out while arranging your accommodations." Chen Nan held a favorable impression of the exceptionally elegant princess. Throughout their journey, Chu Yu took great care of him, skillfully steering him away from the clutches of the little princess. Gazing upon Chu Yu's unparalleled beauty and amiable smile, he respectfully expressed, "Thank you, your highness." Chu Yu smiled as she led him out of the imperial palace. Beyond the palace lay the residences of the court ministers, and they arrived at an expansive mansion. The grand entrance was striking, flanked by imposing stone lions carved from white marble. A vermilion door bore a plaque with golden characters, inscribed, "House of Extraordinary Talents." Chu Yu remarked, "Those who reside here are remarkable individuals, each possessing unique abilities. You will be living here from now on. Initially, you may find it unfamiliar and somewhat uncomfortable, but in time, you shall adapt." The House of Extraordinary Talents was divided into numerous independent courtyards, lacking the ostentation of the grand entrance, exuding instead a rustic charm. Each courtyard boasted its own distinctive landscape. Upon seeing Chu Yu, the so-called extraordinary individuals merely smiled and nodded, refraining from formal greetings, a testament to the esteemed status they held as honored figures of the state. Chen Nan's courtyard was serene, featuring a small grove of emerald bamboo on the west side, where the shadows of the bamboo concealed a stone table and 2 stone chairs. To the east lay a flower garden, interspersed with several unusual stones. Chen Nan inquired, "Will I be living here from now on? Is there nothing I need to do?" Chu Yu replied with a smile, "For the time being, you shall reside here. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to help you restore your abilities. And subsequently, I will find someone to teach you advanced martial arts, so that you may better master the Hoi Bao." "Oh," he responded. "However, do not wander about indiscriminately. Until you are familiar with others, please refrain from entering their courtyards without permission." Chen Nan inquired, "What is the matter?" Chu Yu responded, among these individuals. Some have delved deeply into the art of poison, resulting in a multitude of snakes, insects, and toxic plants scattered throughout the courtyard. A mere misstep could lead to a deadly encounter. Others are adept in the arcane arts, possessing potent magical energies that could obliterate the entire estate at any moment. And then there are those. As Chen Nan listened, his alarm grew. The residents here were an assortment of bizarre characters, akin to a congregation of a sinister organization. Finally, Chu Yu continued. Though there are few guards, several exceptionally skilled individuals take turns patrolling daily, ensuring that this place remains utterly secure. Chen Nan lamented internally. Alas, my escape plan has been thwarted. After bidding farewell to Chu Yu, he felt a sense of unease. I wonder if that poison aficionado's serpents and insects will wander into my courtyard, or if that destructive sorcerer will take residence next door. Upon moving into the abode of the extraordinary, Chen Nan dedicated himself to mastering his ancestral martial arts. His senses sharpened, his spiritual awareness restored, and he regained the confidence he possessed before the age of 16. He was resolute in his determination to become an unparalleled warrior in the shortest possible time. After dispelling the pale yellow aura of ordinary energy that the celestial maiden Dantai had placed within him, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Upon introspection, Chen Nan discovered a qualitative transformation in his internal energy. Its hue had grown more radiant, its flow more fluid, while the aura emanating from him diminished to such an extent that it was nearly imperceptible. This revelation filled him with immense joy, for even the most formidable masters would find it difficult to discern the extraordinary skills he harbored. Chen Nan focused his energy in his fingers, and a flicker of brilliance suddenly appeared between them. He felt a surge of excitement, for he had successfully transformed his true energy into sword aura enveloping his body. His ancestral martial arts had once again ascended to the second heavenly realm of greatness. The golden glimmer accentuated the jade-like luster of his fingers as he extended two of them, delicately pinching a long sword. With a resounding crack, the steel sword shattered into two pieces, clattering to the ground. Overjoyed, Chen Nan reveled in the restoration of his martial prowess, now regained to its peak before the treachery of Dan Tai Xian, and he sensed an imminent breakthrough towards the third heavenly realm of his family's martial arts. The resurgence of his confidence sent a fervor coursing through his veins. In due time, should he unleash a radiant brilliance spanning several feet, he could dominate the world. Cultivators, sorcerers, I shall show you the prowess of a warrior who has reached profound heights, he declared. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the Qishir mansion, causing the entire estate to tremble. Chen Nan swiftly rushed into the courtyard, where he found his neighbor enveloped in a shimmering aquamarine barrier, the source of the explosion. Had it not been for that magical shield, his own courtyard would have undoubtedly suffered the same fate. Could it be? I am truly neighbors with that chaotic maniac who delights in meddling with magic. Good heavens! At that moment, the magical barrier began to dissipate, revealing a courtyard transformed into a desolate ruin. A frail, soot-covered old hag floated in the air, emitting a cackling laugh. Gaga, though I have failed once more. Success is but a step away, Gaga. Chen Nan sighed inwardly. Goodness, she is the very embodiment of a wicked witch. Gaga, how come I've never seen you before? Young lad, you must be new here, the old hag declared, employing a levitation spell to glide into Chen Nan's courtyard. Just then, a loud cry erupted from the adjacent yard. Xiaohua, don't run away. Chen Nan stood in stunned disbelief, his heart lamenting, is it possible? I am neighbors with him too, good heavens. The elderly man glared at the hovering witch and shouted, you wretched old crone, you are wreaking havoc again. You frightened my little Hua into a frenzy, and you never cease to disturb the peace. Gaga, old poisoner, I haven't intruded upon your territory. I am merely conducting my magical research in my own yard. What business is it of yours? You have disturbed my little Hua, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Jin. You madwoman. You squander your days in chaos and destruction. You have insulted my character and sullied the dignity of my noble magical pursuits. I shall exact punishment upon you. How dare you unleash a toxic lightning wave upon me? The old hag plummeted from the air, and Chen Nan felt a pang of sorrow, not for the old witch herself, but for the flowers and plants beneath her. Meanwhile, the elderly man standing atop the courtyard wall was struck by a bolt of lightning, his hair and beard standing on end, and he fell headlong into Chen Nan's courtyard. His entire body was charred black, emitting wisps of smoke, and a faint aroma of cooked flesh wafted through the air. Old poisonous fiend, give me the antidote, or I shall roast you thoroughly and feast on barbecued ribs tonight. Damn old hag, the antidote has been reduced to ashes by your lightning. How can I provide it to you? Restore me quickly, and I will hasten to prepare the antidote for you. Chen Nan stood in the courtyard, glancing left and right, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. The old witch was frothing at the mouth, rolling her eyes, while the old poisonous fiend writhed in agony, grimacing and whimpering. Chen Nan remarked, elderly ones, let us find a compromise. If this continues, you both may lose your lives. The old witch gasped for breath and said, very well, old poisonous fiend. I shall revert half of your roasted ribs back to their raw state. The rest we shall discuss once you have prepared the antidote for me. Then you best hurry. A gentle white light enveloped the old poisonous fiend's body, and in mere moments, his injuries had healed by half, allowing him to stand unsteadily. Chen Nan said, elder, I shall open the gate for you. Please take your time. Chen Nan swiftly approached, assisting the elder in climbing up to the wall, feigning an inability to wield martial arts as he ascended alongside him. Upon reaching the top of the wall, Chen Nan glanced down and nearly fainted. In the elder's courtyard, there were numerous pits of varying sizes, centipede pits, scorpion pits, toad pits, and venomous snake pits, each one teeming with writhing creatures. Moreover, within the courtyard, there thrived an assortment of peculiar herbs, amidst which slithered some rather exotic serpents and insects, including a golden centipede measuring over a foot in length and a python as thick as a water bucket. The elder remarked, young brother, you should descend first and await my arrival below. Absolutely not. Chen Nan vehemently shook his head, akin to a rattle drum. There was no way he would venture down there. Ultimately, Chen Nan clasped the elder's wrist, gently lowering him into the courtyard. Suddenly, a spider, entirely emerald in hue and the size of a palm, appeared atop the wall, unmistakably a creature of lethal venom. In a surge of anxiety, Chen Nan inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the elder to plummet with a resounding thud. Oh heavens! The elder exclaimed repeatedly. Chen Nan, filled with concern, inquired, are you all right, elder? Oh heavens, what happened? Did you hurt yourself? Beneath the elder lay a flourishing patch of herbs, which he uprooted to reveal a toad the size of a grinding stone. Oh dear, my little green has been knocked senseless. How terrifying. The toad can grow as large as a fat pig. After the passage of approximately half a tea time, the old poison master tossed over a palm-sized porcelain vial, instructing, pour the contents into that wretched old hag's mouth. Upon uncorking the vial, Chen Nan was nearly overwhelmed, for the odor was unbearable. He genuinely doubted whether this was an antidote, suspecting that the elder had perhaps added a touch of seasoning. As the foul and pungent concoction was administered to the old witch, she rolled her eyes and sat upright, only to promptly begin retching. Curse it! What on earth did that wretched old man make me drink? At that moment, the old poison master pushed open the gate to Chen Nan's courtyard, limping as he entered. The old witch immediately levitated into the air, enveloping herself in a magical shield for protection. You vile poison master! How dare you force me to consume such a foul potion and then show your face here? The old witch's fingers crackled with sparks of electricity. The old poison master trembled in fright, knowing that the witch was completely shielded by her magic, rendering his toxic arts utterly ineffective. Hey, you unreasonable old hag! Don't you understand that bitter medicine is beneficial for ailments? That was a genuine antidote. Nonsense. Does an antidote reek so horrifically? At this, the old witch retched once more, and a thin bolt of lightning struck the old poison master. His white hair stood on end, resembling a lion's mane, though he could still manage to stand. His limbs twitched uncontrollably. You unreasonable old crone, you are ungrateful for the help I provided. Huh, if it weren't for your sneak attack, I wouldn't have been poisoned. You brought this upon yourself. Utter nonsense. Even if I had not acted first, you would have cast your spells upon me. I merely struck preemptively. The two appeared ready to engage in battle once more, but the old poison master was clearly on edge. He understood that under normal circumstances, he could never compete with the old witch. Chen Nan, unable to bear the escalating tension any longer, interjected, esteemed elders, I suggest we prioritize harmony and avoid damaging our rapport. The old poison master remarked, I have no objections, as long as my burns are healed. Chen Nan added, Senior, you should hasten to treat this elder's injuries. Otherwise, others might think we are indulging in a barbecue in the courtyard. The old witch cackled heartily. Very well. For your sake, I shall spare him this time. By the way, what is your name, young man? I am called Chen Nan, he replied. I shall remember that, she responded with a chuckle. Subsequently, the old witch recited an intricate incantation, and a sacred radiance enveloped the old poison master, gradually reviving his grievously burned skin. As the luminous glow dissipated, the elder regained his vigorous demeanor, no longer displaying any signs of weakness. Chen Nan marveled inwardly at the extraordinary nature of magic. After completing the advanced healing spell, the old witch exhibited signs of fatigue and said to Chen Nan, "You are quite a remarkable lad. If anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall avenge you." With that, she cast a fierce glare at the old poison master. The old poison master interjected, "Young man, I too think highly of you. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to mistreat you. Even that scoundrel, no matter how strong he is, must eat and drink. I refuse to believe he can evade my poison every time." He shot a defiant look at the old witch. "Humph." The old witch huffed coldly before soaring into the distance. Chen Nan pondered, this senior who studies magic has already destroyed her courtyard. She surely will not continue residing here. The old sorcerer explained, "Of course, that wretched old woman will relish her situation. How could she possibly remain here?" Chen Nan was utterly elated. The terrifying harbinger of chaos had finally distanced herself from him. If this old sorcerer were to depart as well, his personal safety would be even more assured. "Oh, where has that elder moved to?" "Right into your backyard." Thud. "Ah, young man, why are you sitting on the ground?" "Elder, your snakes and insects won't venture into my yard, will they?" "Generally, they won't." Chen Nan humbly inquired, "What do you mean by generally?" The old sorcerer pondered seriously and replied, If there isn't too much commotion, my treasures won't wander about. Typically, as long as that old woman refrains from conducting her magical research, everything should be fine." "And how often does she engage in such research?" "About once a day." Thud. "Ah, young man, are you truly unwell? Why are you lying on the ground again? Let me see if I have some elixirs on me. Corpse poison, cuckoo flower, heartbreak grass. Oh dear, none of these will do." "No worries. I still have bone-melting pills and soul-severing powders." Whoosh. Chen Nan sighed, truly. The House of Eccentricities was remarkable. The two individuals he encountered were astonishingly peculiar. On the 5th day since his arrival at the House of Eccentricities, a young woman came to visit. Although she lacked the breathtaking beauty of Chu Yu, she was exceptionally lovely, exuding an ethereal grace that imparted a sense of tranquility. "Greetings, young Master Chen." "Greetings, may I inquire your name?" "I am Nalan Ruoshui, a member of the Qishir Mansion." "Welcome, Miss Nalan. Please, come inside." Upon entering the room, Nalan Ruoshui remarked, "I have heard from the princess that you have lost your martial prowess. I possess some knowledge of medicine and wish to explore this avenue to see if I can assist in restoring your abilities." Chen Nan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this exquisite woman was a master in the healing arts. In his mind, renowned physicians were typically elderly men with gray hair. Yet this woman appeared remarkably youthful. "You intend to restore my martial power?" Nalan Ruoshui replied with serene composure, "Indeed. But my abilities have been completely eradicated. It is not something that medicine can remedy. I can attempt to stimulate your acupoints through acupuncture, thereby awakening your body's latent potential. Theoretically, it could aid in restoring your prowess." Chen Nan resolved to conceal the truth of his already restored abilities and chuckled, "I appreciate your efforts, Miss Nalan." "Not at all," she replied with an air of calmness. She produced a jade box from her sleeve, filled with gleaming golden needles that shimmered in the light. "Young Master Chen, please remove your outer garment." Following her instruction, Chen Nan shed his loose outer robe, revealing a form-fitting outfit beneath. "Please remove all clothing above your waist." The exceptionally beautiful woman scrutinized him as if appraising an object, which made Chen Nan feel somewhat self-conscious. Nevertheless, he complied and removed all garments from his upper body. Nalan Ruoshui gracefully approached, cradling a jade box in her hands. A gentle, ethereal fragrance wafted into Chen Nan's nostrils, stirring a delightful sensation within him. "Over these days, have you experienced any discomfort, young Master Chen?" "Aside from the loss of my powers, I feel no discomfort," he replied. "Ah, that is fortunate." Enraptured by the intoxicating aroma that lingered so close, Chen Nan found himself entranced. Nalan Ruoshui, seemingly perceptive of the unusual glimmer in his eyes, delicately plucked a golden needle with her slender fingers and swiftly inserted it into a key acupoint on his chest. "Ah!" Chen Nan cried out in agony. Nalan Ruoshui's expression remained serene, as if nothing had transpired. After extracting a second golden needle, she deftly inserted it into another crucial acupoint. Chen Nan let out another pained scream, pondering to himself, acupuncture should not be this painful. Surely she is not intentionally applying more pressure. Indeed, after the third needle, the pain was not as intense as the first two. Chen Nan mused, the temperament of this beautiful physician is quite formidable. In no time, his upper body was adorned with an array of golden needles. At that moment, the vital energy within him stirred restlessly, yet he forcefully dispersed it throughout his meridians. Nalan Ruoxue extended her delicate fingers, beginning to massage the areas surrounding the inserted needles. Waves of warmth flowed from her fingertips into Chen Nan's body. He soon realized that Nalan Ruoxue possessed remarkable prowess, as the vital energy emanating from her fingers continuously stimulated his acupoints, awakening the dormant energy within him. Calm your mind. Calm your mind. He repeatedly reminded himself, striving to restore tranquility to the reawakened energy within. After half an hour of treatment, Chen Nan was drenched in sweat. While Nalan Ruoxue's face flushed a deep crimson, her breathing somewhat labored. As he beheld her graceful form amidst the undulating hills, Chen Nan felt a parching thirst. Nalan Ruoxue seemed to sense the fervor in Chen Nan's gaze. A flicker of irritation crossed her eyes as she calmly remarked, if Master Chen wishes to restore his powers, he must now focus his mind and circulate his previous techniques. After a period of measured breathing, he felt a subtle increase in the flow of true energy within him, a slight enhancement of his abilities. Upon opening his eyes, he found Nalan Ruoxue watching him with a serene expression. How do you feel? Do you sense the true energy circulating through your meridians? No, not even a trace. Chen Nan shook his head. Then I must thank Miss Nalan. Though not a stunning beauty, Nalan Ruoxue possessed an ethereal grace that exuded a tranquil allure, captivating in its own right. Chen Nan sighed. If the enchanting physician's serene presence is to be my daily experience, it will certainly test my composure, though I must admit, it is quite enticing. What are you smirking about, you rascal? Old poisonous monster's head poked over the wall, a large green spider crawling upon his shoulder. Nothing at all. You can't be serious, you're practically drooling. You must be mistaken. Mistaken? Speak the truth. Are you harboring ill intentions towards that young lady? Old poisonous monster appeared quite shameless. Old man, have you been spying on us all along? Spy? I was merely curious. It was an accident that I happened to overhear and glimpse. Unintentionally. Chen Nan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed. By the way, how is it that you lost all your martial prowess? And what skills do you possess that warrant your residence in the Qishir mansion? The matter is rather complicated, the old poison master remarked. There is no need for concern. There are no secrets among the extraordinary individuals in the Qishir mansion. Otherwise, the princess would not have entrusted you to stay here. Everyone here is loyal to the kingdom of Chu, and no one would divulge any confidential information. Reflecting on this, Chen Nan agreed and replied, I am capable of drawing the bow of Hoi. What? The old poison master was so astonished that he nearly fell from the wall. But in the next moment, he reappeared in Chen Nan's courtyard. Did I hear you correctly? You can draw the sealed bow of Hoi. My goodness. No wonder you reside here at such a young age. You are truly a national treasure. The old man exclaimed in awe, observing the old poison master's animated antics. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle. After a considerable time, the elder finally calmed down and inquired, Young man, how did you come to lose your martial abilities? Well, that's a long story. I shall share it with you when I have the time. That is quite all right. Please give me a brief overview, as I am exceedingly curious. The old poison master implored, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. In short, I was incapacitated by a demon, Chen Nan stated. That's it. The old poison master exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, that's it, Chen Nan confirmed. That seems rather simplistic, the elder remarked. You asked me to keep it brief, Chen Nan replied. Then please elaborate. The old poison master insisted. Chen Nan fell silent for a moment. After approximately half an hour, the golden glow that enveloped him gradually diminished, fading from his exterior. He leapt into the air, the vital energy within him surging tumultuously, a yearning to let out a long, resounding howl towards the heavens. Nalan Ruoxue indeed possessed remarkable medical skills. After Chen Nan underwent her acupuncture, coupled with the frenzied circulation of his internal energy, he now felt invigorated. His abilities having advanced significantly, he suppressed the urge to howl at the sky and dashed into the courtyard, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding boom, causing the entire courtyard to shake. The bamboo grove swayed wildly, shedding leaves, while immense fissures appeared in the ground around him. From next door, the old poison master cried out in despair. Cursed old hag, she just won't relent. Next time, I shall ensure she remains bedridden for 3 months. Xiaobai, do not run away. Chen Nan unleashed a dazzling display of sword energy from his hands, the golden brilliance stirring up clouds of dust from the ground, which soon returned to its original state. He was overwhelmed with excitement. His family's ancestral skills had finally broken through the limitations of the second realm, advancing into the third realm, filling his heart with boundless ambition. The following day, when Nalan Ruoxue encountered Chen Nan again, she was taken aback. She noticed that the man standing before her seemed transformed. Chen Nan's appearance remained unremarkable, yet he exuded an indescribable aura, adorned with a faint smile and profound gaze. Have you regained your strength? She inquired. Not at all, why do you ask? Chen Nan replied. Nalan Ruoxue remarked, I sense something has changed within you. There appears to be a newfound quality about you. Hasn't your power been restored? Startled, Chen Nan quickly reined in his energy and chuckled. How could that be possible? Nalan Ruoxue regained her tranquil demeanor and said, Perhaps it is merely my illusion. Very well, I shall continue with your acupuncture. This session lasted for an entire hour. And after Nalan Ruoxue departed, Chen Nan hastily mobilized his inner energy to circulate through his meridians, yet the effects were far inferior to the first session. He opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and remarked, It seems that there truly are no shortcuts in the realm of martial arts. From that point onward, Nalan Ruoxue visited almost daily, though not every time for acupuncture. At times, she would strike the acupoints across Chen Nan's body in hopes of invigorating the energy within him. Gradually, the two grew more familiar with each other. Nalan Ruoxue was no longer as indifferent as before and would occasionally engage him in conversation. Through their dialogues, Chen Nan learned that although Nalan Ruoxue was a member of the Qishe mansion, she seldom resided there, preferring her home instead. Her father held an official position in the court, not particularly lowly, and she and Chu Yu had been childhood friends, allowing her frequent access to the royal library, where she had acquired much of her medical knowledge. Upon hearing Nalan Ruoxue mention the royal library, Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he knew it must house numerous precious ancient texts, perhaps even records from a millennium ago. The thought thrilled him immensely. Miss Nalan, you are truly a prodigy. It is remarkable that much of your exceptional medical skill is self-taught. I find it deeply admirable. Nalan Ruoxue replied nonchalantly, In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. With determination, anyone can achieve it. Chen Nan sighed. I simply cannot achieve that. I am but a child of the mountains, utterly illiterate, incapable of grasping the knowledge contained within books. Nalan Ruoxue responded in astonishment. You mean to say you cannot read? Indeed, not a single character do I recognize. Not even the ability to write my own name, he lamented, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. Although his words were tinged with falsehood, there lay a kernel of genuine emotion within. I am an orphan, abandoned in the remote mountains until a kind-hearted old hunter found and took me in. Due to the harshness of life, I never had the opportunity to attend school and learn to read. At the age of 16, my adoptive father departed from my life, leaving my world shrouded in darkness. He not only provided me with nurturing and the warmth of family, but also imparted some martial skills. Yet, what strength could a 16-year-old possess? Time and again, while hunting in the mountains, I found myself escaping in terror from the claws of wild beasts. In the biting winter, with snow up to my knees and no shoes to wear, I could only don thin garments and shiver in a rudimentary shack. Battered by the frigid winds, devoid of warmth and sustenance, I could only beseech the heavens for a swift end to the storm. During the protracted winter, there were times when I could go 6 or 7 days without food, and even then, it was the benevolence of neighbors who, from their own meager rations, shared with me. In the throes of hunger and cold, I fell ill. One day, after my neighbors had not seen me for some time, they ventured into the humble abode left behind by my adoptive father. At that time, I had been in a state of unconsciousness for many days. Neighbors recounted that I repeatedly cried out, Mother, Mother, yet deep within, I understood that I would never have a mother in this lifetime. Only a foster father who once existed. Chen Nan wiped away the tears from his face and said, I apologize, Miss Nalan, for causing you to witness such a spectacle. I was overwhelmed with emotion and found it difficult to extricate myself. Nalan Ruoxue's eyes glistened with mist, and she gently replied, It is I who should apologize for reminding you of sorrowful memories. I am truly sorry. I was unaware of your tumultuous past. It is of no consequence. My arduous history has only deepened my appreciation for the happiness I possess in the present. The inherent kindness of women stirred within Nan Ruoshui, as Chen Nan's tragic past filled her heart with a bittersweet sensation. She softly offered, "Would you like to learn to read and write, young Master Chen? I can teach you." "Really?" Chen Nan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. This was the opportunity he had longed for. Though a tinge of shame flickered in his heart for having garnered sympathy through deception. "Indeed, it is true. In the mornings, I shall assist you with acupuncture. And in the afternoons, I will instruct you in literacy." At that moment, Nan Ruoshui's face transformed from its customary neutrality and aloofness to a radiant smile. Chen Nan was taken aback by how enchanting this seemingly indifferent yet ethereally beautiful woman appeared when she smiled. Women are inherently benevolent and compassionate. Nan Ruoshui was moved by Chen Nan's unfortunate childhood. In the days that followed, she cast aside her previous coldness and diligently tended to his physical ailments, striving to restore his abilities while meticulously teaching him to read and write. Chen Nan felt a surge of shame and grew to harbor a deeper respect for this remarkable woman. More than half a month has passed, yet Chen Nan's condition shows no signs of improvement, much to Nan Ruoshui's astonishment. She has scoured countless medical texts, yet remains at an impasse. During this time, Chu Yu has visited several times, each occasion offering solace to Chen Nan, urging him not to despair. The little princess has also stealthily made her way to him on a few occasions, and while she never misses the opportunity to tease Chen Nan, she seems to hold back somewhat, perhaps out of guilt. Nonetheless, her mischievous antics continue to vex him. Observing her furtive behavior piques Chen Nan's curiosity. It was only later, upon hearing Nan Ruoshui's account, that he learned the little imp was evading an old witch who studies magic. The witch had once wished to take the little princess as her apprentice, yet the princess stubbornly refused, insisting instead on studying under the martial arts master Zhuge Chengfeng. This infuriated the witch, who nearly challenged Zhuge Chengfeng to a duel. However, she did not relinquish her desire to take the little princess under her wing, always attempting to persuade her with emotion and reason whenever they crossed paths. The little princess, frightened by these encounters, now sneaks into the Qi Shi mansion. After listening to Nan Ruoshui's tale, Chen Nan bursts into laughter, astonished that this wicked little sorceress could experience fear. It is indeed a curious spectacle. A faint smile graces Nan Ruoshui's lips, and one can only imagine the notorious reputation the little imp has garnered in the imperial capital. One day, the little princess's master, Zhuge Chengfeng, unexpectedly returns gravely injured, causing an uproar in the realm of cultivation within the capital. Chen Nan was astounded, having witnessed the extraordinary prowess of this master-level martial artist, whose skills approached the realm of the Tao. The breathtaking clash between Zhuge Chengfeng and the colossal serpent remained vividly etched in his memory. Observing with a detached gaze, Zhuge Chengfeng understood all too well the formidable nature of divine beasts, which were far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. The failure of a holy serpent to transform into a dragon had already left him feeling cornered, let alone the legendary divine beast that now loomed before him. As he had anticipated, the Qilin divine beast remained unfazed in the face of an onslaught from hundreds of assailants. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, the heat of which was terrifying. The first wave of attackers, charging forward, was instantly reduced to ashes. Zhuge Chengfeng had intended to withdraw, yet the Qilin fixated on him, capable of sensing the presence of the powerful within the crowd. It harbored profound enmity towards these intruders who had awakened it from slumber, and with fiery determination, it charged towards Zhuge Chengfeng. The ensuing battle between Zhuge Chengfeng and the divine beast was nothing short of catastrophic. Countless individuals drawn by the allure of the Qilin met their untimely demise, either pierced by the lethal sword energy or consumed by the raging flames. In the end, Zhuge Chengfeng, unable to withstand the onslaught, suffered grave injuries and fled, narrowly escaping the perilous cliffs of the falling Wind Mountains. Only a mere 10 or 12 managed to evade the impending doom, an event that sent shockwaves throughout the continent. This incident sparked a fervor among more adept practitioners, who ventured into the falling Wind Mountains, aspiring to tame the Qilin as their steed. Particularly, the dragon riders from the western continent, upon hearing of this occurrence, found their interest in the Qilin far surpassing that in dragons, and numerous formidable dragon riders set forth from their respective nations towards the falling Wind Mountains. Zhuge Qingfeng merely summarized the matter at hand, yet the perils it entailed were palpable. That impending battle would undoubtedly be far more intense than the one with the colossal serpent. The young princess expressed her profound dissatisfaction, pouting and murmuring, "What a splendid spectacle I have missed. It is truly regrettable. The old man rarely finds himself in such a disreputable state, and I have not had the fortune to witness his disgrace." Alas, since Chen Nan's ancestral mystical arts had ascended to the third tier, he could depart at his leisure. However, he was in no haste. Apart from undergoing treatment daily, he devoted himself entirely to mastering the common script of the continent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed, yet there remained no signs of his recovery. Nevertheless, he had become quite proficient in the common script, astonishing Nalen Ruoshui, who had not anticipated such talent in him. Chen Nan voraciously consumed various historical texts, both official and unofficial. Whenever he recalled the divine demon's tomb, his heart would flutter. He had been resurrected from that ancient grave, and he was deeply invested in its history, eagerly yearning to uncover its myriad secrets. Chen Nan harbored an exceptionally strong conviction that the monumental secrets, long obscured from the annals of history, would eventually come to light. He endeavored to unearth traces of events from 10 millennia past within the historical records, only to be met with disappointment. All historical documentation was confined to significant occurrences within the last 5,000 years, rendering any pursuit of knowledge from 10,000 years ago utterly futile. Nalen Ruoshui was astonished by his profound interest in history and could not help but inquire, why does young Master Chen have such a deep affection for history? In the esteemed residence of talented individuals, there exists an abundance of poetry and prose, yet I have never seen you peruse any of it. Chen Nan offered an awkward smile, replying, "Although poetry and prose possess a far-reaching essence that cultivates one's sentiments, I find history to resonate more deeply, evoking a tremor within the soul. In the past, I was illiterate and had scarcely read any books. I was unaware of the grand and tumultuous past of our continent. From the rise to the fall of a mighty empire, to the flourishing and eventual decline of an exceptional nation, the trials and triumphs of 5 millennia. The splendor of your elicit both admiration and awe." A glimmer of something peculiar flickered in Nalen Ruoshui's eyes as she smiled and remarked, "Young Master Chen, you express yourself with considerable depth. It seems you have gained quite a bit." Chen Nan felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that his rambling had inadvertently conveyed a semblance of insight. "It is truly commendable that you have only been literate for 2 months and can already read the history of the continent," Nalen Ruoshui praised with a smile. Observing her favorable demeanor, Chen Nan decided to share a thought he had long contemplated. "Miss Nalen, having read through all the historical texts in the esteemed residence, may I accompany you to the Imperial Palace's library?" Nalen Ruoshui looked at him in surprise and replied, "Are you truly so fascinated by history? The Imperial Library is under strict surveillance. I am only allowed entry due to my friendship with Princess Yu. If I were to bring another person, it would likely prove quite challenging. However, one might as well give it a try. If Princess Yu could accompany us, matters might be more manageable." Speaking of the little imp, Chen Nan felt a headache coming on, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "No need. I shall remain in the Qishir mansion to ponder over poetry and prose. It's quite all right. I shall seek Princess Yu tomorrow," she replied. No, I absolutely refuse to read any further. After delving into so much history, I am already quite overwhelmed," he protested. With a gentle laugh, Nalen Ruoshui, though not as cold as ice, rarely displayed a smile. Yet at this moment, her radiant grin was exceptionally enchanting, reminiscent of rippling spring waters, stirring gentle waves within one's heart. Chen Nan momentarily lost himself in thought until Nalen Ruoshui's next words pulled him back to reality. "Rest assured, I shall not seek out Princess Yu. If I were to look for anyone, it would be Princess Yu. Princess Yu is notoriously difficult to deal with, and I certainly do not wish to invite trouble upon myself." Chen Nan chuckled lightly, saying, "I hadn't realized that the young princess had such a reputation. I thought I was the only one who found her troublesome." The following day, Nalen Ruoshui wore a faint smile as she said to Chen Nan, "Princess Yu has already spoken with the staff of the archives, so after I perform acupuncture on you, you may accompany me." Chen Nan was overjoyed, and after the acupuncture session, he followed Nalen Ruoshui out of the Qishir mansion. A dozen warriors surrounded an opulent carriage, and Nalen Ruoshui beckoned him to join her. Chen Nan felt both honored and astonished as they traveled, the intoxicating fragrance wafting around them, until they soon arrived at the imperial city. Within the palace grounds, officials dismounted from their carriages, while military officers descended from their steeds. Apart from the royal family, no one was afforded such special treatment. Inside the palace, the majestic halls and towers rose in a splendid array, both lofty and grand. As Chen Nan followed Nalan Ruoshui through the palace, turning left and right, they arrived before a magnificent hall. The individual in charge was a Hanlon scholar, approximately 40 years of age. Due to prior notification from Chu Yu, he offered no further comments. Inside the hall, the collection of texts resembled a mountain, yet they were arranged in an orderly manner, with rows and columns meticulously aligned. Amidst the ocean of books, Chen Nan bypassed poetry, astrology, and medicine, making his way directly to the library designated for historical texts. Upon gazing at the nearly 10,000 volumes within, he felt a wave of dizziness. The sheer number of books left him pondering when he might ever complete such an extensive reading. Surely, it was far too many. In the days that followed, Chen Nan and Nalan Ruoshui traversed between the Qishir mansion and the royal library daily, with him poring over historical tomes in a monotonous routine. Initially, he intended to skim through the pages, yet before long, he found himself deeply engrossed. The book he stumbled upon detailed the classification of practitioner strengths. Although cultivators, sorcerers, Eastern martial artists, and Western warriors each possessed their own criteria for categorization, for comparative purposes, they were all divided into 5 tiers, ranked from lowest to highest. Notably, even the lowest tier described therein consisted of extraordinary individuals, as only those of formidable strength could ascend to higher ranks. Typical experts were not encompassed within the book's classifications. Through the insights provided in the text, he gained a certain understanding of the profound strength of contemporary practitioners on the continent. The cultivators were the most enigmatic, as their rare engagements led to considerable debate regarding their capabilities, which were simply categorized into the following realms: foundation establishment, chi nourishment, essence condensation, golden elixir, and nascent soul. However, the annotations within the tome suggest that there may exist even loftier realms, with legends claiming that the highest state leads directly to the path of immortality. Though no one has ever witnessed such beings in action, mages are categorized according to their prowess into apprentice mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, grand mage, and archmage. The cultivation levels of Eastern warriors can be delineated as refining essence into chi, innate realm, sword chi manifestation, refining chi into spirit, and spirit solidification. Furthermore, the text mentions that there have been individuals who transcended these 5 realms, possessing unfathomable abilities that could be deemed divine. In the West, warriors are classified into sword craftsman, sword master, sword champion, sword saint, and sword deity. Additionally, within the Western martial community exists a unique sect of practitioners known as Dragon Knights, whose formidable prowess is combined with the might of dragons, resulting in a terrifying destructive force. They are further subdivided into Earth Dragon Knight, Sky Dragon Knight, Sub-Dragon Knight, Giant Dragon Knight, and Holy Dragon Knight. Each type of practitioner is categorized into 5 tiers, establishing a framework for comparative strength. Generally speaking, individuals of the same tier possess similar capabilities. However, it is evident that cultivators and mages hold a distinct advantage over warriors. When confronted by weaker opponents of a lower tier, they can fully leverage their unique skills, directly manipulating the primordial energy of the universe to execute large-scale assaults, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon multiple adversaries. According to the classifications described in the tome, the majority of warriors find themselves barred from the ranks of tiered experts. While martial arts can be pursued by anyone, the vast majority are unable to attain profound levels of mastery, with only a select few ascending to the status of tiered experts. Although the requirements for physical constitution are quite stringent for both monks and mages, resulting in their limited numbers, the majority among them are indeed masters of their respective ranks. It is evident that the practitioner's physical condition bears significant correlation with their future achievements. Overall, the number of masters among the 4 types of practitioners is relatively comparable. Chen Nan closed the book, exhaling deeply, as he finally grasped the hierarchy of the practitioner's powers in this world. However, he firmly believed that the ultimate realm of practitioners extends far beyond the 5th tier. As far as he knew, his father, Chen Nan, had long surpassed the 5th tier of the Eastern martial artists, known as the divine solidification of qi. He objectively assessed his own level of power, His family's ancestral skills had already reached the third stage, enabling him to barely manifest sword energy externally, just enough to be considered a third-tier practitioner. A genuine master in the continent's context. The serendipitous discovery of this book proved immensely beneficial to Chen Nan. In the ensuing days, he encountered an eccentric old man in the library. The man was exceptionally aged, his eyes murky and devoid of light, his teeth long gone, and his wrinkled skin resembled a crumpled piece of paper. Sparse strands of hair dotted his bald head. Upon first seeing the old man, Chen Nan was taken aback, momentarily thinking that a restless spirit had risen from the grave. Out of politeness, he greeted the old man with a smile each time they crossed paths, yet he never engaged in conversation. One day, while Chen Nan was monotonously poring over historical texts, a frail voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Young man, you seem to have a deep fondness for history." Chen Nan was startled, nearly jumping in surprise as the peculiar old man appeared behind him, as silent and ghostly as a shadow, barely a foot away. He reproached himself for being too engrossed in his reading. "Ah, yes, I do prefer ancient texts, however. It seems there are no truly ancient books here, the oldest dating back merely 5,000 years, he remarked. "Oh, you enjoy reading ancient manuscripts. Do you comprehend the inscriptions?" the old man inquired. "Indeed, I possess a degree of proficiency in ancient characters and can understand most ancient texts," Chen Nan replied, lifting the book in his hand. "You see, these are characters from 4,000 years ago. Although they are more intricate than the modern script, they remain decipherable." Chen Nan spoke the truth. He was indeed sensitive to the nuances of language. Moreover, the contemporary characters used across the continent had evolved from the ancient script of the original immortal fantasy continent. Thus, through comparison, he found it easy to interpret these transitional texts. A peculiar sensation washed over Chen Nan, as if he glimpsed a flicker of green light flashing from the old man's murky eyes. The old man posed another question. "Why do you have an affinity for ancient manuscripts?" Chen Nan responded, "I am particularly intrigued by the myths and legends of antiquity, and I wish to glean insights from the ancient texts." The old man chuckled softly, but to Chen Nan, the sound was profoundly eerie. "Young man, if you truly possess the ability to comprehend ancient texts, I shall take you to another library, where the genuine ancient literature resides, far older than the books found here." Chen Nan was elated, and simultaneously began to speculate about the old man's identity. He had discerned that the old man was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would never have the prerogative to lead him to another library. As they traversed the front hall, the two made their way towards the back hall, which was enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Upon pushing open the heavy door, a row of bookshelves unfolded before Chen Nan's eyes, each laden with ancient tomes, their spines worn and weathered. From the moment he stepped into the ancient library, Chen Nan sensed a subtle, enigmatic fluctuation, a delicate stream akin to a gentle breeze. Elusive and difficult to grasp. Could it be that the ancient texts here have come to life? What could be the source of such a disturbance? Now devoid of any internal restraints, Chen Nan's spiritual perception had been fully restored, rendering him far more sensitive to the external world than the average person. The elderly man appeared oblivious, remarking, "Look, this place is filled with ancient texts, most of which are priceless rarities. If you can comprehend them, it is undoubtedly a treasure trove." "Treasure?" Chen Nan pondered, slightly bemused. The elder continued, "Among these books are numerous treatises on martial arts, magic, medicine, and toxicology, many of which are lost arts. The royal court has dispatched specialists to catalog and translate these ancient volumes, yet they have only managed to decipher a fraction. I wonder how profound your understanding of ancient scripts is, perhaps surpassing that of the scholars from the Hamlin Academy." Before the elder could finish, Chen Nan immersed himself in the stacks of books. For several consecutive days, he reveled in the annals of ancient history, leaving Nailan Roashui utterly astonished. Upon discovering that Chen Nan could indeed interpret the ancient texts, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. When Chen Nan presented her with a medical manuscript extracted from the ancient tomes, Nailan Roashui squealed in excitement. "Heavens! The Saint of Medicine's manuscript. Am I dreaming?" In her exuberance, she threw her arms around Chen Nan. Feeling the soft form, Chen Nan was momentarily entranced. He reached out to embrace Nailan Roashui, but her delicate figure swiftly slipped away from him, accompanied by a light laugh from a distance. From that moment on, whenever Chen Nan beheld Nailan Roashui's smile, his heart would race uncontrollably. "Perhaps today I should find another medical book to organize and present to her," He pondered. Kid, what are you daydreaming about? Just look at that pathetic expression of yours. It truly makes me, an old man, feel embarrassed to be associated with you as a man. Came the timely jibe from the old poison master, peering over the courtyard wall. You perverted old man, spying on me again? How utterly disgusting. Be careful, or I might just buy a firecracker, light it, and toss it into your yard, Chen Nan retorted. As their familiarity grew, Chen Nan and the old poison master began to exchange banter, often resorting to playful insults whenever they met. However, he never dared to jest with the old witch, who flitted between his east and back courtyards, instilling a sense of dread in him. If you dare to light that firecracker, I shall ensure your heart breaks in 7 steps, your soul shatters in 10, your form disintegrates in 13, and your bones vanish without a trace in 15. The old man threatened. Damn it, you perverted old man. Chen Nan shivered and quickly made his way out of the Qishir mansion. Today, Nailan Ruoxue had not performed acupuncture on him, stating that she wanted to thoroughly study the sage of medicine's notes before treating him. Upon arriving at the ancient library, he found the elderly man had already arrived. Young man, quite impressive. It seems you possess some skill in ancient script. You can indeed comprehend those ancient texts. Today, I have a favor to ask of you, the elder said. Oh, please do. If I can be of assistance, I shall certainly help. The old man retrieved a yellowed ancient book from his bosom and placed it on the table. He then took a pen and paper, swiftly jotting down notes. In a short while, the entire sheet was filled with his scribbles. Here, could you assist me in translating the contents of this paper? He asked. Upon examining it, Chen Nan realized that the sentences were utterly incoherent and remarked, Elder, these sentences are nonsensical. Surely you have not transcribed them incorrectly? The old man replied, just translate it, regardless of its coherence. Can you manage to translate 3 pieces for me daily? Certainly, it's no trouble at all, Chen Nan thought to himself. This old fellow is indeed suspicious. He has fragmented the sentences to keep their meaning concealed. What kind of book is this? His initial fondness for the old man evaporated, as he discerned that the eccentric elder had been intent on him from the very beginning, with the sole purpose of having him translate this tome. The script on the paper, as Chen Nan estimated, dated back 6,000 or 7,000 years, though comprised of only a few dozen characters. It contained sensitive terms such as deity and corpse, which only piqued his curiosity further regarding the book. A month slipped by, during which Nailan Ruoxue treated Chen Nan once more, yet there remained no sign of improvement. Chu Yu had also visited, presenting Chen Nan with a thin booklet containing several internal cultivation techniques, urging him to select one and attempt to cultivate anew. It was evident that Chu Yu had relinquished all hope of restoring his abilities. However, to her profound disappointment, Chen Nan found no success in practicing any of the techniques. He could not even muster a trace of true energy. The princess felt a sense of urgency and ultimately transported the Ho-Yi Bao from the palace to the Qishir mansion, seeking to have Chen Nan attempt to draw it without the use of internal energy. The outcome was as one might predict. Chen Nan feigned effort and, in the end, despondently declared, I cannot draw it. With a slight furrow of her brow, Chu Yu remarked, how can this be? It defies all logic. Ruoxue never speaks falsely. She stated that your abilities could theoretically be restored, and that retraining in martial arts should pose no hindrance. Chen Nan, seizing the moment, responded, I feel something peculiar about my body. However, just now, when I held the Ho-Yi Bao, it felt remarkably unique. I sensed a stirring of true energy within me, as if it were awakening. Chu Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked, is that truly the case? Indeed, I genuinely felt that way, he affirmed. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yu replied, very well then, I shall leave the Ho-Yi Bao with you. Focus your mind on it. Perhaps it will aid in the restoration of your abilities. However, I must send some guards to protect it. For this divine Bao is a treasured relic of our Chu nation. Should thieves become aware and attempt to steal it, the consequences would be dire. Chen Nan feigned overwhelming gratitude, saying, Your Highness, to lend me a national treasure for the sake of my recovery is a favor I shall never forget. If I regain my powers, I swear to serve the Chu nation with unwavering loyalty. Chu Yu smiled softly and departed gracefully. From that day forth, Chen Nan's courtyard was graced with the presence of guards, who stood vigilant day and night. Is this a precaution against thieves? Or do they fear I might abscond with the Ho-Yi Bao? He did not dwell on the matter, for Chu Yu had left a favorable impression on him. Love exists for its own sake. It requires no justification. Chen Nan felt a sense of confusion. He acknowledged that he had always harbored a slight affection for Nalan Ruoshui, accompanied by the fantasies common among men. However, he firmly believed that it was not love. Yet recently, he discovered that on days when he could not catch a glimpse of the beautiful physician, an emptiness would envelop his heart. Initially, he was skeptical of his own feelings. But when Nalan Ruoshui had matters to attend to and vanished from his sight for several days, he began to accept the truth of his emotions. During that period, he experienced an overwhelming sense of loss. Chen Nan realized that a shadow of Nalan Ruoshui had already taken root in his heart, and he had developed a fondness for her. Could it be that I truly like her? Is it merely due to our daily interactions and the gradual deepening of feelings that this constitutes love? He was unaware of the beautiful physician's thoughts, but sensed that Nalan Ruoshui seemed to be evading something, no longer as candid in his presence as she once was. Could she also? She is hesitating. She has her reservations. Is it because I lack a distinguished background and possess no formidable strength? Chen Nan shook his head, dismissing these bothersome thoughts. On this day, after entering the ancient library, he completed the translation of the final few pages of the ancient text for the elder. The elder, holding the neatly organized scroll, remarked, I have obtained what I needed. What about you? Have you found what you were seeking? Chen Nan was taken aback and replied, Ah, what do you mean? The elder chuckled, his facial creases trembling with amusement. Youth, you are truly remarkable. Despite your tender age, your cultivation is astonishing. And you possess knowledge of classical literature. What a prodigy you are. Ah, esteemed elder, I do not comprehend your words, the young man replied. The elder responded, Do not feign ignorance, young one. I harbor no ill will towards you. In truth, from the moment you first entered the library, I discern that you are a profound cultivator, your mastery having recently reached the 3rd tier. Astonishment flooded through Chen Nan. The aura of a cultivator he emanated was exceedingly faint, and he had not anticipated that the elder had seen through him at their initial encounter. The elder continued, If you are yet to turn 20, your cultivation would rank among the top 20 of those under 20 across the continent. Should you be nearing 25, you would still place within the top 200 amongst cultivators under that age. Regardless of which scenario applies, you undeniably qualify as an exceptional young master. Chen Nan remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. The elder remarked, You conceal your abilities well. I believe few can perceive your hidden talents. Yet I am not among the uninformed. Chen Nan nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, esteemed elder, your insight is piercing. Before your wisdom, I am laid bare. The elder then inquired, What is it that you seek? Chen Nan refrained from answering directly and countered, What is it that you seek, and what have you attained? The elder chuckled, the wrinkles on his face congregating and quivering, creating a somewhat fearsome visage. Ah, young one, I have tasked you with translating ancient texts. Yet I have disrupted the arrangement of the sentences. You must harbor some discontent towards me, said the old man. No, you are overthinking it, replied Chen Nan. The elder continued, I am left with no choice. That book contains esoteric knowledge intertwined with numerous taboos, which are intolerable to the common folk. I fear that upon discovering this, you would disdain me and refuse to translate for me. Hence I resorted to such a strategy. Esoteric knowledge? Chen Nan inquired. Indeed, said the old man. I am compelled by circumstance. Now, at over 170 years of age, my body has withered beyond recognition. My pursuit of the Tao has been futile, and I possess no exceptional talent in martial arts, unable to rejuvenate my form. To return to youth at over 170 years, Chen Nan gasped. Yes, more than 70 years ago, I achieved a modest level of success in martial arts, regaining my youth at the age of 100. Although my powers have deepened over the decades, I have yet to ascend to a higher realm. My body continues to age, and time is not on my side. The realm of celestial martial arts grows ever more distant from me. Chen Nan, astonished, widened his mouth in disbelief, realizing that this frail old man was, in fact, an unparalleled master. The elder's mention of modest achievement was anything but trivial. It must signify a grand mastery. The old man continued, To prolong my life, I have had no choice but to study forbidden texts, seeking alternative paths in hopes of one day comprehending the essence of life and death. Chen Nan, taken aback, exclaimed, Studying forbidden texts to understand life and death? Indeed. In truth, there is no absolute distinction between right and wrong in this world. What is deemed right merely aligns with the perceptions of the majority, while wrong is rejected by the greater populace. At my age, I have seen through the essence of all things, The dichotomy of right and wrong has long since dissipated, and I no longer concern myself with the nature of the texts I must cultivate. As long as they can prolong my existence, that is righteousness. Although Chen Nan found a kernel of truth in these words, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. He mused inwardly. They say that the Buddha can become a demon. Could this old fellow have fallen into the path of darkness after reaching a certain level of mastery? He was now certain that the elder's cultivation had at least attained the 5th tier. The elder inquired, "Young man, what are you searching for?" "As you mentioned, I am indeed in pursuit of certain knowledge. I have expressed my deep fascination with ancient myths, particularly the origins of the divine and demonic cemetery, which captivates me profoundly. I wish to unveil its mysterious veil through the vast imperial archives." A fleeting glimmer of green light flickered in the elder's eyes as he replied, "The divine and demonic cemetery is an enigma that has perplexed countless generations. If you can uncover even the slightest clue, it will surely create a stir across the continent. Have you made any discoveries?" Chen Nan sighed. "No, I have nearly scoured the entire ancient library, yet the divine and demonic cemetery remains a boundless void, with no records of its origins in any tome." The elder lamented, "Alas, the truth has long been obscured by the sands of time. To comprehend what transpired millennia ago, one might have to transcend into the realm of immortals to glean any understanding." Chen Nan nodded in agreement. The state of Chu is undoubtedly one of the most formidable empires on the eastern continent, with its royal scriptures encompassing a myriad of knowledge. Yet, there exists not a single record regarding the origins of the divine and demon mausoleum, indicating that one cannot glean the truth from historical texts. At that moment, he suddenly felt an unusual ripple gently undulating within the ancient library, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced upon his first entry. Previously, he had dismissed it, but this time he closed his eyes and concentrated on the subtle wave. Gradually, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The ripple emanated from beneath the ground. Noticing the drastic change in his expression, the elder nodded and remarked, "Young man, you are indeed extraordinary. You can perceive even this delicate fluctuation, revealing your innate spiritual roots." Chen Nan inquired, "Senior, what is that?" The elder replied, "Very well. In gratitude for your translation of the ancient scriptures, I shall take you to behold it." He then guided Chen Nan to a bookshelf, forcefully shifting it aside. After a moment of searching on the ground, a dark opening emerged before Chen Nan's eyes, and the undulation was emanating from that very spot. Chen Nan could scarcely believe his eyes. Such a secretive location existed within the esteemed royal library. The elder continued, 70 years ago, having achieved a minor success in martial arts and awakening my spiritual roots, I inadvertently sensed this peculiar wave. To think you possess innate spiritual roots, alas. One cannot compare individuals." Chen Nan, slightly perplexed, asked, "How could there be such a secret passage within the royal library?" The elder chuckled and replied, "This passage was unearthed by my own secret endeavors." "You have unearthed this," Chen Nan remarked, somewhat astonished. The audacity of this old man was truly remarkable. "Why not? I could boldly dig a hole beneath the emperor's dragon throne, and he wouldn't dare utter a word, for I am his ancestral forebear." Chen Nan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was utterly unprepared for the magnitude of this elder's background. "Follow closely behind me. I shall lead you down to witness it." The cavern spiraled downwards, and Chen Nan tread cautiously, his heart thrumming with trepidation. After descending approximately 30 meters through the dark, a glimmer of light beckoned them further down another 10 meters. They arrived at the source of illumination, where the tunnel excavated by the elder intersected a passage in H shape. The ancient passageway bore the marks of time, its walls composed of iron-hard diamond rock, a testament to the arduous effort required to carve such a route. Above the tunnel, luminous pearls were embedded every 10 meters, casting a radiant glow. Chen Nan marveled. What a grand undertaking. Each pearl is worth a fortune, yet here, so many are merely employed as commonplace sources of light. Upon saying this, his eyes gleamed with an almost golden light, fixated on the pearls. The elder cautioned, "Youngster, aspire for greater things. You don't intend to rob a tomb, do you?" "Ah, this is a burial site?" Chen Nan felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the eerie glow of the pearls. Of course, who among the living would reside underground? Could it be that the grand palace of the state of Chu is built upon a grave? When the palace was constructed, who could have known what lay beneath? Who would dig 50 meters deep? The elderly man led Chen Nan along the ancient tunnel towards the brighter end. The vastness of the tunnel was punctuated only by the echoing footsteps, lending an eerie and desolate atmosphere to the ancient tomb. As they wound through the serpentine passage, they arrived at a resplendent hall. Although situated underground, thus spared from the ravages of rain and snow, the hall bore the marks of time, showcasing its antiquity. The walls of the hall were adorned with exquisite relief sculptures, predominantly depicting deities, demons, and mythical creatures, interspersed with luminous pearls that illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight. The lifelike carvings, bathed in the glow of the pearls, appeared almost sentient, as if yearning to break free from their confines. At the center of the ancient hall stood a pedestal of white jade, translucent and radiant, emanating a gentle glow, unmistakably a precious gem. However, it was not the jade pedestal that captivated Chen Nan's attention, but the figure atop it. A tall, imposing middle-aged man stood at the very center of the pedestal. His long, jet-black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, and his bronze-hued visage was striking. With eyebrows that arched majestically, a straight nose, and a square jaw, his piercing black eyes held an unsettling intensity that could instill fear. Yet, what truly left an indelible impression was the man's imposing presence, an unparalleled aura that commanded respect, reminiscent of a deity surveying the world with sovereign authority. Chen Nan felt a surge of emotion, tears nearly spilling forth. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, with similarly wise and sharp eyes, and a commanding presence that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The overwhelming majesty of this figure deeply moved him. The elder remarked, "Do you see that peculiar fluctuation? It emanates from the departed soul before us. This venerable figure is truly a paragon among men." Upon hearing the term departed, Chen Nan's heart quaked with disbelief. He could scarcely trust his own ears. He scrutinized the figure once more and, amidst the cascade of long hair, discovered a glimmer, evidently the hilt of a sword. The phrase flying sword flickered through his mind as he beheld the indomitable middle-aged man, struck down by the very weapon he wielded. He is dead. A master of such extraordinary caliber has perished beneath a flying sword, Chen Nan thought, grappling with disbelief. The formidable presence of this middle-aged man was no less than that of his father, Chen Jian, who had undoubtedly transcended the fifth tier of mastery. Chen Jian, upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, had proven a formidable opponent even to those adept in the highest esoteric arts. His mother had once told him that at such heights, the mundane world could no longer inflict harm. The encounters with worthy adversaries became exceedingly rare. As he circled the jade platform, he discovered a scattering of bone powder behind it, and not far away lay a heap of shattered bones, each fragment severed with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he understood that these two had succumbed to the overwhelming prowess of the middle-aged man atop the platform. The elder continued, "The tome I possess was acquired here. Judging by the inscriptions within, this place must date back 6 or 7 millennia. Remarkably, the body of this elder remains incorruptible, still standing tall. It is truly beyond belief." Chen Nan reflected, "This elder possesses celestial mastery, having forged his corporeal form into an indestructible vessel. A strong man remains formidable, his aura undiminished even in death." The elder urged, "Come, let us ascend and examine further. There are inscriptions beneath his feet." "Oh!" Chen Nan's spirit lifted as he leaped onto the jade platform alongside the elder. The crystalline jade surface bore but a few lines of text, etched with a strength akin to iron carving silver, robust and vigorous, exuding a palpable aura of melancholy that struck the heart with profound reflection. "So it is, alas." Chen Nan sighed, expressing, "Though the demon path has merely stepped into the realm of immortality, he is indeed an immortal." This esteemed predecessor, with unparalleled audacity, annihilated another immortal. Truly admirable, indeed. The elder, too, felt a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, had he not overlooked one individual, this world would likely have seen yet another formidable martial immortal. Chen Nan lamented, in life, his divine prowess was unmatched, standing tall and unyielding. In death, his form remains eternal, standing proud and resolute. The overwhelming aura of his dominance lingers through the ages, a singular hero, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. I am now filled with confidence in martial arts. Immortals are indeed powerful, yet one was vanquished by a peak martial artist. Just imagine, should a martial practitioner ascend into the realm of immortality? The elder suggested, "Allow me to take you to the training ground of the demon path." Following the elder, Chen Nan traversed the ancient hall and, through a tunnel, arrived at a cavern that resembled a hell on earth. Pearls emitted a ghostly glow, and the ground lay covered in a pallid expanse. Upon closer inspection, it revealed countless skeletal remains. Some bones were utterly shattered, and with the slightest stir of air, clouds of dust arose, filling the cavern with an ominous chill. At the very center of the multitude of withered bones lay a desiccated blood pool, its walls dark crimson and eerily enchanting, radiating a bone-chilling aura, as if restless spirits drifted above. This is a grim and eerie mass grave, where an unsettling stillness pervades, as if a multitude of anguished souls are wailing, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Nan, filled with trepidation, remarked, "This is indeed the realm of the demonic path. It is utterly inhumane. To satiate one's own desires, to slaughter countless beings, such a person attaining immortality is truly an affront to cosmic justice." After speaking, he involuntarily gazed at the old man, suspecting that the so-called sinister tome in the elder's possession must be a nefarious scripture once practiced by the demonic path. A shiver coursed through him, as the individual before him could potentially be the second incarnation of such malevolence. The old man chuckled, his face, lined with wrinkles, quivering slightly. "Young man, there is no need for fear. I am merely a practitioner of martial arts. How could I possibly pursue the perilous path of blood cultivation? Such a transition from martial arts to the path of cultivation is almost impossible without extraordinary talent, as the two are fundamentally different. I merely draw upon certain unique insights from that wicked manuscript, and the blood required can easily be sourced from the livestock slaughtered daily in the imperial kitchen." Feeling somewhat reassured, Chen Nan and the elder departed from the sinister cave. Upon reaching the ancient hall, Chen Nan approached the jade platform, gazing upon the unparalleled formidable figure, and addressed the elder. "During my time in the ancient library, I sensed this peculiar fluctuation twice, yet I failed to perceive anything in between. Why was that?" The elder replied, "Those two instances coincided with the approach of the full moon. It is only during such times that the fluctuations intensify. I suspect this is related to the layout of this place, which may conceal an ancient array capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth. There exists an ancient formation here. Indeed, it must have been laid down by the sorcerers of yore. If one were to cultivate within this space, the benefits would undoubtedly be manifold. However, the risks would also escalate. If one's cultivation proceeds too effortlessly, without undergoing the requisite trials of the heart and mind, it would surely foster the growth of inner demons, leading one to the brink of madness." Chen Nan nodded in agreement, stating, as the saying goes, "One must gain at the expense of another. This world thrives on balance. One must learn to possess, yet also understand the art of relinquishment." The sorcerers of the past were excessively greedy and ruthless. After establishing a formation to gather the essence of heaven and earth, they slaughtered countless beings, which ultimately brought upon them their own demise. Chen Nan chuckled softly, remarking, "Indeed, I am tempted, yet I find myself devoid of such opportunities." The elder inquired, "What if such an opportunity were to present itself? Although I may be tempted, I would ultimately choose to forego it." The elder gazed intently at Chen Nan, his eyes unwavering, and asked why. Chen Nan replied, "The power derived from external sources can never compare to the purity of what one cultivates within oneself. I fear it might hinder the evolution of my own strength." The elder sighed, "You are quite arrogant, young man, yet you possess the merit to be so. As for me, I cannot afford such pride. The specter of death looms constantly over my life. If I were to possess such formidable power, I would never relinquish it." Chen Nan smiled but remained silent. The elder continued, "Would you be willing to lend me your strength to escape the shadow of death?" Chen Nan displayed a look of bewilderment. The elderly man's wrinkled cheeks quivered as he spoke. "Young one, do you realize that the moment you first entered the ancient library, I sensed the spiritual energy within you? Upon closer observation, I discovered that you possess a natural spiritual root. If I could enlist the aid of one endowed with such a gift, I might acquire immense power, thus obviating the need to cultivate from forbidden texts and enabling me to extend my life for several more decades." He gestured towards the majestic figure upon the jade platform, exuding an aura of unparalleled prowess. "Do you comprehend why there are subtle fluctuations emanating from him? It is because he harbors within him a tremendous force, the essence of his extraordinary cultivation. If we could channel that power." Upon hearing this, Chen Nan felt a chill in his heart. He had been pondering why the old man would lead him here to repay a debt of gratitude. It became clear that this had all been meticulously orchestrated by the elder. Senior, you may be overthinking this. It has been thousands of years since that unparalleled master's spirit departed. How could such formidable power possibly lie dormant within his body? I believe it is merely a resonance between his indestructible form and the primal energies of the universe. The old man replied, that possibility cannot be dismissed, yet it may also align with my hypothesis. How can we ascertain the truth without experimentation? Young one, would you assist me? Chen Nan responded. My cultivation pales in comparison to yours. How could I possibly be of service? The elder countered, this matter is unrelated to cultivation levels. Your possession of a spiritual root makes you exceptionally adept at attracting the cosmic energies. If we combine our efforts, we could surely awaken the latent power within that unparalleled master. Chen Nan felt an immense reluctance to assist the scheming elder, and even more so to tarnish the memory of the unparalleled master. However, considering his current predicament, he found himself compelled to acquiesce to the elder's request. The elder, brimming with delight, remarked, your spiritual root is innate, while mine is cultivated through effort, and it pales in comparison to yours. Soon, you shall place your palms upon his back, attune yourself to the forces within him, and then guide them forth, while I shall assist you from the side. Upon ascending the jade platform, Chen Nan silently muttered, forgive me. He pressed his hands against the back of the indomitable body, striving to sense the peculiar fluctuations within. The elder also placed his hands on the back of the indomitable body, closing his eyes to focus intently. A complex and enigmatic emotion seemed to emanate from the depths of antiquity, permeating Chen Nan's heart and evoking a profound sense of loss, as if he had traversed a millennium in an instant. He was taken aback. Had it not been for the icy touch of the indomitable body, he might have believed that this extraordinary master was on the verge of revival. He recognized that the intricate emotions were those of the unparalleled master in his final moments, filled with despair and resignation. Chen Nan steadied his mind, casting aside all distractions, and meticulously attuned himself to the unusual fluctuations within the indomitable body. Suddenly, it seemed that the strange waves resonated with him, and a tremendous power began to surge within the indomitable body. Chen Nan was astounded. Indeed, the remains of this extraordinary master concealed an immense force. His astonishment knew no bounds, for it surpassed his wildest imagination. This individual had been deceased for thousands of years, yet his body still retained that unparalleled prowess. Chen Nan cast a furtive glance and observed that although the elderly man had both hands resting against the back of the indestructible body, he appeared utterly oblivious. A silent resolution formed within Chen Nan's heart. He must not allow this immense power to be directed outward and infused into the old man's being. He sensed that the elder possessed a profound cunning, perpetually shrouded in mystery. Should he absorb this already formidable force, the consequences could be dire and unfathomable. After a considerable interval, Chen Nan lowered his hands and sighed heavily. Aside from a peculiar fluctuation, I have sensed no power flowing within this indestructible body. Upon hearing this, the elder also withdrew his hands, his face betraying a palpable disappointment. After emerging from the ancient hall into the vast, deserted tunnel, Chen Nan felt a deep unease, fearing that this scheming elder might silence him for good. It was not until he emerged from the entrance of the ancient library that he finally exhaled in relief. The elder patted Chen Nan on the shoulder and remarked, persevere with diligence. I, an old man relying on that sinister tome, can still live for another 20 or 30 years. During this time, I may impart some guidance to you. Since the convergence of the celestial illusion continent and the enchanted continent, a fierce clash between Eastern martial arts, Taoist techniques, and Western combat energy and magic has unfolded. True energy contended with combat energy, flying swords and magical artifacts collided with spells, while sword energy and combat energy surged wildly, and magical artifacts and spells dazzled with brilliance. In the early days of this East-West confrontation, the might of Taoism and magic was indisputable. Every accomplished cultivator and mid-tier magician possessed terrifying strength. They possessed the ability to directly manipulate the vital energies of the universe. A cultivator can contend with dozens of Western warriors, while a mid-level mage can similarly confront numerous Eastern martial artists. However, both cultivators and mages are few in number, as the practice of Taoist arts or the study of magic demands exceedingly stringent physical prerequisites. Consequently, Taoist arts and magic cannot be widely disseminated. Furthermore, cultivators often distance themselves from the mundane world, rarely appearing before the populace, rendering them the most enigmatic figures in the eyes of society. Mages, on the other hand, require substantial and costly magical materials during their training, making financial resources indispensable for anyone aspiring to become a mage. In contrast, the cultivation of Eastern martial arts or Western fighting spirit, while also contingent upon physical aptitude, is not as demanding, allowing the general populace to engage in such practices. However, due to varying physical conditions, the achievements among practitioners will inevitably differ significantly. In comparison, martial artists who focus on physical techniques are somewhat inferior to cultivators and mages. For unless they engage in close combat, these martial artists are hardly a match for those who can directly manipulate the vital energies of the cosmos. Of course, nothing is absolute. Among Eastern martial artists, there are those who can elevate their skills to profound heights, causing any practitioner to feel a sense of trepidation in their presence. Occasionally, an Eastern martial artist may attain unparalleled prowess, their terrifying strength rendering them nearly invincible, a nightmare for all practitioners. However, it is well known that the advancement of martial arts is a slow process, and such extraordinary martial artists who reach the pinnacle of their discipline are rarely seen, even over the span of centuries, leading to the gradual decline of martial arts. Similar to Eastern martial artists, Western warriors who practice physical techniques are numerous. Yet their average strength pales in comparison to that of cultivators and sorcerers. However, among these warriors exists a select group of exceptional practitioners whose formidable prowess rivals that of cultivators and sorcerers. These individuals are recognized as dragon knights. To ascend to the rank of a dragon knight, one must first tame a dragon of one's own. Naturally, dragons vary in strength, and in the West, they are classified into 5 tiers: earth dragons, flying dragons, lesser dragons, greater dragons, and holy dragons, corresponding perfectly with the 5 ranks of practitioners on the continent. This gives rise to the titles of Earth Dragon Knight, Flying Dragon Knight, Lesser Dragon Knight, Greater Dragon Knight, and Holy Dragon Knight. It is evident that to become a Dragon Knight, one must attain a certain level of cultivation and tame a dragon that matches this rank. Therefore, all Dragon Knights are formidable beings. In a sense, the very act of riding a dragon serves to demonstrate their exceptional strength. In the Western continent, the number of Greater Dragon Knights is scarce, and Holy Dragon Knights are even rarer. Yet, those who reach such heights possess extraordinary and terrifying power, instilling a sense of caution even in accomplished sorcerers and cultivators. This elder is truly enigmatic. He refrained from silencing me. However, I should depart from this tumultuous place as soon as possible. Through this experience, he has finally grasped the ancient adage, there are always greater beings beyond the realm of mortals. The elderly man appeared frail and aged. Yet he was an extraordinary master of formidable prowess. He was yet another 5th-tier cultivator that he encountered after Zhuge, and it was even possible that he had surpassed the 5th tier. You are daydreaming again. Truly pathetic, the old poisonous man remarked, leaning against the courtyard wall and peering in. Hey, you perverted old man. Are you spying on me again? Chen Nan retorted as he stepped out from the house. Actions speak louder than words. Let us go and see your cool water. You. He recalled Nalan Ruoshui, and a wave of hesitation washed over him. If he left like this, he might never see her again. Oh, I forgot. It's Ruoshui. Heh. The old poisonous man chuckled with a mischievous grin. If it weren't for the old man's toxic disposition, Chen Nan would have relished the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. The old poisonous man continued. Today, a dragon knight has arrived at the Qishir mansion, and many people have gathered to see his dragon. Your Ruoshui originally intended to find you to go together, but since you were not here, she went ahead. Come, let us join the commotion. A dragon knight is synonymous with strength, and dragons are powerful and enigmatic creatures. Intrigued, Chen Nan followed the old poisonous man outside. Today, the Qishir mansion was bustling with an unusual vibrancy. The arena was filled with spectators. Even the reclusive old witch had abandoned her great magical research endeavors to be here. It was Chen Nan's first experience witnessing such a gathering of extraordinary individuals, the vast majority of whom were powerful cultivators, along with notable researchers like the old poisonous man, who excelled in specific fields. These individuals are predominantly over 30 years of age, with only a handful of youths, like him in their 20s. Thus, he quickly spotted Nalan Ruoshui. Adorned in garments of a serene blue hue, She resembled an ethereal orchid hidden within a secluded valley, exuding an air of tranquility and otherworldliness. Upon seeing Chen Nan and the old poison master enter the arena, a gentle smile graced her serene visage. Chen Nan waved at her, calling out, "Ruoshui." The old poison master, beside him, squawked, "Ruoshui, here I come." Half a day apart feels like an autumn separation. Chen Nan promptly stepped on the old man's foot, eliciting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, which drew the attention of onlookers. Nalan Ruoshui smiled and remarked, "Chen Nan, must you be so careless in your stride?" The old poison master interjected, "It is not carelessness, it is deliberate." Ignoring him, Nalan Ruoshui continued, "Next time, if the ground is uneven, exert more caution to avoid stumbling." The old poison master remained silent, observing Chen Nan and Nalan Ruoshui stride together into the arena. He muttered indignantly, burning bridges after crossing them. In the center of the arena lay a colossal and ferocious creature, its dark green scales glistening ominously, exuding a terrifying presence. It was unmistakably the dragon belonging to the Dragon Knight. The dragon measured approximately 7 zhang in length, adorned with a pair of imposing horns and massive fleshly wings, presenting a formidable appearance. Beside this dragon stood a tall, strikingly handsome young man, whose robust physique radiated explosive strength and a distinct masculine allure. A peculiar expression flickered across Nalan Ruoshui's face as she remarked, "Do you see? This individual is the Dragon Knight, the son of the esteemed General Sima Changfeng, named Sima Lingkong. He has spent the past decade training in the Western continent alongside eminent masters, and has now returned, having completed his studies. He has been officially conferred the title of Extraordinary Person by the Emperor, and will today take residence in the mansion designated for such individuals." Chen Nan nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, such a significant background, indeed. Is it necessary to confer titles upon the extraordinary?" "Certainly," she replied. "Each extraordinary person enjoys the privileges accorded to national figures. How could one forgo such honors?" With a sidelong glance at him, Nalan Ruoshui continued, "Of course, you are an exception. You are a hidden extraordinary. Alas, if only your powers were completely restored. Even without the enviable prestige of a national figure, at least you would possess formidable strength." A touch of melancholy tinged her final words. Unbeknownst to Chen Nan, he too felt a pang of bittersweetness within, realizing he was soon to depart from this place, perhaps never to see the beautiful physician again. Yet, in this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Nalan Ruoshui interjected, "Look, that dragon is truly magnificent. I have never encountered such a colossal and formidable creature." "Magnificent? To my eyes, it resembles a large, winged lizard with a hefty belly," Chen Nan countered. With a chuckle, Nalan Ruoshui responded, "Oh my, what a peculiar perspective. That is indeed a dragon." Chen Nan retorted, "The last time I beheld a green dragon in the western mountain ranges, it stretched a full 30 zhang in length. Compared to that green dragon, this one seems more akin to a mere dragonling, a baby dragon. Is that so? Could it truly be that large?" Nalan Ruoshui's face betrayed a look of skepticism. "Indeed, this young lad speaks the truth. What he perceives is a colossal dragon, its length exceeding 30 zhang. This is merely an ordinary flying dragon, slightly superior to the non-flying earth dragon," the old witch remarked, having stealthily approached Chen Nan and his companion. She nodded and continued, "Dragons in the West are categorized into 5 tiers: Earth Dragon, Flying Dragon, Subdragon, Giant Dragon, and Holy Dragon. Except for the Earth Dragon, which is unable to fly, the remaining 4 tiers possess the gift of flight. The Earth Dragon measures around 5 zhang, the Flying Dragon about 7 zhang, the Subdragon ranges from 15 to 20 zhang, while the Giant Dragon's length is no less than 30 zhang. As for the Holy Dragon, I have yet to encounter one, but I have heard tales that they are rare and extraordinary creatures, whose formidable strength does not necessarily correlate with their size." Nalan Ruoshui smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the knowledge of the magical matron is vast." At that moment, the Dragon Knight Sima Lingkong was passionately explaining something to the captivated crowd. Suddenly, the little Princess Chu Yu appeared, peering curiously around the center of the gathering, seemingly in search of someone. Chen Nan and Nalan Ruoshui exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. The old witch huffed, "Is this wretched girl truly so fearful of me? Every time she comes to the Qishir mansion, she sneaks about. How infuriating." After assessing the enemy situation, the little princess exhaled a sigh of relief and, like a lively sprite, darted into the center of the crowd. Upon seeing this exquisite little imp, smiles blossomed on the faces of the onlookers, yet the once vibrant Sima Lingkong appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon hearing these words, Sima Lingkong's face turned pale, and with a forced smile, he replied, "Princess Yu, this is my steed. The gift I have prepared for you is still at home and will be delivered shortly." Chen Nan finally grasped the implications behind the phrase infamous in the imperial capital, as everyone who encountered her wore a pained expression. One could only imagine the dismal childhoods endured by the noble offspring of the capital. "Are you saying you do not wish to give me this dragon?" "That is not the case." The young princess huffed, saying, "You miser, rest assured. I have no interest in this small and unsightly creature. The dragons I saw in the western mountain range were far grander than this one." Sima Lingkong wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "This is merely a flying dragon. Naturally, it cannot compare to those colossal beasts." The princess inquired, "Is this dragon obedient? Can I ride it up to the skies?" "Of course." "Wonderful." The princess's face instantly lit up with excitement. Sima Lingkong gently patted the flying dragon and cautioned, "When we take to the skies, be steady, understood?" To everyone's astonishment, the dragon nodded in apparent understanding. The crowd gasped in surprise, and even the princess was taken aback, exclaiming, "It can comprehend human speech." Indeed, dragons are intelligent beings. Though this one is merely a second-tier flying dragon, it can understand some simple human language. The princess eagerly climbed onto the dragon's back. At that moment, an old witch from the back of the crowd shouted, If you wish to fly, you can learn magic from me. Just look how effortless it is. Why bother riding someone else's dragon?" Upon speaking, the old witch levitated into the center of the arena. The moment the young princess beheld her, her countenance changed drastically. Yet it was not long before a sweet smile adorned her face once more. The gathered onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately erupting into hearty laughter. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chen Nan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Naylan Roashue tugged at his sleeve, admonishing, "Cease your laughter. Have you not noticed how others are restraining themselves? If the young lady catches sight of you, you shall be in dire straits." Chen Nan was well aware of the princess's mischievous nature. As her gaze fell upon him, he immediately stifled his mirth. The old witch chuckled, "Caw, do not be disheartened. Many seek my teachings, yet I refuse to impart them. Do you not wish to soar through the skies? I can teach you." Chanting an incantation, the old witch enveloped the princess in a shimmering azure light, lifting her into the air. "Isn't it delightful? If you learn from me, you too can achieve this." Although excitement flickered across the princess's face, she resolutely shook her head upon hearing the witch's words. Enraged, the witch abruptly halted the flow of magical energy, causing the princess to scream as she plummeted towards the ground. Just before impact, she was cradled by a gentle radiance, yet her visage was as pale as a ghost. Chen Nan finally comprehended the reason behind the princess's terror of the old witch and her reluctance to accept her as a mentor. At that moment, Sima Lingkong stepped forward to pay his respects, stating, "I pay my respects to the magical matron." "Ah, no need for formalities. Young man, you are quite impressive, possessing your own dragon at such a tender age." Sir Sima Lingkong remarked, "You overestimate me, esteemed senior. Compared to you, I am far inferior. In your time of cultivation on the Western continent, your renown was unparalleled, and even now, your name is still spoken of with reverence." The old witch cackled, "You are already quite impressive. Among the younger generation, you stand as a formidable figure. With diligence, you are destined to become a fourth-order dragon knight." Unbeknownst to them, the old poison master had stealthily approached the back of Chen Nan and Naylan Roashue, muttering under his breath, "This wretched old hag is utterly shameless. Just look at her smug expression. One wonders what stroke of fortune enabled her to attain that grand sorcerer's credential. Nonetheless, this muscle-bound lad is indeed formidable. To become a dragon knight at his age is no small feat." Chen Nan nodded in agreement, having already sensed the immense power emanating from Sima Lingkong. Indeed, the second-order dragon knight lived up to his reputation. Seizing the opportunity while the old witch spoke, the little princess discreetly slipped away from the crowd. After a while, the old witch suddenly noticed the princess's absence and, in a fit of rage, resumed her great magical research endeavor. At that moment, Sima Lingkong's gaze fell upon Naylan Roashue, and his eyes brightened. He navigated through the throng gathered to witness the dragon. Approaching her, Roashue has come as well. "If you wish to see the dragon, I can bring it directly to your home." At that instant, Chen Nan felt a gentle grip on his right hand, as Nalan Roashue's soft fingers intertwined with his. No need. I am merely accompanying Chen Nan to take a look. Sima Lingyun's eyes flashed with cold intensity as he glanced at the hands intertwined between the two, then turned his gaze to Chen Nan, inquiring, "Who is he?" Nalan Roashue replied calmly, "He is the one to whom I can entrust my life." A sense of discomfort stirred within Chen Nan, realizing that Nalan Roashue had evidently known this muscular man for some time, and it was clear he was being used as a shield. He felt a sense of exploitation wash over him. Sima Lingkong's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed a menacing glare on Chen Nan, stating, "You should step aside. This is a matter between Roashue and me. I hope you refrain from meddling." The elderly figure behind Chen Nan interjected, "Young man, there is no need for such hostility. Let us speak civilly." At that moment, the onlookers from Feilong began to notice the commotion and turned their attention towards the unfolding scene. Nalan Roashue asserted, "We must leave." She grasped Chen Nan's hand and began to walk towards the arena's exit. Sima Lingkong, seething with anger, surged forward to block their path, exclaiming, "Roashue, I expect you to remember that you are my fiancée. Do not engage with others in such a manner. It not only tarnishes my family's reputation, but also yours." Nalan Roashue retorted fiercely, "Nonsense. Who claims I am your fiancée? Please conduct yourself with dignity and do not speak so recklessly. Step aside." With one hand, she pushed Sima Lingkong away while with the other she pulled Chen Nan along, hastening their departure. Chen Nan felt a wave of displeasure. He contemplated releasing Nalan Roashue's hand, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from acting. The spectators within the arena buzzed with speculation. Sima Lingkong stood rooted for a moment, a cold smile creeping upon his lips before he pursued after them. After Nalan Roashue and the others fled the arena, they hurried to Chen Nan's courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Sima Lingkong caught up with them and said, "Roashue, do you not realize that I harbor feelings for you? Soon, my father will visit your family to propose, so how can you associate with someone unrelated?" Nalan Roashue replied firmly, "You should give up on that notion. I will not marry you." "You." A fierce glint flashed in Sima Lingkong's eyes as he retorted, "Very well, you possess quite the audacity. Humph. When the time comes and your father consents, I shall see whether you marry or not." His eyes glimmered with menace as he addressed Chen Nan, "You boy, did you take my words lightly? I told you to keep your distance. Did you not hear? Go away." Chen Nan, already irked, felt a surge of rage at these words. The ancestral martial arts he had suppressed began to swell uncontrollably, emanating a powerful aura. Nalan Roashue, fearing Sima Lingkong might attack Chen Nan, positioned herself protectively in front of him. Meanwhile, the warriors dispatched by the princess to guard the Bao sensed the surge of formidable energy, and in an instant, 7 figures appeared before the trio. Chen Nan felt a wave of shame wash over him. Realizing his impulsiveness, he swiftly reined in his power, and the overwhelming aura dissipated in an instant. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, with Nalan Roashue and several warriors ultimately concluding that the menacing intent had originated from Sima Lingkong. However, Sima Lingkong believed that the formidable aura emanated from the warriors before him, for at this moment, Chen Nan exhibited not the slightest fluctuation of power. No matter how he probed, he could sense no trace of a cultivator's presence within him. Sima Lingkong scoffed, "Boy, are you a man? Hiding behind a woman. What kind of skill is that?" Chen Nan cast a cold glance in his direction and retorted, "Why do you bark like a dog? She has no interest in you, yet you cling to her shamelessly." In a fit of rage, Sima Lingkong laughed derisively. "Heh, you pathetic leech, if I do not shred you into pieces, then I." "Enough? Sima Lingkong, will you never cease? If you continue this raucous behavior, I shall report you to His Majesty." Nalan Roashue interjected, her countenance pale with fury. Having lost her usual composure, "What is so special about this boy? He possesses no talents, not even worthy of being called a pretty boy. Roashue, you are shameless." Nalan Roashue seethed, her teeth clenched, as she turned and pulled Chen Nan into the courtyard. Just as Sima Lingkong was about to follow, several warriors stepped forward to block his path. One of them stated, "Young Master Sima, please hold. The princess has decreed that no one may enter this courtyard without her permission." At that moment, Sima Lingkong was nearly beside himself with fury, his anger surging as he bellowed, "Why did that pair of scoundrels get to enter? Because this is, in fact, young Master Chen's courtyard, and Miss Nalan has been tasked with treating his injuries." "What? That useless fellow is also an extraordinary talent?" The warriors fell silent, gradually regaining his composure. Sima Lingkong shot a fierce glance towards the courtyard before turning to leave. Upon entering the courtyard, Nalan Ruoshui swiftly released Chen Nan's hand, turning her face aside as she uttered, "I am sorry." The displeasure in Chen Nan's heart had gradually dissipated as he replied, "It is nothing. Won't you inquire why I acted in such a manner? I am awaiting your explanation." Nalan Ruoshui turned her body towards him and said, "My father is Nalan Wencheng, the left chancellor of the court, while Sima Lingkong's father is Sima Changfeng, the renowned general of Hu Wei. Both are esteemed officials of the state of Chu. Yet they have long harbored animosity towards each other. In recent years, some court ministers have intervened, leading to a thaw in their relations. Subsequently, there were suggestions for the two families to unite through marriage, thereby improving their ties. I comprehend my father's predicaments and understand his unwavering dedication to the nation. I detest the lecherous and vile nature of Sima Lingkong, yet I find myself powerless to alter this reality. In a few days, Sima Changfeng will dispatch someone to propose marriage. I have no recourse but to provoke Sima Lingkong, inciting his disdain for me to thwart this union. Thus you grasped my hand, deliberately putting yourself before Sima Lingkong to irritate him. I apologize." Nalan Ruoshui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling as she confessed, "I do not know what to do anymore. What else could be done?" A glimmer of hope appeared upon Nalan Ruoshui's face. Yet, she expressed her disappointment, saying, "As a woman, where can I go? I have never ventured far from home, nor do I possess any experience in the world beyond. Alone, As her words trailed off, she could no longer contain her sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. Chen Nan awkwardly scratched his head, lacking a handkerchief. He ultimately raised his wide sleeves before Nalan Ruoshui. Nalan Ruoshui grasped his sleeve and gently wiped her tears, before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "What should I do? What should I do?" Chen Nan was at a loss. After a while, Nalan Ruoshui's cry subsided, and in a faint voice, she murmured, "If you were of noble birth, if you possessed unparalleled abilities, I would leave." As he watched Nalan Ruoshui's figure vanish beyond the courtyard gate, Chen Nan's mind was engulfed by a thunderous realization. If I were of noble birth, if I possessed unparalleled abilities, indeed, either circumstance could alter your fate. What a blockhead! Usually so astute, yet utterly foolish when the moment demands it. The old poison master revealed his white-haired head over the wall. "Damn it, old man. This is the nth time you've spied on me." With that, he picked up a bamboo pole from the ground and jabbed it at the old man who had just climbed the wall. "You little rascal. You were prepared with that bamboo pole all along." With a thud, the old man was knocked down. "Oh heavens, my poor little green, knocked out once again." Still lamenting that frog, Chen Nan muttered as he turned to enter the house. He found himself in a tumult of emotions, unable to find peace. Finally, he struck the tea table with a fist, shattering it into a flurry of golden sparks. He stood resolutely, speaking to himself, "I cannot allow Ruoshui to walk unwittingly into danger. It compels me to take action." However, in the days that followed, Chen Nan saw no sign of Nalan Ruoshui. She had not returned to the Qishu mansion. Anxious and restless, he grappled with his unease. The old sorcerer perched atop the wall, adopting an air of profound contemplation, sighed, "Ah, would, on that day, you should never have allowed her to depart alone. Happiness must be fervently pursued. Once it drifts away, grasping it becomes an impossible endeavor. I hope you find another chance and do not lament for a lifetime. Why is it that we only seek to remedy our losses when they have already slipped from our grasp?" Chen Nan, ignoring the old man's nonsensical ramblings, exited the Qishu mansion and re-entered the royal archives, hoping to chance upon Nalan Ruoshui. However, disappointment awaited him as the custodian informed him that she had not been present for several days. Frustrated, he randomly pulled a book from the shelf and began to peruse its pages with disinterest. Suddenly, a weary sigh broke the silence behind him. Alas! Startled, Chen Nan nearly jumped, turning to find the elderly man who had once guided him into the ancient underground tomb. The old man, stooped and trembling, approached him cautiously. Chen Nan's heart raced, not from concern for the old man's frailty, but from the deep-seated awareness of the immense power concealed within that frail exterior. His only fear was for his own safety. He had never been able to discern the true nature of this formidable figure and wondered if he might suddenly silence him forever. Young man, do not worry," the elder reassured with a gentle chuckle. "I have told you, I harbor no ill will. Do not overthink it. I genuinely admire you. At such a tender age, possessing a spiritual root and capable of drawing the sealed Hou-Yi bow, your future is boundless. You are aware of my identity? Chen Nan inquired. Though I am aged, I am not yet senile. I still have some knowledge of affairs in the imperial city. I simply choose to remain indifferent to such mundane matters. Chen Nan was taken aback. The old man remarked, in this life, some individuals are destined to be mere fleeting visitors, and as time passes, they will gradually fade from our hearts, leaving no trace behind. Ah, Chen Nan was truly astonished now. The old man's words seemed to allude to the matter of Nailan Ruoshui, making him feel as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare before the elder. He silently mused. This old man is indeed a cunning enigma, unfathomable in his wisdom. Chen Nan replied, indeed, some are destined to be mere passers-by in life. However, I cannot stand idly by while misfortune befalls my friends. The old man chuckled. Oh, do not be so agitated. We are merely engaging in casual conversation. Chen Nan felt a twinge of unease, uncertain of why the elder had sought him out once more. Suddenly, the old man inquired, young man, tell me, are you planning to leave the state of Chu? Chen Nan was utterly shocked. I have expressed my admiration for you. I am genuinely curious to witness the heights to which a promising junior like you might ascend in the future. So do not fear, I mean you no harm. Only now did Chen Nan come to trust that, regardless of the old man's motives, he was not in immediate danger. The elder continued, at my age, while I have not entirely relinquished the affairs of the mortal realm, I have come close. My heart is solely devoted to cultivation, seeking liberation from the cycle of life and death. However, as you prepare to depart, I hope you will refrain from undertaking anything too reckless. Chen Nan was at a loss, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. In the imperial capital, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound, with numerous masters present. Youngsters must exercise caution and refrain from impulsive actions. Chen Nan felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. As he rose to take his leave, the elder's voice echoed behind him. Soon, I may venture onto the mainland. Perhaps we will meet again. Passing by the imperial garden, Chen Nan paused. Amidst the lush greenery, he faintly discerned two familiar figures. After ensuring no one was around, he utilized his unparalleled lightness skill, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he glided into the garden. Within the garden, verdant pines, cypress, and bamboo were interspersed with exquisite rocks, while century-old wisteria twined gracefully, embellishing the landscape with vibrant foliage. The gently flowing spring water and the shimmering golden scales in the clear lake contributed a lively essence to this emerald paradise. Amidst the shadows of the bamboo, a delicate and charming pavilion emerged, where two enchanting figures stood. One was the incomparable Grand Princess Chu Yu, radiating unmatched beauty, while the other was the ethereal and exquisite Nailan Ruoshui, whom he had not seen for several days. Chen Nan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized their faces. He was acutely aware of the Grand Princess's extraordinary prowess and dared not approach too closely, fearing detection. Instead, he remained at a distance, listening intently. Chu Yu grasped Nailan Ruoshui's hand and said, in truth, Sima Lingkong is already quite remarkable. How many youths in the imperial capital can rival him? Nailan Ruoshui, somewhat displeased, retorted, you are actually defending that licentious scoundrel? Ruoshui, you misunderstand me. I merely speak objectively. All men exhibit such tendencies. Which man is not enamored by beauty? However, I genuinely harbor no feelings for him. Chu Yu smiled bitterly and remarked, in the eyes of the world, we are like golden branches and jade leaves, destined for a life of luxury and ease. Yet, is this truly the case? I believe we both know the answer in our hearts. Our noble status has cost us dearly, particularly in matters of the heart. It is indeed the sorrow of being a noblewoman that we cannot engage in romantic relationships before marriage. Nailan Ruoshui sighed softly. What if I have already developed some feelings for someone? Chu Yu regarded Nailan Ruoshui intently and said, I have heard about the incident that occurred at the Qishir Manor. At that time, I speculated that you were merely using Chen Nan to reject Sima Lingkong. Surely, you cannot have genuinely developed feelings for him. At these words, Chen Nan's heart raced. Nailan Ruoshui met Chu Yu's gaze and replied, what if it is true? These words reached Chen Nan's ears without reservation. Although considering it from another perspective reveals a degree of truth, he nonetheless found them painfully harsh. Nailan Ruoshui turned her face away and said, you do not understand. Yet, she chose not to elaborate further. The Grand Princess interjected, Ruoshui, you are playing with fire. A relationship with him is simply impossible. I am aware, which is why I have refrained from visiting the Qishu Manor these past few days. It seems that sending you to the Qishu Manor to treat him was indeed a grave error. Thankfully, you have not become too entangled. Time has a way of fading memories, and soon enough, you will forget this person. Chen Nan noticed the cold glint in the Grand Princess's eyes. He understood that Chu Yu harbored murderous intent towards him. She would never grant him an official position that could distance him from the capital. Now, he has become a wastrel, devoid of any value. Merely for the sake of the little princess's reputation, she would not allow him to continue existing, especially since it also involves the offspring of two prominent ministers. The Grand Princess and Nalan Roashue engaged in an extensive discussion. Chen Nan observed coldly, clearly witnessing the entire process where Chu Yu fervently persuaded Nalan Roashue to wed Sima Lingkong. Disunity among the officials is detrimental to the nation. For the sake of her country, she forsook her friendship. Ultimately, Chu Yu remarked, "Let us go to my chamber. Do not linger here." With a sense of helplessness, she turned to leave. Alone in the pavilion, Nalan Roashue murmured, "If only you were of noble lineage. If only you possessed unparalleled prowess." Tears glimmered in her eyes as she departed in sorrow. Chen Nan witnessed it all, clenched his fists, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the palace's exterior, he boarded a carriage, flanked by 2 rows of warriors, proceeding towards the Qishu mansion. It was only today that he discerned the terrifying cunning of Chu Yu. He realized the true purpose of these warriors was not only to protect him, but primarily to prevent his escape. He recalled the formidable warriors stationed around his courtyard. Chu Yu was indeed meticulous in her schemes. After returning to the Qishu mansion, Chen Nan faintly heard the voice of the little princess. "Poison uncle, please grant me just one." The old poison master retorted, "No, my treasures are not meant to be consumed. You took little Jian and little Lu last time. I have yet to settle that score with you, and now you dare to come again. Because the delicacies made from your little snakes are truly exquisite, far superior to ordinary serpents." The old poison master, nearly choking with anger, exclaimed, "I am not a keeper, and my treasures are not delicacies. If you do not leave, I shall summon that ancient crone who studies magic. Uncle Poison, look at this. Ah, firecrackers. What are you doing? Do not ignite them. My precious creatures will be terrified. Would a little snake suffice? Not just one, I demand 10. Ah, kill me if you must. These are rare breeds, exceedingly precious. Do not light them. I shall comply." After a brief pause, the old poison master said, "Here, they are all in this bag. Uncle Poison, you are truly kind. Haha. Oh, you little imp. Be off with you. Haha. Farewell, Uncle Poison. Do not see me off. I shall visit you often." The old poison master let out a mournful wail. Chen Nan stood in stunned silence, astonished that the little princess had a penchant for eating snakes, and that she would threaten the old poison master to satisfy her cravings. Truly, she was a little demon in every sense. After a while, the old poison master appeared atop the courtyard wall, appearing to have just emerged from his fury. He announced, "The wicked little sorceress has come to deliver a decree in 3 days. The emperor celebrates his 60th birthday and invites all the remarkable figures from the House of Wonders to attend." He then shifted his tone, saying, "It is said that the event will be quite lively. A small nation has dispatched 3 young dragon riders. Rumor has it that they will showcase their prowess at the banquet, gathering the young heroes of Chu." The old poison master continued, "This small nation was once a vassal of Chu, but in recent years, it has grown in strength, secretly receiving support from an unknown force, seeking to free itself from Chu's dominion. This time, they dispatched 3 youthful dragon riders to demonstrate their might to the state of Chu. Should these 3 manage to outshine the younger generation of Chu, it would be tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to the face of this dominant power." Chen Nan, feigning indifference, remarked, "Very well, let us fight for our nation's freedom and support these 3 national heroes." Old Poison, feeling a surge of anxiety, glanced around nervously and said, "You reckless fool, how can you utter such words?" According to confidential yet reliable sources, these 3 gained fame during their cultivation on the Western continent, only to vanish mysteriously for 3 years. It is likely they have been engaged in rigorous training in secret during this time, and now they must have reached a peak in their abilities, which is why they have come knocking. It is speculated that each of them has attained at least the 2nd tier of cultivation. Such formidable power is rare among the youth. Among the young talents of the Qishu mansion, perhaps only that muscular man, Sima Lingkong, could stand against even one of them. Earlier, The infamous riddle which mentioned that should anyone withstand those 3 dragon knights, the emperor would bestow great rewards. If your strength were to be restored, this would be an extraordinary opportunity. Just imagine, if you wield the bow of Ho-E and shoot down a heavenly dragon. What a magnificent and heroic scene that would be. Merely contemplating it stirs one's spirit. At that point, not only would you achieve great merit, but your name would also resonate across the continent. How could the emperor resist courting such a prodigy? If you desire old poison, then leaped over the courtyard wall to delve into his studies of poisons. He opened the courtyard door and addressed the warriors guarding outside. Please inform Her Highness the Grand Princess that I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Several warriors exchanged glances, and one swiftly departed. After approximately half an hour, he heard the voice of the Grand Princess greeting the extraordinary talents within the manor, realizing that his moment had arrived. Chen Nan stepped into the room and retrieved the Ho-E bow, gently caressing its darkened back. Feeling the subtle vibrations emanating from the divine bow as he began to channel his family's ancestral techniques. In an instant, a formidable force surged forth from within him, causing the bamboo grove in the courtyard to tremble violently, shedding a cascade of fallen leaves. Golden glimmers and a faint golden radiance emanated from his being, instilling Chen Nan with immense confidence. His entire demeanor transformed in that fleeting moment, rendering him a completely different individual. He knocked a white feathered arrow onto the bowstring, stepping forward with his left foot while retracting his right. With his left hand raised the bow skyward, he drew the bowstring taut with his right hand. A myriad of golden rays burst forth, a splendid spectacle that overshadowed even the sun above. Chen Nan and the Ho-E bow appeared as if they were one, both enveloped in resplendent golden light. Surrounding the bow was a misty glow, golden streams cascading towards the white feathered arrow, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. As the world around dimmed in awe, the overwhelming surge of power radiated from Chen Nan, spreading throughout the entire manor of extraordinary talents, causing every inhabitant to sense this extraordinary force with astonishment. Bolstered by the might of the Ho-E bow, the formidable energy he emitted undoubtedly reached the unparalleled level of a 5th-tier master. The Grand Princess also sensed it, her face displaying an expression of disbelief as she murmured, "Could it be him? How is this possible? Has he truly recovered?" Once his strength reached its zenith, Chen Nan gently loosened his grip, and the white feather arrow shot forth like a radiant rainbow, piercing the heavens with its blinding brilliance, while thunder reverberated above the Qishir manor. The golden arrow ascended above the clouds, only to suddenly shatter, unleashing a dazzling burst of light over the imperial capital. The afterimage left by the golden arrow resembled a lightning bolt, connecting the radiant glow from the sky to the Qishir manor. Everyone within the imperial capital witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. All the individuals within the Qishir manor were left in shock, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. In the courtyard of the old poisonous freak, various snakes and insects crawled about chaotically, creating a scene of turmoil, while the flying dragons in Sima Lingkong's courtyard trembled in fear, cowering on the ground. Chen Nan let out a long howl towards the heavens, his voice echoing through the vast expanse as he knocked a second white feather arrow onto the bowstring. The winds and thunder roared once more, and powerful waves of energy surged throughout the entire Qishir manor. This time, the golden arrow plunged towards the ground, its brilliant light resembling a golden dragon as it cleaved through the earth, vanishing below the surface. Enormous fissures, half a meter wide, radiated outward from the point of impact, causing the Qishir manor to tremble violently, with entire sections of the buildings collapsing in a cacophony of thunderous roars. At that moment, people within a radius of several miles felt the earth quaking beneath them, each individual left in a state of shock. After a prolonged silence, as calmness returned and half of the structures within the Qishir manor lay in ruins, those standing amidst the debris were left dumbfounded, their gazes ultimately converging upon Chen Nan. This once unremarkable youth has undergone a remarkable transformation, now exuding a formidable aura that instills a sense of awe in those who behold him. The old poison master was the first to regain his senses, unable to suppress his lament. Heavens, my treasure! Oh, who have I offended? Being next to an incessant demolisher. That wretched old hag was already misfortune enough. To think that a seemingly honest fellow would be even more detestable, demolishing my beloved home. Sima Lingkong's countenance darkened with fury as he beheld the damage inflicted upon his flying dragon, its right wing mangled and bloody. Upon realizing that the instigator was none other than Chen Nan, his rage surged. He was simultaneously astonished and envious of Chen Nan's terrifying power. Chu Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she shifted from contemplation to elation. Today, she had witnessed the might of the Hui Bao. Its overwhelming power left her spellbound, rivaling that of a fifth-tier master. Undoubtedly, the state of Chu has gained yet another unparalleled adept. Amidst the old poison master's cries and curses, the old witch emerged from the rubble, a heap of debris atop her head. Which scoundrel has the audacity to collapse my abode and resort to such treachery? This is utterly outrageous. If you possess the courage, face me in a fair battle. With that, the old witch levitated into the air, only to plummet back down upon grasping the scene before her. Heavens, he's comparable to a fifth-tier sorcerer. How terrifying. A large contingent of soldiers rushed to the scene, plunging the Qishir mansion into chaos. Chu Yu promptly commanded the army to keep the news of the incident under wraps and subsequently arranged for the gentleman to be relocated to a different residence, assigning personnel to reorganize accommodations for each member. After addressing the pressing issues at hand, Chu Yu escorted Chen Nan into the imperial palace, where she meticulously inquired about the entire sequence of events in a secluded chamber. Chen Nan, your abilities have been restored, she remarked. Indeed, I am completely restored, he affirmed. Splendid. Our Chu kingdom has gained another remarkable talent. Did you seek me out solely for this matter? Yes, I wish to share this good news with the princess. Why did you unleash 2 arrows with the Hui Bao? Not only did it astonish everyone in the capital, but it also devastated the Hall of Extraordinary Talents. At this juncture, an expression of displeasure crossed Chu Yu's face. Chen Nan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He had already concocted a fabrication. After my powers were restored, the true energy within me surged uncontrollably, compelling me to release it. Thus, I drew the Hui Bao. The first arrow was shot into the sky, resulting in a spectacular celestial display. Fearing it might incite unnecessary chaos, I directed the second arrow towards the ground. To my astonishment, the golden light arrow possessed such formidable might that it obliterated half of the Hall of Extraordinary Talents. Please, punish me as you see fit, princess. The displeasure on Chu Yu's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. What is one estate compared to your restored powers? Even if you were to destroy another, it would pose no concern. After delving into the details of the events, Chu Yu then informed him of the 3 dragon knights, urging him to prepare. For should no one be able to withstand these 3 within 3 days, he would be called upon to take the stage with the Hui Bao. After listening to this, Chen Nan remarked, if I proceed in this manner, shall I not transform from an obscure figure to a well-known one? Chu Yu replied, previously, the reason for you to assume the role of a hidden genius was to conceal your true strength, rendering you unassailable. Now, the time has come for you to emerge from the shadows. You must significantly bolster the prestige of our Chu kingdom. Chu Yu and Chen Nan engaged in an extensive conversation, her demeanor markedly more amiable than before. Chen Nan inwardly scoffed, and ultimately, he rose and offered a bow to Chu Yu, saying, there is a matter I wish to request your highness's support for. Oh, what is it? This. Chu Yu furrowed her delicate brows, a wave of difficulty washing over her. Had Chen Nan made such a request in the past, she would have dismissed it outright without a second thought. However, Chen Nan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Wielding the Hui Bao placed him on par with an extraordinary 5th-tier master, and it was foreseeable that in 3 days, he might achieve renown throughout the world. For such a prodigy, she could only seek to ally and placate him. Yet, to wed Nalan Ruoxue to Chen Nan would undoubtedly offend the formidable Sima family, placing her in a precarious position. General Sima is currently proposing this marriage for his eldest son and has already petitioned my father, the emperor, for the union. However, it has yet to be finalized. I shall report your situation to my father and allow him to decide. Although Chen Nan did not receive a definitive answer, a fundamental shift had occurred in his circumstances. His value had now reached parity with that of the Sima family. The emperor could only seek to ally with him and would be reluctant to offend him. Upon exiting the palace, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. Upon arriving at the new Qishir mansion, he immediately spotted the old poison master, whose blood-red eyes glared at him with a ferocity akin to that of a wolf. A chill ran down Chen Nan's spine, prompting him to turn and flee. You wretched brat, halt. You have wrecked my Qishir mansion and scattered all my treasures. I shall poison you 1,000 times. Behold my lethal concoctions. The corpse corruption poison, crane's top red, heartbreak grass, bone-transforming pill, and 7 steps soul-dispersing powder. The old poison master flung a multitude of toxins towards Chen Nan, enveloping him in a thick cloud of poison. Chen Nan shouted, "You perverted old man. Stop this madness and throw me the antidote. I can't take it any longer." The moment he spoke, the toxic mist infiltrated his mouth and nostrils, causing him to feel dizzy. "I warned you. I shall poison you 1,000 times. If you die, I will revive you. If you live, I shall poison you again." Stricken with fear, Chen Nan dared not utter another word. He summoned the ancestral skills of his family, golden light shimmering from within him, forming a delicate golden aura that shielded him from the poisonous fog. Simultaneously, his vital energy surged through his meridians, expelling the traces of poison that had entered his body. Seeing that time had passed without Chen Nan collapsing, the old poison master intensified the potency of his toxins, unleashing over 20 packets of poison at once. The entrance of Qishir Mansion was shrouded in smoke, causing the stationed warriors to retreat in fright. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers, and 2 individuals were swiftly incapacitated by the drifting poison. The old poison master tossed several packets of antidote their way, thereby rescuing them from the brink of death. These extraordinary individuals are predominantly highly accomplished cultivators, who immediately discerned that Chen Nan had successfully repelled the poisonous gas, leaving them profoundly astonished by his remarkable prowess. Gradually, Chen Nan advanced through the miasma, approaching the old poison monster. The old poison monster's expression shifted dramatically, and ultimately, he lamented, "This is utterly unjust. Just a few days ago, he appeared as fragile as a wilting flower, yet now he demonstrates such monstrous strength, unperturbed even by poison. I shall continue to unleash my toxins upon him 1,000-fold." Packs of medicinal powder dispersed once more around Chen Nan, prompting the onlookers to retreat hastily. Chen Nan himself was taken aback. Having ascended to the 3rd level of his ancestral mystical arts, he discovered, to his delight, his newfound immunity to toxins. He traversed the poisonous fog again and flashed a smile at the old poison monster, directing his right hand towards the ground beneath the elder's feet. A beam of sword energy surged forth, shattering the marble beneath the old poison monster. Startled, the old poison monster recoiled swiftly. Among the spectators, many were seasoned martial artists, who, upon witnessing the dazzling sword energy, exhibited expressions of shock. They were unable to fathom that such a young prodigy could be a 3rd-tier martial artist, having reached the realm of projecting sword energy, rivaling their decades of cultivation. Sima Lingkong's eyes gleamed with envy as he clenched his fists, wishing fervently to charge forth and obliterate the once inconspicuous individual. "You wretched brat, don't come any closer." The old poison monster continued to retreat. Chen Nan stepped forward, grasping the elder's arm, and inquired, "Is the perverse old man still playing?" Observing the faint golden aura surrounding Chen Nan, the elder hastily shook his head and lamented, "I no longer wish to play. What misfortune befalls me, encountering neighbors who are increasingly eccentric and deranged." Chen Nan softly replied, "Cease your complaints. I have a gift for you that will surely bring you joy." The old poison master appeared utterly despondent, retorting, "What worthless trinket could you possibly offer? A modicum of self-defense skills suffices for me. The poison manual. What?" The elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it truly so?" "Indeed, it is genuine. I intended to present it to you upon my departure from the Qishir Mansion, but seeing your current expression as if you might devour me, I thought it best to give it to you sooner." The old poison master seized Chen Nan and rushed toward his courtyard. After securely closing the door, he eagerly inquired, "Where's the poison manual?" Chen Nan retrieved a crumpled piece of coarse paper from his bosom and said, "Here, take it." The elder sprang into the air, exclaiming, "You despicable rascal, even now you jest at my expense, presenting me with a mere scroll of paper." Chen Nan thrust the paper into the elder's hands, stating, "Believe it or not, that is your choice." With an expression of skepticism, the elder unfurled the scroll and began to read. As he perused, his excitement grew, and he could not contain himself, ultimately shouting, "This is indeed the poison manual. Splendid." He rapidly flipped through the pages, but upon reaching the last one, he exclaimed, "Why does it seem to be missing a few pages?" Chen Nan scratched his head and replied, "I believe I used 3 sheets during my last visit to the restroom." The old poison master, nearly infuriated to the point of apoplexy, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Nan and exclaimed, "How could you possibly use the poison classics as mere toilet paper? Heaven help us. May the poison ancestor manifest and smite this scoundrel 1,000 times over. Have you lost your mind, you perverse old man? It was I who bestowed the poison classics upon you, and yet you dare to curse me. The old man, his expression a portrait of despair, retorted, who instructed you to desecrate the last 3 pages of the poison classics? Do you even recall their contents? Well, I seem to have a vague recollection. Perhaps when I next visit the lavatory, it will all come back to me. You, the old poison master, was rendered speechless by indignation. Look at your woebegone face. The last 3 pages contain only a few lines, so listen closely. The old master was filled with elation, diligently committing the information to memory. All right, have you noted it all down? Don't come chasing me to the restroom for clarification later. The old poison master glared. You wretched brat. How on earth did you come by this tome? Did you discover it in the royal library a few days ago? Correct. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. This book is of utmost significance to me. Perhaps I shall absolve you of the debt for the treasures you have scattered. Are you not being rather miserly? The old master retorted. Just now, I heard you mention that you intended to gift me this tome before taking your leave. Are you truly planning to depart? Chen Nan replied. In the house of exceptional talents, you are my only confidant, the one I trust implicitly. Therefore, I wish to confide in you. I will leave eventually, but I implore you to keep this a secret. The old master nodded in understanding, saying, I knew you would eventually take your leave. Is it true that you plan to depart after marrying Liang Shui? And remember, do not forget your old man after you've gone. Old pervert, rest assured that I will think of you every time I visit the restroom. Chen Nan said with a smile as he strode away. 3 days later, the grand celebration for the 60th birthday of Emperor Chu was held in the imperial palace. Officials from both civil and military ranks gathered to offer their congratulations, presenting an abundance of rare treasures as gifts. Among them, the most resplendent was a petal of the luminous fire immortal lotus gifted by the little princess, exuding a fragrance that was utterly enchanting. The palace hall, resplendent in gold and jade, was filled with melodic songs and dances, as the officials extolled the virtues of the emperor with unceasing praise. After receiving the homage of his subjects, Emperor Chu ordered a banquet to be set. Soon, the hall was alive with the clinking of cups and the rich aroma of wine wafting through the air. Although the gifts from the oddity house were not of extraordinary rarity, they were treated as esteemed guests, seated close to the emperor, on par with the high-ranking officials. The atmosphere was festive, with joyous songs and dances, as the sovereign and his subjects celebrated together. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, an unexpected moment arose. One individual stood up amidst the revelry and, bowing respectfully to Emperor Chu, declared, Your Majesty, do you not find these songs and dances to be excessively delicate? In the grand expanse of Chu, established by our martial ancestors, should the descendants merely indulge in the appreciation of such frivolous melodies after securing the vast territories? These words were outrageously disrespectful, causing the faces of the ministers to pale as they collectively voiced their outrage. You, the envoy of Tianyang, possess remarkable audacity to act in such a manner. The mere envoy of a small nation dares to question the emperor of a dominant realm. Do you harbor ambitions of rebellion? How bold! Does Tianyang scheme with ulterior motives? Unperturbed, the envoy of Tianyang responded, I harbor no intention of offending your majesty. I merely wish to present a demonstration of the martial prowess of our warriors. The Emperor of Chu chuckled, Very well. I have long heard of the extraordinary talents emerging from Tianyang. Though your land may be modest, the number of unparalleled masters you possess rivals that of any great nation. Today, allow me the privilege of witnessing it firsthand. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Chu dismissed the singers, dancers, and musicians. Shortly thereafter, 3 individuals entered the grand hall, all appearing to be in their 20s. Each was remarkably tall, their physiques reminiscent of coiling dragons, brimming with explosive strength. After bowing to Emperor Chu, one of them stated, We wish to demonstrate our skills, yet it holds little meaning. We seek to engage the young champions of Chu in a contest of prowess. A minister from Chu interjected, Are you openly challenging us? Do you wish to compete with the heroes of our great nation? One among the trio replied, If that is your interpretation, it is not unfounded. The minister retorted angrily, You possess great audacity. The heroes of the land of Chu are numerous. I trust they would not fear our challenge. At this moment, Princess Chu spoke. If you wish to witness the abilities of the youthful practitioners of Chu, I can respond on their behalf. We accept your challenge. The 3 individuals were overjoyed. We are dragon knights, each with our own dragon. It is simply inconceivable to engage in a contest within the grand hall of the palace. At that moment, Chu Han interjected, "Then let us proceed to the palace's training ground. Who would have thought that my birthday celebration would be so splendid? Allowing us to witness a duel between dragon knights and mortals?" A faint smile graced Chu Han's face, as if he could already envision the woeful defeat of the three dragon knights. Indeed, with the formidable Chen Nan capable of drawing the Ho-E Bao present, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Yet, it was the little princess who radiated the most joy, leaping up with delight, exclaiming, "How wonderful! At last, I shall witness the great clumsy dragons soaring and battling in the skies." The court officials exchanged glances, bemused by her exuberance. The queen swiftly grasped the little princess's hand, gently tapping her forehead, saying, "You little rascal, always eager to stir up mischief." The little princess giggled in response. The civil and military officials accompanied the emperor to the palace's training ground, where Chu Han took his place atop the central viewing platform, flanked by the queen, several princes, and two princesses, while the ministers settled in the lower tier. One of the three dragon knights stepped into the center of the arena, letting out a mighty roar that echoed like distant thunder, resonating far and wide. Before long, a dark speck appeared in the sky, gradually enlarging until it revealed a dragon, measuring 6 or 7 zhang in length, which soared above the training ground, spiraling gracefully. The dragon knight gestured skyward, and the dragon swooped down, landing beside him with a gust of wind that sent the civil officials gasping in astonishment. The dragon knight leaped onto the back of the dragon and addressed the gathered crowd, stating, "Before we commence, certain matters must be clarified. Our trio cannot engage in continuous battles. Therefore, the state of Chu must select a few representatives, preferably 9. Each of us will face 3 opponents, but they must enter the arena one by one." This dragon knight, brimming with arrogance, implied that the 3 champions of the state of Chu could not measure up to even one dragon knight from Tianyang Nation, inciting a chorus of indignation from the onlookers. Within the ranks of the Qishir mansion, the assembly of individuals sat together, and the old poison master whispered, "Such arrogance, yet it is backed by formidable prowess." He turned to Chen Nan and remarked, "Do you understand? Though Tianyang Nation is small, it boasts a multitude of practitioners. The number of profound cultivators within its borders is not any less than that of the state of Chu. Thus, the experts emerging from this nation should not be underestimated." Chen Nan nodded, already sensing the formidable strength of these 3 individuals, each having attained the level of a second-tier cultivator. However, among them, it was the one who had remained silent that captured his attention. He sensed that this individual was on the verge of entering the 3rd-tier cultivator realm, representing a truly formidable opponent. Chu Yu interjected, "There is no need for 9. 3 will suffice." She then turned to the assembled crowd and asked, "Who among you is willing to test their skills against these 3 dragon knights?" The young warriors from the military rose eagerly, ready to face the dragon knights in combat. In contrast, the number of participants from the Qishir mansion was significantly lower, primarily due to the scarcity of younger individuals. Ultimately, the chosen candidates were all from the Qishir mansion, with the first selected being a young mid-level mage, whose prowess had already reached that of a second-tier cultivator. The second participant is Sima Lingkong, whose injured dragon has long been healed by the old, which using sacred light magic. The third individual is Chen Nan, who was chosen by the princess before he could even register. The mage was the first to descend into the arena, gracefully floating from the stands to the center of the battlefield. Dragon Knight Long Qishir chuckled, "Mages are a rare sight. I never expected to have the honor of battling a mage of the 2nd tier today. What a privilege it is." The mage replied, "That is true, but it seems that dragon knights are also a rare breed. To have 3 dragons appear today is indeed a marvel." Long Qishir sneered, "Heh. It appears that dragon knights are merely the guests of mages. You are doomed today." The mage laughed, "Defeating me? You are merely boasting." The two exchanged sharp retorts, sparing no words in their verbal duel. Long Qishir grasped a dragon-slaying spear and patted his dragon's head, prompting it to soar into the sky. "Delicate mage, make your move." The mage, holding his wand, softly recited a series of incantations, and with a flick of his wand, bolts of lightning surged down from the heavens, crackling violently in the air. The dragon, acting on instinct, swiftly dodged to the side, allowing the unleashed lightning to strike the ground, creating a colossal crater. As the dragon whipped up a fierce wind, it charged toward the mage, who deftly glided through the air. The mage waved his wand once more, summoning dozens of icy spears that whistled through the air, glinting with a chilling brilliance as they launched towards the Dragon Knight in a wide arc. The Dragon Knight could no longer evade his fate. With a flourish of his dragon-slaying spear, torrents of crimson energy erupted from its tip, shattering the icy spears that had been aimed at him, sending shards cascading to the ground. He urged his dragon forward once more, charging at the sorcerer, while the spear trembled in his grasp, unleashing a series of energy blades that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the mage. The sorcerer hastily dodged and incanted a spell, summoning a shimmering azure barrier to shield himself. Yet, the Dragon Knight's energy was formidable, seemingly invincible. Cracks began to mar the magical barrier, eliciting a gasp of alarm from the sorcerer. The Dragon Knight laughed heartily, declaring, "I have warned you. A Dragon Knight is a harbinger of doom for mages. Your demise is inevitable." The dragon relentlessly pursued the sorcerer through the skies. A faint, sardonic smile crept across the sorcerer's lips. At the very moment the magical barrier shattered, he deftly waved his wand, conjuring a sweeping torrent of gleaming wind blades that hurtled toward the Dragon Knight, accompanied by a barrage of colossal lightning strikes that lit up the sky, resonating with potent magical energy. The Dragon Knight's expression shifted dramatically. In a flurry of urgency, he unleashed a blinding radiance from his form, the scarlet energy repelling the icy blades and lightning. However, this defense faltered after a fleeting moment, its brilliance waning. The onlookers from the state of Chu displayed expressions of delight, yet the seasoned sages from the Qishir mansion remained inscrutable. For the first time, Chen Nan witnessed the clash between the Dragon Knight and the sorcerer, finding the aerial combat utterly fascinating. He pondered quietly. What level must a warrior attain to soar through the skies solely by their own strength? Suddenly, the situation in the air took a dramatic turn. The garments of the Dragon Knight burst apart, and his long hair stood on end, as crimson energy blazed around him like a fierce inferno. "Die, feeble mage!" The fiery aura enveloped the Dragon Knight and his dragon as they surged forward, slicing through the air as wind blades scattered to the sides. At that moment, the energy of the lightning diminished, crackling briefly before vanishing entirely. The mage was filled with dread. It was too late to evade the onslaught, and he hastily conjured a magical shield. Yet, against the Dragon Knight's formidable charge, it proved utterly ineffective, shattering in an instant. The mage was struck by the massive form of the dragon, plummeting towards the ground with a cry, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Gasps erupted from the onlookers as the rescue personnel rushed into the arena. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the mage's ribcage had been shattered, and he was lifeless. The Dragon Knight let out a triumphant roar, and the dragon echoed his call, twisting and turning majestically in the air. No one could have anticipated the swift defeat of the powerful mage, and the Dragon Knight reveled in his dominance, leaving the faces of the Chu Kingdom's officials pale with dismay. At that moment, perhaps only the young princess found joy, gazing at the dragon overhead and murmuring, "I never imagined such an ugly creature could be so formidable. If only I had one, I could soar through the skies." Alas, this dragon may be in for misfortune when that scoundrel Chen Nan takes the stage. I guarantee he will bring it down with a single arrow. As Chen Nan's restoration of his power came to mind, the little princess was beset by a maelstrom of complex emotions. Initially, she harbored not a modicum of goodwill toward Chen Nan. Later, after orchestrating the loss of his abilities, a modicum of remorse stirred within her. However, the memory of being captured by Chen Nan evoked an unbearable sense of mortification. "That detestable scoundrel," she muttered, "sooner or later, I shall make him pay dearly. He mustn't think that past transgressions are so easily forgiven." Were Chen Nan privy to the princess's renewed designs upon him, one could only speculate as to his reaction. What are you muttering about?" the empress inquired. "Oh, nothing of consequence," she demurred. At that very moment, Sima Lingkong, astride his flying dragon, soared into view from beyond the palace walls. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the assembled throng. Sima Lingkong was suffused with elation, feeling as though he had metamorphosed into an unparalleled hero capable of turning the tide of any battle. He meticulously scanned the crowd, eventually spotting Nalan Ruoshui. To his chagrin, however, she seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, which incensed him. He then shifted his gaze toward Chen Nan, who was regarding him with an enigmatic smile. A surge of fury coursed through him, and he yearned to descend and obliterate the fellow who filled him with such profound loathing. The two dragon knights confronted each other from aloft, their respective dragons glaring menacingly at one another. Suddenly, a protracted roar echoed from the ground, piercing the firmament. Another dragon, heeding the call, winged its way from afar. The dragon circled the martial arena before descending to the ground. Whereupon the other dragon knight of the Tianyang kingdom mounted his dragon and ascended into the heavens. Junior brother, retire and rest. I shall deal with this individual. Senior brother, I am not fatigued. Allow me to vanquish this fellow before I rest. No, you must go rest immediately. This individual is mine. Sima Lingkong's nostrils flared with indignation. For these two disregarded him entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. He bellowed, have you two finished your prattling? Who among you wishes to meet their demise first? The dragon knight who had previously battled the sorcerer shot him a disdainful glare before turning to the newly arrived knight. Elder brother, this one is entrusted to you. Eliminate him along with his dragon. With that, he descended on his dragon towards the ground. Sima Lingkong felt his fury boiling over and coldly retorted, let us see who shall vanquish whom. The two dragon knights wielded formidable, elongated swords of Western design, their blades glinting ominously. Kill! Kill! They both urged their dragons forward in unison, creating tumultuous gusts of wind as they surged through the air. The energy emanating from their swords manifested as brilliant beams of combat aura, akin to twin bolts of lightning, accompanied by a distant rumbling sound. The observing officials of the Chu kingdom were enraptured, as though they were participants in the fierce battle. Upon clashing in midair, the combat auras erupted in a dazzling display of light, generating a series of intense energy waves. The two dragons, caught in the maelstrom of energy, swayed momentarily before veering off in opposite directions. Both Sima Lingkong and the dragon knight felt their chests heaving. The initial exchange was a stalemate, their strengths evenly matched. Once more, the two knights propelled their dragons towards each other, their auras intertwining and surging as they engaged in fierce combat. Within the esteemed residence of the Qishir, numerous profound cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. One lamented, indeed, the dragon knight possesses unparalleled strength. With the might of the dragon, they soar as if endowed with wings. Their formidable impact and aerial prowess render them vastly superior to their peers of the same rank. The assembly nodded in agreement. At this moment, the battle in the skies had reached a fever pitch, with dragons roaring and auras clashing, illuminating the arena above with flickering brilliance. As streams of energy surged through the air, the deep green aura of Sima Lingkong collided with the azure aura of the dragon knight from Tianyang Kingdom, producing a continuous sound akin to the tearing of the void. The Emperor of Chu expressed his admiration, stating, what a magnificent battle. It has been ages since I have witnessed a clash of such high-ranking experts, especially one between dragon knights. Truly splendid. Their reputation is well-deserved. The Empress concurred, indeed. The dragon knights are remarkably formidable, far more suited for combat than other cultivators. The princes and princesses present were equally captivated, particularly the youngest princess, who danced with excitement. Had she not been restrained by Chu Yu, she would have dashed down to the arena. At this juncture, under the tremendous pressure of their auras, the garments of the two dragon knights erupted in tatters, revealing their powerful physiques. The energy emanating from their colossal swords intensified, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. As if bolts of lightning were dancing in the sky. Suddenly, Sima Lingkong let out a primal roar, transforming into a green arrow that propelled itself toward the dragon knight of Tianyang. Unyielding, the dragon knight of Tianyang responded with a thunderous cry, urging his dragon forward to meet the challenge. The spectators, filled with fervor, rose to their feet, acutely aware that the final confrontation was imminent. Two dragon knights erupted in a brilliant radiance, akin to two fierce flames engulfed in a tempest. Their colossal swords cleaved through the air, unleashing two dazzling currents of battle energy that clashed in a dazzling display. With a resounding thunder that reverberated through the atmosphere, a sphere of light, reminiscent of the sun, burst forth, its powerful energy waves causing the onlookers to experience a palpable sense of trepidation. The two dragons emitted sorrowful cries, their bodies marred by numerous grievous wounds, as blood cascaded from their forms, ultimately leading to their precarious descent from the sky. The dragon knights upon them had also been reduced to bloodied figures, their massive swords shattered, leaving only fragments gripped tightly in their hands. Both warriors, gravely injured and devoid of strength, exchanged a glance before succumbing to unconsciousness. plummeting alongside their dragons toward the ground. With thundering crashes, the two dragons struck the earth. This fierce battle had been devastating, leaving both dragon knights and dragons grievously wounded, resulting in a stalemate. A loss and a draw painted an ominous picture for the state of Chu, as the kingdom of Tianyang still boasted two dragon knights. While Chu was left with only Chen Nan, shouldering the Ho-I Bao, Chen Nan stepped into the fray, his gaze falling upon Nalan Ruoshui, whose face was etched with worry, warming his heart amidst the chaos. The old poison master called out from behind, urging caution, while the ancient witch echoed, urging the young man to reveal his ultimate technique. The members of the Qi Shi house rallied behind him, offering their encouragement. Clad in the attire of an Eastern warrior, Chen Nan appeared rather unremarkable, lacking both a robust physique and towering stature, much to the disappointment of the civil and military officials of the court. They believed that if Chen Nan were indeed a formidable dragon knight or a mysterious cultivator, there might be a glimmer of hope for victory in this impending duel. At this moment, the ministers of the Chu kingdom had lost faith in him, casting a shadow of doubt over the forthcoming great battle. Chen Nan strode boldly to the center of the arena. The dragon knight, who had yet to take the stage, fixed his piercing gaze upon him, a flicker of confusion igniting within as he struggled to fathom Chen Nan's depths. The dragon knight, making his debut, declared, "Elder brother, allow me to take the stage. This man is hardly worthy of your effort." The dragon knight, referred to as elder brother, scrutinized Chen Nan once more before finally nodding in agreement. He summoned his dragon to soar into the sky above Chen Nan. "Huh, is there truly no one left in the Chu kingdom? Have they sent you to face me? Do you believe you can triumph over me, a dragon knight, with your Eastern martial arts?" He guffawed uncontrollably. Chen Nan replied calmly, "Indeed, Eastern martial arts have waned in recent years, yet you should not so brazenly belittle this ancestral treasure. Eastern martial arts are profound and extensive. Their decline is due to the failure of subsequent generations to grasp their essence. If one were to cultivate the myriad wonders of this treasure, they would find it nearly impossible to rival the might of combat energy and magic. Today, I shall unveil the true essence of Eastern martial arts to you, teaching a lesson to a descendant who has forgotten his roots." The dragon knight in the sky flushed with anger, retorting, "You insolent whelp. It is not your place to lecture me. If I do not bring you to your demise beneath my dragon-slaying spear within 10 moves, then I shall concede this duel." Chen Nan responded, "Very well. I shall also wield a spear to match your challenge." He approached the nearby weapon rack and retrieved a long spear forged from fine steel. With a gentle tremor of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of spear blossoms. The Emperor of the Chu kingdom, seated in the viewing platform, inquired of Chu Yu, "What is he doing? Why has he sheathed the Ho-I Bao? Does he intend to duel the dragon knight with a spear?" Chu Yu furrowed her delicate brows and replied, "I cannot comprehend his intentions either." The little princess interjected, "This fellow's martial skills are utterly lacking. He cannot possibly wish for death, can he?" At that moment, the dragon knight called out, "Are you ready, boy?" with the spear firmly in hand. Chen Nan strode boldly toward the center of the arena. In that instant, a formidable force surged within him, radiating a soft golden light. With each step he took, the martial arts arena trembled subtly beneath him. The dragon knight was taken aback, and in that moment, he finally sensed the immense power emanating from Chen Nan. The onlookers also began to notice the transformation taking place around him. The little princess was the first to exclaim, "Heavens! This scoundrel seems to have transformed entirely. When did he become so formidable? Alas, it will be difficult to manage him now." A glimmer of light flashed in Chu Yu's eyes as she smiled and remarked, "It appears that a surprise awaits us today." Chen Nan, akin to a towering mountain, caused the ground to quiver with each step he took. His overwhelming presence unsettled even the dragons soaring high above, who responded with restless cries. After Chen Nan arrived at the center of the arena, he aimed his spear directly at the sky, addressing the dragon knight, "Come forth, I shall unveil to you the true essence of Eastern martial arts." Enraged, the dragon knight wielded his dragon-slaying spear, directing his dragon to charge downwards, the fierce wind stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Chen Nan, with a single hand grasping the spear, held it at an angle towards the heavens, standing resolutely amidst the tempest. "Die, you brat!" The dragon knight unleashed a flurry of strikes with his spear, a dazzling array of blade-like flashes hurtling towards Chen Nan. Unfazed, Chen Nan's spear quivered lightly in his grip, emanating a resplendent golden glow reminiscent of roaring flames. From the tip of the spear, a tangible brilliance surged forth, shimmering with a chilling aura. Observing the radiant combat aura in the sky and the roaring dragon barreling towards him, he bellowed, "King's divine spear." The spear conjured several blossoms of light in midair, each transforming into a piercing ray that ascended skyward, the sound of slicing air echoing relentlessly. The onlookers were visibly astonished, gasps of amazement erupting around them. Good heavens! It's spearlight. This is the sword aura of Eastern warriors. He has truly reached the realm of sword aura manifestation. Only a third-tier Eastern warrior can accomplish such a feat. In that moment, Chen Nan resembled an unparalleled sovereign, exuding an overwhelming aura as his spear struck towards the heavens, dissipating the combat aura in the air with the golden brilliance, which then shot upwards towards the dragon. The Dragon Knight, taken aback, hastily halted the dragon's descent, swiftly dodging to the side. The golden ray grazed past the dragon, slicing through its steel-like scales and leaving a faint trace of blood upon its body. With a mournful cry, the dragon soared into the sky unbidden by its rider. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, a palpable excitement coursing through them. For this was the first time the forces of the Chu kingdom had gained the upper hand since the commencement of the magician's contest. Below, the thrumming masses surged in fervor, fixated on the solitary figure standing resolute in the arena, spear in hand. The dragon rider, consumed by rage, felt a deep sense of humiliation, having been repelled by a mere spear thrust. He summoned the might of his dragon once more, plunging downwards. Enraged, the dragon rider was enveloped in a crimson aura, his battle energy flickering like flames. With both hands gripping the dragon-slaying spear, he charged directly at Chen Nan. This time, Chen Nan, with determination, held his spear firmly, channeling all his energy into its shaft, a bold gamble to resolve the confrontation swiftly. The spear seemed to come alive, enveloped in a resplendent golden light, gently vibrating as its tip ignited with a chilling brilliance extending half a foot. In the blink of an eye, the dragon rider and his dragon descended upon him. Chen Nan raised his spear high, wielding it like a cudgel, and shouted, a mighty strike to the heavens. This formidable blow resonated with the sound of thunder, the spear radiating dazzling light as it descended upon the charging dragon and its rider. The dragon rider, too, had concentrated his full power into the dragon-slaying spear, its brilliance equally blinding. Harnessing the dragon's force, he surged towards Chen Nan with ferocity. "Junior brother, quickly dodge," cried out a fellow dragon rider, who had been observing the battle without intervening. The descending dragon rider sensed the immense energy emanating from the spear, but it was too late to evade. He braced himself to endure the impending impact. The heavenward staff shattered the dragon knight's aura, smashing his dragon-slaying spear and pressing down directly towards his chest. The dragon knight, terrified to the core, rolled swiftly away from his dragon, narrowly evading this lethal strike. However, the sharpness unleashed from the spear's tip opened a gruesome wound in his abdomen, blood gushing forth in torrents as he fell to the ground with a wretched cry. Although the heavenward staff did not directly strike the dragon knight, it landed solidly upon the dragon, the colossal creature being sent flying a considerable distance before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into thunderous cheers after a full half-minute. In just 2 moves, Chen Nan had upended the dragon knight and sent the dragon flying, igniting a fervor among the people of Chu, who could not contain their ecstatic shouts. The skilled warriors in the army remarked, "To think he is a third-tier Eastern martial artist. Truly formidable, beyond measure. It is impossible not to be in awe." The assembly at the Qishir mansion buzzed with animated discussions. Some of the more accomplished warriors remarked, "While relying on profound martial skills to confront an opponent may seem somewhat underhanded, one cannot deny the astonishing prowess of this youth." In the center of the viewing platform, Chu Yu wore a contemplative expression and mused, "His cultivation is indeed remarkable, yet he was previously captured by Yu'er. How curious." Initially, the little princess watched with glee, but now she found herself perplexed, muttering, "How has this fellow suddenly grown so formidable? And how is he able to draw the Hui Bao? Truly an enigmatic rogue." Had Chen Nan and the Dragon Knight engaged in a conventional duel, it might have taken numerous exchanges to determine a victor. However, both chose to confront each other with sheer strength, resulting in a decisive outcome after only 2 powerful strikes. Chen Nan turned his gaze toward Nalan Ruoshui, but regrettably, he could only see her retreating figure, leaving him puzzled as to why she was departing the arena. The cheers of the onlookers gradually subsided around the training ground. The last remaining dragon knight slowly advanced toward the center, emanating an aura of strength that enveloped him. His formidable presence instilled a heavy sense of pressure in everyone present, and the arena fell into an abrupt silence. Even the scholars who lacked knowledge of martial practices sensed the dragon knight's terrifying might. Disrobing, the dragon knight revealed his bronzed, muscular physique. He carelessly flung his shirt aside, and it disintegrated into fragments mid-air, cascading to the ground like autumn leaves. Chen Nan regarded the dragon knight across from him, stating, "You are powerful, yet still not my match." "I am aware, but I shall still strive to win," the dragon knight replied. Chen Nan was perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind his words. The dragon knight let out a soul-stirring roar that reverberated through the heavens. A colossal shadow loomed from the distance, revealing a dragon of over 30 zhang in length, which appeared above the training ground, casting a vast shadow like a dark cloud that obscured the sun. This was a black dragon, its scales glistening with an inky sheen, a fearsome tail, immense wings, and a menacing head that instilled terror in the hearts of all who beheld it. The onlookers were utterly astonished, never anticipating that the last competitor, this dragon knight, would possess a fourth-tier dragon, an entity deemed invincible. The confident Emperor Chu Han of the Chu kingdom felt his brow furrowed in concern. He wondered if Chen Nan, armed with the legendary Ho Yi Bao, could contend with such a formidable black dragon. Although Chu Yu had witnessed Chen Nan's prowess and was aware of the formidable strength he wielded with the Bao, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Meanwhile, the young princess, Chu Yu, remained unfazed by the unfolding drama, murmuring, "Oh dear, that scoundrel is about to make a name for himself. If he were to fell this dragon, would he not become renowned across the continent? That would truly be disastrous." The gathered sages of the Qi Shi mansion engaged in lively discourse. The old poison master remarked, "This is illogical. This young man is merely a second-tier dragon knight. How could he possibly command a fourth-tier dragon?" The ancient witch, her gaze fixed intently upon the black dragon soaring above, asserted, "That is the black dragon of the fourth-tier dragon knight, Jason, the old fiend. I have seen it before. This young man must be Jason's apprentice. I never imagined he would borrow the old man's dragon." Amidst the crowd, Chen Nan searched diligently, and at last he spotted Nalan Roshui, a warm current surging within him. The dragon knight, upon observing Chen Nan's expression, displayed a look of astonishment and uncertainty. He waved his hand towards the sky, and the colossal dragon descended in a graceful spiral. Within the martial arts arena, a tempest arose, shrouding the atmosphere in swirling dust. The dragon knight swiftly mounted the back of the black dragon, which soared into the heavens, its roars echoing like distant thunder. The deafening sound instilled a profound fear in all onlookers. Even the mere presence of such a behemoth black dragon was enough to chill the blood, let alone engaging it in battle. The fierce conflict erupted once more, but the dragon knight wielded no weapon. His sole focus was on commanding the mighty beast. With a sudden dive, the black dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a vast plume of mist-like dragon breath towards Chen Nan. This breath possessed potent toxicity and corrosive properties, typically only emitted by dragons of the fourth tier and above. A mere touch of this breath could prove fatal, leaving any unfortunate soul who encountered it in a state of decay. Chen Nan, quick as lightning, evaded to the side, traversing a distance of several dozen feet. The ground where he once stood was left charred and desolate by the dragon's breath. The dragon roared in fury and released 3 more torrents of dragon breath, compelling Chen Nan to dart around the arena in a desperate bid for survival. The spectators watched in terror. From high above, the dragon knight called out, "Yield, and I shall spare your life. You stand no chance against this dragon." After narrowly avoiding the last blast of dragon breath, Chen Nan came to a halt and declared, "I may not be defeated." He had resolved to wield the Ho Yi Bao, for he knew that relying solely on his own cultivation would not suffice to conquer this formidable dragon. At that moment, a colossal black dragon descended like a bolt of lightning. After unleashing a fierce breath of flame, it swung its massive tail, cleaving through the air. Chen Nan was struck with terror. He channeled his ancestral mystical arts to their utmost limit, golden flames erupting from his body. Like a golden arrow, he swiftly retreated to the edge of the training ground. With a resounding crash, the immense tail struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and clouds of dust to swirl within the arena. When the smoke finally cleared, a chasm appeared in the arena, measuring 10 feet in depth, 20 feet in width, and nearly 30 feet in length. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The dragon's power was utterly terrifying. The dragon circled high above, roaring, its sonic waves resonating like rolling thunder. Undeterred, Chen Nan strode boldly from the edge of the training ground toward the center. Reaching the arena's heart, he removed the Ho-E bow from his back and rested a long spear against its bowstring. Points of golden light, a gentle golden radiance, emanated from the dark divine bow. Most of the gathered officials had never witnessed the Ho-E bow. They were astonished to see him wielding a nearly 10-foot-long spear as an arrow. The elemental energies from all directions surged toward the center of the arena, massive waves of energy undulating like the sea. Even the civil officials, who were unfamiliar with the ways of cultivation, could feel the tumultuous energy fluctuations, leaving them in profound awe. The elemental energies surrounding Chen Nan roared, powerful energies continuously circulating between him and the Ho-E bow, causing them to emit a dazzling brilliance. With a resolute expression, he coldly fixed his gaze upon the dragon hovering above. Upon the grandstand, the Emperor of the State of Chu nodded, remarking, "This young man is indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, he already possesses the demeanor of a master." The young princess muttered, "This fellow is quite the rogue. He now appears so earnest." Naylan Roche was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The Chen Nan before her was a stark contrast to the youth she once knew, devoid of any trace of his former self. As if he were an entirely different individual, she felt an insurmountable distance growing between herself and Chen Nan. At that moment, a vast energy surged violently within the arena. Chen Nan and the Ho-E bow radiated an incandescent brilliance, emanating an unparalleled aura of power. Everyone felt an immense pressure. The youth wielding the divine bow seemed to transform instantaneously into a towering giant, invoking an instinctive urge to revere him. Chen Nan had amassed sufficient strength. The golden light cascading from the Ho-E bow flowed like water towards the spear, which was forged from steel and now shimmered in golden hues. The colossal dragon above appeared to sense the imminent danger, its body quivering as it emitted a defiant roar, ascending rapidly into the sky to flee. But it was too late. Chen Nan gently released the bowstring, and a bolt of golden lightning shot skyward, stirring a tempest in the arena, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. This celestial phenomenon sent shivers of fear through the onlookers outside the arena, causing many timid souls to collapse in terror. In the blink of an eye, the golden lightning caught up with the dragon, and a chilling cry echoed through the heavens as torrents of blood rained down from above. The dragon, plummeting like a kite, severed from its string. Chen Nan hurriedly ran out of the training ground as the colossal black dragon crashed to the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently and creating a massive crater. The spectators outside could scarcely believe their eyes. The spectacle before them seemed nothing short of mythological. A young man had drawn his bow and felled a dragon. This unparalleled arrow from Chen Nan left all in awe. The spear, released from the legendary Ho-Ye's bow, pierced through the dragon's left eye and exited through its forehead, delivering a fatal blow that resulted in the dragon's instantaneous demise. The dragon knight plummeted alongside his beast, cushioned by the dragon's body, thus spared from fatal danger. Yet he sustained severe injuries and fell into unconsciousness. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Amidst the jubilations, deep within the palace, the emperor's venerable ancestor, a man of over 170 years, gazed skyward and sighed. Indeed, as I anticipated, it is truly beyond belief. Following the battle at the palace, Chen Nan's name resounded throughout the state of Chu, and soon the news spread across the continent. With most cultivators aware of a young man who had shot down a dragon with a bow, Chen Nan gained renown from this singular feat in the days that ensued. The Hall of Exceptional Talents saw a continuous influx of visitors. Military officials and masters from the army came to pay their respects to Chen Nan, and numerous suitors appeared seeking his hand in marriage. Following Chen Nan's triumph over the Dragon Knight, the status of the Hall of Exceptional Talents soared once more, with every member held in the highest esteem, fostering a flourishing atmosphere of cultivation within the state of Chu. Within the palace, Emperor Chu Han and Princess Chu Yu were engaged in a confidential discussion. Chu Han sighed. These three individuals are all exceptional young talents, truly rare gems. It is unfortunate that they are not from the state of Chu. Hence, we cannot allow them to depart so easily. Otherwise, in 20 years, the Tianyang kingdom might boast 3 unparalleled masters. He nodded and added, they are all gravely injured. This matter can be resolved. However, the situation concerning Chen Nan is rather troublesome. Chu Yu furrowed her brows and remarked, Father, is it not somewhat hasty to bestow the hand of Nalan Ruoxue to Sima Lingkong just before the birthday banquet? If Chen Nan learns of this, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Chu Han replied, I believed he could merely draw the Hou Yi Bao. Who would have anticipated that he is actually a third-level martial artist who has attained the realm of sword energy manifestation? Chu Yu continued, I inquired yesterday with the esteemed scholars at the Qishir Mansion, and they indicated that Chen Nan possesses considerable potential. Given time, he might even surpass the esteemed Zhuge Chengfeng. Chu Han sighed. In just a few days, it will be Sima Lingkong's wedding. If Chen Nan cannot withstand this blow, it would be dire indeed. He might even defect from our great Chu and seek refuge in another nation. Should that occur, we would not only lose a prodigy, but also invite mockery from other states. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yu stated, Father's decision is, in truth, entirely reasonable. Although he is exceptionally gifted, he is still merely a practitioner and cannot be compared to a powerful aristocratic family. Before long, the Emperor of Chu dispatched envoys to the Qishir Mansion to reward Chen Nan, presenting him with 50,000 gold coins and 100 bolts of silk, in addition to conferring upon him the title of National Protector Scholar. This can only be described as a tremendous honor. The esteemed figure, already of noble stature, is further elevated by the title of Protector of the Nation. All notable individuals extend their congratulations to Chen Nan, with the old poison master jesting, Young man, you truly excel. With just a spear, a staff, and an arrow, you have earned the title of Protector of the Nation. That is indeed remarkable. The old witch, squeezing through the crowd, approached Chen Nan and cautioned, Young lad, I must remind you, should you ever venture to the Western continent, exercise utmost caution. The black dragon you struck down in the Imperial Palace's training grounds is none other than the mount of the reclusive dragon knight, Jason. He is a solitary soul, disinterested in companionship, with but one cherished entity, that black dragon. Now that you have slain it, that old ghost will inevitably come seeking you. Chen Nan nodded, having already surmised that the black dragon was not merely a steed of the dragon knight. On the 5th day following the tumultuous battle in the Imperial Palace, a shocking announcement reached Chen Nan's ears. The emperor has arranged a marriage between Sima Lingkong and Nalan Ruoxue, set to take place in 5 days. However, the reality was far from this. Despite his monumental contributions to the royal family, they seemed utterly indifferent to his feelings, hastily making such a decision. He could not have anticipated such an outcome. Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with fury, and an ominous aura began to manifest on his visage. The old poison master was taken aback and exclaimed, What has happened to you, young man? Ah, Chen Nan shouted, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing above the scholar's mansion, heard by all within a 10-mile radius. Enraged, his countenance twisted in fury, his body radiated a resplendent golden light, surging like a raging inferno. The old poison master, frightened, fled from Chen Nan's chamber into the courtyard. A golden sword aura pierced through the roof with a swift whoosh. Countless sword energies surged forth from within the house, their brilliance dazzling and radiant, weaving through the air like lightning amidst the thunderous clamor, causing the entire structure to collapse. Standing atop the rubble, Chen Nan remained silent for an extended moment. The old poison master cautiously approached, inquiring, Chen Nan, are you all right? Chen Nan quelled the fury within him, his expression gradually returning to normal. Alas, to say I am fine would be disingenuous. I never anticipated the emperor would treat me in such a manner. The old poison master remarked, 5 days ago, the emperor conferred upon you the title of National Protector, yet he made no mention of Nalan Ruoxue, which speaks volumes of his intentions. At that moment, the distinguished members of the National Protectorate arrived in Chen Nan's courtyard. Upon witnessing the scattered debris, they were not surprised. Fully aware of the cause of Chen Nan's wrath, they had already learned of the entanglements between Chen Nan, Nalan Ruoxue, and Sima Lingkong, and now, upon hearing the emperor had arranged a marriage between Sima Lingkong and Nalan Ruoxue, they felt deeply for Chen Nan. Alas, Chen Nan has just accomplished great feats for the state of Chu, yet this happens. Life is often fraught with disappointments. Young man, try to see the brighter side. They all offered words of consolation to Chen Nan. Chu Yu had also received the report, furrowing her brow as she said, I only hope he does not cause any further trouble. As 3 days swiftly passed, only 2 remained until the grand wedding of Sima Lingkong and Na Lan Ruoshui. Now, Sima Lingkong has fully recovered from his injuries. Although he may not possess the same radiance as Chen Nan in recent days, he ultimately secures the affections of a beautiful maiden. He can easily envision Chen Nan's expression of despair and fury at this moment, and a faint smile graces his lips as he decides to visit the Qishu mansion. Sima Lingkong, brimming with confidence, greets everyone he encounters. After several turns, he arrives at the entrance of Chen Nan's courtyard, just as Chen Nan steps outside, resulting in an unexpected face-to-face encounter. Isn't this the esteemed protector of the nation? I was just about to pay my respects to you, dear brother. Sima Lingkong emphasizes the words protect the nation with a mocking tone. Chen Nan's fury surges, his eyes glimmering with icy resolve, yet gradually he manages to compose himself. Sima Lingkong, do not be so self-satisfied. Although the emperor has arranged a marriage for you, it is not you he values, but rather your father and your family. You are merely a second-generation heir. Sima Lingkong retorts with a cold smirk. No matter what you say, one fact remains unchanged. In 2 days, Ruoshui will wed me. And the groom shall not be you. Haha. Get lost, Sima Lingkong. I do not wish to see you, Chen Nan responds vehemently. Very well. Since the esteemed protector of the nation has spoken, I shall take my leave. However, you must attend my wedding in 2 days. You can come and make a ruckus during the festivities. Haha. Chen Nan's face darkens as he watches Sima Lingkong walk away, and in a fit of rage, he shatters the door behind him. When Chen Nan appears before the old venomous creature, the old man is taken aback in shock. Hey kid, why does your face look so pale? Are you unwell? You perverted old man. Tell me, where does Nalan Ruoshui live? What do you intend to do, young man? You better not act recklessly. If you are thinking of snatching a bride, I advise you to reconsider. In recent days, the princess has dispatched a multitude of highly skilled warriors to the left chancellor's residence to protect Nalan Ruoshui. You stand no chance. Chen Nan's expression shifted, silently lamenting the princess's astuteness in foreseeing his potential actions. The night was as still as water, with silence enveloping everything. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Chen Nan tossed and turned, pondering. What should I do? Perhaps I have yet to cultivate any profound feelings for Ruoshui, but there is a mutual fondness. Can I truly bear to watch her marry that scoundrel and plunge into a fiery abyss? Finally, his eyes gleamed with determination as he muttered to himself, let me act recklessly just this once. I do not wish to harbor any regrets. Though he had made his decision, an undercurrent of unease lingered in his heart. In less than 3 months, so much has transpired unexpectedly. Once this matter is resolved, I must leave this place without delay. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn, Chen Nan hurried to the old poison master's courtyard. Observing the beaming smile on his face, the old poison master expressed his suspicion. Kid, your complexion has been poor for days. Why the sudden change? Chen Nan replied, let us talk inside. Once they entered the room, he swiftly sealed a dozen of the old poison master's acupoints. Although the master possessed decent skills, they were merely adequate and could not compare to those of a true expert. What are you doing, young man? Shoo, do not raise your voice. I merely wish to have a serious conversation with you. If you want to talk, there is no need to pressure me. Due to the astonishing nature of what I wish to discuss, I feared you might refuse, hence I resorted to this method. Speak then, what is it that you desire? I am aware of your unparalleled skills in poison, and I seek a particular potion from you. What sort of potion? It will not endanger anyone's life. Rather, it will temporarily render all cultivation abilities null. Upon hearing this, the old poison master gasped in shock. What on earth are you planning? Do you intend to cause chaos? Indeed, do you possess such a potion or not? The old poison master broke into a cold sweat and replied, Chen Nan, do not act recklessly. The imperial capital is filled with formidable experts. Your success is improbable. Chen Nan met the old man's gaze and stated, though there are many experts, I possess the Hou-Yi Bao, no one can obstruct me. The old poison master trembled as he said, should you create a disturbance in the imperial capital, even if you manage to escape, you will invoke endless pursuit from the state of Chu. That's none of your concern. Tell me, do you have that potion or not? I do not. You're lying. Your expression betrays you. Given our friendship, you wouldn't be reluctant, would you? It is not that I am unwilling. I simply cannot bear to see you leap into the abyss. I have already said it is none of your concern. I am in no danger. Just provide me with that potion. The old poison master grimaced and said, You are not in danger, but I certainly am. If something goes wrong, you can simply walk away, and I will be left to face the consequences." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nan replied, "It matters not. Once you administer the drug, I shall render you unconscious, and you can assert that I forced you." "That is out of the question," the old poison master retorted, his eyes wide with alarm. "Such a plan is far too crude. If discovered, there would be no escape for me." Chen Nan insisted, "What other choice do we have? Tomorrow is Ruoshui's wedding day. If I fail to rescue her during the ceremony, her life will be irrevocably ruined. Must you risk everything?" He hesitated, nearly uttering the word "give up," but ultimately could not bring himself to say it. Gazing at Chen Nan's resolute expression, he sighed and conceded, "Very well, I shall take the plunge. You once bestowed upon me a tome of poisons, a tremendous gift in my eyes. Even if it costs me my life, I will repay you. Today, I shall return the favor with my life." Chen Nan, with a half-smile, looked at the old poison master and said, "If you truly intend to repay with your life, then so be it. After you give me the drug, I shall kill you to spare you the agony of torture." The old poison master exclaimed, "You wicked boy. You possess a heart of stone, devoid of compassion. Alas, it seems I can no longer remain in the capital. After I provide you with the drug, I shall immediately flee to a foreign land." Once the old poison master's acupoints were unsealed, he inquired, "What precisely do you plan to do?" Chen Nan replied, "I intend to act during tomorrow's wedding." "You have lost your mind. General Sima Changfeng and the Left Chancellor Nailan Wensheng are both esteemed ministers of the state of Chu. Their families are now connected through marriage, and they will undoubtedly invite the emperor to the wedding. At that moment, the Sima residence will be as impenetrable as a fortress. Choosing to act at such a time is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. It would be far more prudent to attempt a rescue at the Left Chancellor's estate right now." "Ha." Chen Nan sneered, "If we are to create a disturbance, let it be a grand one. I intend to rescue Nailan Ruoshui in the presence of the emperor and all the dignitaries. I aim to bring disgrace upon the state of Chu, an endeavor that the 3 dragon knights of Tianyang could not accomplish. I shall undertake. I will deliver a resounding slap to the face of Chu." Old Poison stared in disbelief, muttering, "Madman, madman. If this news were to reach foreign lands, it would surely bring shame upon Chu. You would invite ruthless retaliation upon yourself. You are truly insane." Chen Nan replied with a cold smile, "In the palace, I faced 2 dragon knights in battle, which appeared effortless, yet it was perilous to the utmost degree. I wagered my life to preserve the dignity of Chu. But what was the outcome?" Old Poison remarked, "The emperor indeed mishandled this matter. At the moment you achieved great merit, he betrothed Nailan Ruoshui to another, which is disheartening." Chen Nan continued, "If you find it disheartening, how could I possibly swallow this indignation? The greatest threat in the imperial city comes from those practitioners within the Qishir manor who have reached the realm of the stage. If I can render them temporarily powerless, my burden shall be significantly alleviated." The old poison master remarked, "Upon my initial arrival at the Qishir manor, you appeared remarkably earnest. Little did I anticipate that within mere days, you would transform so dramatically, not only gaining an aura of terrifying prowess, but also adopting such madness. Truly unfortunate that I should cross paths with you." He sighed and continued, "In gratitude for your favor, I shall add a touch of spice to the kitchen today, ensuring their afflictions commence by noon tomorrow." "The perverse old man, I am immensely grateful to you," came the reply. "Alas, having lived in the imperial capital for several years, I find it difficult to part ways. What are your plans, young one? After causing a commotion at the Sima residence, where do you intend to flee with Nailan Ruoshui?" "I am uncertain. I merely wish to escape the kingdom of Chu." "You are truly naive, my lad. Even if you seek refuge in a vassal state of Chu, you will still face the specter of death. Allow me to guide you towards a renowned destination. Have you heard of the City of Freedom?" When the celestial fantasy continent and the magical continent converged, a majestic range of towering mountains arose at their boundary, rendering the vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles utterly desolate. Within this boundless wilderness, though human presence was scarce, ferocious beasts and predators thrived. Here resided western dragons, ancient giants, and many formidable mythical creatures hitherto unknown, including legendary spirits. As contacts between the East and West grew increasingly intimate, people braved the treacherous terrain and ultimately forged a path linking the 2 realms. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, a colossal conflict erupted between East and West, transforming this route into a blood-soaked trail where rivers of blood flowed and countless bones lay strewn, with innumerable valiant souls laid to rest. After the conclusion of the Eastern and Western Wars, this road lay in desolation for an extended period before gradually being restored to passable condition. Due to the considerable distance and perilous nature of the journey, various inns began to emerge along the route, providing shelter and sustenance for travelers. As interactions between the East and West became more frequent, certain areas evolved into villages, and after millennia of development, a thriving metropolis arose along this thoroughfare. Known as the City of Freedom. The City of Freedom is not governed by any single nation. It exists as an independent entity. Its unique geographical position marks it as a pivotal hub connecting the key routes of East and West, resulting in its prosperity rivaling that of the imperial capital, Pyongyang, of the Chu Kingdom. The City of Freedom is also referred to as the City of Sin, as it serves as a refuge for many notorious fugitives from across the continent, creating a mingling of diverse individuals. However, those who seek refuge here are deterred from engaging in reckless behavior, for the city is home to numerous formidable figures who instill fear in those who would disrupt the peace. Thus, despite its moniker as the City of Sin, criminal activity is relatively rare, as residents adhere to the city's regulations. Although merely a city, the City of Freedom harbors a significant number of powerful practitioners, fostering a rich culture of cultivation. Furthermore, it is home to the renowned Shinkong Academy, which, like the City of Freedom, boasts a history stretching back a millennium. Few institutions on the continent can rival its prestige, and the Academy has produced generations of extraordinary masters. For these myriad reasons, the City of Freedom has gained fame across the continent, shining brightly as a dazzling gem among the illustrious cities of the realm. I am aware of this place. Indeed, it is a remarkable locale. The old poison master remarked. Not just that, it's akin to paradise. You cannot fathom the opulence there. The casinos and pleasure houses evoke a deep sense of nostalgia for me, having not set foot in such places for a decade. Chen Nan retorted, you lecherous old man. With your beard turned white, yet your mind still harbors those frivolous thoughts. Ah, it is the spirit of my youthful heart. The old poison master replied with a smug grin. Do you not realize that freedom is a land abundant in gold? With exceptional skills, wealth flows swiftly. One can venture into the nearby mountains to hunt formidable magical beasts, exchanging their precious magic crystal cores for immense riches. Alternatively, one could become a freelance hunter, capturing fugitives for substantial rewards. However, if you find yourself in such a place, it would be wise to remain discreet, for you too are a fugitive. Chen Nan understood that magical beasts were native to the original magical continent, inherently capable of wielding magic. Lesser beasts could only perform simple spells, such as the snow hare, which could emit icy arrows, or the fire fox, which could breathe flames. Only the more formidable beasts possessed the ability to cast powerful spells, like the thunder beast unleashing lightning. Each magical beast contained a magic crystal core, the value of which increased with the beast's strength, making it an indispensable material for mages in their studies, thus commanding exorbitant prices. The old poison master, with a lecherous grin, added, the City of Freedom is teeming with beauties, particularly the young women from the Divine Wind Academy, who are simply the epitome of excellence. Chen Nan muttered under his breath. You perverted old man are truly incorrigible. The old poison master rambled on, saying, the number of regular students who can enter the Divine Wind Academy is scarce, for its requirements are exceedingly stringent. Only young warriors who have attained a certain rank may gain admission. However, there are numerous irregular students. As the Divine Wind Academy is renowned throughout the continent, many noble families and royal dignitaries from various nations leverage connections to enroll their offspring in the academy. It would not be unusual to encounter a prince or a princess there. Just imagine the thrill. So many princesses, county ladies, and noble women. The mere thought of entering such a place is utterly delightful. Chen Nan struck the old poison master on the head, saying, you old flirt. Focus on the matter at hand. The old poison master, deflated like a punctured balloon, immediately wilted and lamented, very well, I shall add some seasoning in the kitchen shortly, and then I will flee the imperial capital under the cover of night, departing without bidding you farewell. I hope to see you in the City of Freedom. You perverted old man. Thank you, Chen Nan replied as he turned to leave. As night fell, the old poison master made his escape from the imperial capital. A bright moon hung in the sky, and beneath the silvery light, Chen Nan felt a profound tranquility enveloping his spirit. He was fully prepared for the impending battle. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Chen Nan opened his eyes. After freshening up, he began to meditate and cultivate his energy within the confines of his dwelling. The various sages of the sage's mansion had all received invitations from the Sima mansion and, after breakfast, hurriedly made their way there. Once the sage's mansion was empty, Chen Nan sprang into action. He had reached his optimal state. With the bow of he slung across his back and a long sword at his waist, he strode purposefully towards the exit of the mansion. The capital of the state of Chu is resplendent, bustling with activity as streams of carriages traverse the streets, flanked by a plethora of shops, where the sounds of vendors hawking their wares resonate continuously. Today marks the auspicious wedding of Sima Lingkong, son of the formidable General Sima Chongfeng, and Nalan Ruoshui, daughter of the left Chancellor Nalan Wenqing. Both fathers hold esteemed positions within the realm, and have even summoned the Emperor of Chu to grace the occasion, resulting in an unprecedented increase in patrolling soldiers throughout the city. As Chen Nan navigated the lively thoroughfare, he had not ventured far when he was accosted by a contingent of soldiers wielding spears. "Halt! Who are you, and why do you carry a blade?" "I am Chen Nan," he replied. One soldier exclaimed, "Are you not the renowned protector of the nation, the vanquisher of the Dragon Knights?" "Indeed," Chen Nan affirmed. To expedite his passage, he pointed to the ground, and with a swift motion, unleashed a golden sword aura, which cleaved a deep gash into the earth. "Oh, the legendary golden sword aura truly belongs to the esteemed protector." The soldiers gasped in awe, hastily bowing in respect. Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Rise. I am on my way to attend Sima Lingkong's wedding. Leave one of you to guide me. The rest may continue your patrol." With a soldier leading the way, Chen Nan encountered no further hindrances. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Sima residence, he waved the soldier away. The courtyard of the Sima manor was magnificent, exuding an air of grandeur, with its vermilion gates emblazoned with the character, happiness. Flanking the entrance were two majestic stone lions carved from white marble, standing sentinel. At this moment, the thoroughfare before the estate was alive with the comings and goings of distinguished guests, all of whom possessed noble status, many being prominent figures from the imperial capital. Chen Nan quietly observed from a short distance outside the Sima residence, only making his move to slip into a nearby alley when the emperor arrived. The entire assembly of civil and military officials had left the residence to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed ruler, Chu Han, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. The air was filled with the incessant cries of "Long live the emperor," which continued until a semblance of calm was restored. After approximately half an hour, the streets resonated with the jubilant sounds of drums and music as the bridal procession returned. Sima Lingkong sat majestically atop a tall steed, adorned in a vibrant red wedding garment, his face radiating joy and satisfaction. The grandeur of the procession was unparalleled, with no fewer than 100 musicians accompanying the spectacle, and the entourage of guards and attendants numbering in the thousands, exuding an impressive presence. Surrounding the bridal sedan chair of the bride, Nalan Ruoshui, were nearly 100 formidable warriors, their prowess unmistakable, ensuring a meticulous level of protection. As the procession neared the Sima residence, a dark green flying dragon suddenly emerged, soaring above Sima Lingkong while letting out a resounding roar. A red banner then unfurled from the dragon, emblazoned with the auspicious phrase, "A century of harmony." The crowd erupted in excitement. "Look, a dragon! A century of harmony!" Wishing the valiant knight, Sima Gongzi, and the talented Miss Nalan a century of harmony. Firecrackers exploded, and the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air. Even before the official commencement of the wedding, a celebratory atmosphere had already taken hold. Once the bridal party entered the Sima residence, the earlier clamor outside subsided. Chen Nan emerged from the alley, listening to the drums and cheers emanating from within the Sima residence, a cold smile forming in his heart. Since I have resolved to create a stir, what is there to hesitate about? With this thought, Chen Nan removed the bow from his back. At this moment, the guards outside the Sima residence had already noticed him and shouted, "Who are you? And why do you bear arms in this place?" Chen Nan paid them no heed. Instead, he drew an exquisitely crafted feathered arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his bowstring. The guards, intending to advance, were suddenly halted as the dark Hagong erupted in a dazzling golden light. An overwhelming aura radiated from Chen Nan, instilling fear in the hearts of the guards, who instinctively recoiled several paces. Meanwhile, Within the Sima residence, Sima Lingkong and Nalen Roshue were poised to exchange vows in the hall. Yet at that very moment, an intense wave of unease swept through the assembly. Bow to heaven and earth. Rumble. The officiant's voice had scarcely faded when the air was pierced by a cacophony of wind and thunder, leaving everyone in the hall in sheer astonishment. Chen Nan gently released the bowstring, and the feathered arrow, propelled by the hagong, transformed into a streak of golden light that soared forward. The grand gate of the Sima residence was pierced by the golden arrow, collapsing amidst a resounding crash. The arrow, soaring 5 or 6 meters above the ground, posed no threat to life, yet it wreaked havoc upon the structures it encountered. Like a golden dragon weaving through the estate, it left a long, shimmering trail in its wake, ravaging all in its path and carving out gaping dragon gates wherever it passed. As the golden arrow traversed the hall of the Sima residence, all present were rendered speechless. The arrow soared above the emperor's head, piercing through the wall and leaving behind a terrifying dragon gate. Protect the emperor. Chaos erupted in the hall. Emperor Chu Han was visibly shaken, his complexion paling, while the empress grasped his hand in a panic. The Princess Chu Yu exclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm." Then she shielded the emperor with her presence. The young princess, Chu Yu, declared, "It is Chen Nan, undoubtedly the scoundrel Chen Nan." At this moment, all who had witnessed the tumultuous battle within the palace came to a realization. It was indeed the divine arrow shot from the legendary bow of Hui. A certainty that it was Chen Nan. A resounding laughter echoed from outside the Sima residence. "Where is Sima Lingkong? I, Chen Nan, have come to disrupt the wedding festivities." The reverberating sound waves rolled ominously above the Sima estate. The expressions of Emperor Chu Han and Princess Chu Yu shifted dramatically. Their worst fears had materialized. Chen Nan was truly plotting against the Chu, filling them with regret and animosity. The distinguished guests in attendance at the wedding, all prominent figures of the imperial capital, were already well acquainted with the turbulent history between Chen Nan, Sima Lingkong, and Nalen Ruoxue. They quickly comprehended that Chen Nan had indeed come to wreak havoc at the wedding and might even be seeking to rebel against the Chu dynasty. The ceremony could no longer proceed. Chen Nan had already breached the grand hall from the entrance of the Sima residence. He wielded a long blade, its shimmering edge radiating brilliance, cutting through spears and shattering halberds with every swing. The air crackled with the force of his strikes, a powerful energy emanating from him, causing a tempest within the courtyard. The warriors of the Sima household swayed like reeds in a furious tide. Rows upon rows of them toppled to the ground, none able to withstand his ferocity. Sima Lingkong gritted his teeth in fury, wishing nothing more than to devour Chen Nan alive. He tore away the bright red ceremonial flower adorning his chest and strode purposefully outward. The guests in the hall, including the emperor of the Chu nation, rushed to the courtyard. Nalen Ruoxue trembled slightly, hesitating for a moment before finally removing the red scarf from her head and joining the assembly in the courtyard. At this moment, Chu Yu had ordered the sealing off of the Sima residence, with countless guards surrounding it completely. The distinguished scholars of the Qishir mansion had been summoned to protect the emperor, while the little princess, Chu Yu, stood beside the queen, all gathered around Chu Han. Sima Lingkong pointed at Chen Nan and exclaimed, "Why do you disrupt my wedding?" Chen Nan retorted, "Do not feign righteousness. Everyone here knows the reason." Sima Lingkong's expression turned ashen as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, a tall middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd and declared, "Chen Nan, why do you persist? My daughter is already married, and you should not disturb her any further." Upon hearing this, Chen Nan recognized the man before him as the left chancellor of the state of Chu, Nalen Wenqing, father of Nalen Ruoxue. He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and replied, "Ruoxue does not truly love Sima Lingkong. If she were to marry him, it would only lead to a lifetime of suffering. Can you bear to see her fall into such a pit of despair?" Before Chen Nan could finish, he was interrupted by a commanding middle-aged man striding forth from the throng. "You, the protector of the nation, must understand what you are doing. My son's marriage is a decree from the emperor. Do you harbor discontent toward his majesty?" "Ah, it is General Sima," Chen Nan responded with a sardonic smile. "What a grand accusation. Why not simply say that I am raising my hand against the emperor and alarming the court?" With that, he turned to face Chu Han and proclaimed loudly, "Had I, Chen Nan, not battled the dragon knights at the martial arts arena that day, the state of Chu would have long since faced utter defeat, becoming a laughingstock among the feudal lords. Why, your majesty, have you bestowed Miss Naylan upon Sima Lingkong? What have I, Chen Nan, sacrificed my life for? A minister beside him retorted, you dare question his majesty? You have committed the crime of treason. Treason, you say? I treat others with respect commensurate to their own. Should they offend me, when I can no longer endure, even the mightiest ruler shall be brought low. As he spoke, he raised his long blade towards the heavens, its brilliant edge soaring upwards, illuminating the courtyard with a dazzling radiance akin to lightning, casting an icy chill that gripped the hearts of all present. The palpable pressure enveloped everyone, causing their faces to pale. Chu Han interjected, Chen Nan, I understand your profound discontent, but the proposal from the Sima family precedes this. Chen Nan interrupted him with a cold smirk. Is marriage to be cued, then? The Grand Princess, Chu Yu, witnessing Chen Nan's blatant disrespect towards the emperor, exclaimed in anger, Chen Nan, you have gone too far. Do not forget you are a subject of the state of Chu. Can a subject speak thus to their sovereign? Then perhaps I shall cease to be a subject of Chu. You, born of Chu, would turn against your own country? Can you bear such a thought in your heart from now on? I belong to no nation. I am merely a transient in the state of Chu. It has yet to ascend in my heart to the stature of a homeland. Thus I find solace in my stance. As he uttered these words, Chen Nan envisioned himself as a being from millennia past, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. Yet, I wonder if certain individuals can find peace within themselves, for the sake of political gain, casting their dearest friends into the nightmarish abyss of matrimony. As Chu Yu's expression shifted, she admonished, no matter your myriad of reasons, you should never betray the state of Chu. The seasoned cultivators present could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, the dragon capture technique, thought to be lost, has actually resurfaced. All practitioners turned pale, realizing that a long-lost supreme skill had been revived in the hands of Chen Nan. Naylan Ruoxue landed before Chen Nan. Suddenly engulfed by an unfamiliar sensation, the Chen Nan of the past felt increasingly distant from the Chen Nan of the present. Chen Nan gazed into Naylan Ruoxue's eyes and declared, Ruoxue, I will take you away. No, I cannot go with you. Naylan Ruoxue shook her head. Why? Chen Nan inquired. Be careful. Naylan Ruoxue exclaimed in alarm. Though Sima Lingkong was secretly astonished by the divine power Chen Nan had just demonstrated, his fury surged within him. The individual before him had not only disrupted his wedding but also dared to treat him as inconsequential, attempting to take the bride right in front of him, which drove him to the brink of madness. Seizing a long sword from a nearby guard, he swung it at Chen Nan, the dark green aura emitting a sharp whoosh as it sliced through the air. Chen Nan pulled Naylan Ruoxue behind him, wielding his long knife in a reverse grip, unleashing a blazing arc of light that surged forward. The radiant brilliance unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, accompanied by a fierce gale that howled ominously. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Today, I, Chen Nan, shall cause a stir in the imperial capital. The clash of blade and aura echoed through the air, producing a series of ripping sounds. Chen Nan remained steadfast, while Sima Lingkong staggered back 5 paces, his internal energy roiling, his face flushed. Yet, he refused to retreat, his eyes gleaming with determination as he charged forward once more, sword in hand. In the ethereal realm, the air crackled with a formidable energy as Chen Nan unleashed a dazzling arc of blade light, soaring into the heavens. Surrounding his form, a radiant golden aura blazed forth, akin to a fierce inferno, as if he were adorned in resplendent golden armor. He advanced towards Sima Lingkong, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the latter, rendering him nearly breathless under the immense weight of Chen Nan's presence. Yet, before the esteemed dignitaries of the imperial city, Sima Lingkong was resolute, unwilling to retreat or lose face. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword in defiance, a brilliant aura of fighting spirit surging upwards. As the dark green energy clashed with the sword intent emanating from Chen Nan's feet, it shattered into disarray, its brilliance swiftly extinguished, giving way to the golden sword energy that cascaded downwards. Sima Lingkong was struck with terror, retreating while attempting to cleave through the onslaught. A series of phantoms manifested before the onlookers, as Chen Nan executed 13 swift kicks, breaching the defenses of the dark green aura and landing several heavy blows upon Sima Lingkong's long sword. With both hands gripping his blade, Sima Lingkong endeavored to withstand the onslaught, yet the colossal pressure proved insurmountable, his feet shattering the marble floor beneath him as they sank into the ground. At the moment Chen Nan's 11th kick descended, the long sword was utterly obliterated, transforming into iron shavings that rained down from the sky. Blood spurted from Sima Lingkong's mouth, his legs buried beneath the earth. In that instant, the 12th and 13th kicks of Chen Nan arrived, and filled with regret. Sima Lingkong lamented his stubbornness in preserving his pride. With no other option, he raised both palms to meet Chen Nan's descending feet. With a thunderous roar, the air erupted in brilliance, waves of energy rolling forth as Sima Lingkong was sent hurtling backward from the force of the impact. In the arena, those with profound cultivation heard two sharp cracks. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Sima Lingkong, who had been struck, lay on the ground with his arms broken and helplessly dangling. Simultaneously, Chen Nan unleashed an unparalleled strike, his blade radiating a brilliant light akin to a celestial rainbow, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy. Had that dazzling blade struck Sima Lingkong, it would have surely reduced him to ashes in an instant. At that moment, several high-ranking warriors who had accompanied the emperor from the palace rushed to intercept the formidable blow. With a resounding crash, the 6 experts, wielding broken swords, stood frozen in the arena, nearly suffering injury from the tremendous force of the strike. At this juncture, both Chen Nan and Sima Lingkong had landed on the ground. The former held his long blade aloft, his body shimmering with golden light, exuding a fierce fighting spirit, while the latter appeared pallid, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a mask of humiliation and rage. The previous confrontation had transpired in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the swift reactions of the high-ranking warriors at the critical moment, Sima Lingkong would have met his demise on the spot. Many in the crowd had previously witnessed Chen Nan's prowess, yet even now, their expressions were marked by astonishment. Sima Changfeng shook his head and sighed. This child is far too impulsive. How could he possibly contend with strength? The crowd murmured in agreement, indeed. A third-tier Eastern warrior who has attained the realm of sword energy manifest is truly formidable. To be able to unleash blade light and wield the long-lost dragon capturing technique is remarkable. The young princess, brimming with excitement, whispered. The tale of a hero rescuing a damsel unfolds right before my eyes. How splendid it would be to have a peerless champion at my wedding, vanquishing all adversaries and appearing gallantly before me. The queen, with a sharp tap on her head, admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The young princess, feeling wronged, replied, "Why did you hit me?" The queen glanced around and, in a hushed tone, warned, "If you continue to disrupt the atmosphere, I shall confine you to the palace for a month." The young princess giggled. I never expected this scoundrel to grow increasingly formidable. At that moment, Chu Yu addressed the assembly of distinguished individuals. Chen Nan's arrogance is intolerable to the extent that he dares to defy the sovereign in his presence. I implore all distinguished ones to unite and subdue him. A chorus of gasps erupted among the distinguished guests. Heavens, why can I not gather magical elements? Why has all my cultivation suddenly vanished? The clamor of astonishment was incessant. Chu Yu's expression shifted dramatically as a realization dawned upon her. She glared at Chen Nan and exclaimed, "You have incited the elder poisonous monster to poison the esteemed guests. How ruthless you are! Do you intend to sacrifice so many lives?" Chu Yu was genuinely alarmed. Should all the distinguished ones fall victim to the poison, it would spell an incalculable loss for the state of Chu. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Do not presume to judge a gentleman's intentions through the lens of a villain's heart. They have merely lost their powers temporarily. In an instant, Chu Yu's countenance turned ashen, and she commanded, "All high-ranking warriors of the palace, heed my words, at any cost. Eliminate this traitor." Dozens of highly skilled palace warriors stepped into the arena, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Chen Nan thundered, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on me shall meet their demise instantly." He unslung the Ho-E bow, knocking a feathered arrow onto the string. A figure among the palace warriors, seemingly their leader, boldly declared, "Do not fear, we shall attack together. He can only fell one of us with that arrow." Suddenly, the heavens dimmed, the winds howled, and thunder rolled, as the bowstring of the Ho-E quivered, releasing a golden arrow that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Chen Nan's prowess had grown immeasurably since his time in the western territories of Chu. The might of the light arrow was incomparably more powerful than before. That dazzling arrow, radiant and awe-inspiring, surged forth like a dragon breaking from the sea, its overwhelming presence suffocating all within several miles. The arrow struck the leader of the warriors squarely in the chest, causing him to explode into a mist of crimson, the acrid scent of blood invoking nausea. The residual force of that arrow was monumental, rippling through the Sima residence like a tempestuous sea, the terrifying energy wave causing those present to stagger, many collapsing to the ground. Numerous warriors within the Sima residence fell, some wounded by their own weapons, blood pouring forth relentlessly. The court officials and soldiers alike were rendered helpless, sprawled across the ground. If the Emperor of Chu had not been promptly supported by Princess Chu Yu, he would undoubtedly have fallen in a most ungraceful manner. In her effort to uphold the Empress, the young princess found herself tumbling to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "You worthless scoundrel!" The esteemed scholars of the Qishir mansion, having temporarily lost their prowess, also fell to the ground in disarray. Only a select few masters remained unaffected, standing resolutely in the arena, their eyes burning with indignation directed at Chen Nan. Today's banquet at the Sima residence was attended by the luminaries of the imperial capital, and the might of the golden arrow had rendered them utterly humiliated. They had lost all semblance of dignity. The shrieks of the noble young ladies and the esteemed matriarchs echoed chaotically, creating an atmosphere of utter turmoil. Should this news reach foreign lands, the Chu kingdom would suffer a grievous loss of face, becoming the subject of ridicule. As the attendees rose from the ground and regained their composure, they cast furious glances at Chen Nan. At that moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. All breath was held, as the astonishing spectacle had halted the advance of those palace warriors who had intended to intervene. Chen Nan knocked another arrow on his bowstring. The divine bow's aim causing many to pale in fear, ultimately shifting his target from Sima Lingkong to the emperor himself. Behind him, Nalan Ruoshui anxiously cried out, "Chen Nan, what are you planning to do?" Chu Han nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and said, "I did not foresee things unfolding this way." "Very well, you may leave. Everyone, step aside and allow them to depart." Sima Lingkong was consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, having already sustained severe internal injuries. He was overwhelmed by a mix of shock and anger. With a violent retch, he expelled 3 mouthfuls of blood, supported by others as he staggered out of the arena. Chen Nan, with the Hoi bow in hand, gestured for Nalan Ruoshui to retreat from the scene. As Nalan Ruoshui exited the gates of Sima Mansion, she uttered, "Chen Nan, I truly cannot leave with you." "Why?" he inquired. "I cannot simply abandon everything. After I depart, what will become of my father? What of my family? They would lose all face. They would only sacrifice a bit of pride. Are you truly willing to forfeit your lifelong happiness?" Nalan Ruoshui shook her head, replying, "This wedding can no longer proceed. You need not worry about me." Chen Nan pressed, "Why do you refuse to leave with me?" She sighed softly. "There is still a distance between us." Chen Nan was taken aback, saying, "But I heard your conversation with the princess in the imperial garden." "You did hear that." At that moment, it was indeed true. "But now, you have changed, becoming increasingly unfamiliar to me, a far cry from the Chen Nan I once knew. I am somewhat frightened. I cannot foresee a future with you, and thus, I cannot leave." Her voice grew fainter until she whispered, "Perhaps I am too traditional, too conservative in my thoughts. I simply cannot walk away like this. Have you truly considered why you opposed the state of Chu today? Was it merely to vent your anger? Or was it for my sake? I suspect it was primarily for the former." Chen Nan stood frozen, the feathered arrow he had drawn falling to the ground. Indeed, his rebellion against the state of Chu today was largely fueled by an inability to swallow his indignation, a desire for catharsis. "Chen Nan, be careful," Nalan Ruoshui cried out. A brilliant flash of sword light, akin to a silver ribbon, slashed towards Chen Nan. His pupils constricted as he realized this was a flying sword wielded by the princess. "Chu Yu." He swiftly unsheathed his long knife and struck towards the flying sword. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The flying sword, the most enigmatic cultivator among practitioners. "It is Her Royal Highness, the princess." The flying sword gleamed with a chilling brilliance, exuding a menacing aura. Chen Nan swung his blade with determination. Yet the golden glimmer could not thwart the advancing force of the flying sword. Ultimately, he clashed his long knife directly against it. The series of movements unfolded with lightning speed, leaving the spectators only able to witness a dazzling flash intertwined with a flurry of palm shadows. A resplendent radiance accompanied by a resonant clang, as immense waves of energy surged wildly. Just as Chen Nan intended to pursue, a group of high-ranking warriors obstructed his path, compelling him to halt abruptly. He swiftly retrieved the Ho-yi bow once more, aiming the carved feathered arrow directly at the Emperor of the state of Chu. The crowd gasped in horror, forced to a standstill. Ruoshui, come with me. No, I cannot. Nalan Ruoshui shook her head and said, perhaps there was a fleeting moment of connection between us, but that is not love. If, after 6 months, you still harbor such feelings. Nalan Ruoshui did not finish her sentence, swiftly disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Chen Nan stood in a daze, ultimately consumed by fury. Drawing the Ho-yi bow and aiming at the crown princess, Chu Yu, declaring, you dare to ambush me. Today I shall. Suddenly, an ancient sigh resonated in his ear. Alas, young man, do not be too agitated. She is, after all, my great-granddaughter. Chen Nan was taken aback, abruptly regaining his composure. That voice was all too familiar to him. It belonged to the Emperor's ancient curse, the old wretch over 170 years old. He realized that the old wretch was employing profound martial arts to transmit a message to him alone. The ancient monster sighed, what is forever but an illusion? Even eternity is but a fleeting moment. When the superficial fades and beauty withers, one will realize that what life truly demands is a tranquil and joyous heart. As the voice gradually faded, Chen Nan surveyed his surroundings, unable to discern any trace of the enigmatic elder. Although he wielded the Ho-yi bow, he remained profoundly wary of this inscrutable figure. Should the elder choose to ambush him, he would be utterly defenseless. At that moment, Chen Nan had already drawn the bowstring. Yet out of respect for the ancient monster, he aimed the bow towards the ground. A golden arrow, accompanied by the sound of thunder, plunged into the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Sima residents collapsed halfway amidst the resounding rumble, dust swirling and soil flying. No one was aware that the golden arrow, aimed at the depths below, gradually altered its trajectory, propelling towards the nearby royal palace and ultimately into the ancient tomb beneath the royal library. The arrow, imbued with the essence of the universe, seemed drawn by an unseen force, soaring directly towards the resting place of a long-gone master, before suddenly shattering 3 feet from the immortal body, transforming into myriad golden motes that surged into the indestructible form. The ancient tomb returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Amidst the chaos, Chen Nan unleashed his dragon-capturing hand once more, summoning a fierce gale that swept the young Princess Chu Yu, who stood beside the queen, into his embrace. Swiftly, he sealed her acupoints and cradled her in his arms, his right hand gripping the Ho-yi bow while his left rested upon the delicate throat of the princess. At that moment, Sima and his son were beside themselves with rage. Not only had Chen Nan disrupted their wedding, but he had also wrought destruction upon the entire Sima residence. Scoundrel, let go of me. The emperor, empress, and others were visibly shaken. The princess urged, Chen Nan, release my sister, and I assure you safe passage. Chen Nan remained unmoved, offering no response. In truth, he was probing the limits of the old sorcerer's patience, assessing whether he would intervene. After a prolonged silence, the old sorcerer remained still, allowing Chen Nan's anxious heart to ease slightly. The young princess exclaimed, Scoundrel, remove your hand. It is utterly foul. The eldest princess, Chu Yu, insisted, Chen Nan, have you heard my words? Release my sister, and I will allow you to depart. Chen Nan scoffed, Humph, I have no desire for idle chatter. Everyone, step aside. Not a soul shall follow me. Chu Yu's expression shifted with anger, but ultimately she conceded, Very well, I accept your terms. The empress, anxious at her side, was about to speak when Chu Han restrained her, saying, Trust you. Let her handle this. The court officials stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the day's extraordinary events. Though Chen Nan was not well acquainted with Chu City, he had long since mapped the route for departure and, with the young princess in tow, left the imperial capital. The young princess huffed, Scoundrel, you have escaped. Why do you not set me free? Life is truly remarkable, he mused. Once, it was you who captured me within the imperial city. Now, it is you who has ushered me out. I trust you have not forgotten the series of events that transpired during this period. Remain by my side, and obediently serve as my maid, he implored. What? A princess like me serving you, a scoundrel? You must be dreaming. With a fervor he had long wished to express, Chen Nan seized the delicate face of the young princess, pinching her cheeks with unrestrained force. The princess cried out in pain, Ouch! Scoundrel, you wretch, release me at once. How dare you treat me so? You little devil, I am well aware of your cunning nature. Do not attempt to deceive me, comply, and we shall proceed, he commanded. Where are you taking me, you rogue? to the city of sin. Ah, who would have thought that you, little devil, would once again fall into my grasp? Though Chen Nan's emotions were tumultuous, he did not feel sorrow. He believed that Nalan Ruoshui's words held truth. He had taken the young princess, Chu Yu, and departed from the capital of the Chu kingdom. Despite the catastrophic chaos he had wrought in the imperial city, fear eluded him, with the princess, a paragon of nobility. In his possession, he felt no apprehension regarding those who might pursue them. His only concern was the emperor's formidable ancestor, the ancient fiend over 170 years old, whose profound and terrifying cultivation instilled a deep-seated dread within him. The princess, confined under Chen Nan's arm, simmered with fury, yet rendered powerless due to her sealed acupoints. She could only hurl curses. "Damn you, scoundrel! If you do not release me soon, I shall bite my tongue and end my life. Go ahead, and rid this world of one more nuisance. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you treat me this way? If I were to truly take my own life, you would find no place to hide. Relentless pursuers would chase you at every moment. A virtuous life is fleeting, while calamity endures for a millennium. You, little demon, should hasten to the underworld to meet your sinister sisters. That would be nothing short of miraculous. You, what of it? You should promptly end your own wretched existence. I implore you." The young princess gritted her teeth in fury, hissing, "You vile thief! How dare you urge me to take my life? I loathe you beyond measure. One day, I shall exact my revenge, employing the most excruciating tortures, dismemberment, skinning, severing fingers and toes." Chen Nan tightened his grip around the princess's slender waist, retorting, "You, little demon, are far too malevolent. How can you possibly serve as my maid? I shall ensure to discipline you properly along the journey." The princess cried out in pain, "Wretched scoundrel, release me at once. You are causing me agony." The oppressive heat of the day bore down mercilessly, the scorching sun scorching the earth, leaves drooping listlessly from the trees, while the cicadas sang joyously and incessantly. Once Chen Nan sealed the princess's formidable powers, she struggled to withstand the summer's swelter, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. "Wretched scoundrel, I am dying of heat. Let us seek refuge in the shade of the trees." At that moment, Chen Nan and the princess had ventured 50 miles from the imperial capital. Upon entering a grove, he set her down and declared, "Little demon, you must understand that I am the butcher and you are the meat. From this point forward, you are no longer Her Highness the Princess. You are to be my personal maid. Do you comprehend? You must learn to behave." The little princess, incensed by his words, sank her teeth into his shoulder with ferocity. Chen Nan swiftly grasped her chin and remarked, "Such a fierce little one. This cannot continue. If you do not behave, I shall no longer show you any mercy." At that moment, the princess felt a tumult of emotions, anger, hatred, and a twinge of fear. She had never anticipated falling into Chen Nan's clutches once more. The last time she was captured by him was an affront she could hardly bear, and now, to find herself ensnared again drove her to the brink of madness. With a huff, she turned her face away, refusing to gaze upon his detestable visage, while silently cursing him. The verdant foliage shielded her from the scorching sun, and a gentle breeze wafted through the forest, mingling with the delicate fragrance of blossoms, bringing with it a refreshing essence. Chen Nan reclined upon the soft grass, contentedly closing his eyes, for the previous skirmish had drained a considerable amount of his energy, necessitating a moment of recuperation. Although the little princess could move freely, her powers were sealed, rendering her incapable of escape. She sat with her back to Chen Nan, plucking a nameless wildflower and tearing at it fiercely, venting her pent-up resentment toward him. Time passed, approximately half an hour, with Chen Nan remaining utterly still, as if in slumber. The princess scrutinized the loathsome figure on the ground, and after another quarter hour had elapsed without him stirring, she cautiously rose to her feet and stealthily made her way toward the edge of the forest. Just then, that infuriating voice rang out once more. "How delightful! If someone wishes to leave this forest, I shall surely grant her desire for a sunbath." The little princess, filled with indignation, shook her fist at Chen Nan and, with great reluctance, sank back down to the ground. Suddenly, Chen Nan turned over and sat up, drawing the little princess into his embrace. One hand resting firmly on her throat, he shouted towards the forest, "Those lurking outside, reveal yourselves at once. If you continue to hide in the shadows, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy towards your princess." The little princess muttered curses at Chen Nan while grumbling, "How foolish to let this scoundrel discover us. Why didn't they dispatch some skilled warriors to rescue me?" 7 martial artists emerged from behind the trees. It was not that their skills were insufficient, but rather that Chen Nan had significantly improved, allowing him to sense their presence the moment they approached. "If there are more of you, I advise you to show yourselves, or I shall become quite impolite," he warned, squeezing the tender cheek of the little princess, which prompted a shrill scream from her. "Wretched thief, scoundrel." A wave of magical energy rippled through the air as a sorcerer descended gracefully from a tree, employing levitation. Chen Nan furrowed his brow. He had assumed that after dealing with the peculiar individuals from the Qisha mansion, there would be no formidable opponents left in the capital. However, it appeared that he was mistaken, for these individuals were all of high rank, with one elder possessing strength that rivaled his own. "Do you still wish to keep this little demon alive? If you persist in your stealthy approach, do not expect me to be courteous," he admonished. One of the sorcerers among them spoke. "Your Majesty has already conferred upon you the title of National Protector. How can you act so rebelliously?" Chen Nan interrupted him, stating, "Spare me your nonsense. Are you leaving or not?" The most skilled among them, an elderly martial artist, replied, "Chen Nan, do not be agitated. We shall depart from here at once." At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and a cloud of dust enveloped the road outside the forest as countless cavalry approached. The air was filled with the sounds of shouting and neighing, and thousands of ironclad horsemen surrounded the entire grove. On the main road, a strikingly beautiful young woman, the Princess Chu Yu, sat majestically upon a white steed, her beauty barely concealed by the swirling dust. Dismounting with grace, she strode directly into the woods, her face revealing a hint of anger. "Chen Nan, having escaped the imperial capital, why do you not release my sister?" Her gaze towards the young princess was filled with compassion. The little princess's face lit up with joy as she called out, "Sister." Chen Nan swiftly silenced her with a gesture, turning to Chu Yu and stating, "If I were to release her now, I would likely find myself lifeless upon the ground." Chu Yu replied, "You possess the Hou-Yi Bao. Who would dare impede your passage? You may depart at your leisure." Chen Nan chuckled coldly. "How can a single Hou-Yi Bao contend against 1,000 troops? If I were to use it to slay a royal relative or a high-ranking official, it might indeed shake the foundations of the Chu court. However, what use is it to kill ordinary soldiers? While I was in the imperial capital, I could intimidate the emperor and his ministers with the divine Bao, but upon leaving, my advantage dissipates. Without a significant hostage in my possession, I would be crushed into oblivion by the advancing army in the blink of an eye. Thus, I cannot allow your sister to leave." Chu Yu, feeling a sense of urgency, pressed, "What must I do for you to spare you? At the very least, I require safe passage beyond the borders of Chu. During this process, you must not send anyone to follow me, or you will surely come to regret it." Chu Yu gritted her teeth, gazing affectionately at the little princess, and addressed Chen Nan. "Very well, I shall heed your words, but you must ensure that you suffers not the slightest grievance along the way. Otherwise, I shall decree a death warrant, unleashing the full might of the great Chu to pursue you." Chen Nan replied, "In that case, please lead your troops away swiftly." Dust swirled as thousands of iron cavalry galloped into the distance. Chen Nan released the little princess and deftly unsealed her mute acupoint. As soon as she regained her ability to speak, she erupted, "You scoundrel! You vile thief! How dare you seal my acupoint? I haven't even exchanged a word with my sister, and I curse you to descend to the 19th level of hell." "The 19th level of hell? Do you own it? Perhaps I shall visit it someday," Chen Nan retorted, lifting her by the chin. "At this moment, you are my captive. Should you dare to defy me again, do not blame me for being ungracious." The little princess shrieked, "You wretched scoundrel, you lecher. What are you doing?" She quickly wriggled free from his grasp and ran 4 or 5 meters away before halting, her face flushed with anger. "I shall kill you sooner or later." Chen Nan threatened with a sinister tone, "If you do not behave, I shall require your attendance tonight." The little princess, terrified, refrained from further outbursts. Chen Nan chuckled. "It is about time. What decorum is there for a young lady to be so loud and unruly?" The little princess shot him a resentful glare, turning her face away. Yet, while he toyed with the little princess, Chen Nan felt an acute tension within. Since fleeing the imperial capital, a lingering unease gnawed at him, an unsettling apprehension regarding the emperor's enigmatic ancestor, that ancient creature of over 170 years, who instilled in him a profound sense of dread. After a brief respite in the forest, Chen Nan urged the young princess to continue their journey. This time, he did not confine her beneath his arm. Instead, he allowed her to walk unaided, closely trailing beside her. As night fell and the princess repeatedly expressed her weariness, Chen Nan finally halted in a small town, situated 100 miles from the imperial capital. He reserved a single room, and after partaking in dinner, when he led the princess into the chamber, she appeared pale and terrified, her face etched with panic. Her voice trembled as she warned, "You wretched scoundrel, do not dare to act recklessly, or my sister and father will not spare you." With a teasing expression, Chen Nan, though devoid of any base intentions, seized the opportunity to jest at her expense. Sipping his tea, he remarked, "Obedient little maid, go prepare the bed for me. You shall meet your demise at our hands one day." The princess retorted, her face darkened with fury. Chen Nan responded, "If you wish for me to behave, you must promptly heed my instructions." The princess shot him a fierce glare, reluctantly approaching the bed. She haphazardly laid a mat upon it, stating, "There, are you satisfied now?" With that, she sulkily seated herself to the side. "Behold your captivating beauty and delicate hands. Yet, despite your charming visage, your behavior is rather crude." "Truly, it is quite astonishing," the little princess exclaimed in indignation. "Enough. I have had my fill of your insolence. Never has anyone dared to command me thus. Your audacity is intolerable. How dare you demand that I prepare your bed? Do not forget the words of my sister. Should I suffer even the slightest indignity, you will find no refuge from your fate." With a chuckle, Chen Nan replied, "It is precisely my intention to make you endure humiliation and see what your sister does about it. You wretched scoundrel, I shall see to it that you are captured and made a eunuch in the palace." The little princess fumed, nearly beside herself with rage. "You truly are a little demon, cruel beyond measure. Alas, you may never have that opportunity. In this lifetime, you shall obediently serve as a maid. Now, cease your quarreling and sleep on another bed, for we must continue our journey at dawn." Grinding her teeth in frustration, the little princess retorted, "No, you must grant me a separate chamber. I am a princess of the Chu kingdom. How can I share a room with a man?" Chen Nan countered, "Little demon, do not overreach. If you refuse to sleep properly in another bed, then you may as well come and serve me." Upon hearing this, the little princess's face turned pale with fear. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease washed over Chen Nan. He sensed a formidable presence lurking nearby, yet as he concentrated, the sensation vanished without a trace. Could it be that the old monster has truly descended? But why has he not made his move? Doubt clouded his mind, and gritting his teeth, he made a silent resolution. Chen Nan approached the sulking little princess, swiftly pressing several vital points on her body, rendering her unable to move or speak. Panic surged within the princess, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. With a grave expression, Chen Nan felt a torrent of true energy surging through him, his body emanating a faint golden light. He concentrated his energy in his fingers, and glimmers of golden radiance flickered at his fingertips, each digit shining with resplendent brilliance. Uncertain and apprehensive, he was unsure whether he could successfully execute the divine binding finger technique at his current level of cultivation. Yet the immense pressure imposed by the old sorcerer compelled him to take this perilous gamble. He circulated his energy 9 times, and with synchronized movements of both hands, streams of golden true energy burst forth from his fingertips, penetrating the little princess's body. The sharp crackling sounds reverberated in the air as golden light illuminated the entire room. A wave of fatigue washed over him, his complexion paling as beads of sweat trickled down from his temples. Finally, as the last golden energy was infused into the princess, he collapsed, utterly drained. After what felt like an eternity, he regained a semblance of his strength, managing to rise from the ground. He felt profoundly weak and hastily entered a meditative state, not opening his eyes until an hour had passed. Inwardly, Chen Nan mused, "At last, I have succeeded. It seems I will be unable to engage in combat for the next few days. I can only hope that the old sorcerer lacks the formidable power to unravel the effects of the divine binding finger." After departing the imperial capital, the little princess became his sole talisman. It was only by firmly securing her that he could escape the grasp of the Chu kingdom. The little princess observed everything with keen eyes. Although she was unaware of the true nature of Chen Nan's actions towards her, she instinctively knew they were far from benevolent. Her heart brimmed with indignation, and upon witnessing Chen Nan's feeble state, a smirk of schadenfreude crept across her face. Chen Nan approached and released her from her silence, stating, "Little devil, do not revel in my misfortune. Should anything happen to me, your fate would be sealed. I have cast the binding finger upon you. and in this world, no one except me can alleviate it. If I do not restore your vitality within half a month, you shall perish from a withered bloodline." Upon hearing this, the little princess's expression changed drastically, and she retorted furiously, "You scoundrel, how cruel you are! I have no enmity with you, yet you dare to employ such vile techniques against me. Despicable, shameless, utterly revolting, and profoundly ignoble. Little girl, I truly wonder how you were raised in the palace. With such venomous words, should you dare to insult me again, this will be the consequence," he replied, as he effortlessly severed half of the table's edge with a single strike, then pinched her delicate face. The little princess screamed in pain, "Ah, you filthy rogue." After tossing the little princess onto the bed, Chen Nan reclined on another bed himself. He held no concern for intruders, ever since his senses had returned. His perceptive abilities had sharpened remarkably. He could always sense impending danger moments before it arrived. Following the tumult of today's battle in the imperial capital, he had now become a public enemy of the state of Chu. A wave of reflection washed over him. Alas, I have offended an entire nation. Naylan Roashue chose not to accompany him in leaving the imperial capital, and he felt no sorrow about it. As memories of the past few months flickered through his mind, he found himself lost in thought. Recalling the words spoken by the old monster in the royal library, he found them profoundly insightful. Some individuals are destined to be mere fleeting visitors in the tapestry of life. As time passes, these figures will gradually fade from the heart, leaving no trace behind. The flickering candlelight extinguished, and the silvery moonlight poured into the room as Chen Nan succumbed to slumber. The little princess had also fallen asleep. Her lips pursed in discontent, seemingly dissatisfied with Chen Nan's various impolite actions throughout the day. Meanwhile, within the palace of the state of Chu, the empress wept silently, her heart heavy. "Poor Yu, my dear child." The emperor consoled her. "Do not weep. Yu will be fine." Chen Nan dares not act recklessly. The elder princess, Chu Yu, interjected. "Currently, all the distinguished figures are afflicted by a peculiar poison, rendering them unable to take action. Should we dispatch average experts to rescue my sister? It would likely only serve to alert the enemy. If we were to summon top-tier experts from elsewhere, it might be too late. Our only recourse is to request the esteemed Zhuge Chengfeng to emerge from seclusion." Although Chu Han was an emperor, his tone conveyed a degree of reverence towards Zhuge Chengfeng. Though Zhuge is an unparalleled master, he has remained in seclusion since being gravely wounded by the divine beast Jian. Disturbing him now would likely be ill-advised. Upon hearing this, the empress's face brightened with a glimmer of hope. "Do you know where this venerable elder is recuperating?" Chu Yu replied. "In fact, Zhuge has been healing within the palace all along." The empress rejoiced. "Tomorrow, we must ensure that Zhuge is summoned. I cannot bear to worry about you." With a sigh, Chu Han conceded, "It seems we have no other choice." In the hushed stillness of the night, an extraordinary tranquility enveloped the world as all souls succumbed to slumber. A green light, swift as the wind, descended upon the small town where Chen Nan resided. Within this luminous glow was a frail figure, which flickered several times before gliding into the inn and approaching the threshold of Chen Nan's chamber. The door opened silently, allowing the emaciated silhouette to slip inside. In his dreams, Chen Nan seemed to sense a disturbance, as a faint golden light emanated from his being. The visitor, taken aback, felt the green light dissipate in an instant. In the place where he stood, an ethereal void materialized, swallowing the moonlight, plunging the room into utter darkness, where all illumination vanished. Gradually, the golden radiance surrounding Chen Nan faded, as if it had lost its connection to the world. The enigmatic figure appeared to vanish into the shadows, leaving behind only a formless void that began to shift within the room. The Hou-Yi Bao levitated into the air, followed by the slumbering princess, who ascended as if drawn by an unseen force, swiftly gliding towards the empty space, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared into that realm of darkness. As the door silently opened and closed, the silvery moonlight once again flooded the room. However, the Hou-Yi Bao upon Chen Nan's bed and the princess on the other bed had vanished without a trace. The green light darted away like a flash of lightning, halting in the desolate wilderness beyond the town. There, the ethereal green glow flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the night. The gaunt figure within the green light pressed several acupoints on the princess, then extended his hands, rhythmically striking her, the sound echoing in a series of sharp cracks, as the green luminescence flowed into her being like water. After approximately half an hour, the emaciated figure ceased his actions, hoisting the princess onto his back and returning to the small town. A spectral green light materialized within Chen Nan's chamber, vanishing as the little princess floated to the bed. The following morning, upon awakening, Chen Nan was astounded to discover that the Yi Bao had mysteriously disappeared. His innate spiritual perception had inexplicably failed him, leaving him oblivious to the events of the previous night. Had an assailant sought his life, it would have been a trivial endeavor, eliciting a cold sweat from him. He hastily glanced toward the princess's bed, finding her still in a sweet slumber, which brought him a modicum of relief. After freshening up, he gently pressed on the princess's acupuncture points, rousing her from her dreams. "How dare you disturb my rest?" she exclaimed, still in a daze. Once she regained her senses, she pushed Chen Nan away, her voice laced with tension. "What do you want, you scoundrel?" "I merely wish to awaken you," Chen Nan replied, simultaneously probing the princess's internal energy, quickly discerning that someone had attempted to dispel his binding spell, but had failed. "You little imp, hurry and wash up," he urged before stepping out into the courtyard. "From the beginning, it seems he has harbored ulterior motives towards me. Otherwise, he would not have allowed me to counter him. But what could he possibly desire from me?" Chen Nan pondered, perplexed. Nevertheless, he felt assured of one thing. The ancient monster would not turn against him for the time being, which offered him some solace. "Father, look. There is a letter beneath the Yi Bao," Chu Yu announced. Chu Han unfolded the letter, and as he read, the furrow in his brow gradually relaxed. Chu Yu took the letter from him, glancing over its contents with delight. "It appears that our ancestor, in a fit of restlessness, wishes to visit the mainland. With their presence, Yuer is surely safe." Chu Yu remarked, "My younger sister is quite mischievous. She often implores me to take her out. Now that we have left the imperial capital, she is truly in her element, and father need not worry about her." Chu Han, feeling somewhat sentimental, replied, "With the elder's presence, I certainly need not fret for her. However, your second brother, Wenfeng, has been away for several years, and now with the little rascal also departed, I am left with only you among my 3 beloved children." Chu Han continued, "Indeed, this may be beneficial for the little rascal. She has been excessively unruly. After this ordeal, she is bound to mature significantly." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "There is no need to alert Elder Zhuge for the time being. We must do everything possible to contain the news of Chen Nan's ruckus in the imperial capital. It must not be disclosed." On the road, the little princess noticed the absence of the Yi Bao from Chen Nan and could not help but incessantly inquire about it. Chen Nan remained unresponsive, leading her to conclude that he had concealed the bao near the inn. Oblivious to the events of the previous night, she observed Chen Nan's distracted demeanor and mockingly said, "You look so troubled, clearly fearing something." Chen Nan, without hesitation, tapped her smooth forehead and replied, "Fear you? Not at all." The little princess, her eyes brimming with tears from the pain, retorted angrily, "You wretched scoundrel, one day you shall find yourself in my grasp again." In her fury and frustration, she declared, "You arrogant thief, do not revel too soon. There will come a day when you will regret your actions today." Chen Nan chuckled and said, "Little devil, do not harbor such delusions. That day will never come." Throughout their journey, the little princess and Chen Nan engaged in a continuous banter, seizing every opportunity to escape. Yet none of their attempts bore fruit. Initially, Chen Nan held the princess captive as they galloped onward, but the princess's exceptional beauty drew the attention of passers-by, prompting him to shift to a carriage to avert unnecessary complications. In a bid to disguise her enchanting visage, he smeared her face with dirt, inciting a barrage of indignation from her. Ultimately, under the threat of his intimidation, he managed to resolve the matter. Days later, Chen Nan's frail physique, weakened by the exertion of the divine constraint, finally regained its strength, allowing him to exhale in relief. He and the little princess journeyed westward without hindrance. The emperor had dispatched no one to pursue or obstruct them, and there was nary a whisper regarding his tumultuous escapade in the imperial capital. "You little demon, your emperor has abandoned you along with the princess. Not only has he failed to send anyone to rescue you, but he has also sealed off news from the capital. It seems they intend to deliver you to me," he taunted. The princess leaned against the carriage, casting him a sidelong glance. "You vile thief, utterly devoid of talent. Unable to discern such a simple truth, yet you dare to prattle on. Humph. In their eyes, the reputation of the state of Chu outweighs your status as a princess. Otherwise, why would they prioritize silencing news from the capital while neglecting you? Humph. This princess shall never stoop to explain myself to a despicable scoundrel like you. Do you desire freedom? If you obediently heed my words, I shall grant you your liberty." The princess shot him a glare and chose to ignore him henceforth. Throughout the journey, despite Chen Nan's relentless attempts at enslavement education, the stubborn little princess consistently regarded him with disdain, thwarting his aspirations to transform her into a docile maid. After 10 days, they arrived at Dantai City, where two prominent roads diverged. One led westward towards the western borders of the state of Chu, while the other stretched straight south for hundreds of miles before veering westward, passing through the treacherous city of Sin nestled amidst the central mountains, ultimately reaching the western continent. Gazing upon the lifelike white jade statue in the city square, Chen Nan was filled with profound reflections. It would take him millennia to comprehend the reasons behind his stagnation and martial prowess, all attributed to the goddess of his past affections. Dantai Xian, on the day I shatter the void with my martial might, I shall ensure you descend to the mortal realm, he proclaimed. The little princess, ever ready to interject, retorted, "Dream on. How dare you so blasphemously defile the name of the Dantai fairy? O fairy, manifest your divine presence, and swiftly unleash your wrath upon him." As Chen Nan raised his hand, the little princess hastily covered her forehead, having endured several knocks in recent days. He did not strike her, but instead pinched her delicate nose, saying, "Speak carelessly again, and I shall transform it into that of a pig." She cried out, "Ouch! You vile thief, release me." Chen Nan chuckled. "The sensation is rather delightful." "Pain! You scoundrel! I shall not spare you." The little princess retaliated with scratches and kicks, drawing the attention of onlookers in the square, prompting Chen Nan to quickly release her. That night in Dantai City, the symptoms of her affliction finally manifested. Her skin flushed a deep crimson, veins coursing with blood that surged at an astonishing rate, nearly boiling within her. "Ah, it is unbearable. You wretched scoundrel. Release me from your cursed technique." Sweat drenched the little princess's garments as she tossed and turned upon the bed. Chen Nan pressed several acupoints on her body, rendering her immobile before commencing a series of rhythmic strikes, infusing her with streams of golden light. This continued for the span of half an hour. Gradually, the terrifying symptoms inflicted by the sinister technique began to fade, and the princess's body temperature slowly returned to normal. "Scoundrel, I shall fight back." Once she regained her mobility, the little princess gritted her teeth and lunged at Chen Nan. "I will bite, scratch, kick, and ram." Unable to bite, grasp, or kick him, she ultimately resorted to butting her head against Chen Nan. He dared not utilize his powers for fear of inadvertently harming the furious princess, and it took considerable effort for him to subdue her. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, "You foul thief, I despise you. How could you employ such a vile technique upon me? You must completely dispel it. Go to hell. Who would heed the words of a wretched thief like you?" The princess hurled a pillow at him with great force before storming off to freshen up. The maid training plan has once again met its demise. The following day, Chen Nan and the princess set forth along the road to the city of Sin, the ancient city of Dantai gradually disappearing behind them. This thoroughfare traverses east and west, serving as the most significant trade route on the continent, bustling with merchants daily, ensuring that this remote path was far from tranquil. After enduring the elements, the duo finally arrived at the gateway to the western region of the Chu kingdom, the fortified city of Dongfang, a grand and sturdy stronghold at the critical junction of the east-west route. The name Dongfang City boasts an illustrious history. It is said that the first Dongfang city was established during the tumultuous period of the East-West War. Over nearly 10 millennia, the city has undergone numerous transformations. The current Dongfang city, constructed a millennium ago, has remained at its original location, albeit expanded several-fold upon its initial foundations. Although warfare between East and West has been rare for thousands of years, each dynasty has regarded this city as a strategic military stronghold, heavily fortified with troops. In this era of peace, the soldiers within the city primarily scrutinized the merchants passing through, inspecting their goods. Before entering Dongfang City, Chen Nan had already provided the young princess with a lesson in city etiquette, threatening her to cooperate during inspections by the soldiers. Initially, the young princess scoffed, declaring that she would never play along with such a villain. However, after Chen Nan resorted to intimidation, threatening to mar her beauty and hasten her afflictions if she did not behave, she begrudgingly acquiesced. Indeed, upon their entry into the city, they encountered rigorous scrutiny. Fortunately, Chen Nan had prepared in advance, concocting a plausible tale that allowed them to pass through unscathed. Chen Nan jested, "You would have to slay a quarter of the soldiers. Hundreds of thousands would lose their heads." "Nonsense. Our Chu kingdom has no such vile soldiers. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to meet those soldiers." The young princess hastily shook her head, fearing that if any soldier laid hands on her, she would surely lose her temper. Though Dongfang City is situated in a border region, it is remarkably prosperous, with one particular industry flourishing immensely: mercenaries. Upon departing from Dongfang City, one is greeted by the vast expanse of mountains. The road leading to the western continent is fraught with peril, inhabited not only by various fierce beasts but also by formidable bandits. Consequently, travelers on this path typically journey in pairs or larger groups, with many opting to hire mercenaries to safeguard their lives and possessions. Chen Nan accompanied the young princess to the mercenary guild within the city, where the atmosphere was tumultuous and cacophonous. The walls were adorned with a multitude of notices, each outlining tasks of varying magnitude awaiting the attention of mercenaries, ranging from personal bodyguard services to perilous explorations of treacherous locales. Currently, the most lucrative task involves capturing the mythical Qilan beast residing in the Luofeng Mountains, with bids reaching as high as 500,000 gold coins. Although many have attempted this quest, no mercenary or organization has succeeded thus far. The majority of those who ventured forth have vanished without a trace, leading to a significant decline in those willing to accept such a daunting task. The clientele frequenting this guild typically aim to journey to the city of Sin or the western continent to combat the bandits along the way. A mere handful of mercenaries proves insufficient. Thus, it is common for groups of individuals with shared destinations to collectively hire a mercenary company. Approaching Chen Nan was a disheveled giant of a man, adorned with a scruffy beard and wielding a massive sword. He declared, "Brother, are you in search of a mercenary to serve as your bodyguard? Selecting me would undoubtedly be a wise choice. I am known as the king of mercenaries, and I shall ensure your safe passage." Nearby, several mercenaries chimed in unison, "Huh? If you are the king of mercenaries, we must be the emperors of mercenaries." The burly man retorted, "Oh, spare me the present. I am destined to be the future king of mercenaries." Chen Nan had discerned that this burly man was indeed a formidable warrior, having attained a first-tier level of cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, he seemed content to lead the life of an ordinary mercenary. "Brother, how do you find it? Although I have only recently joined this profession, I assure you I am a miracle among mercenaries, ensuring your journey will be carefree. Your lady, though her face is smeared with dirt, is undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. Without a skilled protector, venturing beyond Dongfang City would be perilous." The young princess, incensed, retorted, "You bearded brute, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is this scoundrel's lady? Speak again, and I shall sever your head." The burly man chuckled, "Oh my, what a fierce little girl." He then turned to Chen Nan and remarked, "Brother, have you not yet made your move? When the time is ripe, one must act. Otherwise, you shall miss the opportunity." Chen Nan grinned, "For now, she is merely my maid." Faced with these two unsavory men, the young princess was on the verge of madness. Seizing the teapot from the table, she hurled it along with the teacups. Chen Nan and the burly man swiftly dodged to the side, but the nearby patrons were not as fortunate, as scalding tea splashed over them, prompting a chorus of curses within the mercenary guild. Chen Nan hastily pulled the young princess away, with the burly man following closely behind, calling out to Chen Nan, "Traveling with just the two of you is indeed perilous. If you hire me, I guarantee your safe passage." Chen Nan halted and said, "We are bound for the city of Sin. I have heard that the journey is fraught with bandits. Can you truly protect us alone?" The burly man replied, "To deal with such rabble, one hand is more than sufficient. Moreover, we are not traveling alone. A group of merchants has hired a mercenary company, and I am well acquainted with their leader. Traveling alongside them will ensure your safety beyond measure." Though Chen Nan was not particularly fearful of the bandits, his confidence waned upon the inclusion of the young princess, prompting him to decide to journey with the mercenaries for prudence. "Very well. We shall return here tomorrow morning to seek you out." With that, he strode out, accompanied by the fuming princess. The burly man called after them, "It is settled then. Why the haste? We have yet to reach the city of Sin. Have you forgotten my sister's words? If you do not release me upon leaving the borders of Chu, she will issue a death warrant, mobilizing all her forces to hunt you down, leaving you without a place to rest." Whether I release you or not leads to the same outcome. It might be wiser to keep you by my side as a maid." At this, the young princess was truly terrified, trembling as she spoke. "You wouldn't mean that, would you? We have no enmity, and although we have had our misunderstandings in the past, they are bygones. It has been so long. You surely do not intend to take revenge on me now?" With a swift motion, Chen Nan pressed a pressure point on her neck, gently laying her upon the bed. "You little devil," he thought to himself. Although he harbored some fear of the unseen old demon, he still believed it was safer to keep the young princess nearby. He had determined that although the old monster possessed terrifying power, he was still unable to unravel his divine restraint finger. He secretly rejoiced in the exquisite nature of his family's ancestral skills. The following day, Chen Nan arrived punctually at the mercenary guild with the little princess. The princess wore a face full of fury, glaring at Chen Nan with resentment, while a sense of dread lingered within her. She was soon to leave the kingdom of Chu, and the thought of losing her freedom weighed heavily on her heart. Upon seeing the two, a burly man waved his hand and approached them, only to receive a significant eye roll from the princess. The man, undeterred, chuckled heartily. The mercenary group responsible for escorting the caravan consisted of 103 members, aside from the vice-captain, an experienced first-level mage. The remainder were warriors. The captain, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man in his 40s, was accompanied by a colossal creature, a ground dragon. The ground dragon, measuring approximately 5 zhang in length, boasted a glossy coat of black scales and exuded a formidable presence. The burly man remarked, "With a first-level mage, a first-level ground dragon knight, and myself, the future king of mercenaries, who would dare to provoke us? This journey will be guaranteed to be exceedingly safe." Chen Nan inquired, "How many gold coins are required?" The burly man replied, 100 gold coins per person, for 2. I can offer a slight discount at 180 gold coins. Chen Nan retorted, "Are you robbing us? 10 gold coins would suffice for a common family to live for a month. You are merely escorting us for a short distance. Yet you demand such an exorbitant price. Then how about 150 gold coins? No deal, 50. 120. Still unacceptable, 80. The final transaction concluded at the price of 100 gold coins, which Chen Nan promptly paid. At that moment, the leader of the mercenary group approached and remarked, "Guanhao, you have already accepted the employment fees for 8 individuals. How can you now bring in 2 more? Although you have assisted us, having so many individuals trailing behind will surely raise objections among the brothers." Guanhao replied, "These are the last 2. After the leader departed, Chen Nan angrily exclaimed, "A swindler, return the money." Guanhao, feeling embarrassed, responded, "Though there are many, I assure you of your safety." The young princess interjected, "One is a rogue, and the other a fraudster. Neither of you is a good person." Chen Nan shot her a glare before turning to Guanhao, stating, "If you refuse to refund the money, you must guarantee that you can discreetly escort this little girl out of the city." Guanhao feigned realization and said, "So you are a trafficker? Return the money." "Ah, I misspoke. Hee. This matter is easily resolved. Simply immobilize her with pressure points and conceal her among the cargo." At that moment, the young princess's gaze could have slain, as she furiously declared, "You 2 bastards." Slap. Chen Nan struck her pressure point, then turned to Guanhao, asking, "Are there any female relatives among the merchants?" "Yes." "Then place her in the carriage designated for the women. It would be troublesome if such a delicate figure were crushed by the cargo." This group of merchants, comprising men, women, and children, numbered over 40 individuals, with more than 20 carts for transporting goods, accompanied by over 100 mercenaries, creating a rather impressive procession. The little princess was incapacitated, rendered mute and immobile, lying rigidly in the carriage alongside several female companions of the merchants. As they observed her, they exclaimed, "This ill girl is truly beautiful. I have never seen such exquisite femininity. Indeed, she is remarkably lovely. Her face is soiled, it must be to shield herself. What a clever girl. I truly wish to caress her delicate cheeks." Eventually, the women began to gently stroke the princess's porcelain face. "How wonderful it would be to have such a beautiful daughter. Yes, she is simply adorable." The little princess felt her lungs nearly bursting with indignation and could not help but gasp in frustration. Alas, this girl's condition has worsened. No, it sounds like she is merely huffing in anger. The group soon arrived at the city gate, where the merchants offered dozens of gold coins, allowing the soldiers to refrain from disturbing the ladies. It was not until they were well away from the gate that Chen Nan released the princess from her paralysis. The moment she regained her mobility, she leapt from the carriage and screamed loudly into the nearby woods. "Ha ha! Chen Nan could not contain his laughter. What a dream! Guan Hao approached, saying, "Little girl, cease your shouting. You will attract the wild wolves. You are no better, you big-bearded man. Aren't you greedy for gold? Help me eliminate this scoundrel, and I shall reward you with 100,000 gold coins." Guan Hao marveled. Wow, 100,000 gold coins, a fortune indeed. However, a gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means. I cannot accept such ill-gotten gains. You avaricious scoundrel, you have the audacity to speak of righteousness. If you assist me in eliminating him, I shall reward you with an additional 100,000 gold coins. With a resounding thud, Chen Nan struck the little princess on the head and retorted, "How dare you conspire to have me murdered in my presence? Do you perceive me as mere air?" The little princess, wincing in pain, spat back, "You despicable rogue, a disgrace. One day you shall descend into hell." Chen Nan chuckled. As the Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will? Then go to hell right now. I have yet to attain Buddhahood. You shameless scoundrel, wretched thief." The merchants and mercenaries turned their heads, astonished by the exchange between the two. Over the ensuing days, the spectacle of their verbal sparring became a customary entertainment for the onlookers. If half a day passed without hearing their quarrels, it would spark widespread astonishment. The winding road connecting the eastern and western continents meandered through treacherous mountains, at times traversing caves and at others ascending steep slopes. As the mercenaries and merchants trudged laboriously through the vast mountain range, the little princess continued her daily bickering, yet her spirits had lifted compared to the previous days. The lush mountains, verdant throughout the seasons, captivated her attention with an array of exotic flora and fauna previously unseen. Along the journey, she gathered a multitude of vibrant wildflowers and plucked delightful wild fruits, occasionally startled by peculiar creatures leaping onto the path from the thicket. The exquisite scenery and vibrant journey gradually led the little princess to forget that she was a captive. She increasingly perceived this travel life as a delightful experience, a sentiment that only a royal maiden, rarely venturing beyond the confines of the palace, could truly appreciate. Along the way, they encountered a few bands of robbers. However, under the formidable onslaught of a first-tier mage and the fearsome dragon knight, these ragtag groups were swiftly vanquished. This discontented the little princess, who was eager for entertainment, prompting her to berate the ineptitude of the bandits. The merchants and mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own auditory senses. Throughout the journey, there were no dragons or ancient giants. Only a few magical beasts from the west appeared, all of which were promptly dealt with by the bearded Guan Hao. Each time he extracted the magical crystal cores from the beasts, the little princess would scold him for his avarice and cruelty. After an explanation from the mercenary leader, Chen Nan learned that Guan Hao was not driven by greed. He aspired to study profound techniques at the God Wind Academy in the city of Sin. But upon hearing of the exorbitant tuition fees, he resorted to finding ways to earn money on the road. The little princess scoffed, remarking, "The God Wind Academy only admits young, formidable individuals. At your age, you would merely be an unwelcome intruder." Guan Hao retorted, "Who says I am old? I am merely 29 and a half. As long as I am under 30, I can register for the Academy's examination." "Oh my, at 29 and a half. You appear to be a middle-aged man of 39 and a half." Guan Hao lamented in utter frustration. Ultimately, he borrowed a razor and swiftly shaved off his bushy beard, revealing a noticeably younger visage. Upon learning the details of Guan Hao's situation, the young princess ceased her accusations of greed and avarice, affectionately referring to him as Haozi. This only deepened Guan Hao's exasperation. "Please, young lady, if you are reluctant to call me brother, then simply address me as Guan Hao. Do not call me Haozi any longer." "Hee, you are overthinking it. That was not my original intention. Since you have expressed such a preference, I shall not hold back. From now on, I shall call you Haozi." Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Guan Hao feeling as though he might spew blood in indignation. 5 days later, the group ventured into a valley nestled among the mountains. Although it was close to noon, the towering trees lining the pathway shielded them from the scorching sun, rendering the heat bearable. Just as they were preparing a meal, a sudden, pungent breeze swept through the woods, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A multitude of wild beasts emerged from the forest, rushing forward, ranging from massive elephants and lions to smaller creatures like wild foxes and snow hares. Fortunately, the beasts did not attack the group. The leader of the mercenary band shouted a warning, quickly rallying the members for battle. "Brothers, arm yourselves. We are in peril." A formidable magical beast may be ahead. Guan Hao quietly explained to Chen Nan, given the current situation. It seems that a second-tier magical beast has successfully advanced to the third tier, its powerful aura compelling the surrounding beasts to instinctively pay homage. Chen Nan was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Such a thing can actually happen?" Guan Hao nodded and replied, "Indeed. This road is usually quite safe, and it is rare for anyone to encounter such an incident. Who would have thought we would be so unfortunate? The newly advanced formidable beast will surely seek to establish its dominance over intruders, and it is inevitable that a fierce battle will ensue." Upon hearing this, the little princess revealed an expression of excitement, nearly clapping her hands in delight. Chen Nan playfully tapped her, saying, "You little harbinger of chaos. Should the beast truly come to attack, I wonder how you will manage when everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Humph. If you dare to harm a single hair on me, my sister and the others will not spare you. You will meet a most dreadful end." Chen Nan was amused by her response, laughing heartily. "Ah, you little imp are truly naive. Even now, you still dare to threaten me? If I feared your sister, would I have brought you here? I know you are a cunning little girl, so do not feign ignorance before me and spare me your tricks." At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. Roar? The horses pulling the carriage neighed restlessly, growing increasingly agitated. The merchants were engulfed in panic, not only fearful of the unknown powerful beast, but also concerned that the frightened horses might bolt, leading to the loss of all their goods. The leader of the mercenary group, seeing the horses becoming skittish, bellowed, "Quick, knock all the horses unconscious." The mercenaries sprang into action, using clubs and then their hands to strike the heads of the horses, causing over 20 of them to collapse to the ground. The commander mounted the earth dragon and bellowed, "Prepare for battle." With that, he charged forward, followed closely by the mercenaries gripping their weapons. The vice commander, utilizing a levitation spell, ascended into the air, bringing up the rear of the formation. Chen Nan glanced at the young princess and remarked, "If you do not wish to become a snack for the beasts, it would be wise to remain here." "I shall not," she retorted, and with that, she followed suit. Chen Nan did not attempt to stop her and joined her in the pursuit. Ahead lay an expanse devoid of towering trees, replaced instead by low shrubs, where a dark mass of beasts lay prostrate, a truly awe-inspiring sight. In front of this throng of creatures stood a colossal beast, entirely white with a lustrous coat. Resembling a tiger but significantly larger and more formidable, its legs measuring 3 zhang, nearly matching the height of the commander's earth dragon. This giant creature emanated an overwhelming sense of unease due to its sheer size. The scene before them resembled that of vassals presenting themselves before a sovereign in human society, evoking astonishment among onlookers. Someone exclaimed, "A white tiger, but it is far too large. It can't have attained sentience, can it? Even a white tiger has stripes. This cannot possibly be a tiger," another voiced. "What manner of beast is this?" The crowd murmured. The young princess sighed, "So powerful, so beautiful. Truly, it is adorable." The crowd remained speechless. Guan Hao observed, "In this vast mountain range, where monsters abound, this should be a tiger king with the bloodlines of both the white tiger and the demon tiger." The leader nodded in agreement and remarked, "The more these mutated beasts evolve, the more formidable they become. Its power has ascended from a second-tier beast to a third-tier one, and this is precisely the moment to establish our dominance. Unfortunately, we have encountered it, and an arduous battle is inevitable." The Tiger King, renowned as the sovereign of the nearby beasts, paid no heed to the arrival of the group, merely casting a cold glance their way. The vice captain descended from the air, stating, "The magical elemental fluctuations around the Tiger King are quite intense, indicating that its magical attacks will be extraordinarily fearsome. Everyone must exercise caution." Observing the anxiety among his companions, he added, "If we can vanquish it, the magic crystal core within will fetch an astronomical price." The leader sighed softly. "It is a daunting challenge. This is a third-tier beast. Although we have 3 first-tier cultivators here, the disparity in strength between different tiers is not merely additive. Even if the entire mercenary group joins forces, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious." Suddenly, the vice captain exclaimed, "This is bad. It is preparing to attack. I can sense it gathering magical elements." A wave of chaos erupted among the mercenaries, for they were about to confront the formidable third-tier Tiger King, a creature far more terrifying than their leader's earth dragon, which was 2 tiers lower. The leader commanded, "Everyone, remain calm. Quickly disperse. Do not cluster together." Seasoned by trials of life and death, the mercenaries swiftly regained their composure, scattering towards advantageous terrain. Though the vice-captain was over 50, his reflexes were remarkably sharp, and he launched the first strike, sending a gleaming wind blade slicing through the air towards the Tiger King with a piercing howl. The Tiger King let out a thunderous roar, seemingly enraged by the audacity of the crowd to attack it. With a mere tilt of its head, it effortlessly evaded the powerful blade of wind infused with potent magical energy. Raising its head high, it displayed an expression of disdain. The onlookers, incredulous, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, finally confirming that the Tiger King indeed exhibited an air of contempt. This tiger has transcended its nature. It can express human emotions. They murmured among themselves. The little princess exclaimed with delight, "How utterly adorable!" Chen Nan seized her collar, pulling her back to safety, away from the perilous vicinity. "You coward! Let me go! Release me at once!" she cried. The Tiger King roared again, causing the beasts that had been prostrating themselves to tremble. Before they cautiously rose to their feet, parting to create a pathway for their sovereign. Chen Nan, taken aback by the extraordinary spectacle, remarked, "It is indeed a marvel that it possesses such human-like qualities." At that moment, the Tiger King stood defiantly against the captain, the vice-captain, and Guan Hao, while the other mercenaries dispersed around them, encircling the trio. The beasts, intimidated by the Tiger King's might, quivered at a distance, too fearful to approach. With a fierce roar, the Tiger King unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth, the formidable arc crackling through the air with an electrifying sound, aimed directly at the sorcerer. The sorcerer quickly recited an incantation. The ground before him began to rise, forming a soil shield that appeared to protect him, while simultaneously he conjured a water shield in front of himself. The lightning pierced through the earthen barrier, shattering it into a heap of rubble, and subsequently struck the water shield. Following a dazzling display of sparks, the water shield too succumbed, dissolving into a mist. The sorcerer hastily rolled aside, yet the electric arc still made contact with his body, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him. His hair stood on end, and his entire form was charred by the electricity. Had it not been for the protective earth and water shields, the sorcerer's life would have been in grave peril. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. Meanwhile, all members of the mercenary group had already engaged in battle, crossbow bolts whizzing through the air like a swarm of locusts, aimed at the Tiger King. Despite its massive size, the Tiger King moved with remarkable agility, leaping deftly out of the encirclement, and then swung its colossal tail with the force of a battering ram, striking at the mercenaries on the periphery. 5 mercenaries were brutally struck by the Tiger King's whip-like tail, resulting in immediate fatalities, their bones shattered and lives extinguished. The remaining members, filled with terror, fled in haste. The captain urged the Earth Dragon forward, with Guan Hao closely trailing behind him. The Tiger King's fur glistened under the sunlight, and its powerful, snow-white physique appeared exceedingly formidable. In the face of the aggressively approaching duo and their dragon, a fierce glint sparkled in the Tiger King's eyes, poised as if to pounce. The captain maneuvered the Earth Dragon to charge forward, brandishing the dragon-slaying spear and thrusting it toward the Tiger King's throat. Simultaneously, Guan Hao arrived, swinging his great sword toward the Tiger King's midsection. With a resounding roar, the Tiger King leapt into the air, evading both strikes and lunging toward the captain atop the Earth Dragon. Although the Earth Dragon was indeed larger than the Tiger King, it cowered in its presence. Realizing there was no time for the Earth Dragon to dodge, the captain swiftly leaped down and sprinted away. The colossal tiger, measuring 3 zhang in length, swiftly brought down the 5 zhang long Earth Dragon, and then, opening its massive jaws, lunged to bite its neck. The Earth Dragon struggled desperately, yet could not escape the tiger-esque grip. The fierce jaws of the Tiger King clamped down upon its neck, and blood gushed forth violently. The commander, witnessing the scene, felt his vision blur with rage and charged forward, thrusting his sharp, dragon-slaying spear deeply into the tiger's belly, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. Guan Hao too swung his great sword and struck fiercely upon the tiger's back, blood cascading down the Tiger King's gleaming, snow-white fur in relentless droplets. In agony, the Tiger King released the Earth Dragon. Seizing the moment to breathe, the Earth Dragon flipped over and rose, perhaps filled with hatred from its suffering, momentarily forgetting its fear. It charged viciously at the Tiger King. With a resounding thud, the Tiger King was knocked over, and the surrounding mercenaries surged forward, wielding knives, spears, and clubs, raining blows upon it, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle of blood. With a thunderous roar, the Tiger King staggered to its feet, exhaling a massive plume of flames. The mercenaries shrieked in agony as they were scorched, hastily retreating. Yet, 6 individuals were torn to shreds by the pursuing Tiger King, their blood staining the path crimson, while the rest were left trembling in terror. Just as the group found themselves in peril, the vice commander had regained his composure. He recited a lengthy incantation, magical elements swirling chaotically before him. Finally, with a gentle wave of his wand, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the heavens, bringing an unexpected chill to the sweltering summer day, enveloping all in a sudden, refreshing cold. Before the fearsome Tiger King, a multitude of magical elements materialized, enveloping its formidable form in a thick layer of solid ice. The icy barrier grew increasingly dense until it completely encased the beast. The onlookers, having narrowly escaped peril, erupted in exuberant cheers as the Tiger King found itself imprisoned within a colossal ice block. However, before the echoes of their celebration could fade, ominous cracking sounds emanated from the ice. Cracks began to spiderweb down from the top of the block, culminating in a resounding explosion as the entire structure shattered, revealing the Tiger King once more, albeit in a state of evident fatigue. Seizing this opportunity, the vice-captain, the captain, and Guan Hao launched a renewed assault. After reciting an incantation, the vice-captain conjured an ice spear that materialized before him, hurtling towards the Tiger King with lightning speed, piercing its chest with unerring precision. Simultaneously, the captain and Guan Hao plunged their respective weapons, the Dragon Slayer lance and a great sword, into the beast's abdomen. The two then leapt onto the Tiger King's back, delivering powerful blows to its massive head. The creature staggered violently, torrents of blood gushing from its wounds, staining its once pristine white for a gruesome crimson. At that moment, the captain's earth dragon, no longer intimidated by the Tiger King, charged fiercely at it, its colossal form sending the beast reeling. The captain and Guan Hao gracefully descended to the side, and as the earth dragon surged forward once more, the Tiger King suddenly regained its footing, unleashing a thunderous roar that halted the dragon in its tracks. In an extraordinary transformation, a pair of pristine white wings materialized from the Tiger King's abdomen, contrasting starkly with its blood-soaked body, and to the astonishment of all, a long, ivory-hued horn sprouted from its forehead, measuring nearly half a foot in length. This astonishing transformation left everyone present utterly astounded. Chen Nan felt a surge of trepidation. He understood that this was the Tiger King's true combat state. Had it revealed its genuine power earlier, the assembled crowd may not have been able to inflict harm upon it. The young princess beamed with delight, exclaiming, "This Tiger King is truly magnificent and breathtaking. How wonderful it would be if it could become my steed." The captain shouted, "Fear not, everyone. It has transformed too late. At this moment, it is gravely wounded and cannot endure for long. Let us all charge together." With that, he was the first to rush forward, followed closely by the others. However, the earth dragon quivered in fear, no longer daring to advance. The Tiger King soared into the heavens, instantly reaching the lofty skies. It roared incessantly, and bolts of lightning cascaded down from above, followed by torrents of flames sweeping downward. Lightning and fire danced wildly in the air, while anguished cries echoed from the ground. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen individuals were struck by arcs of electricity, collapsing amidst the inferno, a noxious scent of charred flesh permeating the atmosphere. Due to the obstructing trees, distant merchants could not perceive the full extent of the carnage unfolding below. Yet they could see the sky ablaze with fire and the lightning's frenzied dance. They caught sight of the enormous, roaring beast overhead, their hearts pounding in terror as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The giant tiger, already grievously injured, became even weaker after unleashing its ferocious onslaught. Yet, when its assault finally ceased, more lives had been lost on the ground. Guan Hao picked up a long spear from the earth and hurled it with great force, with a resounding thud. It pierced the creature's right wing, causing it to sway precariously in the air, on the verge of losing its balance and plummeting down. The Tiger King erupted in fury once more, fervently gathering the magical elements in the vicinity, as violent waves of energy surged through the air. The vice-captain exclaimed, "This is dire. The magical power is overwhelmingly potent. The Tiger King is desperate. Everyone, flee at once, or we shall perish alongside it. Though Chen Nan initially wished to remain uninvolved, witnessing the mercenary group's struggle compelled him to intervene. As he advanced, the young princess cried out, "You scoundrel! Before you go to your doom, release the restraints upon me. Silence your incessant prattle," he retorted, lightly tapping her forehead. The princess yelped, "Wretched scoundrel! I curse you to never return. Then await the exquisite torment of the divine restraining force." Chen Nan shot back. He swiftly approached the vice captain and inquired, "Do you have a way to quickly transport me onto the Tiger King's back?" The vice captain, taken aback, replied, "What are you doing here? You must leave at once. I cannot protect you in this chaos." Chen Nan raised his hand, unleashing a golden sword aura, declaring, "If you can get me up there, I shall vanquish it." The vice captain suddenly recognized the young man as prowess and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "Can you truly handle it alone?" "Without a doubt. Do not hesitate. Or as it gathers sufficient magical energy, more lives will be lost," Chen Nan urged. The vice captain, no longer wavering, responded, "Very well, thank you." He recited an incantation, and the boundless wind elements swiftly coalesced around Chen Nan. With a gentle wave of his wand, a fierce gust swept Chen Nan upward, propelling him directly towards the Tiger King in the sky. The Tiger King was gathering the magical elements of the air when it noticed an uninvited guest rapidly ascending from the ground. At that moment, Chen Nan had already been teleported by the vice captain to a distance of less than 10 feet from it. Just as it was about to open its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames, Chen Nan took the initiative, swiftly hurling the spear he had prepared in advance. The spear, glowing faintly with golden light, instantly pierced the Tiger King's neck. The creature let out a piercing howl, tumbling through the air as blood gushed forth, creating a deluge of crimson rain. After exhausting the last vestiges of its magical energy, the vice captain finally managed to place Chen Nan upon the back of the Tiger King. At this point, the beast was gradually losing its balance in the air, swaying uncontrollably, prompting Chen Nan to grasp its fur tightly to steady himself. Gradually, the Tiger King regained its equilibrium, yet its injuries had now become life-threatening, and it no longer wished to assert its dominance before the myriad beasts. It swiftly took flight towards the distance. Chen Nan, in a state of urgency, climbed to the creature's neck, steadied himself, and swung his fist to strike its massive head. Bang! 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 The Tiger King's body once again swayed, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Chen Nan dared not exert too much force. The Tiger King was in a state of utter weakness. While he could easily slay it with a surge of sword energy, he would inevitably meet a grim fate himself. A rush of wind echoed in his ears, heightening his anxiety. It was only when they were less than 30 feet from the ground that the Tiger King managed to stabilize itself, halting its descent. At this moment, blood oozed from its ears and nostrils, and its muscles twitched slightly. The repeated injuries had rendered it exceedingly feeble. As the Tiger King finally stabilized, Chen Nan once again struck fiercely at its head. The Tiger King let out a thunderous roar, suddenly consumed by a wild frenzy, twisting and turning in midair, determined to shake Chen Nan off its back. The merchants in the distance watched the fierce battle unfold in the sky, filled with an overwhelming dread, their bodies trembling in fear. The mercenaries on the ground were equally apprehensive, each one holding their breath, anxiously gazing upward, secretly sweating for Chen Nan's safety. At this moment, only the little princess continued to shout, "Put in more effort. Just a little more, and we can throw that scoundrel off. But be gentle, just enough to leave him half dead, as I still need him to teach me that troublesome finger technique." A few mercenaries nearby glanced at her oddly, only to receive an exaggerated eye roll and a cold snort in return from the little princess. Chen Nan clung tightly to the Tiger King's neck, his legs firmly gripping its throat, his hands desperately clutching its fur. With the wind rushing past his ears and the figures on the ground growing larger beneath him, he felt a surge of anxiety, reproaching himself for being too hasty and provoking the Tiger King's wrath. When they were still 6 or 7 zhang above the ground, the Tiger King suddenly ceased its tumultuous movements, spreading its wings to halt their descent. Chen Nan exhaled a long sigh of relief, having broken into a cold sweat. The Tiger King, already grievously injured, was now utterly exhausted after the violent struggle, wobbling as it descended toward the ground. The fierce contest between Chen Nan and the Tiger King was fraught with peril, as he risked plummeting from the heights, potentially shattering into countless pieces, instilling dread in the hearts of those below. As the Tiger King staggeringly descended to the ground, barely 3 zhang away, Chen Nan finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He delivered a fierce punch to the Tiger King's head and then forcefully kicked off its back. Leaping down from above, the Tiger King emitted a furious roar of discontent as it plummeted from the sky, crashing to the earth with a resounding thud, crushing a vast expanse of underbrush. The mercenaries on the ground shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons and frantically charging at the Tiger King. In the distance, the merchants witnessed Chen Nan's triumph over the formidable beast and collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. After the tension had dissipated, each person collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Moments ago, the Tiger King had unleashed its ferocity in the air, striking with lightning and flames, resulting in grievous losses for the mercenary group, with many dead and others wounded. Now, driven by a thirst for vengeance, the survivors launched a frenzied assault upon it, their weapons embedding into its flesh. In the blink of an eye, the severely injured Tiger King was left gasping for breath, its blood staining the grass and a mist of crimson hovering above its form. As the beasts witnessed the Tiger King's impending demise, they howled and shrieked in chaos, ultimately scattering in all directions, a foul wind swirling as the ground trembled beneath them. Suddenly, the young princess dashed behind the mercenaries, urgently calling out, "Stop! You must cease at once. It is on the brink of death." Chen Nan hurried over, asserting, "This little girl has a few screws loose. She's a typical scatterbrain. Pay her no mind. Continue with your assault." With that, he seized her and began to pull her away. The young princess struggled and cried out, "You are the one who is deranged. Let me go. Do not kill the Tiger King. I can compensate for your losses." A mercenary exclaimed in fury, "How can you compensate for the lives of those brothers? While the dead cannot be revived, I can provide some recompense to the families of the deceased," was the response. The mercenaries launched a frenzied assault on the Tiger King, disregarding the desperate cries of the young princess until the Tiger King lay utterly motionless. At that moment, the mercenaries finally ceased their attack. The Tiger King's body was a grotesque spectacle, blood gushing from the horrifying wounds, with some areas even revealing ghastly bones. The young princess, filled with both anger and despair, found herself powerless. Chen Nan remarked, "You, the wicked little sorceress, once tormented me in every conceivable way, and now you dare to show sympathy for a ferocious beast? You are nothing but an incomprehensible little demon." Enraged, the young princess retorted, "What business is it of yours? The Tiger King is far superior to you. You are the most shameless and despicable scoundrel in this world. One day, I shall see you torn apart." Just then, someone attempted to cut open the Tiger King's chest to retrieve the magic crystal core. The princess, seeing this, became frantic and shouted, "You must not lay a hand on him. The Tiger King was not brought down by your efforts. On what grounds do you claim his magic crystal core?" The team leader approached, inquiring, "What is your name, brother?" Chen Nan answered, "My surname is Chun. I did not anticipate that Brother Chun would possess such remarkable skills, capable of subduing the savage Tiger King and sparing many brothers from its deadly grasp. The magic crystal core within it rightfully belongs to you." The vice captain added, "Indeed, the magic crystal core should belong to Brother Chen. Let us take a moment to rest and bury the bodies of our fallen comrades." The mercenary group had suffered severe losses, 12 were gravely injured, and 23 had met untimely ends. After the scene was cleared, the mercenary group expressed their gratitude to Chen Nan before making their way to the merchants. Only Chen Nan, the little princess, and Guan Hao remained. Guan Hao awkwardly chuckled and said, "I never expected Brother Chen to be so skilled, surpassing even my abilities as a bodyguard. Haha." Chen Nan replied, "Are you perhaps considering returning that 100 gold coins to me? Oh, what splendid weather we have today. The sun shines brightly, the sky is a clear azure, devoid of clouds, and the air is pristine." The little princess interjected, "What on earth are you babbling about, you filthy rat?" "Aha, I was merely hoping to discuss some matters with Brother Chun. Would you be so kind as to give me those items you no longer need, such as the tiger skin and tiger whip?" The little princess, standing not far from him, immediately lunged at him, kicking and scratching. "You greedy fiend, you perverse rat. Begone. I won't give you anything." Guan Hao hurriedly fled. The little princess turned to Chen Nan and asked, "Could you allow me some time alone with the Tiger King?" As he walked away, Chen Nan muttered, "Indeed, she has grown fond of the demon, developing feelings for such a ferocious beast." Once Chen Nan vanished into the woods, the little princess felt relieved. She mused to herself, "This doesn't make sense, my master. That old fool once said that the life force of growth-type magical beasts is incredibly robust and not easily extinguished. How could this creature have perished so quickly? Suddenly, the Tiger King's eyelids twitched, and then, astonishingly, they opened. Its body trembled. Ah, it has come back to life. It truly did not die. However, at this moment, she felt a twinge of fear. Only moments ago, she had witnessed the formidable might of the Tiger King, and now her heart was filled with trepidation. The young princess's voice trembled as she said, "Little tiger, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Please, do not refer to such a colossal beast as little. It seems inadequate to even suggest it could fit into a gap between teeth," came the retort. "Humph, mind your own business," she replied. Chen Nan circled around the Tiger King, remarking, "I never imagined this creature would exhibit such tenacity. Even in this grievously wounded state, it clings to life." The princess, visibly anxious, interjected, "You do not intend to strike again, do you?" "Indeed. Allowing such a ferocious beast to remain in this world could spell disaster for countless individuals," he responded. In a flash, the princess positioned herself protectively in front of him, declaring, "No, I will not permit you to harm it." Suddenly, the Tiger King unsteadily rose to its feet. Blood pooled beneath where it lay, now a depth of half a foot. As it gazed at Chen Nan, its eyes flickered with menace, yet there was a hint of fear in them. However, when it looked at the princess, its expression softened. "Ah, it harbors no animosity toward me. Little tiger, you won't bite me, will you?" To her astonishment, the Tiger King shook its head in a manner surprisingly human-like. The princess erupted in delight, exclaiming, "My goodness, it can actually comprehend my words. How utterly astonishing." As the Tiger King rose, Chen Nan unsheathed his long blade, its edge glinting ominously with lethal intent. Upon witnessing his movement, the princess urgently pleaded, "Do not strike." Chen Nan remarked, "What if it injures someone again?" The young princess replied, "It won't. I assure you it will not harm anyone again. You are not it. How can you guarantee such a thing?" The Tiger King glanced at the princess, then at Chen Nan, before finally nodding. This filled the young princess with joy, and she exclaimed, "It is truly remarkable, far superior to those foul dragon knight steeds. Little tiger, you shall accompany me from now on, and I promise to treat you well." Chen Nan scoffed, "Save your breath. Such a colossal creature will not obediently follow you. That is a mere fantasy. Moreover, given its grievous injuries, even walking is a challenge. Those mercenaries will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. I do not care. I will ensure no one harms it again. If those mercenaries dare to strike, you must protect it." "Are you serious?" "I am to protect it." The young princess ignored him, her expression tinged with worry as she lamented, "Little tiger is gravely injured, unable to move, and its size is so immense. How shall we transport it?" At that moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left both Chen Nan and the young princess speechless. The Tiger King's wings and horns suddenly vanished, and its massive form began to shrink rapidly, diminishing from 30 feet to less than 10. The weapons embedded in its body fell to the ground, and its wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace, returning to pristine condition in mere moments. The Tiger King vigorously shook its body, expelling the blood that had stained its fur, revealing a coat of pure, luminous white. Chen Nan exclaimed in astonishment, "It is indeed a magical tiger. It has mastered the art of transformation." The little princess was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "How incredible! It truly understands certain transformative methods." Chen Nan pondered. Although he had never encountered a monster, he had heard tales from his father. Many spiritual beasts of the East possess the ability to gather the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the quintessence of the sun and moon. With the passage of time, these spiritual beasts gradually attain sentience, slowly discovering cultivation methods that suit their nature. Many of these beasts become immensely powerful, regarded by mortals as demon beasts, while those even more formidable are referred to as monsters. Both demon beasts and monsters possess extraordinary abilities. Demon beasts are typically colossal in size, capable of emitting clouds and mist, whereas monsters are significantly more powerful. Legendary monsters are said to have the ability to transform into human forms and wield magical powers, making them unmatched by even the most skilled mortals. In the course of their cultivation, demon beasts gradually alter their physical constitution, enabling their bodies to better accommodate the spiritual energy of the world. Consequently, demon beasts are generally enormous, their vast bodies brimming with potent energy. When a demon beast suffers severe injuries or approaches death, the energy within it gradually dissipates, revealing its true form, which resembles that of an ordinary wild animal. Monsters, in contrast, are far more powerful. They no longer seek mere quantitative transformation, but strive for qualitative change. The reason monsters can transform into human forms is to enhance their physical constitution for more effective cultivation. According to legend, humans and certain divine beasts possess the most suitable physiques for cultivation, prompting monsters to either strive to transform into humans or aspire to become divine beasts. Chen Nan gazed at the majestic Tiger King before him, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Initially, he had presumed this creature to be merely a formidable beast. However, he was taken aback to discover that it possessed an understanding of the cultivation techniques of demonic beasts. Indeed remarkable, he mused. No wonder it bears the lineage of the eastern white tiger and the western demon tiger. It not only comprehends the ways of demonic beast cultivation, but also possesses the innate ability to wield magic. This creature has likely been honing its skills for millennia. To slay it would indeed be a travesty. The little princess exclaimed, "It must not be harmed. This adorable little tiger is not only beautiful, but also extraordinarily enchanting. I must keep it by my side, though I wish it were even smaller." Upon hearing her words, the Tiger King swayed its body, and astonishingly began to shrink gradually. How wonderful! The princess rejoiced. The Tiger King diminished from 10 feet in length to 1 foot, resembling a charming porcelain cat. The little princess gleefully shouted, "Oh my! It truly has transformed into a genuine little tiger. Come here." She beckoned to the Tiger King. The now cat-sized Tiger King twisted its body, sprouting a pair of pristine white wings beneath its belly, while a jade horn emerged from its forehead. It then gently flapped its wings and soared into the air, leaping into the arms of the little princess. Embracing the snow-white Tiger King, she burst into joyous laughter. The Tiger King folded its wings and horn, appearing like a docile little kitten, comfortably closing its eyes in the princess's embrace. Chen Nan sighed. "Oh, colorful tiger, you certainly have a knack for choosing your resting place." The little princess retorted angrily, "You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? This little tiger would never be as vile as you." The Tiger King opened his eyes to glance at Chen Nan, initially displaying a hint of trepidation. However, sensing that the little princess could protect him, he suddenly parted his jaws and released a slender arc of electricity. The unexpected event was accompanied by a soft crackle, the arc striking Chen Nan's head, leaving his face darkened and his hair standing on end. "Vile tiger, you wretched beast! I shall slay you for daring to disturb me," Chen Nan exclaimed furiously. The little princess promptly shoved him aside, declaring, "You brought this upon yourself. The little tiger is merely acting in self-defense." Chen Nan, after considerable effort, managed to smooth down his disheveled hair and glared fiercely at the Tiger King. "Do not presume that your transformation into a mere cat grants you safety. At the sound of my voice, those mercenaries will rush in to rend you limb from limb." The little princess retorted, "You wouldn't dare. The little tiger is now under my care. I shall not allow anyone to harm him." I ought to give him a name. What shall it be?" "His coat is as pure and luminous as jade. I shall call you Little Jade." The Tiger King joyfully rubbed against the little princess's ample bosom, eliciting a strong urge in Chen Nan to bleed from his nose. He began to envy that creature in silence. The little princess giggled. "He truly loves this name. It is simply wonderful. From now on, he shall be known as Little Jade." Chen Nan remarked, "You are named Chu Yu, and the tiger is called Little Jade. You two are quite the pair. Little Jade, from this moment onward, I am your master. You must obey me henceforth. The individual before us is younger than you. Henceforth, you shall address him as brother. Do you understand?" Xiao Yu pointed at the furry little tiger head and then gestured toward Chen Nan. Chen Nan, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to crush it. "You insolent tiger, mark my words. One day I shall strip you of your feline skin." The little princess remarked, "Xiao Yu, you must never emulate your brother. This wretch is thoroughly wicked from head to toe. When your strength is sufficient, help me teach him a lesson he shall not forget." "Enough, you little devil, cease your nonsense." Generally, when a demon beast is gravely injured, it reveals its true form, transforming into an ordinary creature. Yet this peculiar tiger is exceedingly strange. Do you not perceive the danger it poses? I care not for its oddities. All I know is that it obeys my commands. My affairs are none of your concern. You are toying with fire, little demon." The little princess insisted, "Very well. You must help me devise a plan to evade those mercenaries. I shall not provoke the wrath of many for the sake of a bizarre tiger. Actually, I do have an idea. but it requires your cooperation. You must assist me, even if I must plead with you. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your journey is fraught with discomfort as I pester you incessantly." Throughout this journey, the little princess displayed an astonishing level of mischief. Seemingly oblivious to her status as a captive, often engaging in shocking behavior. At times, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming desire to silence her or enact some unsavory thoughts upon her, compelling her to recognize her current predicament as a prisoner. Yet, upon reflecting on the ancient, over 170-year-old creature of the Chu royal family, he extinguished the flames of anger and dissatisfaction within him. The elderly man stands as the most terrifying practitioner he has ever encountered. Should anything happen to the little princess, who knows how that ancient monster would retaliate? More importantly, he senses that the old man has been shadowing him throughout, lurking in the shadows, which has deterred him from taking any rash actions towards the little princess. In truth, the mischievous sprite is far from simple-minded. Her behavior in the western territories of the Chu kingdom speaks volumes of her cunning nature. Of course, her inherent willfulness contributes to such a demeanor as well. Additionally, the little princess remains largely unconcerned about her current predicament for another reason. She has meticulously analyzed the situation and understands that Chen Nan is reluctant to act impulsively, hesitating to sever ties with the power behind her and engage in open conflict. After all, he alone cannot contend against an entire nation at present. He still requires her as a protective talisman. The maid training program, stemming from the intangible threat posed by the old monster and various underlying pressures, renders it exceedingly challenging for Chen Nan to carry out. However, the future remains uncertain, and he does not harbor fear due to these reasons, although some apprehension is inevitable. At this moment, the little princess has been whispering to the Tiger King, Xiao Yu, giving it careful instructions. "Xiao Yu, go wait for me on the main road ahead. We must not let those mercenaries discover us, understand?" Having uttered these words, she gently placed Xiao Yu on the ground, watching it disappear into the depths of the forest. The little princess, feigning exasperation, exclaimed, "Oh no, the Tiger King has resurrected." The members of the mercenary group were taken aback. Their leader mounted the injured earth dragon and charged forth, while the vice captain swiftly soared in using the wind-soaring technique, followed closely by the other members. However, by the time they arrived, the Tiger King had vanished without a trace. With a forced bravado, Chen Nan remarked, "Just moments ago, I intended to dissect the Tiger King's abdomen, but it suddenly leapt up and took flight into the depths of the mountains." He gestured towards a range not far from the valley. The group, disheartened, had not anticipated the Tiger King's ruse of feigning death. Only the little princess silently reveled in her joy. Along the journey, the air was thick with silence. Each member of the mercenary group bore a hint of sorrow upon their faces, casting a somber atmosphere. After traveling several miles, the little princess could not help but murmur, "I wonder if Xiao Yu has lost his way." Chen Nan chuckled, "You little imp, usually cunning as a fox. Yet today you have allowed a lustful tiger to befuddle you. How amusing." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yu, the Tiger King, suddenly dashed out from the forest with a swift whoosh. The little princess gasped in delight. What a lovely little cat. She rushed over and cradled Xiao Yu in her arms. The others were astonished, not only because the mountain cat permitted the little princess to embrace it, but also due to its striking resemblance to the previously encountered Tiger King. Had it not been for the vast difference in their sizes, they would have drawn their weapons in an instant. Chen Nan murmured, "This lustful tiger is truly shameless, clinging to you with such fondness." The little princess muttered softly, "You are the most shameless scoundrel in this world." Little Yu nodded repeatedly in her embrace. Chen Nan, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn it, you lecherous tiger can actually comprehend what we're saying? I can't believe it. You sycophant. One day I shall strip your hide to fashion a pair of insoles." The Tiger King, Little Yu, often ventured out at night in search of food. Initially, the little princess felt anxious upon noticing its absence, but gradually, as she became acquainted with its habits, her concern waned. Along the journey, no further mishaps occurred, and the group was nearing the city of Sin. As they trudged through the vast mountains, although they passed several inns that catered to weary travelers, the party did not linger for long. Enduring the elements, they finally arrived on the 10th day at the renowned City of Freedom, also known as the City of Sin. This city is situated on the largest plain amidst the sprawling mountains. Despite being referred to as a city, it lacks walls. Instead, a river flows in a shape surrounding and interweaving through it, serving as the primary transportation route within the city. With a population of around 400,000, it is significantly smaller than other major cities, yet its vibrancy rivals that of any capital. The streets bustle with activity, lined with shops, brothels, moneylenders, and casinos, all contributing to the thriving atmosphere of the city of Sin, a dazzling gem among the illustrious cities of the continent. In the city of Sin, half of the necessary supplies are self-sustained, while the other half is continuously transported from the eastern and western continents. Due to the long distance, the logistics of supply transport are rather cumbersome, which is a primary reason for the limitation of the city's population growth. Perhaps one could liken the city of Sin to a small nation, as it exists as a realm of liberty, not belonging to any singular country. The city does maintain a military presence, albeit modest, and day-to-day affairs are managed through the collaborative efforts of 5 city lords. From a distance, the City of Freedom is embraced by verdant mountains and meandering waters, resembling a paradise untouched by time, with its captivating scenery and picturesque vistas. The mercenary group made no pause here, directly escorting merchants westward. As Guan Hao watched his employers step into the city of Sin, he inquired of Chen Nan, "Brother Chen, what brings you to the city of Sin? Are you, like me, planning to enroll in the Divine Wind Academy?" Chen Nan replied, "Not quite. I have come seeking refuge." Guan Hao expressed his astonishment. "With your exceptional skills, you must have reached at least the 2nd tier of mastery. Who could compel you to venture so far from home?" "It is the family of this little girl," Chen Nan indicated towards the young princess, who was joyfully playing with the Tiger King, Chu Yu. Guan Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "This little girl has such a formidable background, yet you dare to lay your hands on her? Truly, you possess audacity beyond measure." Upon hearing this, the little princess cradled Chu Yu and retorted angrily, "You vile rat, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe this scoundrel's words?" Guan Hao glanced at the little princess and remarked, "If the blemishes on her face were to be washed away, she could indeed be regarded as an unparalleled beauty. Brother Chen, you have a discerning eye. Chu Yu, assist me in teaching this ruffian a lesson." With a swift leap, the Tiger King Chu Yu sprang from the little princess's embrace onto Guan Hao's shoulder. Guan Hao chuckled, "You, little creature, dare to stir trouble in the face of authority." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar reverberated in his ears. Roar. When he regained his senses, he found himself pinned beneath a massive tiger posterior. And he couldn't help but shout, "Oh my goodness, help." The little princess nearby was in fits of laughter, while Guan Hao's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, "Brother Chen, save me. Little girl, I realize my mistake. Oh my goodness, please, get this beast away from me." The Tiger King's eyes glinted with menace. Having suffered greatly at the hands of the mercenary group before, it was poised to retaliate against this archenemy, opening its fearsome maw to bite down. Just as Chen Nan was about to intervene, the little princess hurriedly restrained the Tiger King, saying, "Chu Yu, stop." The Tiger King halted, looking at the little princess in confusion. She continued, "Although this fellow is detestable, his crimes do not warrant death. Do not take a human life so lightly, understand?" After Chu Yu shifted away from Guan Hao, it still eyed him with a predatory glare. Guan Hao, trembling with trepidation, rose to his feet. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the magnificent Tiger King, whose snow-white fur glimmered like jade. Finally, he exclaimed, "Heavens! This creature is the Tiger King. It has actually attained sentience. That little wildcat is merely its incarnation." Once grievously wounded, the Tiger King had suffered a severe loss of power, descending from a 3rd-tier magical beast to a mere 1st-tier one. Now, it measured less than a yard in length, hardly larger than an ordinary tiger. Yet its haughty demeanor remained unchanged. Guan Hao recognized it instantly. With a swift motion, he darted behind Chen Nan, his voice quivering as he remarked, "No wonder it has been glaring so fiercely at those mercenaries along the way. It truly is terrifying, possessing the ability to transform." The young princess cast him a malevolent glance and declared, "You, with your careless tongue, shall receive a proper lesson from me today. Little girl, do not approach. Brother Chen, you must drive away that tiger demon." The harrowing impression left by the ferocious Tiger King lingered in Guan Hao's mind, and upon seeing the fierce glint in Chu Yu's eyes, he felt a twinge of unease. Chen Nan, however, smiled serenely, eager to ascertain how much strength the Tiger King had regained after days of recuperation, while also wishing to gauge Guan Hao's true capabilities. The young princess wore a particularly wicked grin, reminiscent of the mischievous imp he had encountered in the western territories of Chu. At that moment, The Tiger King had circled around Chen Nan, slowly advancing towards Guan Hao, with the princess trailing closely behind. Guan Hao's face turned a shade of green as he trembled, exclaiming, "Little girl, I bear you no ill will. I have diligently protected you throughout our journey. How could you treat me this way?" Roar. My heavens! The Tiger King, Chu Yu, let out a thunderous roar, sending Guan Hao into a panic as he turned to flee. The young princess clapped her hands in delight, calling out, "Chu Yu, don't bite him. Strike him with lightning. Breathe fire upon him. Hee hee." With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the Tiger King's mouth, swiftly striking Guan Hao, who was running ahead. A wisp of smoke began to rise from his scorched figure, his entire body charred, with a faint scent of burning emanating from him. The powerful current did not fell Guan Hao. It merely singed his robust physique, yet he maintained his speed, racing toward the nearby woods. Roar. Following a fierce tiger's roar, a torrent of flames surged toward Guan Hao. "Help!" came a cry from beside the woods. "Little girl, you truly are a little demon," Guan Hao gasped, leaning against a smoldering tree, his breath coming in labored bursts. At that moment, he was barely clothed, his body blackened and disheveled, hair standing on end, a picture of utter disarray. The young princess mounted the Tiger King, declaring, "Chu Yu, can you still fly? Transform quickly, and let us deal with this detestable fellow together." With a mighty roar, the Tiger King sprouted a pair of pristine white wings from his abdomen, a jade horn emerging from his forehead, and then leaped into the sky, carrying the princess aloft. The little princess soared through the air, exuberantly exclaiming, "How wonderful! I can fly too. Huh! If that wicked old witch forces me to study magic again, I shall have the perfect excuse. Chu Yu, let us together deal with that fiend. Charge!" Guan Hao's expression changed drastically. He turned and dashed into the woods. At that moment, he experienced a revelation akin to Chen Nan's earlier realization. This little girl was undoubtedly a close relative of the demons from hell. "Huh, you wretched rat. See where you can escape. Chu Yu, breathe fire. Yes, incinerate him, haha. Little witch, I surrender. Chu Yu, unleash lightning. Help. Chu Yu, pursue him swiftly. Chen brother, come save me. I'll return the 100 gold coins. Flames and lightning. Chen brother, I shall give you 1,000 gold coins. I hire you to be my bodyguard. Come save me." The ferocious aura of the Tiger King had left an indelible impression on Guan Hao, instilling in him profound fear. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that the Tiger King's strength had waned significantly since then, leading him to merely evade in a state of panic. The forest echoed with a cacophony of sounds, filled with the triumphant laughter of the little princess and the tragic cries of Guan Hao. Eventually, Guan Hao could run no longer. He collapsed onto the ground in a sprawled position, his eyes rolling back, froth escaping his mouth. The little princess, dissatisfied, remarked, "How boring. He truly cannot withstand much. He is already down after just a few rounds." Her gaze then shifted to Chen Nan, a mischievous smile forming on her lips. Chen Nan's heart raced. He knew the little princess all too well and recognized her mischievous intentions. "Little demon, cease your antics at once. Come down quickly, or we shall attract unwanted attention from the people of the City of Freedom." "Huh, damn scoundrel, I despise you. Today, I shall teach you a lesson," Chen Nan declared. "Do not forget that you have fallen victim to my binding finger. Should I be displeased, you will endure excruciating pain, and the onset of that torment is imminent." "Not at all. Regardless of the circumstances, I must teach you a lesson. Chu Yu, unleash your lightning upon him." With a crack, a powerful arc of electricity surged through the air towards Chen Nan. He swiftly drew his long blade and hurled it skyward. The lightning and the blade collided in midair, producing a dazzling explosion of light, before the blade fell to the ground and the lightning dissipated. Fuming, the young princess shouted, "Chu Yu, set him ablaze." The reason for the Tiger King's previous defeat lay solely with Chen Nan. Now, confronted by his formidable foe, it roared fiercely, expelling a torrent of flames that cascaded from above. In the sinful city, at the Divine Wind Academy, an elderly man clad in purple and another in blue gazed towards the distant sky, their expressions filled with astonishment. The purple-clad elder sighed, "That is the Tiger King, possessing the distinguished lineage of the Eastern White Tiger and the Western Demon Tiger." The blue-clad elder replied, "Indeed. It is a growth-type magical beast capable of continuous evolution, truly an ideal steed." The purple-clad elder remarked, "It is said that the divine hand has attracted so many cultivators. The sinful city has become exceptionally lively of late." The blue-clad elder nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Who would have thought that the severed left hand of the ancient deity would stir such a tempest? I wonder if the divine hand truly clutches a luminous artifact. If so, it would be a sight to behold. The elder in purple remarked. Perhaps we should consult with the other old fellows and designate the search for the left hand of God as this semester's assessment topic for all students. The elder in blue chuckled. What a splendid idea you have, my friend. The elder in purple continued. The master of that tiger king in the sky appears to be rather young, about the same age as your granddaughter. If your granddaughter were to ride her divine eagle and charge forth, it would surely be a sight to behold. Ha ha. The elder in blue playfully scolded. You mischievous old rascal, you thrive on chaos, yearning to witness a clash between the youngsters. The elder in purple replied. Let us hope your granddaughter does not catch sight of a beast on par with her divine eagle. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly rush forth to engage in battle. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry resonated through the halls of the Sacred Wind Academy, followed by a brilliant golden light soaring into the sky, breaking through the air. The two elders exchanged glances, and the elder in blue said, Your ominous words have proven true. Above the city of Sin, the young princess rode atop the Tiger King, soaring through the skies and vehemently cursing Chen Nan, as if expelling all the grievances she had endured in recent days. You worthless scoundrel! You filthy bastard! You vile rogue! You shameless thief! As the princess hurled her insults, she commanded the Tiger King to unleash lightning and flames, targeting Chen Nan. Although he remained unafraid of these attacks, he found himself in a state of disarray. At that moment, he envied those flying magicians. Had he possessed the ability to fly, he would have captured the young princess long ago. No wonder the dragon riders and sorcerers can dominate the continent. If one possesses the ability to traverse freely between heaven and earth, their combat prowess would undoubtedly be magnified. To what level must an Eastern warrior cultivate to achieve flight? Must one truly reach an unfathomable realm akin to that of their father? He pondered while fending off lightning and flames. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle echoed from the sky, and a beam of golden light shot forth like lightning, appearing before the young princess in the blink of an eye. Startled, she promptly ceased her tirade. The Tiger King, Xiao Yu, also displayed a wary expression, his gaze fixated ahead without a blink. A colossal golden eagle, bearing a girl clad in yellow, approached rapidly, generating a fierce gust of wind in its wake. The young princess swayed precariously atop Xiao Yu, letting out a frightened shriek. Ah, Xiao Yu, steady yourself. In truth, the Tiger King remained utterly still. It was she who was tossed about by the gale produced by the giant eagle. However, Xiao Yu, being particularly perceptive, swayed gently in response to her movements, helping her regain her balance. Enraged, the young princess exclaimed, Who is this foul eagle, and who is this impudent girl that dares to collide with me? The enormous golden eagle, measuring 2 zhang from head to tail and boasting a wingspan of 5 zhang, glimmered with golden feathers, appearing even more imposing than the Tiger King before her. On the eagle's back sat a masked woman in yellow, tall and elegantly curved. The masked woman, upon hearing the princess's words, retorted with a sneer, Who is this little beggar, unable to maintain her balance yet blaming others? The little princess's face was smeared with dirt by Chen Nan, and she was clad in tattered garments that Chen Nan had procured. Upon hearing the words of the woman in yellow, she let out a piercing scream. How dare this filthy girl defy me? Xiao Yu, teach her a lesson. With a fierce roar, the Tiger King Xiao Yu unleashed a bolt of lightning, crackling with powerful currents that resonated through the air. The golden giant eagle also opened its iron beak, releasing a barrage of wind blades. When the wind blades collided with the lightning in midair, they erupted into a dazzling display of brilliance, only to vanish as the two magical energies dissipated. The masked woman in yellow remarked, Your Tiger King and my Dongfang are both evolving magical beasts, yet my Dongfang has already attained the 2nd tier while your Tiger King remains at the 1st. To pit them against each other would be an act of injustice. I arrived here filled with hope, only to leave in disappointment. What a letdown. The little princess scoffed. Humph, such arrogance. You mount a hefty duck and strut about, but if you were to ride a clumsy goose, you would be croaking all over the place. You insolent little girl, how dare you disrespect me? Beware, for I shall teach you a lesson. Old hag, I fear you not. I am in the prime of my youth, and you dare label me old? I shall not forgive such insolence from a mere beggar. I shall insist, old woman. Old woman, you are far too old. Dongfang, charge forth. Together we shall discipline that little beggar. Xiao Yu, unleash your flames. I crave roasted duck. You messy little beggar. Too unkempt to wash your face. I am embarrassed for you. Allow me to use magic to help you cleanse yourself. Water Dragon Wave. The masked woman unleashed a water-based spell, extinguishing the flames spewed forth by the Tiger King, with droplets splashing towards the little princess. Taken by surprise, she was drenched and exclaimed, "You old hag! How dare you ambush me with your little lightning?" Chen Nan had previously heard the jest that when two women quarrel, it was akin to 500 ducks squawking. Now, he felt as though there were 3,000 ducks fluttering through the air. Although the Tiger King had once been a formidable third-tier magical beast, it had sustained grave injuries and had fallen to the first tier. Faced with the second-tier divine eagle before it, it roared helplessly. The little princess, her powers sealed by Chen Nan, was utterly incapable of countering the magical onslaught from the masked woman in yellow. She commanded her little jade to dodge and weave in the air, shrieking in panic. "Old hag, I'm done playing, stop it at once. Still daring to call me an old hag. Flames, wind blades." The yellow-clad masked woman unleashed a relentless barrage of magical attacks upon the little princess. "Stop it, old hag. And I won't call you that anymore. You filthy little beggar. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado." The little princess, unable to wield her abilities, harbored resentment towards Chen Nan, cursing in midair, "You treacherous scoundrel, vile bastard, shameless rogue, you've brought my ruin upon me. One day, I shall have my vengeance." Furious, the woman in yellow retorted, "You audacious little beggar, how dare you insult me? This matter will not conclude today." Chen Nan laughed uproariously from the ground, fully aware that the little princess had unwittingly invited an enormous misunderstanding upon herself. "Old woman, I am cursing that shameless scoundrel, not you," the little princess screamed, desperately trying to explain amidst the overwhelming magical assaults from behind. "You truly infuriate me. I wonder how long this stubborn little girl can hold out. Old woman, cease this at once. Lightning, wind blades, ice daggers. Help." Guan struggled to rise from the ground, his mind clouded. As he looked up, he was astonished to see the little princess engulfed in a dazzling array of magical attacks. He gasped and murmured, "Oh God, you have manifested so swiftly. Let the magic intensify and teach that little sorceress a severe lesson." Chen Nan shouted into the air, "Little demon, come down at once. If you do not wish to join your sisters in hell, call me your master, and I shall protect you." "Bah, you wretched failure, I loathe you. I will never allow you to protect me." "Ah, old woman, cease your attacks, let us reconcile." "Ice freeze." "Ah, help. Old woman, I surrender." The air was filled with the roars of tigers and the crackle of thunder. The masked woman in yellow did not strike the little princess directly. The powerful spells of lightning and wind blades merely whistled past her, while water magic relentlessly battered her, leaving her drenched. Despite this, the little princess was still frightened, crying out in panic. Ultimately, driven to desperation, she implored Chen Nan for aid. "Wretched failure, save me. Drive away this old woman." Chen Nan called out, "Come down quickly. Otherwise, I cannot assist you." The little princess commanded Xiao Yu to descend rapidly, pursued closely by the golden giant eagle. "A scruffy beggar, here's an icy treat for you," remarked the masked woman in yellow, reciting an incantation. The temperature around the little princess plummeted, and her damp garments crystallized into a thin layer of ice. "It's freezing. Stop it, old woman." As the little princess landed, she was enveloped in a delicate armor of frost, her brows and hair adorned with frost flowers, her face turning a pale hue, and her body trembling uncontrollably. "You old hag, I want to let this go," the little princess said, her voice quivering. "Ha ha. Scruffy beggar, I want to play with you anymore. I must take my leave. Coward, if you have the guts, let us meet again. Well, if you seek vengeance, come find me at the Divine Wind Academy," the masked woman declared before soaring into the sky atop the golden giant eagle, disappearing in the direction of the sinful city. The little princess stomped her feet in frustration, shouting, "Old woman, don't you dare run away." Chen Nan found the scene utterly amusing. Indeed, there was a unique charm to the way women quarreled, not solely in their actions, but also in their verbal sparring. Though it was a sweltering summer day, the little princess shivered from the cold. After cursing the woman in yellow, she angrily turned to Chen Nan, saying, "You scoundrel, release me from that wretched spell. If you hadn't sealed my powers, I wouldn't have been bullied by that old hag. It was you who spoke insolently first, otherwise, why would she have sought you out without cause? If you wish for me to lift the binding spell, you may write a contract of servitude, proving that you are my maid. Go ahead and indulge in your grand delusions. The little princess retorted indignantly. Oh, I just remembered that you, wretch, possess a contract of servitude in my possession. I believe I left it in my study at the palace. When the opportunity arises, I shall expose it to the public, ensuring your disgrace and ruin, allowing everyone to know that you are my slave. You audacious little imp. Dare you mention the affairs of the western territory of Chu? You shall spend the night in my company, he replied. Bah, you shameless scoundrel. Your end will come once my master recovers from his injuries. He will certainly come here. And at that moment, you shall find no place to bury your remains. The little princess suddenly invoked the name of her master, startling Chen Nan greatly. The unparalleled prowess of Zhuge Chengfeng, even if not surpassing that of the ancient monster, was certainly formidable. The thought of two extraordinary masters potentially arriving at any moment filled him with unease. However, he found some solace in the fact that even the most formidable ancient creature could not unravel his binding technique. Why has this ancient monster not shown himself? Has he truly not followed? The little princess remarked, You vile thief, what are you murmuring about? Are you afraid? If fear grips you, let me go at once, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Release you? Not a chance. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall deal with you here and now. Though the little princess was furious, fear loomed larger in her heart. She angrily climbed onto the back of the Tiger King, Xiao Yu, and declared, Xiao Yu, let us depart, away from this wicked man. Chen Nan warned, Do not ride that lustful tiger about recklessly. You just attracted an inexplicable woman. Do you wish to draw forth even more terrifying figures? I refuse to accompany you, Xiao Yu, declared the Tiger King as he soared into the sky with the little princess. Chen Nan shouted, Your confinement force is nearing its critical point. If you run about recklessly, do not come to me for solace when you suffer. Guan Hao, stifling a laugh nearby, was caught in Xiao Yu's gaze and, with a thunderous roar, fled in terror. Chen Nan called after him, Hey, do not run away so swiftly. The little princess chimed in, You little rat, you haven't bid me farewell yet. Guan Hao's voice echoed from a distance, Farewell, little demoness. No, let us never meet again. The little princess retorted angrily, You cannot escape, for I shall also attend the Divine Wind Academy. A distant scream resonated, Oh God, save me. Chen Nan laughed heartily. See, this little girl is indeed more fearsome than a natural disaster. The little princess shot him a fierce glare, cradling the now cat-sized Tiger King as she marched forward. You scoundrel, I am bound for the Divine Wind Academy. What purpose do you have in going there? Did you not hear that old hag proclaiming herself as a member of the Divine Wind Academy? I seek vengeance. Chen Nan scoffed, Spare yourself. What can you achieve? That woman is a formidable second-tier sorceress. Can you truly contend with her? Had it not been for your interference in sealing my powers, I would not be in such a wretched state. I care not. I am determined to go to the Divine Wind Academy. Just because I cannot defeat her now does not mean I will always be powerless. No, I refuse to court trouble. That is not an option. I must go, or else I shall bring countless troubles upon you in the city of sin. With a furrowed brow, Chen Nan felt a twinge of concern that the little princess might cause him a multitude of troubles here. Very well, in a few days, I shall take you to the Divine Wind Academy for a visit. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile graced the little princess's face. Ever since she had tamed the little jade, thoughts of escape had crossed her mind more than once, yet she feared the sudden onset of her affliction during the journey. After much contemplation, she thought of the Divine Wind Academy, having heard tales of its numerous masters and the legendary experts concealed within its walls. She yearned to seek their assistance in lifting the restrictions placed upon her body. Little did she know, even someone as formidable as her master, Zhuge Chengfeng, would be unable to dispel such a curse. As they entered the city of sin, the bustling scene was hard to reconcile with the notion of a city nestled deep within the mountains. The streets were filled with throngs of people, the sounds of commerce ringing in the air. The city was a melting pot of races. A glance revealed individuals with black, golden, red, and blue hair. Once within the city, the little princess was filled with exuberance, first snatching a stick of candied hawthorn from a street vendor before turning to depart. The vendor, exasperated, called out, Little girl, you haven't paid yet. Chen Nan swiftly delivered a playful flick to her forehead, causing the little princess to wince, nearly shedding tears, as she angrily ran forward. However, in the face of the vendor's protest, Chen Nan dutifully paid the price. After walking a considerable distance through the city, the little princess had attracted countless pursuers demanding payment. At last, Chen Nan managed to catch up to her and said, I implore you, little imp, refrain from acting like a child and taking whatever catches your fancy. Do you not feel any embarrassment? I, for one, am quite ashamed. The little princess, her face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "You despicable man, forcing me to wear these tattered garments and smearing my face, only to be mocked by that old woman. It infuriates me to think of it. I will no longer be at your beck and call. I shall purchase new attire and take a bath." By the end of her outburst, her voice had risen to a near shout, drawing the attention of passers-by. Indeed, it was the first time this royal princess had been treated in such a manner, leaving her feeling utterly aggrieved. Embarrassed, Chen Nan offered a sheepish smile to those nearby before hastily guiding the little princess forward. In a secluded spot, he adopted a fierce demeanor, pinching her nose and saying, "If you wish to avoid a pig's snout, you must behave and comply." Though the little princess feigned bravado, a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. After a whirlwind of shopping for an abundance of clothing, it seemed she had finally vented her frustrations. Ultimately, the two settled into an inn. That night, as the princess was beset by the torment of her afflictions, Chen Nan assisted her in invigorating her blood flow, alleviating her suffering amidst her cries and curses. When the little princess emerged, having washed away the dust of her travels and donned her new garments, the entire room appeared to illuminate. Her raven locks, exquisite visage, and graceful form radiated an astonishing allure. After freshening up, Chen Nan felt the weariness of the journey dissipate, and upon witnessing the enchanting princess enter, he found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. In that fleeting moment, he almost forgot entirely the threats posed by the old witch. The little princess, noticing his lingering gaze, was taken aback, genuinely fearing his beastly blood might boil. "Hello, you despicable scoundrel. Be careful lest your eyes fall out. I shall reserve another room, today. This princess shall not succumb to your threats nor share a space with you. That cannot be, for there are many villains here. To ensure safety, we shall adhere to the old custom, one room with 2 beds. Bah, is there anyone in this world worse than you? I am a good person, shameless. We have already arrived in the city of sin, and you still worry about my escape? If I wish to flee, I have ample opportunity. If you do not reserve the room, I shall do so myself." With that, the little princess seized little Yu and dashed outside. However, as she reached the courtyard, she shouted, "Little Yu, transform quickly, we must leave at once." A roar of a tiger echoed, startling all within the inn. When Chen Nan emerged, the little princess and the Tiger King had already ascended into the skies. "Hey, little demon, where are you off to? I find it far too perilous to remain near you, you disgrace. Little Yu and I shall seek lodgings elsewhere. Are you not afraid of the confined god's powers manifesting? You scoundrel, you vile thief, you rogue." The little princess hurled a torrent of curses before finally declaring, "I shall seek you out in due time. May you be cursed to endure misfortune every day you remain here, you wretched scoundrel. Farewell." In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light vanished above the inn. Although numerous patrons emerged to inquire, Chen Nan paid them no heed, neither seeing nor hearing them. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast and dinner, Chen Nan commenced a leisurely stroll through the city of Sin. The city was vast, and in half a day, he had merely traversed half of the eastern district. The old rascal has come here too. How can I possibly locate him? Oh, perhaps this old rogue is leisurely hiding somewhere, enjoying himself. I shan't make a concerted effort to seek him out. I'll leave it to fate to encounter him when the time is right. At noon, he entered a tavern and settled at a window-side table on the second floor. He ordered several dishes along with a pot of wine, sipping as he observed the throngs of passers-by on the street below. A sense of reflection washed over him. In this unfamiliar city, on these strange streets, amidst this alien environment, life inevitably presents us with a multitude of the unknown. After consuming a dozen cups of potent spirits, he began to feel the gentle embrace of inebriation. With a touch of self-mockery, he mused, "Life is but a dream. Who would have imagined I am a being from 10,000 years ago? Countless ages have drifted by, and yet here I am, revived once more. I wonder where that little demon has run off to. I hope he won't cause me any significant trouble. Who would have thought I would end up abducting a princess?" Under the haze of intoxication, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. To think that a man from millennia past could emerge from the depths of an ancient divine tomb was almost beyond belief. The cemetery of deities and demons not only housed the most formidable humans and the pinnacle of otherworldly practitioners, but also concealed within its depths the remains of ancient gods and demons. Yet, upon his demise, his abilities were rather modest. It raised questions as to why he was interred there. Surely there lay some hidden truths. The absence of a gravestone on his humble mound suggested that this deceased individual was indeed unlike the others resting beneath the earth. Amidst the dense fog, he found himself unable to see clearly or comprehend the intricacies of his existence. After living for a year in a small town on the western frontier of the Chu State, he continually adjusted his mindset. Gradually, the confusion that enveloped him began to dissipate as he distanced himself from the shadows of his past, slowly embracing the identity of a modern individual. Yet, deep within the recesses of his heart lay a trace of desolation. Though he had not fully matured psychologically, he was undeniably not a true inhabitant of this era, and an inevitable sense of weariness lingered within him. However, to navigate life more effectively, he was compelled to conceal everything deep within his soul. Human beings often present a simple exterior while harboring a complex interior. Each individual's form and heart differ vastly. Yet, for the sake of survival, everyone must don a mask, concealing their true selves beneath a facade of insincerity. As the effects of alcohol began to take hold, Chen Nan gradually succumbed to inebriation. Perhaps it was only in this intoxicated state that the true essence of Chen Nan could emerge. Memories of the past flooded his mind, with figures such as Xin and Dan Taixian flitting before his eyes. Traversing mountains and rivers, seeking marvels and adventures, dedicating oneself to martial arts, unraveling the mysteries of life and death, pursuing glory across the land, striving for supremacy in this realm. Where shall I go in this lifetime? Perhaps my foremost task is to delve into the secrets of the divine demon's tomb. If I cannot even grasp how I survived, I shall never find peace. As the alcohol surged within him, Chen Nan gradually succumbed, resting his head upon the table. In a haze of drunkenness, he sensed the approach of several young men and women ascending the stairs. What a nuisance. This drunkard has taken the prime window seat. Boss, could you please move this fellow? We wish to sit here. A youthful male voice spoke. Though his words were couched in discussion, they carried an authoritative tone. A woman replied, "Let us not bother. We shall sit at that empty table over there." The other young men and women nodded in agreement and proceeded to the vacant table. After ordering drinks and dishes, they began to eat and converse. The assessment topics this semester are exceedingly challenging. We are tasked with seeking the lost left hand of the divine. I believe those antiquated professors are intentionally making things difficult for us. You didn't listen carefully. Those old relics ultimately provided additional options for assessment topics. Good heavens. I could just as easily strangle those antiquated professors. Why did I not hear that if we fail to find even a single clue regarding the divine hand, we will earn no credits whatsoever? Oh, I missed that as well. Yet the legend is truly astonishing. Thousands of years ago, two deities engaged in a fierce battle amidst the nearby mountains. Do you believe that to be true? It is possible. That mountain range indeed appears to have borne witness to a cataclysmic conflict. That seems exaggerated. The mountains have collapsed, rivers have altered their courses, and lakes have dried up. It is simply unimaginable that such devastation was the result of a battle. Why is it unimaginable? They are gods, not mere mortals, and moreover, it was a cataclysmic confrontation between two deities, leading to mutual destruction. What do you suppose that severed divine hand clutched so tightly that it incited such a life and death struggle between two gods? It must be something extraordinary. The significance attributed to such an object by divine beings is beyond our comprehension. If we truly uncover that divine hand and obtain what it clutches, we might encounter an unimaginable adventure. Dream on. So many experts are in search of it. How could it possibly fall to us? I merely hope to find a thread of clue and earn a few credits from those ancient relics. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. Thousands of years ago, the individual who documented the events had the fortune to witness a battle between two deities, seeing one god sever the left hand of another. It is truly beyond imagination. That fellow was quite unfortunate, spending a lifetime in those mountains without discovering the left hand of divinity. Do you believe the accounts inscribed on that ancient sheepskin scroll are genuine? They seem to me like mere myths. Stories of gods are undoubtedly myths. The indigenous inhabitants of the sinful city claim that divine battles have transpired here. However, given the great passage of time, what has been handed down are merely vague legends, devoid of any valuable leads. Nonetheless, it is reasonable to assume that the records on that ancient scroll are authentic. I have heard that many cultivators from across the continent are making their way here. Soon, the sinful city will undoubtedly be bustling with activity. Indeed, But this also complicates our assessment. It is astonishing that a battle among gods, which occurred millennia ago, still stirs such a significant commotion. Merely contemplating that battlefield sends shivers down one's spine. If I possessed such divine powers, who could prevent me from traversing the heavens and the earth? Dream on. If you truly had such immense abilities, what would you wish to accomplish? The very first thing I intend to do is to propose to the eldest princess of the Chu kingdom, for she is said to be a breathtaking beauty, unparalleled in her charm. Haha. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Do not mock me. The renowned Chu Yu is indeed as ethereal as a celestial being, captivating even the hearts of women. It is said she has a younger sister who has just turned 16, yet her beauty is already comparable. In a couple of years, she will undoubtedly become another unparalleled beauty of the realm. Regardless of their beauty, they are still 1,000 miles away. I firmly believe that the reputed beauties of our academy are no less than the Princess of Chu. You lecherous fellows should lower your voices. If an attentive ear catches your words, it could lead to significant trouble. Indeed, we must be cautious not to invite misfortune through our speech. Let us hasten our meal so we can depart swiftly. After a few young men and women descended the stairs, Chen Nan lifted his head from the table. Though he felt drowsy, he had still heard the previous conversation. Owner, settle the bill. Coming right up. Here, keep the change. Chen Nan tossed a gold coin, bringing a broad smile to the innkeeper's face. Wait a moment, I have a question for you. The innkeeper replied, please, ask away. Were those individuals just now students of the Divine Wind Academy? Your perception is keen. They are indeed the pride of the Divine Wind Academy. Isn't the pride of the Academy merely a handful of students? The innkeeper chuckled. You must not be from around here. Nor are you a practitioner, I presume? Chen Nan acknowledged with a simple It is no wonder, he remarked, that the young individuals who gain admission to the Kamikaze Academy are anything but ordinary. They are either members of royal families or possess formidable ranks themselves. The Academy is a veritable treasure trove of talent, having produced numerous prominent figures from across the continent. Just consider the young people we encountered earlier. One is a prince from a small nation, while another is a princess from a great kingdom. The soundproofing of the inn room was rather inadequate, allowing the animated conversation from the adjacent room to reach his ears with crystal clarity. There have been quite a few strange occurrences lately. What do you mean? Pigeons are flying everywhere. Pfft, what of it? The news of the ancient deity's severed hand has been making waves. Do you think anyone has the luxury of time to be releasing pigeons for mere amusement? Those are carrier pigeons, disseminating messages across the continent. Even if pigeons are flying about, that's one thing. But today, I actually saw a tiger soaring through the sky. You're dreaming. Dreaming? Have you forgotten the tiger's roar from last night? It must have been the very flying tiger I witnessed. Otherwise, how could there be a tiger roaming the city? Did you truly see a flying tiger? This little rascal is being rather ostentatious. Chen Nan muttered as he splashed water on his face and exited the inn, heading eastward. As he passed by the encircling river, he noticed 5 or 6 individuals stumbling onto the bridge. He stopped one of them and inquired, what is happening? The eastern part of the city has been beset by a flying demon tiger, and a girl is riding atop it, engaged in robbery. What? Chen Nan gasped in astonishment. His mouth agape. He had never anticipated that the little princess would take on the role of a robber. The individual bore an expression of sheer terror. And after uttering his words, he swiftly dashed into the city. Along the way, Chen Nan encountered several unfortunate souls who had fallen victim to bandits, some of whom appeared particularly wretched, their bodies charred black, clearly having been struck by the lightning of the mischievous girl, Chu Yu. This little imp is truly outrageous, he thought. From a distance, he spotted the young princess, clad in voluminous robes and veiled, soaring through the air atop the majestic Tiger King. Robbery. Hand over all your money. The terrified individuals on the ground trembled uncontrollably, leaving their gold coins scattered before fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Nan found the scene both infuriating and amusing. The illustrious princess of the Chu kingdom, born of noble lineage, was engaging in such antics. What mischief are you up to, little demon? He called out. Ah, the wretched scoundrel has arrived. Chu Yu, ascend higher. The princess, disregarding the treasure scattered on the ground, commanded Chu Yu to soar into the skies. You little demon, are you truly robbing people? Do you not fear that word of this will reach your imperial father's ears? Despicable thief. Wretched scoundrel. Villain. Cretin. The princess unleashed her customary barrage of insults, and after her tirade, she declared, I need to wear clothes, I require food. I seek lodging, yet all my money is in the hands of that scoundrel. With no funds, I must resort to earning my own. What you are doing is not earning. It is robbery, it is crime. If you lack money, you can come to me. Bah, I would never beg you. You filthy thief. I shall strive for independence and self-sufficiency. Please, do not tarnish the concepts of independence and self-sufficiency with your actions. What you are currently engaging in bears no distinction from that of a bandit or a rogue. Utter nonsense. I rob the rich to aid the poor. Not merely for profit. What profit are you speaking of? You might as well just say you're robbing. Tell me, how many destitute souls have you actually helped? I haven't encountered any poor souls yet. Everyone I meet on this path seems to be wealthy. You. Chen Nan was momentarily at a loss for words. And after a pause, he remarked, "You're quite ruthless, having spared not a single person. Scoundrel, be off. Don't hinder my pursuit of wealth. With so many you've robbed, is the loot not sufficient for your needs? Not at all. My expenses are considerable. In fact, I have now resolved to rob you and require all the money you possess." Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "You little fiend, your greed has driven you mad. If you dare to rob me, come and take it yourself." "Humph, I am not jesting. If you do not obediently surrender all your money, I will inform others of your identity as Chen Nan when I profit next. You, are you frightened? Hand over all your money. Fear you? Not a chance." As he spoke, Chen Nan bent down to gather the spoils of the little princess. She shrieked from above, "You disgraceful wretch. How dare you? That is my hard-earned money. Do not touch it. Put it down at once." Chen Nan replied with a grin, "I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. Do lend me some support." The little princess, seething with rage, rode her small jade steed up and down in the air, hurling insults and threats at Chen Nan. "You despicable rogue. You are a thief for daring to pilfer my earnings. When I profit next, I shall certainly tell everyone that I am Chen Nan. If you dare to speak like that, do not come seeking me when the god of trouble strikes. Shameless, vile, despicable. I curse you to be robbed by thieves upon entering the city." After unleashing her fierce curses, the little princess rode away on her jade steed like a flash of lightning, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chen Nan sighed. What a troublesome little nuisance. Engaging in such antics, I wonder what other outrageous deed she might commit. But how curious, why does she need so much money? Could it be? He recalled Guan Hao's relentless efforts to earn money. Could this little imp desire to join the Wind God Academy? Is it truly as rumored? A hidden sanctuary of talents? Tonight, I shall investigate. The stars twinkled, and the night was as tranquil as water. Beneath the faint starlight, a figure drifted out of the inn like a wisp of smoke, disappearing into the depths of the street with a few agile leaps. It was Chen Nan, who had already gathered some knowledge about the general location of the Wind God Academy during the day. In the dead of night, he flew towards the academy. The depths of the sinful city were far from peaceful. Many places blazed with light throughout the night. The casinos were raucous, and the brothels echoed with laughter and song. Navigating through the winding streets, the Wind God Academy finally came into view, astonishingly vast, occupying about 1/5 of the entire eastern city. The ancient gate, with its green stone steps, bore the marks of time, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity that permeated the entire academy, an essence steeped in the weight of millennia. Countless formidable warriors have risen from this place, their brilliance illuminating the earth. When they reminisce about their glorious past, none can forget the cradle of strength, Shenfeng Academy. Standing quietly outside the gates of the academy, Chen Nan sensed an unusual aura enveloping him, stirring a complex and inexplicable emotion within his heart, admiration and reverence. The essence of heaven and earth converges here, gathering the energies of unparalleled warriors from generations past. Indeed, this is a sacred ground for cultivation. Shenfeng Academy lives up to its illustrious reputation. Merely lingering here for a moment has stirred my emotions profoundly. Haha. Residing in the city of sin will surely not be dull. A stroll here during my leisure time would be delightful. Should the esteemed teachers within the academy hear someone regard this place as merely a promenade, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Chen Nan nimbly scaled the towering walls of the academy, carefully observing for any anomalies before gracefully leaping inside. At this moment, Shenfeng Academy was eerily silent. Amidst the many courtyards, only a few rooms still glowed with light, and he wandered through the academy like a specter in the midnight hour. Passing by the expansive training ground, he noticed that some were still engaged in their practice, the fluctuations of magical elements resonating powerfully, suggesting that the wizard's prowess was indeed extraordinary. He dared not approach too closely, merely observing from a distance, where it appeared 2 wizards were engaged in battle. If I were to spar with others daily, would my cultivation progress at a faster pace? Suddenly, Chen Nan felt a compelling urge to join Xinfeng Academy. But after a moment of reflection, he shook his head and chuckled. As he continued to roam, he discovered that there were as many as 7 or 8 vast training grounds, each bustling with individuals honing their skills. The students here are truly diligent, he mused. As he wandered deeper into the academy, a picturesque lake unfolded before his eyes, its surface like a mirror reflecting the twinkling stars above. A gentle melody from a flute drifted across the water, imbued with a subtle melancholy. After searching for a considerable time, Chen Nan could not discern the source of the music, leaving him somewhat alarmed. Could this person's cultivation be vastly superior to mine? He quietly circumvented the small lake and continued on his way. Beside a flower bed, a couple sat on a stone bench, engaged in soft whispers, their intimacy palpable. So, they are a pair of lovebirds, he thought, intending to pass by without intrusion, yet their conversation piqued his interest. He overheard the woman say, "This flute music is so sorrowful, both poignant and mournful." The man replied, "This melody has existed since the academy's inception. There is a legend that a ghostly woman lingers at the bottom of the lake. Whenever the stars shine brilliantly, she plays her haunting tune." Another tale suggests that beneath the lake lies an ancient formation left by a celestial being, and the music is merely the ethereal sound produced by its operation. The woman responded, "I find the first explanation more believable." The man remarked, "As for the truth, I fear even our dean may not know." Chen Nan felt a chill run down his spine, reflecting, "I never anticipated this academy harbored such peculiarities. I must explore this further when the opportunity arises." With that thought, he chose not to linger, subtly moving past the couple. As he ventured further, a mountainous terrain unfolded before him, with 2 low hills standing side by side, extending for 3 miles when connected. Chen Nan marveled in silence, recognizing that the Xinfeng Academy, renowned across the continent for a millennium, had indeed enclosed lakes and mountains within its grounds, a testament to its grandiosity. Upon approaching, he discerned numerous vast caverns at the foot of the hills, where colossal creatures either reclined within the caves or rested outside. A closer inspection revealed them to be dragons, earth dragons, flying dragons, and even subdragons. One could surmise that the enormous caverns, towering several dozen zhang, likely harbored immense dragons, indicating that this was a sanctuary for these majestic beings. Chen Nan was genuinely astonished and remarked, "To think there are so many dragons here. It appears that Xinfeng Academy must have at least several dozen dragon knights. Truly, it is a congregation of extraordinary talents." After observing for a while, he continued his exploration, cautiously traversing the mountainous expanse. Eventually, he arrived at the innermost part of the academy, where a dense forest loomed behind the low hills. From a distance, it appeared as a vast shadow, imparting a heavy, oppressive sensation. Chen Nan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately pressed on. The forest was thick with an eerie chill and expansive in size. It took him quite some time to navigate through. Upon emerging from the woods, a shiver coursed through him as he found himself in a graveyard, where phosphorescent flames flickered ominously and a ghostly aura pervaded the air, sending chills down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and discovered that this was the burial site of the Xinfeng Academy's past formidable figures. He had reached the academy's end, where a tall wall encircled the cemetery, and the sound of the flowing waters from the surrounding river could be heard. Chen Nan roamed through the Shenkei's academy. Though he yearned to explore the residences of the principal and the esteemed faculty, his reason cautioned him against such perilous endeavors. He was acutely aware that he could not provoke those venerable individuals, each of them, being a part of this illustrious academy renowned across the continent, was undoubtedly a master in their own right. With the swiftness of lightning, he leapt several times, arriving at the depths of the courtyard. This should be the students' lodgings. However, which row of houses accommodates the male students? As he pondered, a door swung open abruptly, and a long-haired woman emerged. Upon spotting him, she screamed, "Rogue! Someone come quickly! There is a lecture here! Apprehend the scoundrel!" In the stillness of the night, her piercing cry was particularly jarring, illuminating the nearby residences with flickering candlelight. Chen Nan lamented his misfortune and hastily ascended to the rooftop. "Pervert, halt! Do not flee! Sisters, come forth swiftly! We must capture this lecture." In an instant, lights flickered on in every room of the girls' dormitory, and numerous disheveled young women rushed out, creating a lively scene in the dormitory area. "Oh, this urgent girl! Why must she emerge at such an inopportune moment? I must escape. I fervently hope those old fellows from the academy do not pursue me. If caught, I would find no redemption even if I plunged into the Yellow River. Do not let the lecher escape. Where is the scoundrel? On the roof of that building. Quick! Pursue him. Fortunately, as it was the dead of night, nearly everyone was asleep, and the training grounds had long since fallen silent. With a heart pounding in trepidation, Chen Nan fled through the halls of the Divine Wind Academy. Behind him, chaos erupted in the student dormitory area. An increasing number of girls poured out, followed by many boys who, alerted by the commotion, joined the ranks of those seeking to apprehend the lecher. Chen Nan exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, reaching an unprecedented velocity. Amidst the anxiety, he finally scaled the academy's towering walls, disappearing down the street after a few agile leaps. Not long after his departure, a dozen figures emerged outside the academy gates, observing the direction of his escape without pursuing him. An elderly voice remarked, "Ah, this young man is quite intriguing. I took notice of him the moment he entered the academy. He possesses considerable potential." Another aged voice replied, "Anyone deemed worthy by you, old chap, must indeed be remarkable. However, this lad seems to have a greater propensity for lewdness." He vanished without a trace, like a wisp of smoke. A third elder chimed in, "Oh, this young man nearly eluded me in his flight. If he were not inclined towards lasciviousness, it would truly be a disservice to his remarkable agility. Such prowess at such a young age is indeed impressive. I wonder if he will consider enrolling in our academy. Where is the lecher? We must capture this scoundrel. It is utterly reprehensible that he dares to target the young women of our academy. Such audacity is beyond contempt. Let us search separately." A multitude of boys formed a volunteer army, scouring the streets, while only a few girls dared to emerge. The following day, the incident of Chen Nan's stealthy visit to the Xinfeng Academy did not generate significant rumors. However, a sensational piece of news erupted throughout the Sin City. A flying bandit, a tiger capable of flight, was reported to be wreaking havoc near the Free City, pilfering countless valuables from its citizens. Upon hearing this news, Chen Nan was left astounded. Within merely a day, the little princess had ascended to the status of a celebrity in the Free City. This little imp is nothing short of a troublemaker, exhibiting such reckless abandon. If the Emperor of the Chu Kingdom were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly dispatch assassins to eliminate me. This little girl carries not an ounce of the grace expected of a princess. I must find her swiftly, otherwise I shall be embroiled in insurmountable troubles of her making. Within the inn, numerous patrons engaged in lively discussions about the flying bandit. It has been quite some time since anyone in Sin City dared to act with such audacity. The cultivators of Xinfeng Academy will certainly have their hands full this time. Have you heard? This fellow even proclaimed his name before committing the robbery. At this, Chen Nan's heart quivered. Yes, I believe he called himself Chen Shi. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan felt an intense rage simmer within him. The little princess was clearly issuing a warning, a threat against him. He scoured various inns yet found no trace of the princess. Although he did encounter many cultivators who had journeyed from various regions of the Tianyuan continent, most likely attracted by the allure of the severed hand of the ancient deity. That little demon must have caught wind of the situation and is now in hiding. Her alertness is indeed impressive, making her quite difficult to locate. For several consecutive days, there was no news of the little princess. Perhaps she has managed to acquire enough funds to enroll in the Xinfeng Academy. Chen Nan mused, finding this possibility increasingly plausible. He resolved to investigate. This time, he approached the Xinfeng Academy with unabashed confidence. The ancient institution, steeped in a millennium of history, radiated a sacred brilliance under the morning sun, bustling with a multitude of young students entering and exiting. Within the academy, masters abounded, unperturbed by the prospect of challengers. The gates were utterly unguarded, allowing Chen Nan to stride in without hindrance. Although he had previously meandered through the premises, he only possessed a rudimentary understanding of the layout and remained oblivious to the true nature of each courtyard on different levels. Upon entering the third courtyard, he seized the arm of a young man passing by and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask where I might register for admission to Xinfeng Academy?" The young man replied, "In that courtyard within, but the registration period has not yet commenced. Enrollment occurs at the beginning of each month, so you will need to wait another 7 or 8 days." "Oh, thank you," Chen Nan concluded, now certain that the little princess had not yet entered Xinfeng Academy. The young man, having said Yuri welcome, turned to leave but abruptly halted, a look of rapture crossing his face. So beautiful! Could she be the famed enchanting beauty from the magic department? Chen Nan followed the direction of his gaze and felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. A statuesque young woman, her curves elegantly defined, was gracefully approaching them. Her long, ebony hair, slightly curled, cascaded gracefully over her chest, while her porcelain-like cheeks radiated a captivating glow. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, complemented by a delicate nose and rosy lips, collectively forming an exquisite visage. This stunning beauty moved with a graceful elegance, exuding an aura of purity and dignity. Upon seeing Chen Nan, a flicker of confusion crossed her face, swiftly replaced by a dramatic shift in expression as she pointed her magical staff at him, exclaiming, "It's you." Chen Nan was taken aback, recognizing her voice as strikingly familiar. Memories of that night in the girls' dormitory flooded his mind, and he inwardly lamented, could it possibly be her? How unfortunate can I be? With tears of frustration welling in his eyes, he quickly protested, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you." "Humph. I have never been wrong in my identification. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you. I didn't expect you to have the audacity to come here." Nearby, a young man unsheathed his sword, declaring, "My lady, I am at your service." "Stand aside. I have more questions for him," she instructed. Chen Nan felt a surge of anxiety. Being mistaken for a lecher would undoubtedly lead to a dire outcome. "Please, beautiful lady, I truly do not know you," he insisted, attempting to move past her. Yet, the enchanting beauty swiftly executed a wind sword technique, blocking his path and stating, "Thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy. Our academy is currently searching for both of you." Chen Nan was momentarily stunned, sensing that a genuine misunderstanding might have occurred. A smile graced his face as he said, "It appears to be a misunderstanding. We can have a proper discussion, and you will surely realize that I am not the person you seek." The stunning beauty retorted, "Even now, you attempt to argue your case? I have seen you before. During my aerial battle with that little rascal, you were observing from below. Do not presume I failed to notice your presence." A sudden realization struck Chen Nan like thunder. Trouble had escalated beyond his worst fears. It was even more daunting than being labeled a lecher. She was, in fact, the masked woman who had ridden the golden giant eagle that fateful day. This was disastrous, all thanks to that insufferable little demon who had conjured such chaos. You are that old woman." Chen Nan regretted the words the moment they left his lips, but it was too late to retract them. The beautiful woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in fury, "You are even more detestable than that little rascal." Anger coursed through her as she tightened her grip on her wand, tiny arcs of electricity crackling incessantly between her fingers. The young man standing beside her raised his sword, pointing it at Chen Nan, declaring, "I shall punish you on behalf of this unparalleled lady." "There's no need for that. Step aside. I will personally deal with this thief," she insisted. Chen Nan, on the brink of tears, pleaded urgently, "Wait, noble and beautiful lady. Allow me to explain. This is truly a misunderstanding. What explanation could you possibly provide? You and that little rascal have been looting throughout the city of Sin, instilling fear among its citizens. Now, when one speaks of the flying tiger thief, who does not know, who is not aware? Moreover, you are far more detestable than that scruffy little creature. You never reveal yourself, instead manipulating her from the shadows to commit all manner of misdeeds. In truth, you are the mastermind behind it all. I suspect that the scruffy girl was once an innocent and kind-hearted young lady, corrupted by your sinister influence. You are not only a thief of considerable infamy, but also a shameless instigator." With a surge of frustration, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming urge to confront the wall of adversity. He had not only become a thief, but also an accomplice to crimes, while the cunning little princess was transformed into a paragon of innocence. All the transgressions of this little demon were unjustly attributed to him. "The beautiful lady, you must discern right from wrong. We merely exchanged hasty glances. How can you so presumptuously declare that I am responsible for all these deeds without any evidence?" The enchanting woman replied, "You are her accomplice. If you are not the mastermind, then who is?" I separated from her as soon as we entered the city. Everything she has done has nothing to do with me," Chen Nan stammered, his confidence waning. Although he claimed innocence, to an outsider, his guilt appeared rather substantial. What a convenient assertion that everything is unrelated to you. As if a simple statement could absolve you of all blame. Chen Nan's anxiety grew. Indeed, the weight of suspicion pressed heavily upon him, making it difficult to clear his name. The captivating woman said, "If you wish to prove your innocence, you must find that scruffy girl." Only by locating her can the truth be unveiled. I wish to find her as well, Chen Nan replied, but despite searching for several days, I have yet to catch a glimpse of her whereabouts. The enchanting woman remarked, I have matters to attend to at present. Tomorrow, come here and share with me in detail her preferences and daily habits, and then I shall accompany you in the search. Inwardly, Chen Nan thought, do you believe yourself to be a divine detective? Knowing these details alone will not lead to capturing that little imp. The captivating woman continued, should you dare not to show up tomorrow, I shall plaster your portrait throughout the free city. And all the masters of the Divine Wind Academy will pursue you as if you were the infamous flying tiger thief. Humph. If that little ragamuffin were a tad more presentable, I would have sketched her likeness long ago, thus avoiding this cumbersome endeavor. Chen Nan silently lamented as he watched the enchanting figure gradually fade from view, unable to suppress a curse. Ixx. Beside him, a young man, enraptured by the sight of the enchanting woman, retorted angrily, how dare you speak ill of Miss Dongfang behind her back? I demand a duel. With that, he pointed his sword menacingly at Chen Nan. Chen Nan sighed, acknowledging the undeniable power of beauty. He chuckled, I was not cursing her. I merely expressed a momentary frustration that slipped my tongue. Pray tell, what manner of person is that Miss Dongfang? She is a student of the magical arts. But you have no hope whatsoever. Best prove your innocence swiftly, the young man replied before turning to depart. What on earth? I never claimed to pursue her. Ixx. Chen Nan hastily made his way out of the Divine Wind Academy, having narrowly avoided the label of flying tiger thief. Remaining any longer might result in being mistaken for an immoral scoundrel. This detestable little demon never allows for a moment's peace. I implore you, do not incite any more trouble. The next day, he steeled himself and arrived at Kamikaze Academy, where he spotted a breathtaking beauty standing outside the entrance, accompanied by a magnificent golden eagle. You have done well to keep your promise. Otherwise, you would have met your demise. The enchanting lady, draped in regal purple attire, exuded an air of nobility. Chen Nan replied, how could I dare? To prove my innocence, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. May I inquire your name, fair lady? I am of the Oriental clan, named Phoenix. Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a name imbued with character. Had it belonged to someone else, he might have laughed heartily. But the beauty before him was truly worthy of the name Phoenix. A splendid name, Phoenix. Silence. I am not acquainted with you, a suspected thief. You may call me Oriental Phoenix or Miss Oriental, but that other appellation is strictly forbidden. Chen Nan chuckled, understood. You may refer to me as Chen Shi. I have no qualms if you call me Shi. He provided a false name. Crackling, a powerful arc of electricity flickered before Oriental Phoenix. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. It would be wise not to joke recklessly with me. Now, quickly divulge the little brat's peculiarities and habits. Chen Nan remarked, I am not particularly familiar with this girl. I only recently met her on the road. However, I do suspect where she might be headed. Oriental Phoenix inquired, where do you surmise she is? She is likely in search of the severed hand of the ancient deity. The Eastern Phoenix chuckled, remarking, I never anticipated that this little rascal would be so audacious, committing acts of madness and still daring to join the fray. The remnants of a fierce battle between ancient deities lay 50 miles to the north of the city. As they prepared to depart, the Eastern Phoenix hesitated momentarily, then furrowed her brow and said to Chen Nan, you should ride with me on the rock, otherwise you may not arrive there in a timely manner. Once Chen Nan and the Eastern Phoenix ascended onto the back of the colossal bird. The golden rock stirred the ground with a powerful gust of wind before soaring into the sky, the sound of the wind rushing past their ears. Within the confines of the Divine Wind Academy, an elder clad in purple and another in blue gazed upward. The purple-clad elder remarked, old man, look, your granddaughter has found herself a suitor. The blue-clad elder chuckled, retorting, you old fool, you are utterly nonsensical. The purple elder continued, your granddaughter is prideful and competitive. She truly was born into the wrong gender. The blue elder countered, nonsense. My granddaughter, when she chooses to be gentle, can melt a millennium of frost, though you have simply not witnessed it. The golden rock flew with the speed of wind and lightning, mountains and rivers swiftly passing beneath it. Along the way, under Chen Nan's earnest and attentive inquiries, the Eastern Phoenix reluctantly recounted the tale of the severed hand of the deity. 3 months prior, during construction at a prominent household in the city of Sin, an iron box was unearthed from underground, containing an ancient parchment made of sheepskin. Yet none could decipher the archaic script inscribed upon it. Subsequently, The ancient parchment was delivered to the lord's mansion, where several lords dispatched emissaries to the continent to summon a few erudite scholars skilled in ancient scripts. A month ago, they finally deciphered the inscriptions, which bore a striking resemblance to the tales that Chen Nan had overheard while dining at an inn. This event stirred a considerable uproar in the City of Freedom, and soon, carrier pigeons disseminated the news across various regions of the continent. Countless practitioners hurried to the area, eager to seek the severed hand of the ancient deity, yearning to acquire whatever treasures it might hold. Chen Nan sighed, remarking, "The vast mountains of central Tianyuan continent are indeed shrouded in mystery. Last time, near the western borders of the Chu kingdom, a Qilin was unexpectedly sighted. Now, near the city of Sin, we are embroiled in the tumult surrounding the divine hand." The eastern phoenix responded, "The 10,000 great mountains harbor remarkable treasures and wonders, many of which are beyond your imagination." Chen Nan inquired, "What happened to that Qilin? Did it vanish without a trace, or has it been captured by your Academy of Divine Winds?" The eastern phoenix replied, "The Qilin is a transcendent spirit beast beyond the 5th tier. It is not so easily ensnared. I suspect it still roams within the 10,000 great mountains." The golden giant eagles soared like lightning, covering 50 miles in the blink of an eye. Below lay verdant hills and lush valleys, their beauty belying the fact that they once witnessed a divine battle. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern numerous ravines that appeared to have been forcefully carved by external forces. Additionally, the summits of several low hills were remarkably flat, as if cleaved by a sharp instrument, with heaps of stones scattered at their bases. Previously, Chen Nan harbored doubts regarding the rumors of the ancient deity's battle. However, at this moment, his skepticism had transformed into unwavering belief. Gazing at the remnants, he could vividly imagine the ferocity of that cataclysmic conflict, seemingly hearing the echoes of heaven's collapse and the wails of the damned. Amidst the lush mountains, shadows flickered, revealing numerous figures in motion. The eastern phoenix remarked, "The area within a 30-mile radius was once the battleground of 2 ancient gods. You shall descend to investigate while I survey from above." 30 miles. Chen Nan gasped in astonishment. As the golden giant eagle spiraled downward, he leaped from its back, taking a deep breath and exclaiming, "What a delightful fragrance." Upon hearing this, the eastern phoenix's expression changed abruptly, and she quickly recited a string of incantations, conjuring a bolt of lightning that pursued Chen Nan. In haste, he maneuvered several feet to the side, and the lightning struck the ground with a deafening crash, leaving a charred pit before him upon his descent. The golden eagle ascended to the heights, while the eastern phoenix coldly declared from above, "How dare you be so audacious? Consider yourself fortunate." In the mountainous terrain, shadows continued to flit about. The once desolate forest, now stirred by the severed hand of the ancient deity, had attracted a multitude of visitors, sending the birds and beasts into a frenzy as they scurried away. Chen Nan traversed 3 low hills and arrived at a valley. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this place had once been a lake, now long since dried up. The river that once fed it had altered its course, now winding around the area. A meticulous examination revealed that the river had been diverted entirely due to a massive boulder obstructing its flow. Gazing at the nearby low mountain, which had lost its peak, Chen Nan seemed to envision the epic battle of ancient deities that once transpired there. One ancient god wielded his hand with tremendous force, cleaving the summit of a towering mountain, sending shards of rock hurtling through the air. A massive boulder plummeted into the river, obstructing its flow and redirecting its course. In that instant, Chen Nan's spirit soared, igniting a fervor within him as he believed that upon reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess, he too could split mountains and sever rivers, reminiscent of the extraordinary feats his father had once accomplished, which remained vividly etched in his memory. At that moment, the conversation of 2 practitioners reached Chen Nan's ears. One remarked, "That girl is utterly insufferable. Yesterday, she loudly proclaimed that she had found the left hand of an ancient god, and when the crowd rushed forward, she vanished, claiming she had made a mistake. Today, she calls out again, mocking all the practitioners. It is truly infuriating." The other replied, "If it weren't for her riding that white tiger, which moves through the forest with lightning speed, the crowd would have surely captured her by now. I can't shake the feeling that she bears a striking resemblance to the infamous flying tiger thief from the City of Freedom," Chen Nan thought, a desire to locate the little princess immediately stirring within him. He felt an overwhelming impulse to pinch her cherubic face, even a fleeting urge to throttle the troublesome girl. This little imp was a veritable harbinger of chaos, having rampaged through the city of Sin and now causing uproar here, creating one predicament after another without a moment's respite. He silently mused. This little demon is truly insufferable. She ought to be confined within the palace for eternity. Chen Nan approached the two cultivators and inquired, "Pardon me, gentlemen. Could you enlighten me as to where that girl appeared today?" The two regarded him with suspicion and queried, "Do you know her?" Chen Nan chuckled. "How could I possibly know her? That wretched little girl deceived me yesterday, and I was just preparing to confront her." "Oh, she was just ahead in that grove," one of them replied. After bidding farewell, Chen Nan ventured forth, traversing the dense forest for a considerable time. He encountered several other cultivators along the way, yet found no trace of the little princess. Suddenly, a cry of a hawk resonated above him as the golden divine eagle of the eastern phoenix descended in a graceful spiral. "Hey, Chen Shi, are you certain that little ragamuffin truly made her way into this vicinity? I have scoured a 30-mile radius and found no sign of her," the eagle remarked. Chen Nan responded, "She indeed passed through here. Mere moments ago, I overheard others discussing her. I believe she must still be nearby, concealed by the dense foliage." At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted ahead. "Hurry, that detestable girl is here." A commotion stirred deep within the forest, prompting numerous cultivators to rush in that direction. The eastern phoenix cast a glance at Chen Nan and urged, "Quickly, mount the Dongfang." Chen Nan swiftly leaped aboard, and the golden giant eagle soared through the forest with the speed of lightning, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those below. From a distance, a snow-white tiger was seen darting through the forest with remarkable speed, atop which sat a slender girl clad in loose garments. Her face was veiled, and the delicate fabric fluttered in the wind, momentarily revealing a visage of extraordinary beauty. The eastern phoenix remarked, "Indeed, it is that little ragamuffin and her tiger king." Chen Nan felt a mixture of anger and amusement. The little imp appeared to treat this situation as a game, leaving him both exasperated and entertained. He shouted into the air, "You little troublemaker, do you have any idea of the chaos you've caused?" The young princess looked up and recognized the familiar golden giant eagle, and she identified the eastern phoenix as the masked woman from their previous encounter. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp the situation and cried out, "Chu Yu, quickly flee. Those two rascals are coming." The eastern phoenix retorted angrily, "Little ragamuffin, have you forgotten the lesson you learned last time? Old hag, mark my words. I will take my revenge someday. Ragamuffin, this time I shall punish you severely." The Tiger King, Chu Yu, surged through the woods like a silver arrow, while the princess continually shouted insults into the air. "You worthless scoundrel, how dare you team up with that old hag to capture me? I will eventually flay your skin and strip your bones." In her eyes, despite Chen Nan's despicable nature, he was still an ally. It was utterly infuriating that he had colluded with an outsider to capture her. Chen Nan gritted his teeth in frustration, powerless to act, clenching and unclenching his fists. The princess exclaimed, "You think you can catch me? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware. You two are nothing but villains. Humph, a bunch of scoundrels. Birds of a feather, colluding together, a nest of snakes and rats, one more insufferable than the other." Chen Nan had long grown accustomed to the little princess's grandiloquent proclamations. Yet Dongfang Phoenix listened with a mixture of shock and fury, her teeth clenched tightly, and sparks crackling between her hands. Before the little princess lay a precipice, compelling her to command Chu Yu to unfurl its wings and ascend into the sky. The two, a tiger and an eagle, soared through the air like lightning, one preceding the other. The cultivators in the forest gazed up in astonishment, then began to murmur, "So that detestable girl is the infamous flying tiger bandit who caused such chaos a few days ago. This girl is utterly abominable. Having stirred such trouble, she dares to come here and mock us." Although Chu Yu was a creature of extraordinary origin, its strength had diminished to the first tier, and it could no longer match the speed of the golden giant eagle. The distance between them was closing rapidly, and they were nearing the range of Dongfang Phoenix's magical assault. The little princess's eyes darted about, and she shouted back, "Elder sister, I shall no longer flee. Let us halt and converse properly." Dongfang Phoenix, seething with rage, retorted, "You little rascal, you are deliberately provoking me. Just wait until I capture you. You shall see how I deal with you." With that, she unleashed her magical onslaught, a fire dragon advancing relentlessly behind Chu Yu, drawing ever closer. The little princess pleaded urgently, "Sister, I did not know how to address you, which is why I called you that. Please cease your magical attack. I will not run away any longer. Chen Nan, observing quietly, was perplexed by the little princess's unexpected humility, sensing that a plot was afoot. Upon hearing these words, the Eastern Phoenix felt a sense of relief wash over her, prompting her to cease her fiery assault. Then do cease your flight, she urged. At this juncture, the trio, accompanied by two beasts, had distanced themselves from the battlefield of the ancient deity by a good 50 or 60 miles, leaving no trace of cultivators in their wake. The little princess commanded the Tiger King to descend into a verdant valley, with the golden giant eagle following closely behind. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the valley boasted breathtaking scenery, with a gentle stream flowing outwards and vibrant camellias blooming in a riot of colors, their fragrance intoxicatingly sweet. The little princess exclaimed, "The beauty of this place is simply exquisite. Oh, how delightful it smells." Chen Nan remarked, "Little imp, are you aware of the trouble you have stirred?" The princess blinked her innocent large eyes and replied, "But did you not instruct me to do so?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern Phoenix swiftly distanced herself from Chen Nan. Regardless of the truth behind the little rascal's words, she felt a shiver of fear. An unidentified warrior had journeyed alongside her, which was a grave misstep for a sorceress. She silently admonished herself for her carelessness, having committed a grave taboo. She was now drenched in cold sweat. Chen Nan, realizing the precariousness of the situation, understood that the mischievous princess had ensnared him. "Little imp, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever instruct you to act in such a manner?" The princess, feigning deep distress, replied, "You told me to engage in thievery, and when the situation grew tense, you advised me to hide. I complied with all your wishes. However, in this remote mountain, I found myself utterly bored, so I decided to play pranks on those cultivators. I now realize my folly. I ought not to have toyed with them. It was my fault earlier. I should not have scolded you. I thought you wanted to make me a scapegoat. To have that lady capture me, I felt somewhat wronged, which is why I could not help but rebuke you." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Phoenix quickly stepped back a few paces, bracing herself for a confrontation. Chen Nan was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. At this point, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. "Little demon, it was you who committed these acts. Why must you frame me? You are truly cunning. Little girl, humph, do you think Miss Dongfang is so easily deceived? Save your efforts." The little princess removed her veil, revealing an exquisite visage. Yet her delicate features were marred by sorrow. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Chen Bei, how could you treat me this way? It truly pains my heart." Dongfang Phoenix retorted, "So your name is Chen Bei. Earlier, you deceived me by claiming to be Chen Shi." Humph. Chen Nan was at a loss. Realizing that it would be difficult to justify himself now, the little princess continued, "We have grown up together, and I have always regarded you as a brother. Yet, when faced with adversity, you chose to cast me aside as a scapegoat for your own safety." Her indignation grew with every word, pouring forth the grievances she had endured in recent days, on the verge of tears, though no tears would fall despite her earnest blinking. Chen Nan stood in stunned silence. Recognizing the little princess's cunning and theatricality, he knew he could no longer clarify his position. "Very well, let us depart," declared Dongfang Phoenix as she leaped onto the golden giant eagle. The little princess lamented, "Today, I am utterly despondent. I never anticipated he would treat me in such a manner. Sister, there are a few words I wish to convey to him." "Very well, you may express them," her sister replied. The little princess approached Chen Nan, lowering her voice, and declared, "Despicable scoundrel, you deserve every bit of this." Chen Nan felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Today, the little princess had seized the upper hand, and with her scathing remarks, he found himself powerless to defend his honor. "Oh, little demon, you have brought about my ruin. Serves you right. What possessed you to bring that old hag to capture me? I was coerced by her threats. Otherwise, she would plaster my image throughout the city of sin, branding me as a notorious bandit. This is all you're doing. Yet, you should not have cast me aside. Your royal status grants you immunity. Even if captured, it matters not. With but a subtle nudge, I could persuade them to release you." The little princess chuckled mischievously. "Serves you right. After all, you have repeatedly offended me. Prepare to be hunted by the denizens of the City of Freedom." With that, she dashed to the side of the Tiger King, Xiao Yu, and leaped atop him. The Golden Eagle and Tiger King Xiao Yu soared into the sky. Chen Nan shouted, "Hey, little demon, Miss Dongfang, I haven't even mounted yet. How could you forget me?" The Oriental Phoenix responded, "Take this moment to reflect on your name. Hey, little demon. Phoenix, you cannot abandon me." In response, The Oriental Phoenix wielded her wand, unleashing a torrent of flames, followed by a flurry of lightning strikes. Chen Nan dodged left and right in the valley, but as he evaded the onslaught of magical attacks, the little princess and Oriental Phoenix had vanished into the horizon. God! Demon, please punish those two women. They are utterly detestable, especially that little fiend. Simply outrageous. I was already in a passive position regarding this matter. In my absence, that little devil could fabricate lies at will. If those old fogies were to form preconceived notions, I would be left speechless. The townsfolk, upon witnessing the aerial appearance of the Tiger Queen, exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, the flying tiger bandit! Indeed, it is she. Not only did she steal my money, but she also commanded that flying tiger to incinerate my beard. At last, she has been captured by the people of the Divine Wind Academy. Peace will be restored to the realm." The young princess gazed down upon the Divine Wind Academy from the sky, her countenance devoid of any anxiety, as if she were genuinely there to clear her name, betraying not a hint of vulnerability. "Sister Phoenix, I am so heartbroken. That scoundrel has treated me so poorly. I have decided to ignore him entirely. May I join you in cultivating at the Divine Wind Academy?" Although the Eastern Phoenix harbored some skepticism towards the young princess, her fondness for her grew during their journey. With a smile, she replied, "Of course, but you must undergo a series of assessments to be admitted." Oh, at that moment, the young princess truly resembled an innocent maiden. Upon the descent of the two extraordinary beasts, she leaped down from the back of the Tiger King, Xiao Yu, then waved her hand, causing Xiao Yu to transform into a kitten-sized creature that leapt into her embrace. The Eastern Phoenix was taken aback, utterly astonished that the Tiger King possessed such mastery of transformation. Her golden eagle, a descendant of the legendary divine bird, the roc, was indeed a rare and exquisite creature. Yet it paled in comparison to the prowess of the young girl. Upon their entrance into the Xinfeng Academy, they stirred quite a commotion, not only because the young princess was the fabled flying tiger thief, but also due to their captivating beauty that could charm a nation. Leading the princess through the throngs of admirers, the Eastern Phoenix made her way directly to the faculty's quarters. The vice president, having been apprised of their arrival, dispatched someone to escort them into his study. Such remarkable talent squandered on thievery. How could such youth be led astray? Fortuitously, we have apprehended you, lest the city of Sin be thrown into chaos by your antics, remarked the smiling vice president. The young princess gazed at the seemingly unassuming elder, a jolt of realization coursing through her. He was far from ordinary. "Dear sir, I acknowledge my misdeeds, but it was that fellow, Chen Bei, who compelled me to act thus. He is the true mastermind behind it all." The vice president chuckled softly. "Ah, dear girl, spare me your fabrications. I am already privy to the truth. Do you not recall the elder who informed you of the tuition fees when you came to enroll at our academy?" The princess gasped in astonishment. "Ah, it was you." "Indeed," he replied with a knowing smile. "It is rather astonishing that scarcely half an hour after you departed the academy, rumors of a robbery emerged from beyond the East City. A student of mine arrived at the scene and reported seeing a young man seemingly attempting to persuade you to desist. I presume that young man is the Chun Bei you mentioned. You are mistaken. It was I imploring Chun Bei to cease his actions. Ah, little girl, cease your futile attempts at denial. Had it not been for your elusive nature, you would have long been apprehended by my student, who has observed all your actions with keen eyes. Based on the materials he provided and your own declarations, I have ascertained that this matter bears no connection to that Chen Bei, that old man, that wretched old man, and that detestable student." The young princess silently cursed the two 1,000 times in her heart. Dongfang Phoenix shot a glance at the princess and remarked, "Little rascal, you truly are weaving a web of lies. Thankfully, I did not place my complete trust in you." Upon realizing her grand deception had been unveiled, the princess feigned innocence, saying, "You cannot blame me. That foul old man demands 3,000 gold coins each semester. I possess not such wealth. Yet my desire to join the Divine Wind Academy compelled me to resort to such measures." The two individuals in the room, one stifling a chuckle and the other awkwardly scratching his nose, could not help but feel amusement at the princess's naive demeanor, rendering them incapable of anger. Dongfang Phoenix inquired, "What shall we do, director?" The vice principal replied, "According to city regulations, thieves and robbers must be imprisoned for 5 years. We shall send her to the Lord's mansion shortly." "Ah, no. I wish to join the Divine Wind Academy. Please do not imprison me. Uncle old man, I acknowledge my mistakes. Consider my tender age of 16. I know nothing and understand even less. Please show me mercy. The princess played the sympathy card with fervor. Had Chen Nan been present, he would surely have sighed, lamenting how this little devil donned the guise of an angel. I believe the lords will show leniency, considering your youth. The Vice-Dean's face broke into a slight smile as he remarked, I estimate you'll be detained for no more than 3 years at most. Most of the time, you'll merely be tasked with washing dishes, scrubbing pots, or perhaps mending clothes. There won't be any arduous labor. Please, no? The young princess exclaimed in genuine distress. The thought of engaging in such menial tasks as a royal daughter was more unbearable to her than death itself. The Vice-Dean instructed, Phoenix, keep a close watch on her and ensure she does not escape. I will send someone to notify the lord of the city shortly. With her large, innocent eyes glistening with unshed tears, the princess gazed at the Vice-Dean, her silent plea evoking immense pity. While a common person might have found it difficult to impose further hardship upon her, the Vice-Dean remained resolute, dismissively waving his hand. Phoenix, take her away. Understood. Faced with the Vice-Dean's unwavering stance, the princess, while being led out, shouted, You old fool. You smelly old man. You wicked old man. After all the sweet words I spoke, I curse you with baldness and toothlessness. With a swift motion, the Vice-Dean closed the door, exhaling a sigh of relief, muttering, What a little nuisance. Upon exiting the Vice-Dean's study, the princess was about to summon Chu Yu for an escape when Eastern Phoenix, with a flourish, conjured a small fireball that danced around her continuously. Do not underestimate this little fireball. It can obliterate a room in an instant. If you doubt it, feel free to attempt an escape, Eastern Phoenix warned. Dismayed, the princess replied, Sister Phoenix, do you really not trust me? Trust you? Quite the contrary. You have spun nothing but lies, and to this moment, not a single truth has escaped your lips. But I am speaking the truth. I truly do not wish to flee any longer. Who would believe your words? Very well, if you choose not to believe me, would you be so kind as to show me around the academy? Dongfang Phoenix regarded her, convinced that she would not resort to any tricks, and replied, All right, follow me. As they traversed the academy, the two stunning beauties captivated the attention of countless onlookers, ultimately leading Dongfang Phoenix to escort the little princess to a secluded courtyard. Why has the dean not yet summoned the people from the Lord's manor? Dear Phoenix, can you truly bear to see me confined? Before Dongfang Phoenix could respond, a young woman entered through the courtyard gate and said, Senior Phoenix, the dean requests your presence. Have the people from the Lord's manor arrived? Not yet. It seems a guest just visited the dean. Upon returning to the Vice-Dean's study, the little princess could no longer muster any regard for the elderly man before her. The Vice-Dean awkwardly chuckled and said, Little girl, you have been acquitted. What? Both the little princess and Dongfang Phoenix displayed expressions of disbelief. The Vice-Dean continued, However, you must return all the goods you acquired through theft. Not a problem. The little princess promptly produced a considerable amount of gold coins and then inquired, Are you truly allowing me to leave? Indeed, you may, but please refrain from flaunting your white tiger in the skies, as it may incite public outrage. The little princess curiously remarked, Old man, why do I have the impression that you are eager for me to depart? May I inquire if I can join the Kamikaze Academy? She continued, But I genuinely wish to join the Kamikaze Academy. You cannot discriminate against me. Everyone makes mistakes. And besides, you are not pursuing my past transgressions. Begone, little girl. The Kamikaze Academy will not accept you. He replied dismissively. I refuse to leave. If you do not allow me to join the Kamikaze Academy, then I shall remain here, the little princess pouted defiantly. Dongfang Phoenix glanced at the vice president. Then at the little princess, bewildered by how their roles seemed to have reversed. The little princess, who should have been confined, appeared to be in control. Old man, just wait. I will surely gain admission to the Kamikaze Academy, she declared before storming out in a huff. Once the little princess had departed, Dongfang Phoenix inquired, What on earth happened, and why did you let her go? The vice president replied, A visitor came to see me just now and vouched for this little girl. Her identity is quite extraordinary, and I had no choice but to let her go. If her identity is so remarkable, then why refuse her entry into the academy? Such a little nuisance joining the academy would only stir up chaos here. I can only hope she leaves the city of sin as soon as possible. Chen Nan traversed mountains and rivers, finally emerging from the great mountains as night fell. Beneath the twilight sky, amidst the vast mountains, the city of sin shone brightly, resembling a mystical realm. With a swiftness akin to lightning, Chen Nan entered the city in a few graceful leaps. After meticulously scouring the streets and alleys, he exhaled a sigh of relief. There were no wanted posters bearing his likeness plastered about, and the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. A thief. This despicable rogue has dared to steal from me. After traversing mountains and rivers today, I am particularly irked and must vent my frustrations properly. As Chen Nan pushed the door open, he was greeted by a scene of chaos. Tables overturned, chairs askew, and bedding in disarray. His belongings had been rummaged through, with several enchanted garments strewn across the floor. Ha 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 ha. Chen Nan erupted in laughter, utterly astounded to discover that the thief was none other than the young princess, the very person he had longed to capture and subdue. This moment was simply exquisite. Chuckling, he stepped forward and grasped the princess by the wrist, exclaiming, "You little demon, you have slandered and ensnared me, forcing me to traverse hundreds of miles across treacherous terrain. How audacious of you to come here and steal from me. You have truly walked into your own trap. Ha ha. Let go." The princess protested, struggling with great fervor and displaying palpable panic. Chen Nan, undeterred, used his other hand to pinch her tender cheek, saying, "What do you think would be an appropriate punishment for you? You wretched scoundrel, release me. You're hurting me. Even now, you persist in your defiance. Today, I shall surely tame this little imp." With his right hand, he manipulated the contours of her cheek, eliciting both embarrassment and fury from her. Regretting her decision to come here, the princess cried out, "Ouch! You brute! I swear I will kill you one day." As Chen Nan found himself ensnared by her deceit, having traversed the mountain paths for an entire day, he was suddenly inflamed by her words. He seized the young princess and brought her to the bedside. Pressing her down onto the bed, the princess let out a piercing scream. "Scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Release me at once." Chen Nan extended his hand and struck her ample dairy, the sound echoing in the air. "Ah, ouch! You audacious scoundrel! How dare you humiliate and offend me? You shall pay dearly for this." In that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the room. The Tiger King, Xiao Yu, witnessing the indignity suffered by its master, sprang from a nearby corner and unleashed a bolt of lightning at Chen Nan. Taken by surprise, he was struck directly, his body instantly charred. Enraged, he abandoned the princess and, like a wraith, swiftly approached Xiao Yu. The poor creature had not yet transformed when Chen Nan grasped its neck and lifted it off the ground. Lacking knowledge of the beast's acupoints, he sealed Xiao Yu's energy channels, rendering every inch of its flesh immobile. Ultimately, Xiao Yu lay still, resembling a delicate porcelain cat. "How dare you, a mere beast, attempt to ambush me?" Chen Nan struck Xiao Yu's forehead several times, causing the Tiger King to grimace in pain, yet it could neither move nor speak. Its eyes wide with helplessness. "You dare glare at me? I shall strike again." He continued to deliver several more blows, eliciting tears from Xiao Yu, who, now cowed, no longer dared to display any hostility. "You foolish creature, emboldened by the little demon's support. You think you can challenge me? I shall deal with you shortly. Have you finished your antics? I am far from done." He lifted the little princess as if she were a mere rag doll and remarked, "You call me a scoundrel on the left and a filthy thief on the right, but do not forget that you are now my captive. I had initially abandoned the plan for that maidservant, yet your insistence compels me to reconsider. It seems imperative to train you into a competent maid." Upon hearing this, the little princess's countenance changed dramatically, and she nearly erupted in fury, but managed to restrain herself, saying in a tone of grievance, "From now on, I shall not refer to you as a scoundrel or a filthy thief. That is only fitting. You shall call me master henceforth. Do you understand?" Suppressing her rage, the little princess replied, "I will call you Chen Nan from now on, and I shall no longer address you with any frivolity." Chen Nan responded, "It is too late. From now on, you shall obediently serve as my maid. Vile scoundrel, despicable thief, shameless wretch." The little princess could no longer contain herself, cursing as she kicked and scratched. Chen Nan once more pinned her down onto the bed, and the sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. The little princess, overwhelmed with humiliation and fury, flushed crimson, yet found herself utterly powerless. "You scoundrel, you are currently desecrating a princess of a nation. If word reaches my father, oh dear, even if you possess 10 lives, they would all be forfeit. Please, cease your actions. I assure you, I shall remain silent. Spare me, I implore you." With a smirk, Chen Nan halted, teasing, "Would you care to be my maid?" The young princess retreated swiftly to the corner of the bed, her eyes brimming with tears as she replied, "I am a princess. How could you possibly make such a request of me? Furthermore, this is all a misunderstanding. I did not intend to play tricks on you. I promise not to tease you again. Will that suffice? Chen Nan retorted, spare me, little demon. Your theatrics no longer deceive me. The princess responded, very well. Shall we attempt to be friends and cease our mutual hostilities? That is unacceptable. Will you agree or not? Seeing Chen Nan raise his hand again, the princess was filled with trepidation. How can you be so coercive? I will agree to assist you with certain matters, but we shall not be in a master-servant relationship. Chen Nan chuckled inwardly, surprised at how effectively he had frightened this once unyielding princess. He did not wish to push too hard, lest he inadvertently ruin his own scheme. In a low voice, he said, all right, wait here for a moment. I shall take a shower. I have something to discuss with you shortly. That wretched rogue dared to ambush me, leaving me in this charred state. As Chen Nan exited, the princess swiftly leaped from the bed and cradled the motionless Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, why do you not move? Oh dear, please awaken so we may escape from this place. Regardless of her frantic shaking, Xiao Yu remained unresponsive. The despicable scoundrel dares to manipulate animals. He is truly a wretched being deserving of 1,000 tortures, the little princess muttered under her breath. Although she yearned to flee with Xiao Yu, the thought of beautiful women falling into the clutches of villains filled her with dread. Now that Xiao Yu was unable to protect her and her own powers had long been sealed, the encroaching darkness instilled fear in her heart. If she were to escape into this city of vice, who could predict what calamities might befall her? Little demon, fetch me a basin of hot water, she commanded. But you just bathed. Why do you need more water? I wish to soak my feet. After traversing hundreds of miles through the mountains, my feet are nearly swollen. You expect me to fetch foot-soaking water? Dream on. I would rather die than do such a thing. This time, Chen Nan relented and lowered his demands. Well then, let us start with something simpler. Bring me a cup of tea. The little princess cursed Chen Nan 100 times in her heart. Yet she reluctantly complied and stepped outside. After receiving the tea from the servants in the courtyard, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she hatched a plan. The audacious scoundrel dares to insult me and wishes to drink tea served by me? Humph, today he shall sip foot-soaking water instead. Of course, the princess would not remove her shoes and socks. Instead, she stirred Xiao Yu's little paw in the tea before she could contain her laughter. You brought this upon yourself, you foul thief. As Chen Nan raised the cup to his lips, he suddenly noticed an enigmatic smile gracing the little princess's face, sending a shiver down his spine. There was no doubt that this cup of tea held some sinister secret. He set down the teacup that had been brought to his lips, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a single shining white hair within it. Glancing at the small jade figurine cradled in the arms of the little princess, which resembled a delicate porcelain cat, he realized that the cup of tea undoubtedly bore the mark of the Tiger King. Enraged, Chen Nan placed the teacup on the table and declared, "Little devil, I never imagined you would dare to scheme against me now. It seems I have been too lenient with you. I must punish you." The little princess was taken aback, not anticipating that Chen Nan would uncover the mystery of the tea. Her voice quivered as she replied, "What of your defeat, Chen Nan? What do you intend to do? How dare you tamper with my tea? What if I were to be caught unawares and suffer your treachery?" As he spoke, he stood up. "I did not tamper with it. Please, do not come any closer." Chen Nan seized the little princess, pulling her toward him and tossing the jade figurine onto the floor, before flinging her onto the bed. At that moment, genuine fear gripped the little princess. Terror enveloped her as she trembled and pleaded, "Wretched being, no. Chen Nan, if you dare to go too far, I acknowledge my mistake and promise I shall never transgress again." Suddenly, Chen Nan was struck by an overwhelming sense of unease. An immense pressure seeped in through the window, inducing a soul-deep shudder within him. A feeling of helplessness and inevitability surged in his heart. Yet, this sensation vanished in an instant, as that extraordinary pressure receded like a tide. Chen Nan was alarmed, though he had attained the rank of a third-tier master. The pressure he had just experienced had rendered him utterly powerless to resist. One could only imagine the astonishing prowess of the approaching presence. As he had just abducted the little princess and fled from the capital of Chu, he felt an intense unease at 100 miles away from the city. This sensation, however, seemed considerably more potent than before. Chen Nan's thoughts immediately turned to the emperor's eerie ancestor, the ancient sorcerer of over 170 years. He glanced at the little princess, noting her obliviousness, though she gazed at him with evident anxiety. He was convinced that the old sorcerer was undoubtedly pursuing them. A chill ran down his spine. The formidable elder was indeed following, not only safeguarding the princess, but also harboring sinister intentions towards him. For he would not have tolerated his presence otherwise. The little princess observed the shifting expressions on Chen Nan's face, her heart fluttering in trepidation, fearing he might succumb to a wild frenzy. After a prolonged moment, Chen Nan managed to compose himself, and out of respect for the ancient sorcerer, he refrained from treating the little princess with undue rudeness. "Little imp, do not linger on my bed, come down at once." The little princess relaxed instantly, retorting, "Who would want to stay on your filthy bed?" Ignoring her, Chen Nan lifted Chu Yu from the ground and, with a flurry of movements, infused it with golden energy. As soon as Chu Yu regained its mobility, it transformed, its massive tiger form occupying half the room. Just as it was about to roar, Chen Nan swiftly tossed its shoes and socks into its mouth, followed by the recently discarded dirty clothes. However, such trifles could hardly stifle the mighty roar of the Tiger King. He hurriedly stuffed the bedding into its gaping maw, finally managing to fill it before Chu Yu unleashed a thunderous roar. Although Xiao Yu's mouth was obstructed, she still lunged towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan swiftly sidestepped and shouted to the little princess, "Quickly command this unruly beast to cease, or I shall strip it of its hide." The little princess cried out, "Xiao Yu, stop! We cannot contend with this ruffian now. We shall seek vengeance another time." Xiao Yu cast a look of profound grievance at the princess, ultimately halting her assault. After expelling Chen Nan's foul shoes and socks, she began to retch. The princess covered her nose and exclaimed, "Chen Nan, you are truly wicked to have thrown such repugnant items into Xiao Yu's mouth. Look how distressed she is." Xiao Yu shrank down to the size of a kitten, continuing to vomit, leaving a large puddle on the ground. Chen Nan scolded, "What a delicate creature you are, you insufferable beast. Are my shoes and socks truly that revolting?" The little princess retorted, "They stink terribly." Remarkably, Xiao Yu nodded in apparent understanding before resuming her heaving. Chen Nan awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, "After traversing several hundred miles of mountainous terrain, a bit of odor is to be expected. This is what you deserve for ambushing me with lightning." The little princess, feeling pity, cradled Xiao Yu and assisted her in cleaning up. It took quite some time before she finally ceased her retching. The little imp stammered, "I have no money left. Could you spare me a little? What about the money you pilfered?" The little princess, feeling helpless, awkwardly recounted some matters regarding the Divine Wind Academy, causing Chen Nan to erupt in laughter. "Ha ha," the little princess exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "You scoundrel. No, Chen Nan, do not laugh. Will you return the money you took from me last time? I am left with not a single coin." Chen Nan chuckled heartily, astonished by the turn of events. He reached into his pocket and produced a handful of gold coins, saying, "Take them." The little princess eagerly snatched them away, clutching her precious jade as she dashed outside. Chen Nan did not stop her. Ever since he learned that the old monster had indeed followed them, he dared not act too harshly towards the little princess. Days later, the rumors surrounding the infamous Sin City reached a new pinnacle as thousands of cultivators flocked from all corners of the continent. The ancient battlefield was teeming with figures, as numerous practitioners tirelessly searched for remnants of the ancient gods. During this period, Chen Nan had not encountered the little princess again. Bored and restless, he ventured once more into the hallowed remnants of the divine battle. Observing the multitude in the woods, he sighed. So many are in pursuit of the severed hand of the ancient god. Even if they succeed, a fierce battle for possession is inevitable. It truly leads to ruin. A gentle voice echoed from behind him. At times, it serves as an impetus for relentless progress. At other times, it resembles a sweet poison. It can uplift a person to great heights, or lead them to destruction like a moth drawn to a flame. The elder, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, appeared to be a sage of considerable stature. Chen Nan, taken aback, could not help but inquire, "Are you a cultivator?" "Ha ha, is being a cultivator so remarkable?" Chen Nan realized he had encountered a master. The elder's cultivation level was at least 4th tier, for it would be impossible for him to have silently appeared behind him otherwise. "No, I merely inquired out of curiosity, for cultivators are indeed a rare sight, especially those of your profound mastery," the elder remarked. Cultivators are not always as the common folk envision, retreating to remote mountains. Some have been honing their skills amidst the bustling world. Chen Nan was taken aback, as this revelation starkly contradicted his previous understanding. He queried, "Do not cultivators desire solitude, often practicing in desolate locales?" "Some, as you describe, do seek seclusion, Yet others choose to navigate the mundane world. The paths of cultivation vary, as do the trials one must endure. Oh, how intriguing it is to hear such words. You must belong to the latter, Chen Nan responded. The elder chuckled and clarified. No, I am a warrior, not a cultivator at all. Ah, Chen Nan was genuinely astonished. He had always assumed that the elder before him was a cultivator. Young man, do you truly not recognize me? Chen Nan gasped. Ah, you are. The elder continued. Did I not mention that I have recently sought movement after a long period of stillness? I did not expect our encounter to be so swift. Chen Nan's mind reeled, and he trembled as he exclaimed, You are the ancient apparition. No, you are the great-grandfather of the Emperor of the State of Chu. The elder smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is I. It seems we are truly fated to meet, haha. In the sweltering summer heat, an icy chill washed over Chen Nan. He recalled the ancient apparition, whose eyes had been clouded and devoid of life, teeth long gone, skin resembling a crumpled piece of paper, and a sparse tuft of hair scattered upon a bald crown. In the present day, the old monster's teeth gleamed as white as jade, his hair as white as a crane's, yet his visage bore the vitality of youth, a stark contrast to the frail figure he once was in the palace of Chu. A profound sense of unease surged within Chen Nan. It could be said that he had single-handedly crafted the current state of this old monster. Had he not translated that sinister tome for the old fiend, the figure before him might still be that of a trembling elder, barely able to walk. Regardless of how profound the old monster's cultivation had once been, he had indeed reached the brink of exhaustion, with little time left to indulge in malevolence. However, after mastering the secret techniques within the wicked book, he had been reborn, and the elder now stood transformed, a complete metamorphosis rendered unpredictable. Chen Nan found himself unable to fathom this old man. He was uncertain whether he had inadvertently forged an unparalleled demon, for it seemed the old monster's cultivation had far surpassed the 5th tier, reaching the 6th realm. The mere thought of a legendary 6th-tier master sent chills down his spine. The old monster chuckled. Thank you. Now I can prolong my existence in this world for another 20 or 30 years. To live is the greatest happiness. Chen Nan managed a strained smile. Indeed, senior. Your prowess is unparalleled. Achieving a second youth is truly commendable. This cannot be deemed a return to youth, merely a tenuous extension of a few decades of life. The old monster replied, shaking his head gently. No, I have no interest in that. You are aware that after cultivating that nefarious tome, I require a substantial amount of fresh blood. While the livestock slaughtered daily in the imperial kitchen can sustain me, they are ultimately soulless creatures, yielding far from ideal results. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan shivered, a chill coursing through his body. The old monster glanced at him and remarked, Do not be afraid. I would never resort to the barbaric slaughter of innocents for their blood. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains in the central region of the continent, there exists an abundance of spiritual birds and extraordinary beasts. There is no need for me to stain my hands with blood. Extracting a small quantity of blood from those rare creatures each day will suffice. Chen Nan felt a measure of reassurance and inquired, Do you intend to reside in the city of Sin for long? I plan to stay for a year or so, the old monster replied. Oh, Chen Nan responded. The old monster chuckled and asked, Has that mischievous little girl from the palace accompanied you here? At these words, Chen Nan's heart trembled. Yet the old monster did not explicitly reveal that he had brought the little princess here, nor did Chen Nan find it necessary to clarify. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Yes, she is quite lively and has wandered off to play somewhere. Be sure to keep a close eye on that little girl. Do not allow her to cause any trouble here, the old monster instructed. I will do my utmost, Chen Nan assured him. Haha, the scenery ahead is quite appealing. I shall go take a look. We shall converse again when the opportunity arises, the old monster said leisurely as he strolled forward. Chen Nan was taken aback as he watched. The old man took only 4 or 5 steps before he was already 100 feet away. With each step, it seemed as though he vanished into thin air, only to reappear elsewhere. This terrifying mastery of movement surpassed even Zhuge Chengfeng's shrinking the earth technique demonstrated in the western territories of Chu. The old monster has indeed made remarkable progress. It appears his cultivation has genuinely reached the 6th tier. It is likely that he is now capable of forcibly unraveling the binding divine power upon the little princess. Chen Nan's sensation is not merely an illusion. During his escape from the state of Chu, he had faintly sensed an exceptionally powerful and terrifying aura, undoubtedly belonging to the old monster. However, that feeling was nowhere near as intense as it is now. The formidable presence radiated by the old monster has evidently grown significantly stronger. In just a short span of days, the old monster's cultivation has advanced remarkably, likely due to the revitalization of his body, propelling his skills to a new pinnacle. Such a terrifying level of mastery fills Chen Nan with both astonishment and excitement. With merely 4 strides, he vanishes beyond 100 paces, nearing the realm of sorcery. A martial artist who has attained such a level can undoubtedly traverse the world with ease, leaving other practitioners in their wake, unable to compete. Chen Nan harbors a profound apprehension towards the old monster and wishes to avoid lingering in the Divine War ruins, lest he inadvertently encounters this enigmatic elder once more. Thus, he hastens towards the City of Sin. The little princess's primary motivation for joining the Divine Wind Academy is to enlist the help of its experts in lifting the restrictions placed upon her. In truth, she holds little genuine interest in the academy itself. However, the vice principal's remarks have ignited her temper, compelling her to join against her better judgment. Over the past 2 days, the little princess has frequently roamed the Divine War ruins upon her steed, Little Jade. She not only seeks to find the dismembered left hand of the ancient deity to mock the vice principal, but is also filled with immense curiosity regarding the treasures held within the divine hand. However, within the ruins of the divine battle, she found herself devoid of any rewards. This morning, she lingered in bed, neglecting her search. As she caressed the fluffy little tiger head of her companion, she mused, where on earth could that broken divine hand be? If I cannot find it, I shall feel truly unsatisfied. Little Jade, you have dwelled in this vast mountain for over a millennium. Have you never ventured here and perceived the peculiarities that abound? Unbeknownst to the young princess, an animated expression flickered across the face of the Tiger King, Little Jade. It appeared to waver, caught in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, as if arriving at a profound resolution, it wriggled free from the princess's embrace and began to gesture with its tiny paws. The princess, taken aback, exclaimed, "You know where it is?" Little Jade nodded affirmatively. "Splendid. Let me there at once." The princess joyfully scooped it up, exclaiming, "You clever little creature. You truly know the whereabouts of the divine hand. Why did you not inform me sooner?" Little Jade, feeling somewhat wronged, shook its head in response and wriggled free once more. The princess, now growing impatient, urged, "What is the matter? Hurry, take me there." Yet, Little Jade continued to shake its head before commencing its transformation. This time, it did not enlarge, but instead unfurled its pristine wings and sprouted a resplendent jade horn. Finally, it spread its diminutive wings and, with a sudden burst of energy, soared out of the window. In the courtyard, a servant delivering tea happened to witness the little cat, Xiao Yu, soaring into the sky. Startled, he dropped the tea tray, stammering, "I must be seeing things, an airborne feline." He rubbed his eyes to confirm that indeed a winged kitten was ascending into the heavens. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Goodness, if tigers can fly. Now even cats are taking to the skies. What kind of world is this?" The servant gazed at the little princess as if she were a creature of the supernatural. The princess retorted, "What are you staring at? Nonsense. Who would want to be your maid? Surely you haven't squandered all your money so soon and come here to pilfer from me again. That's absurd. I would never resort to thievery. Who was rummaging through my belongings last time?" Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle, amused by the situation. "Ah, but stealing is merely acquiring. And you certainly have a knack for justifying your actions. What? The lustful tiger has escaped? Huh, that truly cracks me up. I knew it was pretending to be adorable, taking advantage of your overflowing sympathy while recuperating with you. Now that it has regained its strength, it simply flitted away. I never imagined this lascivious beast would outsmart you. The little imp. How amusing. Despicable. Even now you mock me. Hurry and lift the restrictions on my powers. How can I trust the veracity of your claims? You might have come here solely to elicit my sympathy and have me release your restraints. It's true. That wretched Xiao Yu truly fled. Just now, I encountered 2 scoundrels even worse than you on the street. They intended to harm me, and had I not fled swiftly, I would have been in grave danger. Please, release my restraints at once. You little girl, are you pleading with me, or are you cursing me for not having that colorful tiger by your side, to prevent the 2 of you from colluding and causing chaos everywhere? Hey, you scoundrel, how dare you speak like that? What do you mean by colluding? Quickly release me from this constraint." In the end, Chen Nan did not alleviate her predicament, but instead playfully delivered 2 light taps to her head. The little princess, teary-eyed and filled with resentment, clenched her teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless. She did not wish to remain in Chen Nan's company and contemplated seeking refuge in another inn. But the thought of her previous encounters in the streets instilled a sense of fear within her. Although Chen Nan was not a paragon of virtue in her eyes, he was still preferable to the ruffians that roamed about. Ultimately, she decided to secure a separate room in the same inn. Over the next 2 days, the little princess persistently implored Chen Nan to restore her powers. Driven to desperation by her incessant pleas, Chen Nan resorted to threatening her with the prospect of sharing his bed, hoping to procure a moment of peace. On the 3rd day, the missing Xiao Yu unexpectedly descended from the heavens, bursting into Chen Nan's room. The little princess was overjoyed to see the Tiger King once more. Just as she was about to approach, the Tiger King suddenly stepped back, opening his mouth to reveal a glimmering object, which quickly shrank and leapt into her embrace. Xiao Yu gazed at the little princess with a look of grievance, then extended a tiny paw to point at the ground. The little princess followed its gaze and gasped. "What is this?" Chen Nan had already been entranced by the luminous object on the floor, his eyes fixated upon it without blinking. It was a hand bone, as white as jade, which did not evoke a sense of dread. Rather, it emanated an aura of purity. Astonishingly, it radiated a soft glow, appearing profoundly sacred. The little princess exclaimed with joy, "This must be the severed left hand of the ancient deity. Xiao Yu, you are simply marvelous." She tossed Xiao Yu into the air, catching him in her embrace, before bending down to retrieve the hand bone. "Wait a moment, this is the right hand bone," the little princess gasped in surprise. Chen Nan was equally astonished and remarked, "This must indeed be the hand bone of the ancient god. The essence of divine beings and mortals is truly distinct. A piece of bone that has lain dormant for millennia still emanates a faint glow. Remarkable. But why does it contradict the legends? How can it be a right hand bone?" Both of them turned their gazes towards the Tiger King, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu feigned innocence, shaking his little tiger head. The little princess added, "Xiao Yu, do you know of a place that conceals an astounding secret? Please take me there." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's tiny paws flailed about, and his head shook like a rattle. He appeared utterly terrified, his eyes brimming with fear. Chen Nan stepped forward, threateningly stating, "If you do not take us there, I shall feast on tiger meat and drink tiger bone wine." The little princess hurriedly placed herself in front of him, saying, "Do not frighten Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu seemed unfazed by Chen Nan, opening his mouth to produce a low growl. "You insolent tiger, how dare you defy me? Watch how I deal with you." Chen Nan turned to grab a soiled garment from the bed, ready to stuff it into the Tiger King's mouth. Xiao Yu pretended to retch, quickly closing his mouth afterward. The little princess burst into laughter. Chen Nan scolded, "You truly have become a clever little beast, with such a vivid array of expressions. Do not attempt to distract me. If you do not lead us there, do not blame me for my rudeness." Xiao Yu looked up at the little princess with a pitiful expression, seeking her assistance. The little princess held her tightly and reassured, "Do not be afraid. If you do not wish to take me with you, I shall not compel you. I only ask that you do not leave me suddenly again. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu vigorously nodded her fluffy little head. Chen Nan was now certain that the Tiger King must know of a mysterious location. He turned to the little princess and said, "Do not shield this colorful tiger. It undoubtedly holds a monumental secret. No, I will never force Xiao Yu to do anything, unlike certain individuals who constantly intimidate others." Chen Nan pondered for a moment and decided not to press too hard. He resolved to seek opportunities to gradually compel the Tiger King to reveal the secret location. At this moment, his gaze towards Xiao Yu shifted. This Tiger King, with blood coursing through her veins from both the eastern white tiger and the western magic tiger, was far from being as simple as she appeared. Not only did she possess some knowledge of transformation, but she also seemed to be aware of an extraordinarily peculiar place. What sort of location could it be that conceals divine bones? It must surely be an exceptionally mysterious realm. "Hey, little demon, where are you headed?" "Chen Nan. Just wait at the Divine Wind Academy to witness the spectacle. I shall be there shortly." The little princess mounted the transformed Xiao Yu and soared into the sky. As Chen Nan observed her soaring directly towards the ruins of the Divine War, his heart skipped a beat, and he murmured to himself, "Surely the little demon wouldn't be so ruthless." The transformed behemoth, Little Jade, carried the little princess above the city of Sin, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps. Heavens! It's the Flying Tiger Bandit. Wasn't she captured by the people from the Divine Wind Academy? In a mere moment, the little princess reached the pinnacle of the Divine War ruins, where many practitioners on the ground took notice of her. The Flying Tiger Bandit. It's that detestable girl who toyed with us last time. Little Jade circled incessantly above the ruins, while the little princess called out, "This time, I truly have found the severed hand of the ancient god. Look." As she shouted, she waved a bone of the ancient god that emitted a faint glow. Initially, the practitioners below hurled insults, assuming she had returned to cause chaos. But when they beheld the pristine, jade-like bone radiating brilliance, they fell silent, utterly astonished. After a brief moment of stillness, a tide of voices surged once more. "Hey, little girl, come down. Young lady, I shall impart upon you an unparalleled martial art in exchange for that divine bone." "Little sister, what exactly does the ancient god's hand grasp?" The little princess feigned innocence and replied, "This broken bone is not entertaining at all. Who wants it? I shall gift it to them." Countless hands reached out from below, vigorously waving towards the sky. "There are too many people. I cannot decide whom to give it to. How about this? Whoever arrives first at the city of Sin will receive the divine bone, along with a colossal secret." Xiao Yu soared through the skies, carrying the young princess towards the nefarious city, while countless cultivators fervently pursued them on the ground. "Xiao Yu, hurry and escape," the princess urged. She harbored no fears regarding the sorcerers. Even if they possessed the ability to fly, their speed was undoubtedly inferior to that of Xiao Yu. Her only concern lay with the dozen or so dragon knights, whose velocity was likely comparable to Xiao Yu's. If they were to catch up, the consequences would be dire. An hour later, the princess led thousands to the wicked city, where its inhabitants gazed in terror at the airborne sorcerers and dragon knights, as well as the vast army of cultivators marching below. The princess exclaimed, "So many have arrived simultaneously, yet I still do not know whom to reward." Discontent murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. "You mischievous girl, are you toying with us? That insufferable little brat." The princess quickly interjected, "I am not deceiving you. It is merely a worthless bone. Why would I desire it? Forget about it. I shall present it to the Xinfeng Academy." With that, she urged Xiao Yu towards the direction of the academy. Many had begun to suspect that the princess was targeting Xinfeng Academy, yet despite their suspicions, no one was willing to halt their pursuit. Among the throng were numerous students from Xinfeng Academy who felt a growing anxiety but found themselves powerless to act. Soon, thousands of cultivators had gathered outside the academy, where the faculty and students had already sensed the commotion in the city. However, when they learned of the throngs arriving at their gates, they were left utterly astonished. The vice president led dozens of students to emerge first. Upon seeing a throng of cultivators blocking the entrance of the academy, he could not help but furrow his brow. The little princess, riding on her small jade, soared above the vice president and said, "Old man, you promised that as long as I found the severed palm of the ancient god, I would be allowed to join the Divine Wind Academy, did you not?" "Indeed." "Then look at this," the little princess proclaimed, revealing the ancient god's bone. "Here, take it." With that, she tossed the divine bone towards the vice president. Amidst the crowd of cultivators, someone shouted, "Charge!" The dragon knights, mages, and warriors advanced towards the vice president from both the sky and the ground. The vice president exclaimed in terror, "Heavens! So many have been summoned by you. You little troublemaker. You have brought calamity upon the Divine Wind Academy. You truly are a harbinger of chaos." "Serves you right, old man. Who told you to make things difficult for me?" The little princess wore a defiant expression that seemed to dare fate. The vice president was nearly driven to madness, his eyebrows and beard twitching furiously. Standing atop a towering structure of the Divine Wind Academy, Chen Nan called out to the little princess, "Little demon, come over here." The little princess hesitated for a moment upon seeing Chen Nan, but ultimately commanded her small jade to fly over. Chen Nan kicked away the Tiger King, who was clawing at him, and swiftly grabbed the little princess, pinching her delicate face as he said, "You truly are a troublemaker, creating such a commotion." At this moment, the area outside the Divine Wind Academy was abuzz with voices, and a riot was on the verge of breaking out. Countless cultivators clamored on the ground, while the skies were filled with shadows of numerous figures. Many wizards hovered aloft, beginning to coalesce their magical energies. Dozens of dragon knights commanded their flying dragons and wyverns, soaring to and fro. At this moment, the little princess felt a twinge of fear. Despite Chen Nan pinching her cheek, she trembled and inquired, "They wouldn't dare dismantle the Divine Wind Academy, would they?" "They may not have the audacity to dismantle the academy itself, but the gates are undoubtedly doomed. I wonder when the experts within the academy will make their move," Chen Nan replied. The little princess patted her chest and exclaimed, "You frighten me to death. As long as the academy remains intact, that is all that matters." You still have the audacity to claim fear, Chen Nan remarked, giving her a gentle tap on her smooth forehead, causing her to wince and nearly shed tears. Ouch! You wretched scoundrel, that hurt. Ignoring her protests, Chen Nan seized the now diminutive Tiger King, who had shrunk to the size of a kitten, and declared, "You, the lecherous tiger conspiring with that little demon, are full of secrets. If you do not divulge to me the source of the divine hand's bones, I shall stew you in due time." The little princess cried out in distress, "Scoundrel, return Xiao Yu to me." Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed from deep within the Divine Wind Academy. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu broke free from Chen Nan's grasp and leapt into the embrace of the little princess. Below follows an interview with the author, Chen Dong, regarding two characters from the world of the Divine Tomb. Chen Dong: Little girl, I regret to inform you of some rather unfortunate news. You have incited the wrath of the heavens. 36% of the world's populace harbors a desire to strangle you. Therefore, I suspect you may soon find yourself at rest. The little demon declared, "Do you dare to challenge me? Satan is my subordinate, Siddhartha Gautama is my follower, Jehovah is my attendant, and the Creator is my elder brother. If you dare to confront me, ha ha ha, you shall find no peace, whether in the heavens or on earth. Ha ha ha." While 36% of people curse me, why not mention the 27% who hold me in great affection? Ha ha ha. Should those 36% dare to curse me again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate, cursing you with a lack of manhood. Turning to face another realm beyond the void, the little princess stuck out her tongue and made a grimace, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I am known as the little demon. If you expect me to bow my head and transform into a pretentious little angel, ha ha ha, that shall only occur when the sun rises from the north and sets in the south." Chen Dong, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, "How audacious. I too am among that 36%, so do not forget that in the world of the Divine Tomb, I am the sovereign. The heavens cannot obscure my sight. The earth cannot bury my heart, and all beings understand my intentions. The myriad deities can only dissipate before me, whether you are a princess or a slave. It lies within my thoughts." As Chen Dong collapsed to the ground, he murmured, "Who has revealed the secrets of heaven?" Just then, a tremendous force surged from the heavens. An aura capable of annihilating the world swept across the land. Dark clouds churned and waves of ink surged as a young man with black hair descended from the distant skies, stepping upon the roiling black clouds. With a murderous intent that filled the air, countless crimson glimmers emanated from his being, and the faint yet palpable aura of death soared towards the heavens. A figure approached, exuding an aura both divine and sinister, his eyes glinting with a cold, electric intensity. He cast a glance at the young princess and Chen Dong, prompting the princess to flee a considerable distance in fright, stammering, "Chen Nan, why are you here? All those past events were misunderstandings. Please, do not come any closer." Unperturbed by her pleas, Chen Nan turned his icy gaze toward Chen Dong and inquired, "In the early stages, why did you arrange my path in such a manner?" Chen Dong hastily replied, "Brother, it was merely to allow you to experience the myriad facets of life. You are a slow-growing type of boss, and now you have become extraordinarily powerful, or rather, fearsomely potent." Chen Nan retorted coldly, "Why bestow upon me the title of a failure? Does this not tarnish my future elegance?" With a decisive stomp, he shattered the air and cracked the ground beneath him. Chen Dong wiped his brow in a nervous manner, muttering, "Well, even a failure can be a supreme failure. Your rampage is nearing legendary proportions." He chuckled, "Let us cool our tempers. I shall roast some angel wings and steam a few dragon livers. We can share a drink, brother. Enough. My destiny is mine to dictate." "I shall not be at your mercy," Chen Nan declared. Chen Dong laughed heartily, nonchalantly asserting, "I am the sovereign of this realm. The myriad deities of the 3 realms and 6 paths are at my command. Who are you to challenge this? I am the greatest in this world." Chen Nan responded calmly, "Very well. In this lifetime, I shall defy the heavens." A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth, awakening all the slumbering supreme beings of the 3 realms and 6 paths, who opened their eyes in astonishment. With a sudden and forceful punch, Chen Nan unleashed a brilliant beam of light that pierced through the realms of heaven and earth. The might of this strike was overwhelming, swallowing mountains and rivers, heralding the commencement of a cataclysmic battle. Chen Dong was instantly obliterated, vanishing without a trace as he was hurled into another world, landing with a thud before a computer desk. "I shall not stoop to your level. Instead, I shall sip my tea and observe how you defy the heavens." A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated like a tempest above the Xinfeng Academy, causing those cultivators gathered at the academy's gates to gasp in astonishment. A beam of green light surged skyward from within the academy, swiftly stabilizing at a great height. It was a colossal creature, measuring no less than 30 zhang. Adorned with green scales, a fierce dragon's head, a robust tail, and expansive wings, a veritable fourth-tier dragon. The dragon stirred up a tempestuous wind as it soared above the academy's gates, its massive form casting a verdant shadow that eclipsed the sun, instilling an indescribable dread in those beneath its shade. Perched atop the dragon was a middle-aged man with golden hair, wielding a dragon-slaying spear. Standing proudly as if he were a formidable deity of war, he coldly surveyed the throng below and bellowed, "Why do you disturb the tranquility of Xinfeng Academy?" The thousands of cultivators on the ground were momentarily stunned into silence, but after a brief pause, the crowd erupted once more. Amongst these thousands were indeed true masters, and not all were cowed by the presence of this fourth-tier dragon knight. Hand over the divine bones. Reveal what treasures the divine hand possesses. Surrender the treasures. The scene descended into chaos once more. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a dragon reverberated through the halls of the Xinkei's academy. As a menacing black dragon soared into the sky, resembling a dark cloud hovering above the crowd. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with golden hair, strikingly similar in appearance to the man atop the green dragon, both embodying an air of cold severity. The vice president leapt gracefully onto the grand archway of the academy and proclaimed, "I believe none of you have come here merely for this divine bone." As he waved the ancient god's hand bone in his hand, he continued, "Though the ancient gods were formidable, they have long since perished. Their skeletal remains, while peculiar, hold little practical value. I surmise that you are all here for the treasures grasped within the ancient god's hand." The crowd fell silent, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. Observe, this is not the left hand bone of the ancient god, but rather the right. The ancient parchment reveals that the left hand of the ancient god clutched a luminous, unidentified object that fell into the mountains, yet this is not that divine hand. The vice president's words struck like a boulder cast into a placid lake, provoking a tempest of excitement, yet the fervor subsided swiftly, all eyes fixed on him, eager for further revelations. He continued, "As you have all witnessed, this divine bone was discovered by a girl. To unravel its secrets, one must inquire of her." The little princess gazed at the two colossal dragons in the sky, continually comparing them with the small jade in her arms. "Isn't it merely larger? My little jade is still far more beautiful." Chen Nan observed her nonchalance despite the considerable chaos she had instigated. She still had the audacity to compare the mighty dragon with the Tiger King. He felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her. Suppressing this impulse, he nudged her and said, "Little demon, you have stirred up quite a storm. That old man is discussing you." Unable to contain himself any longer, he struck her lightly and added, "You've created such a tumultuous situation that it could easily escalate into a bloody conflict. That old man is already terrified. You should consider yourself fortunate." The throng of several thousand cultivators erupted into clamorous demands. "We must locate that young girl. We must ascertain where she acquired this divine bone." The young princess slapped her forehead and sighed. "Heavens, I have landed myself in such a predicament. If I cannot clarify this, I will be relentlessly pursued." Turning to Chen Nan, she implored, "Will you accompany me?" "No." Chen Nan quickly shook his head in refusal. "I am frightened to face this alone. If you do not accompany me, I might become so anxious that I say something wrong. What if I inadvertently reveal that the divine bone was given to me by you?" At her words, Chen Nan felt an overwhelming desire to scold her. Suddenly, a cry echoed as the eastern phoenix and her golden giant eagle descended from the sky. The young princess exclaimed joyfully, "Sister old woman, you little rascal, you never learn." The eastern phoenix replied. As a small fireball was thrown her way, the young princess promptly corrected herself, saying, "Sister Phoenix, I did not mean to. It was merely a slip of the tongue." The eastern phoenix retracted the small fireball and remarked, "Little Messi, I truly underestimated you. First, you brazenly plundered near the city of sin, then framed and betrayed your companions, and now you have shifted the blame onto the Xinfeng Academy. Your capacity for misdeeds is truly remarkable. I am eager to see how you confront the multitude." The little princess innocently replied, "Sister Phoenix, those were mere accidents on my part. I did not intend for any of it to happen. You must help me this time." for I might inadvertently say something wrong and reveal that the divine bone was excavated from Shinfeng Academy. What? You dare to threaten me? That is utterly despicable. The little princess, feeling aggrieved, responded, I am not threatening you. I simply wish for you and Chun Bei to protect me. I am frightened on my own. And in my fear, I might indeed misspeak. Chen Nan and the Eastern Phoenix clenched their teeth in frustration, ultimately conceding to accompany her towards the academy's entrance. As thousands of cultivators beheld the little princess ascend the academy's gate tower, an uproar erupted among them, with some eager to rush forward. The vice president bellowed, Everyone, do not act rashly. Let this girl disclose the secrets she possesses. At that moment, the gazes of the multitude converged upon the little princess, causing her immense discomfort. Naturally, Chen Nan and the Eastern Phoenix, who stood beside her, felt equally uneasy, for should the little princess mishandle this situation, they too could face dire consequences. The mere thought of being pursued by thousands was terrifying. The little princess steadied her nerves and quickly regained her composure. How would I know any secrets? I merely happened to discover this divine bone in the ruins of the divine war. If there truly exists a secret, I would proudly showcase this divine bone before you all. Would I not invite trouble upon myself? The sole reason I sought out the severed hand of the ancient god is because of this insufferable old man, the young princess declared, pointing at the vice president beside her. The cultivators gathered at the academy's entrance erupted in laughter, finding it utterly amusing that the esteemed vice president of the Divine Wind Academy was being referred to as an insufferable old man by a mere girl in such a public setting. The vice president, visibly irked, twitched his mustache in frustration before awkwardly rubbing his nose. The seemingly innocent words of the young princess elicited another round of laughter from the crowd, who began to perceive her as a mischievous, unruly child, gradually coming to believe her claims. Furthermore, I have a witness, her. The princess turned to present Dongfang Phoenix, while quietly whispering to the vice president, If you do not cooperate, I shall loudly proclaim that the Divine Wind Academy has already discovered the ancient god's left hand and that mysterious treasure. Before the eyes of thousands of cultivators, the vice president endured the relentless taunting of the princess, who incessantly referred to him as insufferable old man and wicked old man. Frustration bubbled within him. At that moment, the princess's threat pushed him to the brink of exasperation. How could the esteemed vice president of the Divine Wind Academy be so toyed with by a little girl? The princess boldly announced to the crowd, She has been secretly following and protecting me on the orders of the insufferable old man, and can attest that I merely stumbled upon the ancient god's right-hand bone. The vice dean was engulfed in frustration, having been coerced into fabricating a tale for the young princess. He mustered his resolve and proclaimed, This little girl is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. I merely jested with her, never anticipating that she would take it to heart, resulting in such a grand spectacle. He then gestured towards Dongfang Phoenix, stating, This is a student from our academy who has indeed been discreetly following and safeguarding this young lady. Let her recount what she has witnessed. Dongfang Phoenix, feeling the weight of the moment, asserted, I have been trailing her on the back of my divine eagle and can confirm that she has only discovered the right-hand bone of the ancient deity. Before the gates of Shinfeng Academy, a cacophony ensued as the crowd began to accept that the young princess was merely a mischievous girl, and that this entire affair was but a farce instigated by her antics. Naturally, the discovery of the divine bone further solidified their belief that the remnants of the divine battle indeed harbored the treasures of the ancient god. The truth lay bare before them, and among the thousands of cultivators gathered at the academy's entrance, none dared to provoke Shinfeng Academy any further. After all, the academy was a bastion of formidable experts. Within moments, 2 dragon knights had emerged, leaving one to ponder just how many dragons lay hidden within. Moreover, the terrifying sorcerers and enigmatic practitioners had yet to reveal themselves. Should dozens of such formidable beings emerge, coupled with the academy's numerous disciples, those thousands of cultivators surrounding Shinfeng Academy would likely find themselves at the mercy of their might. Finally, the vice dean declared, If anyone harbors an interest in this divine bone, you may stay to observe. However, if you are disinterested, I kindly ask you to disperse forthwith. The majority of individuals gathered here were drawn by the enigmatic, luminous object clutched in the severed hand of the ancient deity. As time passed, most departed, leaving only a handful to queue before the academy, gazing at the skeletal remains of the deity's right hand. You insufferable little nuisance, how could you conjure such a predicament? Do you realize how close we were to catastrophe? If a conflict had erupted, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Oh, how dare you tug at my beard? Release me." "Oh." The young princess displayed no semblance of remorse. Rather, she was quite irate, vigorously pulling at the vice principal's beard. "You old codger. You brought this upon yourself by making things difficult for me. Now you dare to complain? I shall tug and pull until every last hair is gone." The young princess relentlessly yanked at the vice principal's beard with both hands. Chen Nan, the Eastern Phoenix, and the numerous students assembled at the academy's entrance were left utterly astonished, unable to contain their laughter. They had never anticipated that the cunning vice principal, as elusive as a wily fox, would find himself in such a predicament. Nearly everyone was in tears from laughter. The vice principal cried out in despair, "Let go, you little troublemaker, release me. Only if you set me down first." The vice principal hastily placed the princess on the ground, and as she finally relinquished her grip, she couldn't resist giving a final, forceful tug, eliciting a grimace from the vice principal. "Humph, I am not one to be trifled with. Consider this merely a minor lesson for you." The vice principal, seething with indignation, retorted, "You lot, mark my words. I will have my vengeance." Chen Nan approached and pulled the little princess aside, pinching her cheek and saying, "You little imp are utterly insufferable. This time, I shall confine you. If you continue to act recklessly, you may very well tear a hole in the heavens." The vice president was taken aback, having already discerned the princess's true identity. Observing Chen Nan's blatant disrespect towards her, he couldn't help but speculate about Chen Nan's own identity. A wave of headache washed over him. If the little princess were to join the Xinfeng Academy, it was easy to imagine that chaos would soon ensue. Dongfang Fenghuang glanced at the little princess with interest and remarked, "Little ragamuffin, joining the Xinfeng Academy requires a tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins each semester. The money you pilfered has already been confiscated. Do you intend to steal again? If so, the academy will no longer accept you." The vice president seized this as a lifeline, stating, "Indeed, without sufficient tuition, one cannot enroll in the Xinfeng Academy." He continued, "That is incorrect. We do not discriminate against anyone. There are numerous magical beasts in the nearby mountains, and any capable young warrior can hunt these creatures to obtain magic crystal cores to pay for their tuition. Additionally, there is a mercenary guild in the city where one can undertake tasks for substantial rewards. Those truly skilled will not fret over their tuition fees." The little princess inquired, "How long would it take to gather enough for the tuition?" "Under optimal circumstances, 3 months, came the response. 3 months? Why must it take so long? Yes, generally it requires 3 to 5 months, as this serves as a test for new students. The time is too lengthy, and moreover, after enrollment, considerations for the tuition of the following semester must be made. 2 semesters in a year require 6,000 gold coins. The Xinfeng Academy might as well be dubbed the Academy of Misfortune. I have made my decision." The young princess gazed at the vice president and proclaimed, "I shall sell that divine bone to you for 100,000 gold coins. Hurry up and pay me an aggregate of 997,000 gold coins." The vice president nearly collapsed upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Little girl, are you extorting money in disguise? Do not be absurd. Many would eagerly seize the opportunity for such a treasure. Return the divine bone to me." "Wait a moment. Have you forgotten that you have already gifted this divine bone to the Xinfeng Academy?" The vice president smiled hurriedly. "Hee, the price is negotiable. How about I offer you 20,000 gold coins?" "You must be jesting. This is the hand bone of a deity. If I were to sell it to the nobility, it would surely fetch several 100,000 gold coins." The vice president coughed lightly and replied, "Were it not for the Academy's ongoing research that urgently requires this divine hand bone, I would never consider purchasing it." Chen Nan listened intently, astonished at what kind of research would necessitate the hand bone of a deity. The young princess declared, "I care not for your urgent needs. The price is fixed at 100,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. That will not suffice. 80,000. 35,000. You are exceedingly stingy, old man. I shall state my final offer, 50,000 gold coins. Otherwise, return the divine bone to me." Upon seeing the young princess's resolute demeanor, the vice president gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, 50,000 gold coins it shall be." He retrieved 5 golden notes from his bosom and said, "These are 5 notes of 10,000 each. Accept them. From this moment forth, this divine bone shall belong to the Wind Academy." The little princess, overjoyed, received the notes with a beaming smile and exclaimed, "You old rascal, I would have sold it to you for 2,000 gold coins as well." "Oh heavens, why did you have to say that? You could have waited until I was out of earshot. The vice president lamented. How could I let you regret it if I didn't say it in front of you? The little princess retorted, then mused to herself, when I had money, I didn't realize its value. These past few days of financial worry have made this sudden windfall feel truly delightful. The vice president replied, come to the academy to register in 2 days. He then walked towards the Divine Wind Academy, with the Eastern Phoenix following suit. As the little princess reveled in her fortune, a large hand swiftly reached out from the side and snatched away her 50,000 gold notes. Ah, scoundrel! You thief! Return my money at once! She cried. Chen Nan tucked the notes into his own garments and remarked, what does a child need with so much money? I shall keep it safe for you, and I will return it whenever you need it. No, you must return it. I earned this honestly and with great effort. I cannot allow you to benefit without labor. The little princess's eyes reddened with urgency. The Tiger King leapt from a corner and pounced into the little princess's embrace, glaring menacingly at Chen Nan. You fool! Do you think that by stealing my money, you can control me? Just wait. I will have my revenge. Disregarding the little princess's struggles, Chen Nan firmly grasped her hand and led her towards the inn. The Kamikaze Academy is renowned throughout the continent, not only for its illustrious history, but also for the prodigious talents it nurtures, with each generation yielding exceptional masters. The academy comprises 4 divisions: the Path of Cultivation, the School of Magic, Eastern Martial Arts, and Western Martial Arts. Each year, thousands of young aspirants flock to enroll, and at the beginning of each month, the academy opens its gates wide to admit the most outstanding among them. Those who gain admission to the Kamikaze Academy are all formidable individuals, treated equally upon entry, with distinctions made only according to their order of admission rather than their year of study. Each student trains under their chosen instructor and faces identical assessments at the end of the term. Those who consistently perform poorly risk expulsion. Naturally, the strong navigate these trials with ease, while those slightly less capable are compelled to dedicate themselves to rigorous training, fostering a vibrant atmosphere of diligence within the academy. However, these standards apply solely to the normally admitted students. For those privileged nobility who pay exorbitant sums for entry, the academy may lower its standards, as they represent a significant source of income and bring a certain celebrity effect to the institution. Recently, the young princess has been confined to an inn, where Chen Nan has threatened her that should she dare to cause any trouble, she would receive not a single coin of the 50,000 gold tickets promised. The princess gritted her teeth in resentment. Had she not needed funds to join the Kamikaze Academy, she would have dismissed his words as mere idle threats. However, she finds herself obliged to remain discreetly indoors. During this time, Chen Nan once again assisted her in resolving a predicament involving the power of the divine finger. He has repeatedly interrogated her regarding the secrets of the ancient divine jade, yet each time, the princess has thwarted his inquiries, leaving him with no revelations. In the recent upheaval surrounding the ancient gods, half of the participants were youthful individuals. These young people were not merely drawn by the treasures held by the divine. The vast majority aspired to enroll in the esteemed Xinfeng Academy. On the morning of the 3rd day, the area before the academy bustled with an overwhelming throng, resembling a sea of humanity, as the gates of the institution were besieged. The little princess, feeling irritable over the past few days, finally awaited the day of registration at Xinfeng Academy. Glancing at the side, she silently gritted her teeth at Chen Nan. Once I enlist the experts within to unravel the restrictions, I shall certainly hold you accountable. Unbeknownst to Chen Nan, the little princess had been covertly plotting against him. Observing the surging crowd at the academy's entrance, he murmured, wasn't it said that registrations are open at the beginning of each month? Why are there still so many people? Have they all converged this month? A nearby youth overheard his words and replied, the Xinfeng Academy is renowned across the continent. Each month, countless young masters travel from afar to register here. Moreover, this time coincides with the rumors of the ancient gods' severed hand emerging from the city of Sin, naturally attracting more individuals than usual. Oh, thank you for the insight. You're welcome. Are you here to register as well? The youth regarded Chen Nan, who did not seem to fit the mold of a registrant, as most were gazing intently at the academy's gates, while he and the stunning young lady beside him strolled leisurely. No, I am here to accompany my sister for registration. Oh, your sister is truly beautiful. The little princess was indeed an unparalleled beauty, clad in a pale yellow gown, cradling a snow-white jade-like figurine in her arms, which rendered her exceedingly pure and innocent. Her enchanting visage captivated the eyes of countless men, while simultaneously inciting the envy of numerous women. Upon overhearing the conversation between Chen Nan and the unfamiliar man, the little princess exclaimed in anger, "Who is this disgraceful wretch to claim I am his sister?" Chen Nan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, glanced around at the onlookers and replied, "My sister has always enjoyed opposing me since childhood." With that, he seized the little princess's hand and swiftly led her away. "Disgraceful wretch, release me. Who is your sister?" The little princess struggled incessantly, attracting a flurry of whispers from the crowd. Had they not been seen wandering together, many young men would have surely stepped forth to uphold justice and eliminate evil. Nevertheless, even in this scenario, numerous young men directed their hostility towards Chen Nan. In a loud voice, Chen Nan declared, "What are you all staring at? Are you contemplating my sister? To win her favor, you must first contend with me. Yes, I am addressing you, daring to glare at me. You have no chance. Do not even think of pursuing my sister, for I shall never consent." Many were taken aback, believing that the little princess was indeed his sister, and they could not help but retract their murderous gazes, replacing them with smiles directed at him. The little princess, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, retorted, "You shameless scoundrel. Your words are nothing but nonsense." Noting the renewed hostile glares from the crowd, Chen Nan added, "What are you glaring at? My sister has grown up bickering with me. That is simply the nature of our relationship, always squabbling." However, he quickly pulled the little princess to another location. The little princess, fuming, declared, "Scoundrel, I absolutely detest you. You are utterly despicable, and I will find a way to take my revenge on you." Among the young individuals who registered at the Xinfeng Academy, many had previously ventured to the ruins of the Divine War in search of the severed left hand of the ancient deity. Numerous attendees recognized the young princess as the same woman who had once ridden the Flying Tiger, famously known as the Flying Tiger Bandit. Whispers began to circulate among them. "Look, that stunning beauty is indeed the Flying Tiger Bandit, who once toyed with countless cultivators while riding her tiger. My heavens! She is the girl who discovered the ancient deity's right-hand bone. What a breathtaking beauty! I must be in the same class as her. However, I find her brother rather unpleasant. I would love to give him a good thrashing. That girl is quite the troublemaker. She nearly instigated a bloody conflict." It is said that even the vice principal of Xinfeng Academy is exasperated by her antics, referring to her as Little Trouble. Little Trouble has quite the personality. As word spread, not yet officially enrolled, Chen Nan and the young princess had already become celebrities, and by the end, nearly everyone recognized this peculiar pair of siblings. The more the young princess heard, the more her expression soured. Eventually, she squeezed her way out of the crowd, prompting Chen Nan to hastily pursue her, fearing she might attract more trouble. "Where are you off to, little demon? How outrageous! I cannot believe they are speaking of me in such a manner. Xiao Yu, transform. We shall fly in." Upon transforming, the young princess mounted Xiao Yu, with Chen Nan quickly following suit onto the tiger's back. "Get off, you useless scoundrel. Do not sit on my Xiao Yu. If I get off, who will pay your tuition?" The shameless scoundrel. Those young men and women who came to enroll in the Kamikaze Academy were left utterly astonished upon witnessing the peculiar siblings soaring through the skies on a winged tiger. From their quarrel, they overheard the young princess incessantly berating Chen Nan as a scoundrel. While the duo of scoundrel and little troublemaker quickly became legendary figures among the new students of the academy, known by nearly all. Each student within Kamikaze Academy had heard tales of the Flying Tiger Thief, and was aware that this notorious figure had uncovered a divine bone. As they beheld the Tiger King descending from the heavens, their initial shock was soon replaced by smiles. For they all knew of the girl who had tugged at the vice principal's beard, earning the title of Little Troublemaker. In a secluded area, Xiao Yu transformed once more into a size akin to that of a kitten, and the young princess cradled it as she advanced. Just then, the vice principal approached from the opposite direction, and upon noticing the duo, he paused in surprise and remarked, "The main gate has yet to open. How did you manage to enter?" The young princess nonchalantly replied, "Why, we simply flew in. You dare to trespass into the academy? I've come to enroll, scoundrel. Quickly hand over the money to this old fool." The vice principal glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and whispered, "Please, little troublemaker. I am the vice principal of this academy. Could you afford me a modicum of respect? Do not refer to me as that old man any longer from now on. Address me as the dean, do you hear?" The young princess exclaimed sharply, "You still dare mention it? Do you have any idea how the new students gossip about me? They call me Little Trouble. It is all your fault, old man. If it weren't for you, they would not speak of me in such a manner. Humph. The vice dean awkwardly stroked his uneven beard and replied, "Who told you to cause so much trouble? Well, let me take you to pay your tuition." The payment office was situated in the third courtyard. After a brief, hushed conversation with the elderly cashier, the vice dean hastily departed. Chen Nan handed over the prepared banknote. And seizing the opportunity, the young princess swiftly reached for him, only to have her delicate hand firmly grasped by Chen Nan. The elderly cashier looked at the two of them in astonishment, while Chen Nan offered an awkward smile and said, "My sister has always been mischievous, prone to causing a ruckus." Just as the princess was about to retort, she suddenly felt a peculiar force emanating from the hand that held hers, sealing her acupoints and rendering her speechless and immobile. The elderly cashier chuckled and turned to Chen Nan, saying, "Please provide your sister's name. I need to register her and arrange for her accommodation." Chen Nan replied, "Little trouble." The elderly man responded, "It appears we have yet another student of noble lineage who prefers to keep their true identity concealed." Chen Nan inquired, "Are there many such students?" The elderly man replied, "Every enrollment sees a few students like this." At this moment, the little princess glared at Chen Nan with fiery eyes. Being registered under the name Little Trouble would truly render her identity as such in this place. After the elderly registrar completed the paperwork, he remarked, "In a couple of days, the Accommodation Management Center will collect a separate lodging fee." He then handed Chen Nan a key accompanied by a bamboo slip, saying, "The slip bears the courtyard number and room number. Take your sister to inspect the dormitory." Chen Nan infused a subtle energy into the little princess's body, unlocking her acupoints, and led her forward. The little princess let out a shrill scream, "Scoundrel, I wish to kill you. Come now, cease your antics." "We wouldn't want to become the laughingstock of others," Chen Nan retorted, pulling her along. Along the way, the little princess continued to bicker and fuss, prompting the elderly attendant to shake his head and sigh. What a peculiar pair of siblings. The dormitory was clean and tidy, but upon seeing 4 beds within the room, the little princess immediately shrieked, "What do you mean I have to share a room with others? I demand that foul old vice principal grant me a different accommodation." Chen Nan replied, "It's not as if you haven't shared a room with me before. You'll grow accustomed to it." The little princess, as if her tail had been stepped on, retorted furiously, "Do not mention the past. I have no ties with you now, and I do not need your concern. Rest assured, once you are handed over to the Divine Wind Academy, even if you were to dismantle the city of sin, I shall never meddle in your affairs again." Ever since encountering the old monster, Chen Nan yearned to rid himself of the little princess as soon as possible. The two continued their bickering as they departed the dormitory area and approached the academy entrance. At this moment, the gates of the Kamikaze Academy swung wide open, welcoming a throng of young men and women eager to enroll. The vice president stood upon a raised platform in the courtyard. Addressing the crowd, "You are all distinguished among your peers and shall be admitted to the academy. Now, follow me to the training grounds for your assessment." A remarkable 2,000 aspiring students formed a lengthy procession behind the vice president as they made their way into the academy. Chen Nan and the young princess trailed behind the crowd, curious to witness the process of new student selection. The vast training grounds accommodated the multitude comfortably, and the vice president's voice resonated. "The test is straightforward. You will face 3 trials, during which you will endure attacks from proficient combatants. Although the number of evaluators is limited, rest assured that each participant will face an equal number of assaults. Those who remain standing after the 3 trials shall be welcomed as new students of Kamikaze Academy." With a roar echoing through the air, 2 colossal dragons, one green and one black, ascended from the depths of the academy. These were the very dragons that had encircled the academy on that fateful day. Perched upon their backs were 2 middle-aged dragon knights, identical in appearance, their expressions stern, each wielding a massive sword as they surveyed the ground below with an icy demeanor. The first trial is to withstand the assaults of the 2 dragon knights. Participants are advised to withdraw if they have not attained the requisite level to avoid unnecessary harm. Gazing up at the formidable creatures, many felt an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting a considerable number to step back. Ultimately, only 1,000 remained in the arena. The vice president called out once more, "If no one chooses to withdraw, the test shall commence immediately." As a result, 200 individuals departed, leaving over 800 resolute souls who would not retreat. Very well, the test commences. 2 colossal dragons swooped down, and the dragon knights wielded their massive swords, unleashing torrents of battle energy. The azure and verdant energies surged downward like a tide. Within the arena, the young participants of the test employed either magic or weaponry, exerting their utmost to withstand the onslaught. The air crackled with energy as weapons shattered and magical barriers ruptured. Many were left bloodied and gravely injured, retreating from the fray. The young princess had not anticipated the test to be so brutal. She silently rejoiced in her fortune. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she instinctively gripped Chen Nan's arm tightly. "Hey, little imp, what are you doing? Why are you squeezing me so hard? I see now. You're frightened, huh? This is utterly hilarious." The princess, flustered, retorted, "Nonsense. I am not afraid. I merely found the appearance of those two wretched dragon knights rather peculiar. I was momentarily distracted. Otherwise, who would want to stand next to you?" With that, she distanced herself from Chen Nan by several meters. A light chuckle rang out behind her as Dongfang Fenghuang approached, remarking, "Oh, you are quite amusing, little messy." To register as little trouble is truly a statement of character. Hearing the term little trouble, the princess ground her teeth in annoyance and exclaimed, "That despicable scoundrel registered me. I loathe him. I wish I could eliminate him at once. By the way, Sister Phoenix, why was I assigned to such a dilapidated dormitory? Having to share with 3 others is intolerable. I must confront that old curmudgeon, the headmaster, to demand a room change." The Eastern Phoenix chuckled. "The academy has a regulation. A dormitory costs 1,200 gold coins per semester to be shared among the students residing there. Should you wish to occupy a dormitory alone, you must independently pay the full amount each semester." The little princess exclaimed, "Goodness, is the Shinfeng Academy extorting money?" The Eastern Phoenix replied, "Students who have reached the realm of cultivation should be entirely capable of earning the necessary funds through their own abilities. This, too, serves as a subtle examination imposed by the academy upon each student." The little princess retorted, "This is nothing short of blatant robbery." The Eastern Phoenix laughed. "The dean, however, holds you in high regard. In light of your discovery of the divine bone, he has decided to waive your accommodation fees for a year. Of course, this will be in a shared room, where you will reside with me." The little princess, skeptical, remarked, "Is it that he does not trust me, assigning you to keep an eye on me? Otherwise, why wouldn't he allow me the privilege of having a room to myself?" The little princess smiled. "I did not intend to. It was merely an accidental brush against his beard that caused such a mishap." "Accidental? It seems that every time you err, it is by accident," she teased. "Sister Phoenix, how come those 2 dragon knights look so alike? Are they perhaps twin brothers?" Indeed, those 2 are indeed twin brothers, both possessing profound cultivation and serving as the academy's promising new instructors. The 4th Order Dragon Knight can be regarded as a master among masters, with a depth of cultivation that is truly unfathomable. This occasion merely serves as a test for the participants. Hence, the 2 combatants refrained from unleashing their full prowess. Nevertheless, their assaults were executed with remarkable speed, waves of battle aura cascading one after another, creating a dazzling display of colors above the arena. Yet, within a brief span of time, hundreds had already withdrawn, and many others lay grievously wounded. At this juncture, students from the Divine Wind Academy would swiftly rush into the arena to rescue the injured. Naturally, the beautiful women who had collapsed would be the first to be aided, as this presented an opportune moment for the suitors among them to make their advances. After a quarter of an hour, the first round of testing concluded, with the 2 dragon knights soaring into the depths of the academy atop their majestic dragons. The number of standing participants had diminished by half, leaving merely over 400 who had withstood 3 waves of battle aura assaults. "For the second round, you must withstand the attacks of 3 mages," announced the Vice Dean. As his words fell, 3 mages ascended into the air, uttering no words as they immediately began incanting their spells. The magical elements in the atmosphere surged violently, followed by a torrential rain of flames cascading down. The crowd either sought refuge or retaliated with their own spells, battle aura, and vital energy in defense. Following the flames, countless glimmering wind blades rained down upon the ground, accompanied by icy spears, while sporadic bolts of lightning descended from above, unleashing chaos in the arena. Many, bearing injuries, withdrew in haste. Within moments, the number of participants dwindled to fewer than 200. After another quarter of an hour, the second round of testing came to a close, leaving only around 120 individuals remaining in the arena. The third round of testing is about to commence. If you feel inadequately prepared, please withdraw swiftly. This round will feature an assault from a practitioner of the arcane arts. A wave of astonishment swept through the training ground as an elderly figure, clad in flowing robes and with sleeves billowing, descended upon them on a flying sword, piercing through the air from a distance. The old man exuded an ethereal presence, his white hair contrasting with a youthful visage, resembling a celestial being. The spectators were utterly astounded. Practitioners of the arcane arts were seldom seen, and individuals of such remarkable cultivation were indeed rare, undoubtedly a fifth-tier master. Among the young aspirants undergoing the test, only a handful were practitioners, and upon seeing this celestial elder, their faces illuminated with delight. Chen Nan sighed. Indeed, a fifth-tier practitioner in the nascent soul stage is truly remarkable, capable of soaring through the skies on a sword. One cannot help but feel envious. The elder, embodying a transcendent aura, landed upon a high platform within the arena, his flying sword slicing through the air like lightning towards the crowd. Magic swirled chaotically, and the energies of true chi and fighting spirits surged, as everyone endeavored to resist the onslaught of the flying sword. After all, this was the final challenge. The sword whirled through the arena before returning to the elder, who gracefully rode it away. Not a single individual fell, though many emerged with tattered garments. The vice-dean proclaimed, "Those whose attire remains intact may stay, all others must withdraw." Disappointment marked the faces of many as they departed, leaving only 29 individuals remaining in the arena. The young princess exclaimed, "Out of 2,000, only 29 are deemed qualified? This is utterly outrageous." The Eastern Phoenix responded, "Do you truly believe that anyone can gain entry into the Divine Wind Academy? Only those with genuine mastery are permitted to enter based on their own merits. Why does the Kamikaze Academy have thousands of students? Most of them are noble science, having paid exorbitant tuition fees to gain admission." Among those who passed the test, 3 individuals captured Chen Nan's attention. The first was a striking young man, for no other reason than that he was an acquaintance of Chen Nan, the third prince of the Baiyu Kingdom, Jian. While all who passed displayed smiles, Jian remained unflappable, his demeanor as composed as ever. Upon seeing him, Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback. Although they had only spent a few days together, he could discern Jian's ambitious nature, a man reluctant to be subordinate to others. His choice to pursue cultivation here, rather than vying for power in his own realm, was clearly abnormal. Something significant must have transpired. Chen Nan glanced at the petite princess nearby, noting her clenched teeth and fists. He realized that Jian was in peril. The cunning little princess would undoubtedly devise a scheme to ensnare him. The second individual who drew Chen Nan's attention was also familiar, a member of their escort, Guan Hao, who had successfully navigated the 3 trials, his face alight with joy. The third was a golden-haired woman, whose voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring. With ample curves, a waist that could be grasped with a delicate hand, and a rounded posterior that sparked endless imagination. Her beauty may not have surpassed that of the princess or the Eastern Phoenix, yet her sensuality, charm, and allure far eclipsed theirs. She was a quintessential enchantress, capable of stirring the most primal desires in men. The gaze of the majority of men was fixed upon her, and amidst the crowd, one could even hear the sounds of gulping as many women exhibited expressions of jealousy. The cough of the deputy dean interrupted the inappropriate fantasies of all the lecherous individuals present. "This month, a total of 29 applicants have successfully passed, and we welcome you to the Kamikaze Academy." The little princess, dissatisfied, exclaimed, always rambling on, filled with bureaucratic jargon. Chen Nan approached and remarked, "Little demon, your arch-nemesis has arrived. It will be interesting to see how you perform." Gritting her teeth, the little princess declared, "I will not let him go, nor will I spare you." With a playful thud, Chen Nan tapped her forehead and said, "Do you dare to threaten me? You despicable creature, hitting me again. Ouch. Sister Phoenix, help me teach him a lesson." Dongfang Phoenix, pulling the little princess, who was clutching her forehead in pain, behind her, coldly stated, "This is Kamikaze Academy. She is now a student here, and you have no right to touch her." Undeterred by Dongfang Phoenix's icy glare, Chen Nan retorted, "Am I not allowed to discipline my sister? Will you interfere?" The little princess fumed, "Shameless. Who is this disgraceful person's sister?" Dongfang Phoenix responded, "Do not think I am unaware of your relationship. Leave here at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. You are a sorceress, standing so close to me, a warrior, and yet you dare to be so brazen." Chen Nan chuckled maliciously. Startled, Dongfang Phoenix quickly pulled the little princess back. Chen Nan leisurely followed a few steps, causing Dongfang Phoenix to gasp in shock. She angrily demanded, "Do you dare to cause a ruckus at Kamikaze Academy?" "I wouldn't say it's causing a ruckus. You go your way, and I shall go mine. We are not obstructing each other." The Eastern Phoenix's expression turned cold. She never anticipated that Chen Nan would dare to jest with her in such a manner. Yet, she found herself hesitant to act rashly. At such close proximity, if she were to cast a spell, it was likely that before she could even complete the incantation, he would have already seized her. The little princess, reveling in chaos, called out loudly, "You scoundrel! How dare you tease Sister Phoenix?" Upon hearing this, countless gazes turned towards them. The Eastern Phoenix felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, squeezing the little princess's arm tightly. The princess, in exaggerated protest, exclaimed, "Ouch! Sister Phoenix, why are you pinching me? It is the scoundrel who is teasing you, not me." The Eastern Phoenix swiftly covered her mouth, wishing fervently to sink into the ground. Here she was, a distinguished young talent of the magical arts, caught in such an awkward predicament. Her cheeks burned with heat. At that moment, all the young men nearby directed murderous glares at Chen Nan, some already beginning to advance towards him. In a hushed tone, Chen Nan remarked, "Little devil, do not forget that only I can dispel the binding power you bear. Do take care." He surveyed the approaching students from the academy and those young men who had been eliminated from the tests, adopting a facade of politeness as he said, "Miss Phoenix, let us take a walk another day. I must attend to urgent matters now. Please look after my sister in my absence, and sister, do not miss me." The assembled young men stood momentarily stunned, and without lingering any further, Chen Nan swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, making his escape. Behind him, two women could be heard expressing their exasperation, calling him a scoundrel and a shameless wretch. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Nan hastily fled from the Shenkei's academy, oblivious to their disparaging remarks. In the following days, his infamous title as scoundrel and the little princess's moniker as little troublemaker became renowned throughout the academy, with nearly every student aware of their sibling-like relationship. Meanwhile, Dongfang Phoenix was incessantly cursing him, preparing to settle the score. Although he had already signed a contract with his publisher, he continued to offer his work for free until his writing speed improved. He hoped that the time for increased productivity was not far off, as the sales of his traditional publications were exceptionally strong, and the publisher had promised expedited releases if he could write swiftly. He wished for a smooth writing process, despite his inherent laziness. The day after his departure, Dongfang Phoenix and the little princess, accompanied by 6 or 7 beautiful maidens, stormed into the inn where Chen Nan had stayed. They surrounded his former room and unleashed a torrent of magic, conjuring lightning, wind blades, and flames that wreaked havoc, causing the room to collapse in an instant. The innkeeper and his staff trembled in fear, bewildered by the fury of these students from Shenkei's academy. When Dongfang Phoenix discovered that the room was empty, her face turned ashen with rage. She turned to the little princess and inquired, "Did you not say he resided here, little troublemaker?" Annoyed by the nickname Little Troublemaker, the princess retorted, "Do not call me that. I despise it. He indeed stayed here, but who would have guessed that this cunning rascal would escape ahead of us?" The nearby girls, upon hearing the words, could not help but smile. The little princess's name was indeed distinctive and already well known. One girl remarked, "Are you afraid your brother will get beaten, so you sent him a warning in advance, allowing him to escape?" The little princess shrieked, "That scoundrel is not my brother. I absolutely loathe that wretch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come with Sister Phoenix to deal with him. And by the way, I am not called Little Trouble. You may refer to me as Sister." To the little princess's dismay, all the girls erupted into giggles. One girl chuckled, "At just 16, you wish to be an older sister? Hee hee, I think Little Trouble is quite charming, and everyone at the academy knows you by that name. It's a title you cannot simply shed." Unbeknownst to the girls, Chen Nan had been watching them and could only reluctantly compensate the innkeeper with a certain sum of gold coins before making his exit. That afternoon, when Chen Nan returned to gather intelligence, he was taken aback by the scene before him and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Women are truly formidable. Fortunately, I had the foresight." Under the bright moonlight, a silvery glow enveloped the city of Sin, lending it an ethereal quality, as if draped in a delicate veil. As the night deepened and silence reigned, Chen Nan found himself unable to sleep. He pushed open the door and lightly ascended to the rooftop, laying a mat upon the tiles and reclining to gaze at the moonlit sky. On this night of the full moon, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. He had always trusted his instincts. Initially, he believed danger was imminent, But as time passed, he began to dismiss that notion. Rather than describing it as a feeling of unease, it is more akin to a tremor from the depths of his soul. Chen Nan sensed, in a faint and elusive manner, that something was calling to him, a call that resonated with his spirit, rendering him disoriented. As time progressed, this beckoning grew increasingly potent, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his body emitted a soft glow, radiating a sacred aura. This was certainly not the golden qi that flowed from the operation of his ancestral techniques. Rather, it resembled the faint, holy light that emanated from the bones of ancient deities. This pure luminosity enveloped Chen Nan in a profound sense of tranquility, yet his heart grew ever more tumultuous. At that moment, he distinctly sensed the source of the call. It originated from the northern part of the city, from the direction of the ruins of the divine battle. Chen Nan felt a whirlwind of emotions within him, realizing that his body was exuding mysterious holy light. His intuition suggested that this sacred radiance was entirely akin to the glow emitted by divine bones, and he faintly perceived a connection to his resurrection from the ancient tomb of gods and demons. An hour passed, and after a fierce internal struggle, Chen Nan could no longer endure the pull. He sprang into action, heading towards the northern part of the city. As he activated his inherited techniques, he noticed that the holy light vanished, yet the faint call continued to linger in his heart. Upon exiting the city, Chen Nan entered the forest, where tranquility reigned. Only the occasional call of night birds pierced the stillness, and the gentle night breeze caressed him, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass through the woods. He attentively followed the thread of the call, swiftly traversing the mountains, startling the birds and beasts that resided in the forest. After half an hour, Chen Nan arrived at the ruins of the divine battle, where he slowed his pace. Originally, this place was seldom visited, yet recently, due to the rumors surrounding the divine hands, practitioners have been frequenting the area within a 30-mile radius on a daily basis. Only during the night does tranquility reign here. Chen Nan traversed the peaks shattered by ancient deities, arriving at the now desiccated lake valley, where the river had altered its course, transforming the once vibrant lake into a mere lowland. Within the valley, towering trees were absent. Only a scattering of low shrubs and wildflowers remained. The unsettling call that stirred Chen Nan's spirit emanated from this very place. He stood motionless at the heart of the valley, relinquishing his consciousness, allowing himself to merge with the surrounding environment, as a sacred light radiated anew from his being. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver, enveloping the world in silence. An luminous figure stood alone in the valley's center. In that moment, Chen Nan felt an unparalleled tranquility wash over him. With his eyes closed, he could sense every blade of grass and every tree nearby. He beheld two birds nestled together on a branch, a mountain mouse cautiously peeking from its burrow, and a wild fox vigilantly observing him from the shadows. Though his eyes were shut, the nearby scenery vividly imprinted itself upon his mind, and in profound stillness, he became one with this realm, able to perceive all that surrounded him. At last, he discerned the source of the calling. Startlingly emanating from beneath his feet, a faint tremor pulsed from the ground below, and in a daze, he seemed to hear a woman's voice cry out, "I long to see the light of day once more." Chen Nan jolted awake, and as he attempted to capture that elusive voice again, silence enveloped him once more, leaving only a subtle ripple resonating within his heart. That tremor from beneath must indeed originate from underground, he murmured to himself. Chen Nan unsheathed the long blade from his back, channeling all his strength into the weapon. In the hazy moonlight, the blade glimmered with a radiant brilliance, akin to the dazzling sun, as he forcefully cleaved downward. With a resounding crash, the earth shook, and a massive fissure appeared in the center of the valley. Suddenly, a clear spring erupted from the crevice, shooting over 2 meters into the air, its crystalline droplets cascading to the ground. Startled, Chen Nan hastily retreated, yet what astonished him even more lay ahead. The tremendous rift he had carved was gradually widening, the surrounding soil beginning to collapse. As if an earthquake had struck the valley, the entire surface trembled. In shock, Chen Nan sprinted towards the valley's edge, standing there in disbelief as he beheld the transformation unfolding below. The valley was slowly fracturing, with a network of interwoven cracks appearing and the crumbling earth continually sinking, while spring water gushed forth from the fissures. Upon closer inspection, Chen Nan discovered that beneath the surface lay a layer of fractured rock, and 5 feet below that, an underground lake. His single strike had breached the lake's barrier, causing the water to surge upwards, leading to the collapse of the surrounding fractured rock and soil, triggering a chain reaction that resulted in the complete shattering of the rock layer above the underground lake. In mere moments, the arid basin transformed into a burgeoning lake, its water level steadily rising, prompting the nearby birds and beasts to flee in panic. Chen Nan glanced at the nearby river, now altered in its course, and it became clear to him that the underground lake had formed over the course of millennia following the river's diversion. The river must surely connect to the subterranean lake through hidden channels. Half an hour later, the water level in the lake ceased to rise and gradually calmed, revealing a beautiful small lake in the former valley. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror, bathed in moonlight, while a gentle breeze mingled with the faint fragrance of wildflowers, softly stirring the atmosphere. In this moment, the mountains and woods were tranquil and enchanting. Chen Nan felt a surge of excitement as he called out to the depths of the lake, pondering just how deep it truly was. He was uncertain whether he could safely dive to the bottom. The mysterious artifact in the hands of the ancient deity was indeed alluring, yet the dark and shadowy depths of the lake instilled a sense of danger in him, deterring him from jumping in recklessly. He cast a large stone into the lake, which splashed water and created ripples, but the lake remained undisturbed. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he contemplated capturing a mountain beast to toss into the lake. But the tremendous noise from the collapsing rock layers had already frightened away the nearby birds and animals. He turned around without any success. Gazing at the pitch-black bottom of the lake, Chen Nan hesitated for a moment, ultimately shedding his outer garment and placing his long knife on the ground. Gripping two glimmering daggers, he plunged into the lake. The water was frigid and the light was dim, allowing him to discern only a vague outline of objects within a range of 3 to 4 zhang. Fortunately, the divine bone at the lake's bottom emitted a faint glow, providing him a clear target. Chen Nan exerted himself to dive deeper, soon reaching the boundary where the former valley met the underground lake. At this depth, the water reached 6 zhang, and although he felt some pressure, his body remained unharmed. Upon entering the subterranean lake, he faintly discerned the surrounding scenery. It was indeed an underground cavern, replete with stalactites, stalagmites, stone pillars, stone flowers, stone drapery, and stone waterfalls, an array of karst formations, each exhibiting a unique and breathtaking charm. In this enchanting realm, Chen Nan's heart raced as he sensed an impending danger, yet the water was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to detect any anomalies. The ancient deity's severed left hand did not rest at the lake's bottom, but hung